In the realm of the hopeful star, the young master Yú Zhāo has led an unremarkable life for 2 centuries, with the singular distinction of having an exceptionally handsome master. Mu. Despite her master's occasional disregard for trivial matters, Yú Zhāo often found herself silently critiquing him due to the overwhelming pressures of her studies. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly carefree master possessed an extraordinary ability to discern the innermost thoughts of others. Every whisper of her complaints and grievances echoed clearly within his awareness. Thus, this peculiar and intriguing teacher-student relationship persisted in a subtle yet captivating atmosphere. Chapter 1. The 200th young master Yú Zhāo is the 200th young master of the guardian family of the hopeful star. Her father, Yu Lian, is the 199th young master and serves as the praying representative at the sacred altar, while her mother, Zhao Yuhui, is a priestess, responsible for divining the fortunes of the residents on the hopeful star. That on this particular day, Yú Zhāo never imagined that both her parents would be absent from their family and the sacred altar. The knowledge of their absence stemmed from the sounds outside their closed door, where voices repeatedly called out for her parents' names. Inside the house, she had opened the doors to various rooms, only to find them devoid of life, confirming that they were indeed not home. Not being at the altar or at home raised an agonizing question. Where could they possibly be? The chaotic situation weighed heavily on her mind as those seeking her father's guidance at the altar flocked to their doorstep in search of answers. Likewise, residents seeking her mother for divination had also arrived, unable to find her at the altar. Lord, you at home? I have come to pray today. Please convey my faith in him. Lady Zhao Yuhui, are you at home? With each call from outside, Yú Zhāo felt that if her parents did not return soon, the visitors would linger indefinitely. Fearing that her parents might have grown weary, as they had on previous occasions, and returned home to rest, she resolved to search once more. After a fruitless search, she stumbled upon a small note on her parents' bedroom desk. Open the drawer. Upon opening the drawer, she discovered a notebook nestled within, the only item present. Curiosity urged her to delve into its contents. Dear daughter, upon opening this notebook, you should know that we have gone out for a while. As Yú Zhāo opened the notebook, a voice began to read aloud, unmistakably that of her mother. Being out for a while means that the entire sacred altar is entrusted to you. The weight of such responsibility felt overwhelming, leaving Yú Zhāo in a state of confusion. She had assumed that she would only be taught about family matters upon reaching maturity, yet here she was, thrust into the fray unexpectedly. However, there's no need to worry. We have arranged for a priest similar to your mother to guide you. His knowledge and experience are undoubtedly reliable. Yú Zhāo, unversed in her family's legacy, had only been told by the gazes of others and her parents' words that as the 200th young master, she must conduct herself with integrity and refrain from unworthy actions. Beyond this, she had received no further instruction, neither about her role as a supplicant nor about divination. Her encounters at the altar had been limited to simple greetings and a few familiar faces. Therefore, who was this forthcoming instructor? Hello, little Zhao Zhao. Before the notebook could reveal the identity of the priest, Yú Zhāo's expression darkened as she closed the book and turned to face the newcomer, her displeasure evident. The visitor, with wild purple hair and dark, glimmering eyes, wielded an object that resembled a staff and wore a brown robe adorned with small holes that did not detract from its overall charm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu, the esteemed priest trusted by Lady Zhao Yuhui, sent here to personally instruct you. I do not believe you. Yú Zhāo averted her gaze, clearly unwilling to engage with the priest. Her lips pursed as unpleasant thoughts crept into her mind. Mu scratched his head, understanding that Yú Zhāo's reluctance stemmed from a childhood visit to the altar, where she had encountered a small, soft child whose warmth had left a lasting impression. That was merely a childhood memory. You needn't be frightened. Mu approached amicably, but Yú Zhāo retreated, firmly gesturing for him to keep his distance. How dare you say that? Through Mu's words, Yú Zhāo could vividly recall her younger self, a naive girl under her father's watchful eye, while her mother guided her through the altar, reminding her to be polite when greeting the adults she would encounter. Soon enough, she met those familiar faces, her mother greeting them one by one. Although she did not recognize any of them, she dutifully called them uncle and aunt, as her mother had instructed, striving to make a good impression. Hello, uncle and aunt. Oh, what a well-behaved child. Is this your child, Yu Huai? A delicate little girl, truly beautiful. Yu Huai beamed with pride at the compliments, and Yu Zhao felt her cheeks flush from the praise. Don't you forget to thank your uncle. Yu Huai nudged Yu Zhao, who promptly replied, Thank you, uncle. In the next moment, the source of her childhood horror appeared. Moo. Whoa, Yu Huai, you brought the child over. What's her name? That disheveled purple hair would forever remain etched in Yu Zhao's memory as her first startling surprise, a remarkably unforgettable encounter. Her name is Yu Zhao. Do not frighten this child. She is still young. Yu Huai shielded Yu Zhao behind her and glanced around. Are all the attendees present today? All present, Moo replied with a grin, gesturing toward the surrounding crowd. Look, everyone is gathered around your child. Zhao is truly adorable. Thank you, uncle. A brief exchange ensued, and Yu Huai guided Yu Zhao to a small stool, where she sat obediently. Your face is so round and lovely. At that moment, Yu Zhao was left with a profound impression of Moo, an eccentric uncle with a penchant for pinching cheeks, someone to be avoided at all costs. This aversion led her to prefer staying home rather than accompany her mother to the altar, despite her father's offer to take her. Yu Zhao, fearing the possibility of encountering another peculiar uncle like Moo, chose to remain at home, embracing her role as the 200th young master. Chapter 2. A commitment to mastery. As Yu Zhao matured, she gradually delved into the family's collection of books. Upon opening one, she discovered that it primarily contained accounts of several young masters who, during their childhood, accompanied their parents to learn the arts of divination and prayer. Some young masters chose not to pursue these skills, opting instead for a life of ordinary existence, as they had younger siblings to inherit the responsibilities, and their talents were somewhat inferior to those who learned first. This is certainly not my mother's intention. Indeed, it is your mother's intention. Otherwise, why would I be so busy at the altar, sneaking over to your home to inform you that your mother has sent me to teach you? Moo silently seized the book from Yu Zhao's hands and opened it wide. What are you doing? You can scale walls, but you can't take my book. Moo pulled 2 candies from his pocket, popped one into his mouth, and extended the other toward Yu Zhao. Would you care for one? In response, Yu Zhao slapped the candy onto the ground, prompting a hint of exasperation in Moo's eyes that, if you don't want it, that's fine, but don't waste it. Moo picked up the candy from the ground and returned it to his pocket. Zhao, the priest I brought here is Moo. Although he was a bit impolite to you as a child, his abilities are even more profound than your mother's. She firmly believes that Moo is well suited to be your mentor. Do not harbor any discontent. Before we left, we entrusted him with a document. I wonder if you would trust him with that. The voice emanating from the book indeed belonged to her mother. After hearing her mother's subsequent words, Yu Zhao's lips twitched in irritation. Moo retrieved the document mentioned by Zhao Yu Huai from his pocket and handed it to her. As Yu Zhao received it, she was taken aback upon seeing the familiar handwriting. It was unmistakably that of her mother and father. The paper bore a few sentences and a signature. I entrust my daughter to you, hoping that you may guide her growth. Signed, Yu Lian, Zhao Yu Huai. Yu Zhao felt as though she had been sold by her parents. This document felt akin to a bond of servitude. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. Holding the agreement, Yu Zhao trembled, contemplating whether she could tear it apart if she exerted enough force. Yet, she hesitated, for the handwriting belonged to her parents and could not be a forgery. It is true. Your parents have indeed entrusted you to me. If you choose not to believe me, I shall take my leave, and you may deal with those individuals outside on your own. Moo withdrew the agreement from Yu Zhao's grasp and placed it in his pocket, brushing off his hands. I am leaving now. You need not concern yourself with me. Yu Zhao grasped Moo's robe, nearly causing it to slip from his shoulders. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, glaring at her. Do not. Let's communicate properly. Why are you tugging at my clothes? What did my mother instruct you? Yu Zhao's tone sank, as she dreaded the idea of having the altar's followers disturb her from today until tomorrow, and then from tomorrow until the day after, an endless cycle of commotion. As long as her parents remained absent, the followers would inevitably raise their voices outside, and the defensive barriers set up at home would eventually be forced into action. Due to the pressure from the followers, disrupting her sleep, she wishes for you to learn that Moo, uncharacteristically direct, perceived Yú Zhāo's attitude and decided to state his purpose clearly. Your mother and father, for certain reasons, have chosen to leave, entrusting you to me. Simultaneously, they wish to express their apologies. What is there to apologize for? Yú Zhāo felt she had lived under her parents' warmth without facing significant hardships. She assumed they were merely seeking a break, yet she could not comprehend why they suddenly departed. It left her perplexed. For the seasoned Mu, however, it was evident why Yu Lian and Zhao Yuhuai felt compelled to apologize to Yú Zhāo. The burden of guardianship could never be evaded. You will understand in due time. Rest assured, I will support you from behind the scenes once you have matured. Why Yú Zhāo blinked at Mu. Then I hope you will soon support me from behind the scenes. Since Mu was reluctant to divulge further, he opted to wait for her parents' return to clarify matters. There was no need to press him for answers. Your mother has presented you with two paths, one of divination and the other of prayer, which follows your father's path. Yú Zhāo pondered this in her mind. She had little experience with her father's work, but imagined that prayer involved clasping one's hands and murmuring to the person before them. Mu's lips twitched slightly, as though he had caught wind of Yú Zhāo's thoughts. If her father were to discover her musings, he would surely be furious. Her mother's profession seemed far cooler. Choosing divination would enable her to glimpse the futures of those before her. Perhaps, if she learned it, she could foresee Mu's fate and tease him, declaring, "Your future is firmly in my grasp." Yet, Yú Zhāo had overlooked an important detail. Mu himself practiced divination, albeit not as his primary focus, and certainly had his strengths in working with Zhao Yuhuai. Mu clearly saw through Yú Zhāo's intentions. Once more, as for you, your thoughts have long been laid bare before me. While I cannot discern your future, I do hold you in my grasp now. Disobey me, and I shall. I want to study both. Pardon. Mu's large head displayed a look of sheer bewilderment. He truly could not comprehend that this young lady wished to master everything. It was utterly astonishing that in hindsight, Mu regretted allowing his mind to wander. Had he remained focused, he might have grasped the reasoning behind Yú Zhāo's desire for comprehensive mastery. Are you certain you wish to study both? Yes. I am their only daughter, and I must master everything to avoid being looked down upon by these followers. Where did this sudden surge of confidence come from? Who had instilled it in her? Are you sure? I will ask you once more that I am sure. Yú Zhāo noticed that as she affirmed these three words, Mu's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he found something amusing. Unfortunately, she was unable to decipher Mu's thoughts. How she wished she could. Very well. Then you must learn the basics of both subjects by tonight. If you cannot master them, prepare yourself for dire consequences. Chapter 3. Establishing the contract. Mu placed the book on the table, and Yú Zhāo stood in astonishment, gazing at him. Why? Tomorrow marks the official commencement. If you cannot even grasp the foundations tonight, what will you do? If only I could have firmly rejected this earlier this moment. Yú Zhāo's discontent was palpable. Mu shook his shoulders, stepping outside and soaring into the courtyard of the guardian family, confronting the followers directly. Lord Zhao Yuhuai and Lady Yulai and have stepped out for a moment. Please return tomorrow. Huh? Why not say so earlier? Who could have known that Darren Zhao Yuhuai and Darren Yulai and had stepped out? Had I been aware, would I have been here calling for their assistance? Among the gathered devotees, some had departed, while others lingered hesitantly, and a few voiced their doubts loudly, naturally questioning Mu. Who are you? Just because you claim Darren Zhao Yuhuai and Darren Bulai are absent, does that make it true? Mu, disinterested in debating, tossed the wooden stick in his hand into the air, which landed on the ground, emanating a surge of energy that surged toward the crowd. Do you comprehend? Without further elaboration from Mu, the devotees swiftly dispersed, leaving him alone at the entrance of the guardian family's grand estate. Have you seen enough? Noticing Mu's gaze shift, Yú Zhāo twitched the corner of his mouth and opened the door to his home. Just as Mu was about to step out, Yú Zhāo intended to inquire about his parents, but Mu was quicker, exiting before she could speak. In her haste, Yú Zhāo took a bold step outside, only to witness Mu stride toward the eaves. Was he planning to leave, or had something else in mind? Before she could ponder further, she heard Mu's booming voice addressing the gathering of devotees. Assuming she understood Mu's intent, she pondered the reasons he had for today and what he might plan for tomorrow. How should she respond? Yú Zhāo cautiously opened the crack of her door to peek outside, witnessing the wooden stick in Moo Moo's hand tumble to the ground, followed by the screams of the crowd. The crowd dispersed, leaving her, a bewildered onlooker, observing Moo Moo's actions. Enough, go inside. In the next moment, Yú Zhāo offered no regard for Moo Moo's dignity, slamming the door shut. Moo Moo's expression deflated, the moment of bravado he had just experienced extinguished by the new apprentice. Clearly, when he mentioned going in, he included himself. Irritated, Moo Moo picked up his wooden stick, striding into the courtyard of the guardian family with an air of authority. Imagining grandeur is often delightful. However, as he lifted one foot to take a step, he was unexpectedly ejected from the premises. Yú Zhāo, as he called out. A small head soon appeared from the eaves, Yú Zhāo sticking her tongue out at Moo Moo. If you have the ability, come inside. Yú Zhāo chuckled, waving her hand to her surprise. Moo Moo quickly appeared beside her, playfully patting her head with an expression that said, "You didn't see that coming, did you? I clearly activated the protective barrier. Without my permission, you cannot enter." Moo Moo waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of Yú Zhāo's thoughts, as he recalled the numerous warnings from Zhao Yuhuai regarding their home. By the way, we have a large barrier at home. Channel your energy, and you can use it as well. Yú Zhāo, this child will undoubtedly show some resistance toward you. This little secret was one he could never divulge to Yú Zhāo. His goal was merely to fulfill Zhao Yuhuai's instructions and then retreat to support Yú Zhāo from behind the scenes. With no further matters to attend to. Why the sudden change of heart? Moo Moo feared this little girl might reconsider. Let's establish a pact, the rules of the altar. Without needing further encouragement, Yú Zhāo willingly extended her hand, comprehending the regulation. The pact Moo Moo mentioned pertained to significant matters within the altar, requiring mutual secrecy or other reasons, necessitating a blood oath to ensure confidentiality. You understand? That's good. Moo Moo extended his hand as well, using a finger to draw a small cut, allowing a drop of blood to fall. With a slight gasp, Yú Zhāo mimicked him, using her other hand to prick her finger, a drop of blood falling as well. The two droplets merged, and a radiant light enveloped them for a brief moment before dimming, signifying the formation of the pact between Moo Moo and Yú Zhāo. Please guide me. Please guide me. Yú Zhāo's voice was somewhat awkward, clearly reluctant. Moo Moo, unfazed, reached out and ruffled her hair. Despite her initial reluctance, she allowed him to do so, understanding that he had now become her mentor. It must be said that Moo Moo was a commendable teacher, meticulous in his instruction, that he generously shared his extensive knowledge of divination with Yú Zhāo, leaving nothing concealed. However, he lacked in guiding her regarding her father's prayers, suggesting that she delve into her family's library for further reading. These were lessons her parents had never imparted, and she had once believed she would learn them upon growing up, never anticipating the current circumstances. Being taught diligently by someone she had disliked in childhood, this individual had now become her mentor. Study well. Tomorrow you will debut. The gaze of Yú Zhāo flickered momentarily before Moo Moo approached her, lifting her with a firm grip and swinging open the door. Let us assess the fruits of your labor from last night. A look of sorrow washed over Yú Zhāo's face, resembling a child on the verge of tears. She was unceremoniously placed onto another chair by Moo Moo, who promptly concealed her tearful countenance. If the residents of Xīng were to witness her in such a state, it would be quite the predicament. The residents waiting for Moo Moo's return watched with blinking eyes as he brought Yú Zhāo back, their gazes fixed on her, as if attempting to discern something from her demeanor. My apprentice, allow her to try her hand at this. Oh, I see, one resident replied, suddenly enlightened. They then directed their gaze from Yú Zhāo to Moo Moo, uncertain whether to proceed with him or his apprentice first. I shall go first. Moo Moo's words seemed to bring a sense of reassurance to the resident. Soon, Yú Zhāo observed the resident placing their hand upon the table, with Moo Moo's hand gently following suit. He lightly placed his hand down, akin to a dragonfly touching the water, and then swiftly withdrew it. Today, your fortune foretells a day of great happiness. Upon receiving Moo Moo's affirmation, the resident beamed with joy, expressing gratitude before departing from their sight. How did he accomplish that? That voice echoed once more. Moo Moo's initial reaction was to glance at Yú Zhāo, who was startled by his sudden attention. Master Dog, was it perhaps her? Moo Moo withdrew his gaze, continuing to regard a newly arrived resident with a benevolent smile. Do you seek a prayer or a divination? I need a prayer. What would you like the prayer to encompass? Moo's gentle demeanor gradually soothed the resident, who spoke slowly, his tone tinged with sobs. My cat is missing, and I wish for your prayer to ensure it lives well on the other side. That would suffice. After uttering this, he cast a nervous glance towards Moo, who responded with a soft murmur, bringing his fingers together and closing his eyes, his words becoming delicate and nuanced. Yú Zhāo perked up her ears to listen, but regrettably, she could not hear clearly and thus abandoned the thought. Her gaze remained fixed on Moo, in a soft murmur, began to emit swirling orbs of light around him. Those luminous spheres drifted towards the resident, who was momentarily startled by their sudden appearance, but quickly reached out to touch them, closing his eyes. In the next moment, Yú Zhāo witnessed him breaking down in tears, prompting her to turn her attention back to Moo, who simultaneously opened his eyes. Remember to address me as master. Moo chose not to focus on the resident immediately, likely having encountered similar scenes before. Instead, his gaze remained on Yú Zhāo, who responded with an affirmative murmur, her eyes brimming with questions. I shall explain everything after today as session. All right, Chapter 6. Her heartfelt whispers are quite adorable today. The influx of residents was notably high. Moo opted not to have Yú Zhāo engage in hands-on practice, instead assigning her minor tasks, such as pouring water and preparing chairs for the residents, to alleviate their fatigue while waiting. After bidding farewell to the last resident, Yú Zhāo exhaled a long sigh of relief, stretching her back in her seat before turning her gaze towards Moo. At that moment, he appeared exceedingly weary, propping one hand on the table to support his face, his eyes closed, while the other hand tapped rhythmically on the surface. Master? Yú Zhāo's call did not rouse Moo, but rather stirred a sense of murmuring within her, which in turn awakened the drowsy Moo. He has assisted me greatly today. Although I'm reluctant to call him master, he truly is remarkable. Without him, I fear we would have lost face. A subtle smile crept onto Moo's lips, and he ceased tapping on the table, lifting his head from his hand, mimicking Yú Zhāo's earlier stretch. Yú Zhāo was startled by Moo's sudden movement, instinctively retreating a step. Observing her reaction, Moo shook his shoulders, grabbed one of the chairs, and moved inside. Do remember to take your chair. We'll need it again tomorrow. Leave the table there. Yú Zhāo obediently took her chair inside, closed the door, and shifted it further in, noticing a flicker of fire from the kitchen. With light steps, she made her way to the kitchen, where she found Moo clad in an apron, radiating an air of seriousness as he lifted a pot, setting it on the stove. He then retrieved some oil from below, evidently preparing to heat it for cooking. Master? Upon hearing Yú Zhāo call out, Moo raised his hand to beckon her over. Ah, Zhao, you arrived just in time. Come lend a hand. Me? Did he mean to assist or to help out? Just as Moo was about to pour the oil into the pot, he heard Yú Zhāo's response, and his eyes widened in surprise. The oil in his hand, wobbling dangerously close to spilling into the pot. Does she truly understand, or is she genuinely confused? Zhao, to lend a hand refers to assisting in the kitchen. Can you cook? Observing Yú Zhāo's hesitation, Moo had already poured the oil, returned it to its place, and ignited the flame beneath the pot, producing a blue flame. Don't dawdle. If you linger any longer, we won't have dinner, Zhao. At Moo's urging, Yú Zhāo finally sprang into action, and the two began their culinary endeavors. After a considerable amount of time, they successfully prepared their dinner for the evening. It smells delightful. Moo gazed at the dishes with satisfaction, nodding as he placed them on a small table. After positioning the chair Yú Zhāo had brought back, he called for her. Zhao, please come and eat. At his invitation, Yú Zhāo obediently took her seat, her mouth watering at the sight of the meal before her. Oh no, I won't refer to you as Uncle Dog or Master Dog anymore. Your cooking is simply exquisite. Just as Moo was setting his chair down, he suddenly heard Yú Zhāo's heartfelt exclamation, causing him to nearly drop it onto his foot. Silence. He uttered a simple incantation, and the chair hovered in midair. Avoiding his feet, resuming his composure, Moo swiftly took his seat across from Yú Zhāo. He surveyed the table laden with food and then glanced at the wide-eyed Yú Zhāo, an expression of bemusement crossing his face. Zhao, do you not know how to use chopsticks? Yú Zhāo, appearing as if just awoken from slumber, responded with a nod, only to realize a moment later that something was amiss. She scratched her head, rose to her feet, and ventured to the place where the chopsticks were kept. After retrieving 2 pairs, she retained one for herself and offered the other to Moo. "I, the one assisting you, hardly feel fatigued. Why do you seem even more exhausted than I do?" Moo remarked, already maneuvering her chopsticks towards one of the dishes, depositing it into her bowl. Observing her master engage in 2 distinct tasks, Yú Zhāo amused to herself that despite having learned the necessary skills, she found them useless at the moment. Merely watching and assisting her master left her with a slight sense of fatigue. Simply watching the prayers and divinations feels somewhat akin to being a charlatan. Could it be that our family hails from a lineage of charlatans? Charlatan? Moo nearly burst into laughter at this thought, realizing that Yú Zhāo likely remained oblivious to her own unspoken thoughts. Were she to utter the word charlatan in front of her parents, it would surely lead to more than just a verbal reprimand. "Master, why are you silent? Are you feeling a bit weary?" Noticing Moo's prolonged silence, Yú Zhāo waved her hand in front of her. "No, I merely recalled a pleasant thought." "A pleasant thought?" Yú Zhāo furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Moo with a skeptical gaze. Once assured that Moo exhibited no signs of distress, she exhaled a sigh of relief. How peculiar! Moo, upon hearing Will's inner musings, outwardly displayed an innocent demeanor while internally bursting with laughter. "Tomorrow, there may be even more residents. Which subject are you most familiar with at present?" A mere few seconds later, Moo had finished her meal, her discerning gaze studying Yú Zhāo intently as she began to interrogate her. While Yú Zhāo was still eating, Moo's inquiry caught her off guard, leading to a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough, cough. Ah, truly a nuisance. Can't you wait until I finish eating before speaking?" Upon hearing this thought, Moo reflected on her own strictness. Indeed, it appeared she had been a tad too severe. However, from Yú Zhāo's perspective, Moo's demeanor seemed exceedingly serious, almost as if she were genuinely upset. After finishing her coughing fit, Yú Zhāo glanced at her rice, which had lost its appeal, and set the bowl aside, now regarding Moo with utmost seriousness. Moo, lost in her contemplation of whether she had been overly stern, was suddenly met with a piercing gaze from Yú Zhāo, bringing her back to the present. Upon noticing the remnants of rice in Yú Zhāo's bowl, she firmly stated, "Finish your meal first. We must not waste food. In my opinion, I believe silence." "Eat your meal," Moo interjected, disregarding Yú Zhāo's quiet mutterings as she retrieved the bowl set aside and offered it back to her, her expression grave and intent. Yú Zhāo, somewhat begrudgingly, acquiesced with a soft hoof, burying her head down to resume her meal. One moment insisting I eat, the next demanding I stop. What does this dog of a master truly desire? Dog of master? Moo pondered, wondering if she truly appeared so dog-like. Was it merely because she inquired about Yú Zhāo's current area of expertise that she bore a grudge? "I'm finished." With this declaration from Yú Zhāo, Moo emerged from her thoughts, responding with a soft and directed her gaze towards Yú Zhāo's bowl, confirming she had indeed completed her meal. With a swift motion, Moo cleared the table, leaving it spotless, devoid of any remnants of their meal. Returning to our previous conversation, which of her parents' skills are you more familiar with at this moment? "I believe I am more acquainted with my mother's divination. For I do not want your opinion, I want mine." Before Yú Zhāo could finish her thought, Moo interrupted, raising her hand and arching an eyebrow. "Come now. Demonstrate your divination skills regarding tomorrow's fortune." Yú Zhāo let out a gentle hum, placing her hand atop Moo's, mimicking the manner in which Moo had divined for the residents earlier. She murmured, "May the guardian of the star of hope bestow blessings upon you." Subsequently, she closed her eyes, attempting to attune herself to the energies, yet found nothing but a gray haze. Why? She could see nothing. Upon reopening her eyes, she discerned that no light radiated from Moo. Instead, she bore an expression of calm composure. Once more, she shut her eyes, seeking clarity, only to once again confront the murky void. Feeling despondent, after a prolonged effort of seeing nothing but gray, she opted to reopen her eyes, only to be met with Moo's expectant gaze. "Treat me as an ordinary resident, if you please." This notion seemed utterly implausible. Yú Zhāo gazed at Mu, her lips quivering as she tried to articulate her thoughts, but Mu appeared confused, leaning closer with her ears perked. What, dear one, are you saying? This is my fortune for tomorrow. I do not grasp your words. At that moment, Mu embodied the guise of an ordinary resident, rather than that of a master. I simply cannot see your fortune for tomorrow. It is enveloped in a gray haze. After uttering this, Yú Zhāo buried her head down, her demeanor despondent, resting her forehead on the table, too ashamed to meet Mu's gaze. Yú Zhāo? When Mu called her name again, Yú Zhāo did not lift her head. Tears began to trickle down her cheeks. I simply cannot learn anything. I am an unqualified heir. Drip, drip. The surrounding silence amplified the sound of her tears falling. Yet she remained resolute in her silence, exuding an air of stubbornness. Yú Zhāo? Mu's voice resonated once more. She felt gentle hands lifting her head, accompanied by a tissue delicately offered to wipe away her tears. This is not your fault, Yú Zhāo. Who among us is born with such innate ability? Furthermore, this is your first attempt. Comforted by Mu's words, Yú Zhāo's spirits visibly lifted. Yet, in the next moment, a remark from Mu slightly breached her defenses. When discussing fortunes, do not be overly blunt. Did you not hear how I conversed with others today? Upon hearing this, Yú Zhāo felt a flush of embarrassment. Her small hands fidgeting as she became noticeably shy, her gaze evasive. She sniffled, attempting to rein in her tears, prompting Mu to find her both amusing and heart-wrenching. Now, allow me to demonstrate once more. Mu's demeanor became grave at this moment, accompanied by a serious expression on his face. His first sentence was relatively clear, but as he began to speak the second, residents arrived, causing his words to become muddled. Yú Zhāo noticed the swift transformation of his serious expression, which quickly shifted to one of mirth as he inquired of the residents. Is it your turn as well? Upon hearing her being addressed, Yú Zhāo redirected her gaze and met the eyes of a girl with dark hair and a pale complexion. There was a tremor in her voice, and it seemed as though she might collapse at any moment. Please, take a seat. Yú Zhāo gestured for the girl to sit, observing that she trembled slightly as she did so. I would like you to divine my fortune. May I place my hands on the table? Of course. The girl cautiously placed her hands on the table, her eyes wary, as if afraid of infringing on something sacred. Yú Zhāo placed her hands atop the girl's and closed her eyes to begin her sensations. It was dark, utterly dark, similar to her previous experience with Mu. But this girl felt profoundly weary, devoid of any glimmer of light. Just as Yú Zhāo was preparing to withdraw, she heard a sound of weeping emanating from the darkness. In disbelief, she turned her head to see nothing but an expanse of black. Should I venture closer to investigate? Yú Zhāo pondered internally. With that thought, she stepped forward, following the sound of the cries, until she halted at a certain point, gazing at the mass of darkness, for the source of the weeping was right there. The black mass continued to emit its sorrowful sounds. Yú Zhāo crouched down and tentatively reached out to touch it. As her hand made contact, the mass stirred, startling Yú Zhāo, prompting her to withdraw her hand. In an instant, the dark mass transformed into a girl, and the surrounding environment brightened. The girl was indeed the same one from outside. Hey, how did you get in here? Yú Zhāo asked, her expression filled with bewilderment, mirroring the girl's own confused gaze. They held each other's stare for a few seconds, after which Yú Zhāo suddenly felt an invisible force expel her from that realm. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the girl's expectant gaze, as if she were completely unaware of the events that transpired in that other world. Chapter 11. A special group confronted with the girl's clear, innocent eyes, and recalling the earlier scene, Yú Zhāo slowly spoke, Today, your fortune will be quite favorable. You shall encounter a turning point. After delivering this proclamation, she refrained from uttering anything further and withdrew her hands. The girl, momentarily taken aback by the sudden absence of contact, eventually responded with a quiet and nodded her head before hastily disappearing from Yú Zhāo's sight. Yú Zhāo herself was uncertain whether she had acted rightly. However, upon perceiving the girl's tears and pitiful expression through that veil of darkness, she felt compelled to respond. Before Yú Zhāo could dwell further on her thoughts, the next resident arrived and settled down with assurance, prompting her to set aside her prior musings and commence the divination anew. May I inquire about my fortune for today? Certainly, Yú Zhāo replied, gesturing for the resident to place his hands on the table. Once their hands were joined, Yú Zhāo closed her eyes. The scene before her transformed from the previous darkness to a warm, golden sunlight enveloping her, invoking a sense of profound comfort. She beheld a small figure flitting about, accompanied by the sound of delightful laughter, a stark contrast to the previous girl's demeanor. Mere seconds passed before she opened her eyes, returning to the tangible world. And utilizing the incantation Vu had taught her, she conveyed her insights to the resident, who nodded in satisfaction before departing. How peculiar, Yú Zhāo mused. Earlier, while with Vu, she had not perceived any figures. Now, could these people truly be visible to her? Her thoughts were somewhat disordered, yet as she noticed another resident approaching, she donned a smile reminiscent of Vu's signature charm and continued her work with cheerful diligence. After a bustling morning, Yú Zhāo and Mu completed their final consultation with a resident and closed up shop. Yú Zhāo had intended to return the chairs, but a glance from Mu made her realize that she need not concern herself with that task. Thus, Mu led the way while Yú Zhāo trailed behind, hands clasped behind her back, striding happily back to their residence. What would you like for lunch? Upon their return, Mu inquired, leaving Yú Zhāo momentarily stunned that he intended to prepare a meal for her. Understanding her nature, Mu smirked and turned to head to the kitchen. Yú Zhāo, flabbergasted, wondered if Mu had ignored her query about what she wished to eat. Wait for me, she called out as she hurried after him. Mu glanced back, gave a nonchalant acknowledgement, and resumed his path into the kitchen, where he began to busy himself. Yú Zhāo contemplated how she might assist. Is there anything I can do to help? As long as you don't cause trouble, he replied, already washing the vegetables. Yú Zhāo settled beside him, watching as he skillfully cleaned the produce before reaching for a knife and cutting board, beginning to chop with precision. Observing Mu's industriousness reminded her of the earlier events, leading her to choose silence. At that moment, her stomach audibly protested, prompting Mu to pause and direct his gaze toward her. Oh well, Mu acknowledged with a casual grunt, returning to his task without further comment, leaving Yú Zhāo feeling distinctly overlooked. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that Mu was the one preparing the meal. While rummaging through the study for cooking materials to learn from, she hoped to surprise Mu with her newfound skills, proclaiming that she had prepared the dish herself. The sound of the knife striking the cutting board was loud and startling, causing Yú Zhāo to jump. This was merely the beginning. The chopping sounds grew more pronounced. Yú Zhāo chose to filter out the noise, silently observing Mu, who gradually seemed to regain a steady rhythm in his movements. One prepared the meal, while the other watched intently. Soon, Mu completed the cooking, setting the dishes on the table. Noticing Yú Zhāo's eager expression, he placed the utensils down and handed her a pair of chopsticks before taking his own, bowing his head to commence the meal. Master, Yú Zhāo called out, prompting Mu to lift his gaze and meet hers as she recounted the earlier occurrences to him. Have you encountered such a situation during your divination? After listening to this, Mu first bowed his head, took a bite of rice, and, after chewing for a moment, he raised his head to meet Yú Zhāo's gaze. No, I will check the books in the study later. Your situation is indeed quite rare. Oh, it should not be anything serious. Just eat your meal. Upon receiving Mu's assurance, Yú Zhāo finally felt at ease and began to eat heartily. Seeing her appetite, Mu's own desire to eat increased significantly. The two soon finished all the dishes on the table. Just as Mu was about to stand up to clean up, Yú Zhāo stopped him. Master, let me handle it. It's truly rare, Mu murmured, seemingly relieved as he handed over the empty bowl to Yú Zhāo for cleaning. He only felt assured to leave when he saw her place the bowl in the sink, and then he headed towards the study. Yú Zhāo poked her head out to confirm that Mu had left her line of sight. The invisible pressure she felt momentarily dissipated. She sensed that Mu's presence was somewhat overwhelming. The tap was already running, and Yú Zhāo began her dishwashing chores, first filling the bowls with water before applying dish soap to one of them. After scrubbing it thoroughly, she placed the remaining soap back into the bowl. Humming a little tune, Yú Zhāo finished washing the dishes and set them aside. She stared at the now empty table and chairs, momentarily lost in thought. After a few seconds, she snapped back to reality. All done. Mu returned at that moment, holding a dusty gray book from which he had already wiped some of the dust away. He walked over, and upon seeing the clean dishes, nodded his head in approval of Yú Zhāo's dishwashing skills. Have a seat. I have something to discuss with you. After confirming the cleanliness of the dishes, Mu sat down with the book, and Yú Zhāo also took her seat, preparing to listen attentively to Mu's words. He placed the book on the table, and a cloud of dust wafted towards Yú Zhāo, causing her to cough slightly, though her expression remained unchanged. He carefully opened the book, and upon glancing at the text, Yú Zhāo felt overwhelmed. It was as if the writing were in a foreign language. It's all right if you don't understand. Those are the records left by the guardians from long ago. You are the 200th heir. It is natural that you cannot comprehend the writings of your predecessors. Did it feel like Mu was mocking her? With that thought, Yú Zhāo shifted her gaze back to Mu, whose face remained serene and devoid of any other expression. Did I misjudge him? With that thought, she returned her focus to Mu's hand as he turned the pages of the book. Your ability should be that of the 150th heir. He could connect with any part of a person and enter into their inner world, experiencing their joys and sorrows, creating a certain level of empathy. There was a likelihood of absorbing the emotions of others and integrating them into his own feelings, which, in turn, would improve the mood of those he encountered, while he himself would become emotionally unstable for a period thereafter. This ability is commonly referred to as the seer. Listening to Mu's explanation of the ability, Yú Zhāo felt a pang of concern in her heart. She had encountered two individuals that morning who had evoked feelings within her. The others merely entered and exited, seeing only darkness or light. Based on your experiences this morning, the seer ability is typically used for special groups. You must have encountered a special group to have such sensations. Ordinary people do not trigger this. Special groups? Yú Zhāo repeated the phrase, seemingly mulling over its implications. Mu closed the book, gripping it tightly as if deep in thought. We shall see in due time, Yú Zhāo. Chapter 12. Destiny, it seems this is all we can do for now. Mu put the book away, walking briskly towards the study. Yú Zhāo stretched lazily, beginning to contemplate the meanings of the term seer in special groups. She now possessed the ability of the 150th heir. Did special groups refer to the girl who visited that morning? She had sensed profound sorrow and a hint of despair within the girl, as if she harbored a slight obsession with death. This was the feeling she experienced upon entering that world. Yú Zhāo. Mu's voice brought her thoughts back. She lifted her head to look at him. Mu, noticing her furrowed brow, reached out to ruffle her hair playfully, his tone teasing. Why are you frowning, little one? I'm not that little anymore, Yú Zhāo muttered. After a brief, playful tussle, Mu withdrew his hand, placing it behind his waist. Let us take a short break. Residents will still be coming this afternoon. Don't tire yourself out. Yú Zhāo glanced at Mu, nodded, and moved the rocking chair outside. Once seated, she began to sway gently in the chair, feeling as though Mu understood her thoughts. Yet, the question lingered. How could he fathom her feelings and those concerning her mother, given their limited interaction? The rocking chair creaked rhythmically. As Yú Zhāo swayed, her eyes fluttered and eventually closed, quietly savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Mother! In that instant, as she closed her eyes, Yú Zhāo saw the familiar figure in her dream, extending her hand to grasp Zhao Yuhuai's hand. Zhao Yuhuai turned her head back, smiling at Yú Zhāo, gently blocking her outstretched hand with her own. Mother? Zhao, you must escape from this so-called destiny. Do not become trapped. The scene before her darkened, obscuring her surroundings. When she finally opened her eyes, she had returned to the real world. What happened to Mother? Destiny? Yú Zhāo rubbed her eyes, regaining her bearings. She found herself in the yard of her home, no longer in the previous scene. Suffocation. Fear. These were the emotional changes Yú Zhāo felt from her recent dream. She could not discern whether these feelings belonged to her mother or stemmed from her own heart. Should she ask Mu? Could he provide her with any answers? With these thoughts in mind, Yú Zhāo rose from the rocking chair, gazing at the scenery around her, lost in contemplation. Mu approached, observing Yú Zhāo, who was deep in thought. He chose not to disturb her, instead sitting down in the rocking chair she had vacated, mimicking her earlier position, resting his head downward. The creaking of the rocking chair drew Yú Zhao's attention back. She turned to see Moo, who had lazily closed his eyes, an expression of enjoyment on his face. Master, Yú Zhāo softly called out to Moo, who, having been on the verge of drifting into slumber, abruptly rose from his chair, groggily rubbing his eyes and yawning deeply. What's the matter? What do you think? Yú Zhāo enunciated the word "you" with particular emphasis, fearing that Moo might not comprehend her words. Observing her demeanor, Moo understood and extended his hand, shifting his gaze behind it, exclaiming in astonishment. It's getting late. We can't rest any longer. We must go attend to the residents. Before Yú Zhāo could utter a word, Moo had already dashed off, moving with such swiftness that his figure became a blur. Honestly, Yú Zhāo thought to herself, suppressing the words she had intended to voice, reassured that there was no urgency to press her inquiries at that moment. Chapter 13. The familiar calm Moo had already settled into his designated seat when Yú Zhāo hurriedly arrived. After casting a reproachful glance in Moo's direction, she mimicked his posture, sitting upright in her own seat, appearing remarkably obedient as she began to await the arrival of the residents. The residents, as was customary, arrived in a hurried fashion, anxious not to miss out on securing a spot. Watching the throng rush towards her, Yú Zhāo felt a headache coming on, even going so far as to support her head with her hand. In contrast, Moo remained unfazed, waiting calmly for the residents to appear. Soon enough, the residents arrived, and Yú Zhāo cast a discreet glance over her shoulder, noticing those who had yet to enter sighing in despair, as if an invisible wall barred their entry. Hello, could you possibly perform a divination for me? A resident seated before Yú Zhāo waved his hand. Quickly regaining her composure, she nodded and commenced the divination for the resident before her. After completing her final consultation, Yú Zhāo stretched lazily, while Moo had already finished his tasks, sitting steadily in his chair. Upon hearing her words, he turned his head, appearing as though he had been awaiting her for quite some time. That was quick. Surely, my days won't always be spent like this? Yú Zhāo voiced her thoughts aloud. Moo stood up, opting not to push in his chair, and strode over to her, patting her shoulder and giving a nonchalant HM, indicating his agreement with her sentiments. Seeing her thoughts validated by Moo, Yú Zhāo was instantly overwhelmed, leaping up from her seat, abandoning all semblance of seriousness, and began to dance about excitedly, calling out animatedly. In that moment, she recalled her midday nap, during which she had dreamt of her mother and the words she had spoken. All right, it's time to head home for dinner. What are you thinking, lost in thought? Moo's words pulled Yú Zhāo back to reality. She nodded, glancing at her chair, pointing at it with her small finger, prompting Moo to shake his head. No need to put it back. Why would you? You'll be sitting here every day unless something special happens. Huh? Before Yú Zhāo could ponder further, Moo, noticing her perplexed expression, shook his shoulders again, at a loss for words to comfort her. Yú Zhāo's mind became increasingly chaotic. She licked her lips, her gaze reflecting an indescribable confusion. Gurgle. The sound of her stomach interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to shake her head and stride forward. Moo followed closely behind, and together they returned home. Gurgle. The incessant sounds from her stomach continued to disrupt Yú Zhāo's thoughts, leading her to the kitchen. Upon discovering the near-empty pantry, her mood soured. With a grumpy disposition and a rumbling belly, she lamented the lack of food. Yú Zhāo? Moo entered, noting the meager leftovers in the kitchen, quickly grasping the situation. No food? Let's go buy some. Isn't that normal? Will you come with me, or stay here? I'd like to stay here, Yú Zhāo replied. Moo understood her preference, and, after a brief acknowledgement, said, Wait for me here, before producing an object from his hand. Before she could identify it, Moo donned it and vanished from her sight. That was quick, Yú Zhāo silently mused. With the tranquility settling in, she wondered if she might once again attempt to enter her dreams, perhaps to encounter her mother anew. Contemplating this, she exited the kitchen and stepped into the small courtyard, where a rocking chair awaited. Taking a deep breath, she approached and gently settled into it, allowing herself to embrace the soothing sway. 1, 2, 3. Yú Zhāo mentally recited these numbers, her eyelids fluttering as she drifted into slumber. The The dreamscape that unfolded was no longer the radiant realm she had previously known. Instead, it was enveloped in darkness, leaving her feeling isolated. This void reminded her of the girl she had divined for that morning. What could this signify now? She took a few tentative steps forward, yet the surrounding darkness remained unchanged, as if the world were communicating that only blackness existed, rendering any other thoughts superfluous. So dark. How very dark, Yú Zhāo reflected, struggling to discern anything within the inky blackness. Her heart beginning to race with trepidation as she perceived the duration of her stay here extending too long. Yú Zhāo, why have you fallen asleep? A voice jolted her back to consciousness. Opening her eyes, she beheld Mu, who had returned, carrying a basket filled with a variety of items, which astonished Yú Zhāo, causing her to bite her lip in excitement. All right, get up. Let us prepare something to eat. Mu interrupted her incomplete explanation, heading towards the kitchen with the basket. She promptly sprang to her feet, eagerly following him. Let us wash some vegetables. Mu expertly tossed the ingredients from the basket into Yú Zhāo's hands. She responded with a dazed acknowledgement before starting to wash them. Not too slow on the uptake, Mu remarked, offering a few brief comments before refocusing on his own tasks. Once Yú Zhāo completed her assigned duties, she began to emulate Mu, tossing the cleaned vegetables onto the cutting board. Mu glanced at the suddenly discarded items, his lips twitching in surprise, and within moments, he retrieved them, proceeding with his meticulous chopping. After preparing the vegetables, he ignited the stove, and before he could say much, he noticed Yú Zhāo selecting bowls and chopsticks, skillfully arranging them on the table. Mu nodded approvingly, then resumed his culinary endeavors. Whoosh! With a swift motion, the chopped vegetables hit the pot, producing a sizzling sound as flames danced within, illuminating the space with their brilliance. Yú Zhāo gazed entranced at the fiery spectacle, her eyes widening as she began to fidget with her hands. The sound of goo did not emanate from Yú Zhāo's stomach this time, but rather from Mu, the cook. As the sound resonated, Yú Zhāo's gaze shifted to Mu, who, without uttering a word, hastened his pace in preparing the dishes, deftly stirring the food with a spoon at what he considered a swift pace. After a long sigh, Mu extracted the dishes from a pot and placed them onto a plate. Once he was done, he set the pot down and carefully brought the plate to the table, placing it down with meticulous care before promptly commencing the preparation of the next dish. The aroma of the freshly cooked food wafted through the air, causing Yú Zhāo to swallow hard, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she rubbed her hands together. However, without a command from Mu, she could only gaze longingly. Mu worked swiftly, finishing the remaining dishes with the same efficiency as before. And after placing them on the table, he paused. Dinner's ready, he announced, prompting Yú Zhāo's eager heart to leap into action. She grabbed her chopsticks and glanced at her empty bowl, only to realize she had yet to serve herself rice. Master, would you like me to serve you some rice? Yú Zhāo rose from her seat, placing her chopsticks down and picking up a bowl, looking toward the recently seated Mu. He readily handed his bowl to her, casually remarking, Yú Zhāo, I didn't expect you to call me master. You're becoming quite skilled, huh? Yú Zhāo accepted the bowl, and upon hearing Mu's remark, she shrugged her shoulders and shook her head, choosing not to respond. She merely felt that Mu possessed a certain talent, a perception that had shifted from her previous view of him, especially since he had assisted her greatly. Calling a master was merely a sign of respect. With that thought, Yú Zhāo filled her empty bowl with rice and headed to the dining table, placing Mu's bowl before him before returning to her seat and picking up her chopsticks to begin eating. Noticing her lack of response, Mu focused on his meal without uttering a word. The two dined together in silence, without a single word exchanged. After finishing her meal, Yú Zhāo let out a satisfied sigh, expressing her relaxation. When she turned to look at Mu, he remained engrossed in his food, seemingly unfazed by her exhalation. His expression calm and composed. I'm done. I'll wash my own dishes. Just as Yú Zhāo was about to mention washing the dishes after their meal, Mu interrupted, indicating that she should just leave it to him. All right, she replied, setting her bowl down, unsure of what to do next. She simply sat back in her chair, quietly observing Mu as he continued to eat. What are you looking at? Mu noticed Yú Zhāo's gaze upon him. Yet he said nothing, continuing to eat with composure. The more indifferent he appeared, the more Yú Zhāo's restless desire to stir up some mischief surfaced, reflected in her expression. Though she maintained her outward calm. "I'm just watching, not doing anything," she said with a playful glint in her eyes, inching her chair closer to Mumu. He merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh" before resuming his meal. As Yú Zhāo gradually closed the distance between them, she began to contemplate what amusing antics she could pursue now that she was seated so close. "Yú Zhāo," Mumu called her name, setting down his bowl. Upon seeing it was empty, Yú Zhāo couldn't help but think to herself that he had eaten rather quickly, leaving her with no time to devise a plan. "Have you finished reading all the books in the study? Are you somewhat familiar with them? Since you mentioned wanting to master everything. Tomorrow's topics will be prayers and divination. I'll handle that." Upon hearing the phrase master everything, Yú Zhāo felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, instantly quelling her mischievous thoughts. She stood up from her chair, bowed respectfully to Mumu, and hurried off to the study. "You little rascal," Mumu scoffed as he watched Yú Zhāo hastily disappear from view, shaking his head before beginning to tidy the dining table. "Still wanting to compete with me? Perhaps in a few centuries." With that, he diligently cleaned the table before heading to the sink to wash the dishes. As he turned on the tap, the water flowed with a rush, washing over the dishes beneath it. Meanwhile, in the study, Yú Zhāo surveyed the densely packed shelves of books, feeling overwhelmed. She rubbed her temples, filled with trepidation at the sight of the countless volumes. "Where are the prayer books?" she muttered to herself, noticing that most of the books seemed to pertain to divination. After glancing through a few titles, she realized they were indeed related to divination and returned them to the shelf. Suddenly, as she placed one book back, something slipped from the shelf. Yú Zhāo crouched down to pick up the fallen object, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized what it was. It was a talisman. Why is this talisman in the study? Did my parents not think to take it when they left Xinghua? Moreover, did they not understand its significance? Why would they leave it here, risking it being discovered and misused? "Yú Zhāo," the voice from behind startled her, and instinctively she tucked the talisman into her pocket before turning to face the speaker. It was Mumu, who had finished tidying up and approached the study. Noticing Yú Zhāo's stillness, he wondered what had captivated her attention. Upon calling her name, he observed her slightly flustered expression, leading him to suspect she was up to something she shouldn't be. "Did you come back so quickly?" Yú Zhāo forced herself to appear composed, or rather, to seem more casual. "You know my speed," Mumu replied, stepping closer and scanning the room, his gaze drifting between Yú Zhāo and the bookshelves. "Are you searching for the prayer books?" "Yes," Yú Zhāo nodded, pointing toward the shelves with one hand, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "I've searched for a long time, but haven't found any books on prayers. Is there none here?" Naturally, she dared not voice her true thoughts, which implied that perhaps she didn't need to learn about prayers after all. "Dream on." Mumu perceived her intentions clearly, skillfully retrieving a book from the shelf and placing it on the table. Yú Zhāo looked at the title and felt puzzled. It seemed unrelated to prayers. The book was titled Me and My Adult, which appeared to be a story of emotions, entirely disconnected from the subject of prayer. Yú Zhāo cast a gaze filled with skepticism at Mumu and the book, observing it from top to bottom several times, her eyes brimming with doubt. Mumu, unwilling to allow her any further moments of uncertainty, promptly opened the book, revealing a gesture of prayer within its pages. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the content encompassed not only hand gestures, but also subtle hints conveyed through the corresponding gazes. How intriguing! Mumu closed the book with a self-satisfied expression, while Yú Zhāo responded with a few half-hearted acknowledgments, her attention already drifting away from Mumu and fixating on the book. If one wishes to find a desired text, it is essential to delve into its pages. After all, the titles and their very forms might conceal the essence of their contents. Thus, Mumu, are you encouraging me to seek out more books beyond this study? Mumu handed the book to Yú Zhāo, who blinked and nodded, indicating that she had taken note of Mumu's words and inquired in return. Mumu smiled, affirming her thoughts, but offered no further response. Yú Zhāo tilted her head, her previously vigilant demeanor slackening momentarily. Sitting upright in her chair, she began to peruse the book. Her gaze fixated upon it. Do not stay up too late. Should anything perplex you, feel free to seek me out in the bedroom. Observing Yú Zhāo's diligent efforts, Mumu nodded appreciatively and exited the study. Once Mumu had left, Yú Zhāo released a long sigh of relief and resumed her examination of the book. Turning the pages one after another, she noted that each depicted various gestures and forms of prayer, albeit rendered in monochrome rather than vibrant color, which failed to pique her interest. After a while, Yú Zhāo closed the book, scanned her surroundings to ensure there were no peculiar objects or individuals present, and reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Unfold, she uttered softly, and suddenly a veil appeared beside her, enveloping her within its confines. This skill had been acquired unexpectedly. From her perspective, this artifact posed no threat to her. At least, that was Yú Zhāo's belief. While contemplating this, she retrieved the talisman from her pocket, studying it with great care. As her fingers brushed over it, the talisman began to emit a dazzling light, prompting Yú Zhāo to shield herself with her clothing. The fabric obstructed only a fraction of the brilliance, allowing the remaining radiance to escape and fill the veil. Realizing her clothing could not contain the luminescence, Yú Zhāo ceased her efforts and simply observed it radiate. However, the light emanating from the talisman seemed to concentrate within the veil rather than dispersing outward. With this realization, Yú Zhāo felt a wave of relief wash over her, patting her chest. At last, she could turn her full attention to the talisman in her hand. Were they intentionally leaving it behind, or had they simply forgotten it? Yú Zhāo murmured to herself, her words falling upon deaf ears. She scrutinized the talisman from various angles, but found no hidden secrets within. She recalled hearing her parents mention that the talisman was a treasured heirloom of their guardian family, something to be safeguarded diligently. Beyond that, its purpose remained a mystery. Yú Zhāo stowed the talisman away, and as she did, its glow gradually dimmed. The light that had filled the veil vanished just as swiftly as it had appeared. Observing the surrounding darkness, Yú Zhāo muttered softly, retracting the veil and resuming her position in the chair, her hands flipping through the book once more. Should I inform Mumu? Surely he would know the purpose of this talisman, especially since it is associated with someone from my mother's acquaintance. Pouting slightly, Yú Zhāo quickened her pace, flipping through the pages of the book with newfound urgency, finishing it in record time. Upon completion, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her, unsure if it was due to the rapidity of her reading or something else entirely. Time for bed. I should not dwell on such thoughts. Chapter 15. Washing dishes upon awakening. Yú Zhāo lazily stretched in her bed, letting out a long yawn before rising to her feet and slowly making her way outside. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen quickened her pace, and she soon arrived to find Mumu bustling about, preparing breakfast. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of several dishes laid out on the table. Wow, Yú Zhāo exclaimed, almost unable to contain her eagerness to leap onto the table and devour the delightful spread. Hearing her exclamation, Mumu turned his head, noticing the gleam in her eyes. He huffed softly and returned to his cooking. You can eat first, he suggested. Yú Zhāo, glancing at the breakfast spread, inquired of the busy Mumu. Without hesitation, he replied, prompting her to dive into her meal with fervor, her mouth hardly pausing for breath. Once Mumu had finished preparing the last dish and placed it on the table, he turned to see Yú Zhāo in such a state that he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yú Zhāo asked, taken aback by his sudden amusement, her face reflecting confusion. Mumu simply shook his head, placing the final dish on the table before pulling out a chair and sitting down, his tone casual. Nothing. Just eat. We have guests to attend to soon. Upon hearing the words attend to guests, Yú Zhāo felt overwhelmed, struggling to imagine how her parents managed to handle so many residents with such patience over an extended period. Thankfully, with Mumu's presence limiting their daily interactions to 10 individuals, Yú Zhāo felt somewhat shielded from the pressure. Otherwise, she might have been the first young master to falter before even grasping the fundamentals. Lost in thought, Yú Zhāo became somewhat clumsy during her meal, spilling soup onto the table. Mumu frowned at her, prompting her to immediately straighten up and speak nervously. I'll clean this up. I'll finish eating right away. I can eat faster than you. Oh, Mumu responded simply, continuing his meal. Yú Zhāo interpreted his reply as an agreement to her statements, quickly finishing her bowl and rising to place her dish in the sink. Grabbing the cloth from the table, she began to wipe up the mess. Mu continued to eat, observing Yú Zhāo as she cleaned. After several wipes, the table looked significantly tidier, prompting Mu to nod in satisfaction before resuming his meal. Once Yú Zhāo had finished cleaning, she instinctively moved to the sink to rinse the cloth before washing her own dish. With the sound of water splashing, Yú Zhāo efficiently cleaned her bowl and turned to find Mu had also finished eating and was approaching with his own dish. "Excuse me." Yú Zhāo was caught off guard as Mu pushed her aside, promptly embarking on the task of washing the dishes. Yú Zhāo felt it inappropriate to say anything, so she quietly stood by, awaiting Mu's return. Mu glanced back at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Without uttering a word, he quickened his pace, swiftly cleaning the dishes in his hands. Following Yú Zhao's earlier example, he placed the clean dishes aside and shook his sleeves. With a sigh of relief, Mu felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he turned to the still-standing Yú Zhāo and waved his hand, indicating they should move on. "We have 10 people from this morning to attend to, and we must welcome Nuo." Chapter 16, The Deity's Punishment. Today, she was charged with the duty of prayer, while I was responsible for divination. As a novice, I humbly seek your guidance. Mu's simple statement established a clear role for Yú Zhāo, instilling a tinge of fear within her. After all, today marked her inaugural attempt at performing the prayer, and the accuracy of her efforts was uncertain. As residents approached, they cast glances at Yú Zhāo, but the 10 individuals decisively opted for Mu's divination booth, seemingly disinclined to consider Yú Zhāo's prayer. Mu had not anticipated that his words would lead the morning's 10 patrons to gravitate towards his booth. "Well then, since they have chosen my station, I shall attend to them. Yú Zhāo, bring over the chairs and observe." "Understood." Mu returned to his seat as Yú Zhāo obediently rose, moved her chair beside him, and took a seat. The 10 residents remained silent as the first one began to express his needs. Yú Zhāo listened intently, occasionally glancing at Mu, only to observe his previously serious demeanor transform into one of sorrow. Just a moment ago, his face was stern. How could it change so swiftly? "I understand your suffering. Now, please place your hands here so I may accurately divine your fortune for today." Upon saying this, Mu immediately resumed his serious countenance. The first resident nodded sincerely, placing his hands atop the designated area. Yú Zhāo watched as he closed his eyes, and the resident followed suit, both seemingly in a state of shared contemplation. Before long, they both opened their eyes, and the resident was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he fervently expressed his gratitude to Mu. At that moment, Mu opened his eyes, his expression one of utter calm. As he waved his hand dismissively, "I have conveyed your fortune to you. It must remain confidential." "I understand. Thank you, esteemed one." The resident departed, and Yú Zhāo sensed a flicker of joy emanating from him, although it faded once he was out of sight. The second resident appeared somewhat timid, glancing at Mu with apparent nervousness. I wish to come for prayer, not divination. Would that be acceptable?" As he uttered the word prayer, he instinctively cast a guilty glance at Yú Zhāo, quickly lowering his head and lowering his voice. "It's all right. After all, she is a novice and is merely learning." Mu responded nonchalantly. Yú Zhāo mirrored his demeanor, nodding in agreement as she began to reassure the resident. "There is no need for guilt. The master is teaching me, so I can learn from this experience. Ultimately, my lack of experience is what causes your concern." "Oh, all right." The resident, hearing the harmonious exchange, nodded cautiously and approached Mu, signaling with his hand. Mu willingly leaned closer, and after listening to the resident's account, he solemnly nodded. He then brought his palms together, closed his eyes, and began to mutter softly as a myriad of lights suddenly surrounded him. "How wondrous," Yú Zhāo thought to herself, noticing that the lights resembled those she encountered when she first received that talisman. The resident, entranced by the luminous spectacle, wore an expression of longing and began to murmur, "May the deity of the star of hope bless you." Deity? This revelation left Yú Zhāo momentarily perplexed. She had not previously contemplated the existence of such divine figures. Her gaze shifted to Mu, who opened his eyes once more, his demeanor now imbued with an undeniable gravity, emanating a sense of pressure. The surrounding lights dissipated as if nothing had transpired. The deity will hear your prayers. After imparting this assurance, the resident bowed deeply before hastily departing. Yú Zhāo's curiosity was piqued, her gaze fixed upon Mu. Just how mysterious could this be? Make sure to take notes, Mu remarked casually. Noticing Yú Zhāo's keen interest, responding with a soft affirmative, she nodded and refocused her thoughts. After sending off the final resident, Yú Zhāo stretched lazily and let out a long yawn. In contrast, Mu simply stood up and strode towards the courtyard. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Mu's swift pace, Yú Zhāo hurriedly quickened her steps to keep pace, fearing she would be left behind. You certainly run swiftly, Yú Zhāo said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she caught her breath. Mu merely acknowledged her with a non-committal grunt and continued towards the courtyard. It seemed Mu was not inclined to engage with her at the moment, so perhaps it was best for her not to overthink it. With that in mind, Yú Zhāo thoughtfully remained in the courtyard, wandering about on her own. Yú Zhāo. Mu emerged from her room and, noticing her pacing, called her name. Yú Zhāo snapped back to reality, halting her steps with a soft sigh. What are you doing, Yú Zhāo? Mu approached, speaking before she could respond. Did you think I was ignoring you? Yú Zhāo was taken aback, astonished that Mu could discern her thoughts. Mu sighed, attempting to lift his head as if to pat her on the head, but then reconsidered, placing his hand back down as he began to mimic her earlier pacing. Why are you copying me? Do you have something to ask? Mu blurted out, and Yú Zhāo widened her eyes in disbelief, her expression filled with incredulity. How could he know she had questions? If you look like that, you might just be sold for profit and still have to count the money for others. Mu remarked, tapping his forehead to express his current emotional turmoil. From your face, filled with confusion, it was clear you had questions. After speaking, Mu retrieved a small mirror from his pocket. Yú Zhāo accepted it from his hands and gazed into the mirror, observing her own frowning expression, which revealed little change. How could it be discerned that she was a person deeply entrenched in confusion? After a moment of silence, Yú Zhāo returned the mirror to Mu, who took it back. It was then that Yú Zhāo inquired about her burning question. Divine beings, do they truly exist in this world, or are you merely fabricating tales? Master? Upon mentioning the term divine beings, Yú Zhāo noticed Mu's demeanor shift to one of seriousness, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. However, when she concluded her statement with fabricating tales, she detected a trace of disdain on Mu's face. Divine beings are undoubtedly real, otherwise you would not exist. Mu spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he had thoroughly comprehended everything before him. It is a punishment. A punishment? A punishment from the divine for us? From Mu's words, Yú Zhāo sensed something amiss. Moreover, she recalled what her mother had once conveyed to her. Flee quickly, Yú Zhāo. Was it a matter of leaving this planet? Yes. In truth, I cannot be considered human. I merely take on a human form. Your mother is human, while your father is an elf. What? Yú Zhāo instinctively took a large step back, regarding Mu with disbelief, scanning him repeatedly. No matter how she looked at him, he bore no resemblance to an elf. Furthermore, it seemed she had never even heard the term elf. So, what exactly is an elf? The divine punishment, you see, confines us here, serving the humans of this world eternally. Unless all the inhabitants of the Hope Star perish, only then can one escape such imprisonment. As long as you are a member of the Hope Star Guardian family, you cannot evade this so-called destiny, Yú Zhāo. After uttering these words, Mu closed his mouth and turned to leave. Yú Zhāo, still processing this information, stepped forward to stop him. Master, wait. I have not fully comprehended everything yet. Could you please allow me to digest it before you depart? Hearing Yú Zhāo's plea, Mu paused and turned back, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. It's noon. If I did not prepare lunch, will you? Chapter 17. The Guardians passed. 1. Gurgle, gurgle. 2 gurgling sounds emanated from the bellies of the two individuals. Yú Zhāo, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched her head. Mu huffed and vanished from her sight, presumably to prepare lunch. The punishment of the divine beings. What did my parents say about it? Oh, right. It concerns serving the humans of the Hope Star. Yú Zhāo made an effort to organize Mu's previous statements in her mind before entering a state of deep contemplation, before she could ponder for long. Enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, captivating her growling stomach. She began striding purposefully towards the kitchen, where she found Mu had already prepared several dishes, neatly arranged on the table. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound echoed again, prompting Yú Zhāo to feel slightly bashful as she scratched her head. Mu remained silent, turning away, holding a pot and a ladle in one hand and stirring the contents with the other. Was he implying that it was edible? Realizing this, Yú Zhāo nodded sagely, pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up the chopstick from the table to sample the freshly prepared dishes. They were delectable. "This is delicious," she exclaimed, licking her lips eagerly and diving back in her meal. Hearing Yú Zhāo's enthusiastic consumption, Mu hastened his cooking, swiftly serving up the dishes and dishing out 2 bowls of rice, placing them in front of Yú Zhāo and himself. "Thank you, master." This was a heartfelt expression from Yú Zhāo as she accepted the bowl and began to eat, momentarily casting aside her earlier concerns and thoughts. After all, for Yú Zhāo at that moment, eating was the most important thing. Everything else could wait. With such a mindset, Yú Zhāo's speed of eating slowed down a bit, as if she believed that once she finished her meal, the issues she had temporarily set aside would come rushing back. Shaking her head to dismiss those thoughts, she continued to focus on her food, while Mu remained quiet, eating alongside her. Soon, the two of them had polished off everything on the table. Mu habitually began to clean up, and after Yú Zhāo handed her bowl to him, she raised her hand, volunteering to help. "All right." Unlike before, Mu did not hesitate and handed the bowl to Yú Zhāo. She nodded affirmatively, took the bowls, placed them in the sink, and turned on the faucet, rinsing them off. Your ancestors were involuntarily drawn into a divine conflict. They were forced to choose a deity, who in turn protected another, seeking the truth. Ultimately, the protected deity perished, and the divine being returned to the celestial realm, thus unleashing punishment upon us. Would the divine being know? No, she remains unaware. Nor does she know how she is faring now. The reason you do not know is not only because you are a sheltered young master confined for 200 years, but also because your parents were unwilling to disclose such matters. Chapter 18. The Guardian's Past, too. Clearly, it was a forced involvement. Clearly, it was a choice made out of necessity. So, can the celestial deities simply punish us at their whim? Upon hearing Mu's words, Yú Zhāo paused in her dishwashing, confusion evident in her eyes. "That is a matter from your ancestors." Mu sighed, furrowing his brow, and a faint energy flickered in his hands before he grasped it tightly. If there is punishment, then surely a modicum of favor will be bestowed as well, which amounts to only the abilities of divination and prayer. Beyond that, it seems the remaining capabilities are not worth mentioning. Yú Zhāo could easily infer that the guardians of her lineage possessed little more than the abilities of divination and prayer, serving the inhabitants of this planet, the residents of the Hope Star. What about my parents? How did they manage to escape? As Yú Zhāo mentioned her parents, a flicker of sympathy crossed Mu's eyes, but he swiftly masked it, shaking his head and falling into silence for a moment. Noticing Mu's reluctance to speak, Yú Zhāo set down the bowl she was washing, turned off the faucet, and hurriedly approached him, gazing at him with urgency. "What about them? Do you truly wish to know?" Mu raised her eyebrows slightly, casting her gaze towards the sink before rising to her feet and making her way over. She turned on the faucet and completed the washing of the dishes that Yú Zhāo had left undone. After placing them aside, she leisurely pulled out a chair and sat down. "You cannot escape. Your mother is human, you know? She unexpectedly fell in love with your father. They never shared their love story with me." Yú Zhāo merely shrugged her shoulders, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. "Oh," Mu responded with an "oh," her mind swirling as she continued. "They must be living in the town below. It was left to her by her family. However, your mother is no longer favored by them. Are we unable to leave Xingwang?" Yú Zhāo posed her question, and Mu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we cannot leave. It is the punishment of the gods. So, after hearing about it today, forget it and remain here obediently. There is nothing that can be done. Your parents will return here after some time, and during this period, I will need your cooperation." Mu yawned lazily, as if she had grown accustomed to all that she had to endure, or perhaps she simply appeared indifferent to it all. You must understand the meaning of Xing Wang. Hope is always before your eyes. Fundamentally speaking, she had accepted her fate to a considerable extent. Has no one ever escaped the punishment of the gods? Does that deity from the heavens, who once assisted us, not react to our plight? Hope, hope, silly child. From the look in Mumu's eyes, it was evident that she seemed to pity Yú Zhāo for her statement. The deities that are taken back will have their memories washed away, Mumu said nonchalantly, rising from her chair, stretching her arms, and urging, hurry up. Afternoon is approaching. I will introduce you as I did this morning. However, if they still refuse after 10 tries, you can remain by my side and just practice a bit. Don't sit there foolishly like this morning. It's rather dull. Before Yú Zhāo could react, Mumu had already pulled her along towards their designated stall, where a few residents waited, their faces filled with anticipation and longing. This is my apprentice. Today she is here to handle the prayers, while I will be responsible for divination. She is a novice, so please guide her well. As soon as Mumu finished speaking, the 10 residents promptly gravitated toward her stall. Yú Zhāo said nothing, merely pouting her lips, and sat obediently beside Mumu, who gestured for the first resident to approach. Yú Zhāo initially intended to zone out, but Mumu's call brought her back to reality. After a moment of surprise, she nodded in acknowledgement. I'm here. This resident is here for divination. Ah, do not worry. She just performed a divination yesterday. Everyone likes her, so you must trust her. The first part of Mumu's statement was directed at Yú Zhāo, while the latter reassured the resident, at least providing them with a semblance of comfort. With a glance from Mumu, Yú Zhāo stood up and approached the resident with utmost respect. Before the resident could express any strong reactions or refusals, Yú Zhāo placed her hand over theirs. She closed her eyes and began to sense intently. Hey, where's there such coercive behavior? Is this not some kind of shady business? It's terrifying. The resident shouted in alarm, but with a mere look from Mumu, he quieted down and patiently awaited Yú Zhāo's response. The resident, in his mind, replayed his life repeatedly, pondering what he had done wrong to deserve being subjected to this. Your fortune today is quite good. You could win a lottery. Yú Zhāo withdrew her hand, and the resident leapt up joyfully, disregarding the rest of her words, oblivious to the change in Mumu's demeanor, and dashed away in glee. Mumu lightly cleared her throat and remarked, everyone must listen to the entire message before leaving. There is no need to rush. Yú Zhāo, please continue with your words. Ah, that resident left a bit too quickly. What I meant to say was yes, buying a lottery ticket could potentially yield a win, but the prerequisite is that you must first purchase several tickets. Alas, don't blame me. I hope you all can bear witness to this. Yú Zhāo blinked innocently after speaking, and Mumu nodded in agreement, adopting a similarly innocent expression. The remaining residents quickly murmured affirmations, seemingly in agreement. Then let us have the next one. At Mumu's prompt, the next resident approached, his gaze evasive, his voice hesitant. I wish to pray, not to have my fortune told. I do not want a divination. The resident repeated his desire not to have a divination twice, casting a timid glance at Yú Zhāo, then at Mumu. Mumu's response prompted Yú Zhāo to return to her previous seat, and the resident placed his hands on the table. Perhaps it was his first time wishing to pray and not knowing how to proceed. Mumu gently adjusted his hands, closed her eyes, and clasped her palms together, beginning a soft, whispered prayer. This seemed to be a matter of significance. After a short while, she slowly opened her eyes, a heaviness lingering within them, causing the visiting resident to feel a sudden pang of anxiety. The matter you pray for cannot be fulfilled by the deity. Please leave. Upon hearing this, the resident became enraged, striking the table with his hands, his demeanor shifting from calm to furious. And he hit the surface so hard that his hand turned red, causing him to cry out in pain. You have offended the deity and do not believe in the blessings bestowed upon you. The second resident fled upon hearing this, his figure fading away, and the remaining 8, regardless of their feelings, quickly followed suit, escaping in haste after witnessing the unsettling events of the first 2. Yú Zhāo, observing their hasty departure, turned her gaze towards Mumu, who said nothing but exuded an air of profound calm. Mumu, This was the first time Yú Zhāo had called Mu with such seriousness. Mu responded with an seemingly unaware of whether she had returned to her senses. We need not continue this afternoon. Let us return. Mu walked away, and Yú Zhāo followed closely behind, the two remaining silent as they walked together. Why did you wish to know? You asked. So, I shared my feelings, which led to the residents fleeing. Yú Zhāo, I was not meant to be here. Your mother was merely concerned for you. Hence I came. Mu halted her steps, and Yú Zhāo, unable to stop in time, bumped into her. I'm sorry. However, tomorrow will proceed as usual until you can grow and complete your true training. Then I shall leave and return to where I belong. Where you belong? Yú Zhāo gently rubbed her head and softly apologized to Mu before extracting the parts of his words that indicated where one ought to go, and inquired further. Mu remained silent, proceeding ahead, steadfast in his unwillingness to engage, despite Yú Zhāo's persistent questioning behind him. The past seemed to harbor other factors that weighed heavily upon them. Chapter 19. The path out remains elusive. The two fell into a profound silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts, or perhaps they began to busily attend to their respective tasks. Observing Mu's reticence, Yú Zhāo decisively made her way to the study, hoping to uncover some fragments of her family's history and delve deeper into matters unknown to her. Mu turned his head back, noticing Yú Zhāo's determined stride towards the study, understanding her intent to seek something of significance. He acquiesced to her pursuit, but his expression darkened as he turned away, retreating to a secluded room where he erected a barrier, shielding himself from any potential disruptions by Yú Zhāo. With a composed demeanor, he ensured the barrier was impenetrable before unveiling a cloth that concealed a crystal ball. As he placed his hand upon it, the once still orb began to reveal its images, depicting Yú Zhāo's parents, Yu Lian and Zhao Yuhuai, both wearing expressions of distress. Mu. The figures within seemed to sense his presence, calling out to him. Mu responded, his gaze fixed on the worried expressions of the couple. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. What troubles you so? We cannot find a way out, lamented the man, Yu Lian, as he rubbed his temples in frustration. Beside him, Zhao Yuhuai, witnessing his distress, placed her hand upon his head, rubbing it gently. Such a display of affection, Mu thought, his face betraying a calm indifference. Zhao Yuhuai, do you have regrets? Do you regret meeting and loving Yu Lian? This unexpected inquiry elicited a chuckle from Zhao Yuhuai, momentarily lightening the somber atmosphere. Regrets? What can I possibly regret? She retorted, stretching languidly and blinking her eyes at Mu with a playful smile. My daughter is quite adorable, isn't she? As she spoke of her daughter, which referred to Yú Zhāo, Mu could not help but recall her carefree and slightly clumsy demeanor, reminiscent of Zhao Yuhuai in her youth. He chose not to elaborate further. Well then, observing Mu's silence, Zhao Yuhuai sighed and yawned, directing her gaze back to her beloved. I must thank you for your assistance during this time, Mu. It has indeed been a burden, he replied, taking a seat and locking eyes with the couple in the crystal ball, recounting the recent events of caring for Yú Zhāo. She is indeed a handful, being the 200th heir in the family lineage. It seems I must rely on you more, dear Mu. I have revealed some truths to her. I trust you won't mind. Mu, disinterested in playing the role of a riddle maker, stated this plainly, causing Zhao Yuhuai to spring from her seat, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could you tell her? I did not wish for her to bear such burdens, yet she must learn eventually, mustn't she? Mu's words interrupted Zhao Yuhuai's thoughts, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. That is true. Choosing to remain silent for a moment, Zhao Yuhuai could not endure Mu's continued discourse, and he pressed on. She is already aware, searching for books in the study to unravel some mysteries. Perhaps she's experiencing the same worries you face now. Mu, please be direct, Yu Lian interjected, eager to understand Mu's intentions. Return quickly. You are her parents and can provide her with the guidance she deserves. Low emotional intelligence. Hurry back. I cannot shoulder this alone. I need to rest. High emotional intelligence. You are her parents and can provide her with the guidance she deserves. Yu Lian appeared perplexed by Mu's words, shaking his head in confusion. Observing this, Zhao Yuhuai's expression turned pitiful. In a sudden collapse, Yu Lian fell to the ground, prompting Zhao Yuhuai to call out his name and profusely apologize to Mumu before abruptly ending their communication. With a huff, Mumu realized he could not rely on the couple's dependability. Ultimately, he too must continue caring for Yu Zhao. Feeling a headache coming on, he rose from his chair, draping the black cloth back over the crystal ball, resolving not to revisit the forgetful couple anytime soon. After tidying the room, he dismantled the barrier and exited, stretching widely. Not seeing Yu Zhao around, he assumed she was still in the study, engrossed in her search for books. With this thought, he opted against visiting the study and instead turned towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao tugged at her hair, her gaze darting toward the shelves of books in the study. Feeling a surge of frustration, she longed to uncover knowledge of her heritage, yet the eclectic assortment before her seemed incomprehensible or simply peculiar. Always remember that the exterior of a book often conceals its true content, she reminded herself, taking a deep breath before extracting what she deemed bizarre volumes. Flipping them open in search of anything pertaining to her family's history. The first book, titled Chronicles of Love, prompted her to raise an eyebrow, setting it aside as uninteresting. The next, the Compendium of Culinary Delights, piqued her curiosity. Perhaps this could be worthwhile? She mused, soon engrossed in its pages. Feeling as if she had stepped into a new world, her thoughts drifting to someone special. Shaking her head to dispel those thoughts, she chided herself for being distracted. Focus. Yu Zhao, you came here to learn about your family, not to be captivated by a cookbook. Despite her verbal admonishments, she found herself placing the culinary book into her area of interest and continued perusing the next volume. One after another, she sifted through the books, her only response being a single word: absurd. Chapter 20. She could offer no choices after skimming through the majority of the books. Yu Zhao stretched languidly, sprawling across the table, her demeanor resembling that of a languid fish. Some titles are as straightforward as their content. Mumu surely misjudged the accuracy of his assertions. She turned to look behind her, where the mountains stood, and presumed that was where her family resided. Yu Zhao's gaze reflected a tinge of hesitation as she contemplated whether to step back into the mountains. Yet upon seeing the town, her eyes sparkled with boundless curiosity. Perhaps strolling through the town might yield some unexpected discoveries or inspire new ideas. In this way, she wouldn't have to choose between two conflicting thoughts. Following her own instincts seemed rather delightful, did it not? Just as she resolved to take her first bold step forward, a new voice emerged from behind her. Goodness, am I dreaming? Ryan, that looks like our daughter. A male and female voice echoed, with the man adding, sweetheart. How could there be so many people who resemble our daughter? Let us finish our shopping and head back. Intrigued, Yu Zhao turned her head to see the couple, who were equally astonished. The three exchanged silent glances, a mutual understanding passing between them, yet no words were spoken. Why are you two here? How did you end up in this place? They simultaneously voiced their astonishment, though their words faltered, leaving them all with smiles that belied the tension. As they gravitated closer to one another. Let us head home first. Chapter 21. The concerns of parents. Yu Zhao quickly returned to her temporary abode with her parents. Yu Ryan, feeling a slight headache, cast a concerned glance at his daughter before shifting his gaze towards their makeshift home. He entered the kitchen, seemingly preoccupied with some task. Her mother, Zhao Yuhuan, gently ruffled Yu Zhao's hair, prompting her to nuzzle closer, playfully seeking affection. Mom, Zhao. After calling out to her daughter, Zhao Yuhuan guided her to a chair, glancing towards the kitchen as she explained, your father is fetching some water for you. Yu Zhao replied softly, her eyes following the movements in the kitchen. We never anticipated you would come down from the mountains. The world below is not as enchanting as that above. Zhao Yuhuan seemed eager to impart more wisdom, but Yu Ryan soon emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray with 3 cups of water. He placed it on the table and drank from one cup without further ado. Zhao Yuhuan took a cup as well, handing one to Yu Zhao with a cautionary reminder to drink carefully. She then began to gulp down her own drink. Why did you come down? I'm not sure. Yu Zhao hesitated, placing her cup back down, her expression tinged with caution. Zhao Yuhuan, noticing the tension, quickly interjected to ease the atmosphere. Oh, my child, I know you well. You must have inadvertently wandered down. Let us find a way to contact Mu and have him bring you back. Mom. Zhao Yuan looked at Yú Zhāo, puzzled by her sudden call. Are you human? Huh. This time, Zhao Yuan was at a loss, touching her forehead to ensure she wasn't feverish. After confirming that both she and Yu Ryan were fine, she looked back at Yú Zhāo with confusion, her previous question lingering unanswered. Yu Ryan's expression darkened, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference, as he registered Yú Zhāo's inquiry about humanity. Why would you ask such a question? Has someone prompted you, Yú Zhāo? His gaze was filled with suspicion as he scrutinized her. Yú Zhāo, taken aback by her father's seriousness, found this demeanor unfamiliar. What are you, Yú Zhāo? At this, Yú Zhāo was equally bewildered. She pinched her hand and cheek, feeling the tangible reality of her flesh. But what significance did this have? How could she ascertain her own identity? Wasn't this a question better posed to her father? With skin so tactile, surely she was a product of her mother, and thus, presumably human? With this thought, Yú Zhāo gazed at Yu Ryan with a questioning look. He caught her eye, scoffing softly. Perhaps you are an imposter. Is that necessary? Yú Zhāo found it incomprehensible that her own father would doubt her identity. She was his and Zhao Yuan's flesh and blood, the rightful heir. How could he consider her a mere imitation? Moreover, how did you suddenly come down? Weren't you meant to stay up in the mountains? Yu Ryan's probing question disrupted her thoughts, making her shake her head and whimsically plead with her parents. I just came down suddenly. Then, she nestled into Zhao Yuan's embrace. Zhao Yuan gently responded with an affectionately stroking Yú Zhāo's hair. Meanwhile, Yu Ryan remained silent, his demeanor turning grave. Zhao Yuan, noticing the shift in his expression, chose not to comment, instead taking Yú Zhāo's hand and leading her towards the bedroom. Mom? Dear, you must be tired after coming down. Let us rest together. Zhao Yuan's soothing voice calmed Yú Zhāo, who suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, her eyelids fluttering as if she might collapse at any moment. Zhao, Zhao Yuan called, and Yú Zhāo, who had been on the brink of slumber, snapped to attention, forcing her eyes wide open to appear alert, which only deepened her mother-esque concern. After gently ruffling Yú Zhāo's hair again, Zhao Yuan led her to a large bed. Sleep well, my child. Yú Zhāo obediently lay down, watching as Zhao Yuan tucked her in. The contours of her mother's face became somewhat indistinct, prompting her to blink and reach out to clutch the hem of Zhao Yuan's garment, pleading with a soft, pitiful voice, Mom, you want to leave me, will you? Zhao Yuan paused briefly before softly affirming with a gentle providing Yú Zhāo with the reassurance she sought. Yú Zhāo nodded, closed her eyes, and relaxed her grip. After a final glance at her daughter, Zhao Yuan stepped back and quietly closed the door behind her. The door clicked shut, and Zhao Yuan turned to the man before her. They exchanged a look, an unspoken understanding passing between them, revealing their shared concerns. Ryan. Zhao Yuan was the first to break the silence, her eyes heavy with fatigue as she leaned against the door. Observing his wife's worried demeanor, Yu Ryan reached out, and Zhao Yuan took his hand, allowing him to pull her onto the sofa, where she quietly began to sob. If only there were no ifs, Yuan. Yu Ryan enveloped her tightly in his arms, and in that moment, Zhao Yuan found an outlet for her emotions, allowing the tears to flow. If it weren't for that damned curse, if only Yu Ryan could hear the murmurs of his wife in his arms, nodding slightly as if affirming her words. Yes, it would be wonderful if not for that curse. Chapter 22. Yú Zhāo's contemplation. Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo. Mu called out several times in the courtyard, stretching out his hand to scan for Yú Zhāo's figure. However, after calling several times, there was no response from Yú Zhāo. Really, this little girl? Could she have gone to the study? Mu muttered, quickening his pace towards the study. Upon seeing the untouched study, he furrowed his brows and turned to head towards the kitchen, but still found no sign of Yú Zhāo. Drawing upon his memory, he skillfully searched the familiar places where Yú Zhāo might linger. Yet after a prolonged search, he still could not find her. Mu fell into silence, scratching his head as he exited the courtyard and ventured to the marketplace outside. But again, there was no trace of Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo. He called out loudly once more, only to be met with the chilling wind brushing against his face. Aside from that, there was nothing else. After a moment of contemplation, He murmured to himself, and a sphere of energy appeared in his hand. Placing it with his other hand, the energy sphere was swiftly absorbed. At this moment, Mu closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a resigned smile accompanied a small sigh. Perhaps I should inquire with this thought. Mu returned to the previous location, entered the room, and lifted the black cloth. He began to murmur, and the crystal ball immediately illuminated. What appeared before him was Zhao Yuhua nestled in Yu Lion's embrace, his gaze exceedingly tender. However, the next moment, his expression grew serious as he lifted his head, transforming that tenderness into a stern demeanor. What is it? Is Yu Zhao at the foot of the mountain? Here with you? Mu wasted no time and directly inquired, while Yu Lion looked at him with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Yes, but why she came down, that is something I need to ask you. Yu Lion's words carried an undertone of reproach, prompting Mu to snort in response, his tone equally unfriendly. How would I know? That's an utterly baffling question from you. At that moment, Zhao Yuhua, cradled in Yu Lion's arms, awakened. Rubbing her eyes, she appeared somewhat helpless. Seeing her beloved facing off against Mu, she lazily yawned. You're awake. Yu Lion gently placed Zhao Yuhua on the sofa, taking a small corner seat to continue conversing with Mu. What are your plans now? Mu glanced over briefly, opening his mouth to say a few words, and Yu Lion nodded in response. At this point, their dialogue came to a halt, with Zhao Yuhua looking towards Yu Lion and Yu Lion returning her gaze. She must return. Just those 4 simple words were enough to slightly breach Zhao Yuhua's defenses. She nodded, her gaze drifting towards the room, carrying a hint of reluctance. After all, she is my child. She is also my child. Yu Lion swiftly interrupted Zhao Yuhua's train of thought, prompting her to hum softly and close her eyes. After a refreshing slumber, Yu Zhao stretched her limbs in bed, exhaling a long breath. Upon opening her eyes, she initially found it hard to believe and closed them again, reopening them to reveal the familiar surroundings of her room. Mother? She softly called out, sitting up to gaze at the all-too-familiar quilt and the bed she had slept in countless times, her gaze shifting towards the door. Swallowing hard, Yu Zhao cautiously pulled the door open, revealing the weary figure of Mu. Mu, she said, pressing her lips together, her face clearly displaying disbelief. Just moments ago, she had met with her parents. Her mother had brought her into their room, and she had tugged at her mother's sleeve, asking her questions. Yes, it's me. Hurry now. It's a new day for divination and prayer. Which will you choose? Clearly, Yu Zhao's thoughts were still lingering on the past. Noticing her silence, Mu took the initiative to make a decision for her. You said you want to be fully prepared, so today, you will take full responsibility. Huh? Yu Zhao was startled by this statement, immediately shaking her head to express her refusal. That won't work. Get to work. Until you make a choice. You must serve them all. Mu emphasized the word serve with particular weight, as if fearing Yu Zhao hadn't grasped it. Naturally, as he departed, he casually added, the meal is ready. After you finish, come to the usual place. Without giving Yu Zhao a moment's hesitation, Mu swiftly vanished from her sight. Yu Zhao shook her head, took a deep breath, and pinched her cheeks, attempting to convince herself that she was not dreaming. The sensation of pain confirmed her reality. She approached the mirror to inspect herself once more, noticing a faint red mark on her face. The pain and the mark were undeniable, prompting her to don a veil before heading out to the kitchen to delve into her meal. As she immersed herself in her food, her thoughts returned to the memory of having met her parents. She distinctly recalled her father pouring water for both her and her mother, whose face was filled with joy, or perhaps astonishment. Lost in thought, the uneaten food on the table began to cool, and amidst this contemplation, Mu's voice floated in, unhurriedly asking, have you finished? If so, come over to work. Yu Zhao glanced at the rice in her bowl, quickly finishing it with her spoon before tossing her bowl into the sink and making her way to the designated place. Upon arrival, she discovered that only Mu was present, while the residents he mentioned were nowhere to be found. A sense of betrayal washed over her, and she couldn't help but call out, Mu. Chapter 23. Waiting for your choice, I'm here. Mu responded promptly, patting the seat where he had been sitting, then stood up to occupy Yu Zhao's original spot. What is this? I told you today was for full preparation. Besides, wearing a veil adds an air of mystery. perhaps making the residents trust you even more. Yú Zhāo found herself unable to even call Mu by name, her tone shifting to a more informal you. Mu shrugged nonchalantly, gazing ahead, while Yú Zhāo glared at the seat Mu had taken, her frustration bubbling as she attempted to pull him up to reclaim her original position. They will arrive soon. Stop throwing a tantrum. As Mu spoke, Yú Zhāo soon heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. With no other choice, she reluctantly settled into Mu's chair. As she settled down, the thunderous footsteps drew increasingly closer. When Yú Zhāo turned to look, Mu's face was adorned with a veil. "What are you learning from me? Where is the learning?" With a flick of her hand, the veil on Mu's face transformed into a small white trinket, held in place by two strings that looped around her ears. Yú Zhāo was taken aback by Mu's antics, rendering her momentarily speechless. She pursed her lips, reined in her thoughts, took a deep breath, and turned to face the residents before her. For reasons unknown, a sense of heaviness always enveloped her heart when she gazed upon those residents, as if their presence conjured the curse that plagued her family. After all, they were human too, so they could be considered akin to her. Is the previous person not responsible anymore? The voice of the first resident snapped Yú Zhāo back to reality. Just as she was about to point to Mu behind her, Mu's voice rang out in her mind. "Do not divulge my identity. Simply say, I am your assistant, and that I am unavailable today." The warning echoed in Yú Zhāo's head, prompting her to press her lips together before slowly responding. The previous individual had matters to attend to today. Would you prefer to seek a divination or a prayer? Upon hearing that the previous individual was unavailable, the resident visibly relaxed, his gaze drifting to the languid figure behind Yú Zhāo, who was adorned with the white trinket. He tremulously pointed at Mu and inquired, "Who is he?" "He is also here for an internship. You can rest assured to consult me, as I am more knowledgeable than he." Before Yú Zhāo could formulate her response, Mu's languid voice interjected once more, suggesting that he appeared to be a bystander, leaving Yú Zhāo to shoulder the responsibility. Internally, Yú Zhāo found herself overwhelmed with exclamations of frustration, but given the presence of the residents, she dutifully conveyed Mu's message. "Oh, so you are here for an internship. Is it a similar situation as that young lady?" "Yes." "Oh, I see." The resident exhaled, shifting his focus to Yú Zhāo as he began to inquire about her services. "I am here for divination today. I wish to know how my fortune will unfold tomorrow. I have matters to attend to, and I was summoned here after a brief consultation." Tomorrow's fortune? Yú Zhāo's brows knitted together. Typically, her divinations pertained to the present day. She had never ventured to predict the morrow's fate. Is it possible to seize such opportunities in this realm? Perhaps on a day when I am unoccupied, I could leave Mu here to try his hand at it. Who knows, there might be some fortune to gain. Thankfully, her veil concealed the frown that marred her expression. "Please place your hand upon mine." The resident nodded and complied, resting his hand atop Yú Zhāo's as she also placed her own upon his, shutting her eyes to focus. As she delved into the depths of her intuition, the moment she opened her eyes, she sensed something drop from above her head. When she bent down to retrieve it, she discovered it to be stacks of money. Money? It appeared that he was a businessman. If he had matters to attend to tomorrow, it likely pertained to his trade. Yú Zhāo's expression grew complex. How could she interpret this? All she felt was the overwhelming cascade of bills descending upon her, yet she could not retrieve them. She merely lifted her gaze towards the pile of money that continued to fall. Stretching her hand out, she effortlessly caught a bill, examining it closely and even bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Despite the questionable appearance of her actions, it was money after all. Who could remain indifferent to it? When she finally faced the resident, she remarked, "It appears that your fortune for tomorrow is half ascending and half descending." Naturally, before Yú Zhāo could finish her sentence, the resident grew anxious and interjected, "What does half ascending and half descending mean?" As Yú Zhāo pondered whether to elucidate further, Mu cleared his throat behind her, and she suddenly grasped the implication, gesturing to the resident to indicate that some secrets must remain undisclosed. Before the resident could react, Yú Zhāo's voice called forth the next individual, who swiftly replaced the first resident. As the morning progressed, Yú Zhāo busied herself with the inquiries of the residents. After bidding farewell to the last one, she collapsed into the chair, reluctant to move. Moo, sitting behind her, patted her shoulder, acknowledging her efforts before departing. Yú Zhāo, now utterly drained, resembled a languid fish out of water. She had not anticipated that among those 10 individuals, there would be countless questions. Had it not been for Moo's subtle hints about utilizing her energy to ward off persistent queries, she might have found herself ensnared in their entanglements. It puzzled her how Moo could remain composed throughout the morning, seemingly unfazed and even managing to prepare food for herself. Quite remarkable, Yú Zhāo mused, feeling her strength gradually return. She slowly rose and headed toward the courtyard. Hey, Yú Zhāo, I was just about to call you to come over. Moo exclaimed as she reached the door. Perfect timing. You can start her meal now. Upon entering the courtyard, Yú Zhāo noticed a table had been brought out. Unmistakably the one from the kitchen, now laden with an array of dishes. However, there were no chairs in sight. Wait for me. I will bring out the chairs, Moo said before darting off to retrieve them, displaying an earnest hospitality that left Yú Zhāo momentarily speechless. Previously, Moo had exhibited a rather sarcastic demeanor towards her. Yet now, he was brimming with enthusiasm. Do not overthink it. With that foolish expression of yours, you might just end up being sold and forced to count coins. Decisions cannot be made hastily. Moo, perceiving Yú Zhāo's internal musings, playfully patted her head, prompting her to let out a yelp. Indeed, he was the familiar Moo she knew. Taking a seat, Yú Zhāo began to relish her meal, and Moo joined her, both maintaining a synchronized pace as they devoured their food. Once finished, Yú Zhāo decisively gathered her bowl and headed toward the kitchen. Moo silently followed, and upon witnessing Yú Zhāo turn on the faucet, he nodded, placing his bowl in the sink. It seemed he intended for Yú Zhāo to wash the dishes, as he had prepared the meal. In the afternoon, you will be the one to attend to the next 10 individuals. What? Yú Zhāo turned her head in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. I did the same before. Now it is your turn. When you make your choice, a new plan will emerge, correct? The notion of choices and new plans? Yú Zhāo's complexion suddenly turned pale, and she cried out in agony, her heart filled with thoughts of destruction. This planet was beyond salvation. If it truly came to that, perhaps it would be best for this world to perish. Day in and day out, these people were engaged in mysterious pursuits, which was exceedingly bothersome. Why not let everyone cease to exist in this world? Let us all perish together, embracing such notions. As Yú Zhāo opened her mouth to voice her thoughts, Moo blinked and advised her to think carefully before articulating her choices. One should not succumb to momentary impulses. Who knows? You might regret it later. The thoughts of annihilation that had been pent up within her were instantly transformed into a different sentiment. How did you guess so accurately? Can you truly hear my innermost thoughts? Chapter 24. Conflict Innermost Thoughts? Moo furrowed his brow. Although he could hear Yú Zhāo's thoughts, he selectively blocked them out to avoid being swayed by her jumble of ideas, which would be undesirable. Observing Moo's frown, Yú Zhāo began to shout, abandoning the dishes she was washing, and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Oh, you can indeed hear my innermost thoughts." Moo merely snorted, extending his hand to tap Yú Zhāo's forehead, declaring, "I can see right through your little thoughts. Do you think I can hear your innermost voice? Look at yourself. Your face is a canvas of emotions. Is it not obvious?" At this remark, Yú Zhāo truly conjured a mirror from her palm, gazing at her reflection, which displayed her strikingly handsome features, highlighting the pride that was unable to be contained. Well, indeed, her little thoughts were evident for all to see. To claim that Moo could hear her innermost voice was utterly unrealistic. Watching Yú Zhāo gaze vacantly into the mirror, Moo decided to selectively disengage. How awkward. He opened up, only to hear Yú Zhāo's anxious thoughts. What should I do now? Hearing her urgency, Moo chuckled, opting to stop listening further. If there was nothing pressing, it was time to prepare for the afternoon. As he spoke, he retrieved a fluffy item from his pocket, providing Yú Zhāo with a reprieve as she stowed her conjured mirror. Rubbing her head, her expression shifted back to one of gravity, pondering something deeply. Do not be too hasty in making choices. Moo reflected and uttered these words before vanishing from Yú Zhāo's sight. In truth, he had retreated to the study, where he began to peruse books. Innermost thoughts were indeed fascinating. Vu Mu murmured, his pace of reading quickening with curiosity about why he could hear Gala's thoughts. He even entertained the notion that he could choose to listen or not, wielding this ability at will. Generally speaking, he rarely needed to choose to listen. He could discern Gala's thoughts merely by observing her facial expressions. When she claimed to hear her innermost voice, a mere glance at her demeanor confirmed that she was lost in fanciful thoughts. Her assertion held some truth. He could indeed hear her, but he rarely did so unless he chose to. Truly remarkable, he did not dare disclose this peculiar ability to Xīng or Zhāo, despite their camaraderie as colleagues in the Sacred Hall and Yú Zhāo as mentors. Revealing this to them might lead to unnecessary speculation. How strange. There was no record of such a phenomenon in any of the books. Closing the tome, he shook his head, unable to fathom the situation. He pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment before categorizing this occurrence as an extraordinary phenomenon. Mu glanced up at the clock in the study, noticing its steady ticking. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already afternoon. Exiting the study, he found that Yú Zhāo's presence was no longer visible in the courtyard. Thus, he made his way back to their stall. Discovering Yú Zhāo already seated while the residents had yet to arrive, he settled into the spot beside her. The young lady who had been so vociferous in their morning disputes now sat calmly in her designated position. What a surprising transformation. Mu nodded to himself as he observed the scene ahead. With the arrival of the designated opening time, a cacophony of sound erupted, and he could see a throng of people rushing towards the 10 available spots. How swift! Mu mused internally. The first 10 residents had already arrived, while those who did not make the cut were pushed aside, their faces reflecting discontent. Naturally, some residents began to pound on the barrier, and upon realizing that no amount of effort could breach it, their frustration escalated, their complaints audible to those present. If only Yun and Dao Yui were here, they would accommodate everyone. In the past, they would welcome all, but now, only 10 individuals were permitted daily, a true hardship for us common folk. The wealthy could always secure a place among the first 10. This sentiment was laced with sarcasm, and this expression darkened, the atmosphere becoming somber. Mu sensed her disquiet. Without waiting for her to respond, he stood up and approached the speaker with light, agile steps. What do you intend to do? The speaker's tone shifted to one of panic, unprepared for his attention, and his demeanor grew increasingly uneasy. Soon, his voice rose, tinged with a hint of grievance. Everyone, come look. The guardian is about to strike. Has anyone ever spoken a word to you? Mu inquired coldly. The individual paused, clearly taken aback by the question's implication. With a dismissive snort, Mu forcefully pushed the person to the ground, his voice rising in intensity. Do not impose the demands of the past upon the present. If you cannot adhere to the rules and insist on vocalizing your discontent, then so be it. You shall forever be barred from enjoyment, including your offspring and future generations. Your eligibility has been irrevocably revoked. With that, Mu conjured a small blade, carefully slicing a tiny portion from the resident's fingertip, causing blood to flow. His movements were swift, and onlookers could only watch as the man howled in pain, unsure of what he was crying out. Mu then produced a vial to collect the blood, ensuring no incriminating evidence remained, while a green light enveloped the injured finger, healing it completely. The blade was silently stowed away. If others harbor discontent, they may seek residence on another planet. Our services are entirely free and intended for the benefit of everyone. If such sentiments proliferate, alas. Mumu's words were scarcely completed when the gazes of those below turned towards the instigator, drawing the attention of the residents waiting in line. Some felt a sense of relief, while others grew increasingly anxious. After all, they had painstakingly awaited their opportunity to ascend the mountain and selectively attend to their needs. The interference of one individual threatened to deprive them of such privileges. The more they pondered, the more their expressions shifted to anger, as if words were about to burst forth. The initial speaker suddenly became flustered, pointing at Mu and exclaiming to the crowd, "It was him. He even laid hands on me. Can a guardian act against ordinary residents? Their purpose is to serve us eternally. We are the gods." Nonsense, Mu thought to himself. usually possessing a temper that could be deemed mild. The resident's utterances increasingly filled him with revulsion, and his countenance soured. You guardians think highly of yourselves. You are merely. The residents, sensing his displeasure, grew even more vocal, and Mumu, unwilling to spare him another glance, kicked him outside, gently closing his mouth in the process. Why should he concern himself with that individual? It was entirely the fault of the man's own loquacity. After receiving the 10 residents today, they would cease operations tomorrow, with the reopening time to be determined. He felt weary of further explanations, realizing he had perhaps given them too much leeway, leading to their ambitions swelling bit by bit. By casting the ire upon that individual, no one would momentarily associate it with themselves. With Mumu's words, those outside erupted, directing their gazes at the instigator, using their bodies to express their sentiments. The 10 residents within grew increasingly uneasy, fearing that the actions of those outside might disrupt their divinations or prayers. Rest assured, you are the fortunate ones. Should you not cherish this connection? Moreover, the divine will be watching over us, Mumu reassured them, allowing the anxious residents to breathe a sigh of relief. If the situation took a turn for the worse, they might find themselves expelled. Mumu's gaze drifted to Yú Zhāo, whose face was concealed by her veil, yet he could sense a somber aura surrounding her. She was suppressing something. Despite her outward calm as she addressed the first residents' inquiries, the atmosphere around her had begun to shift ominously. Next, after resolving the first residents' concerns, Yú Zhāo's tone turned cold and indifferent, and if her veil could be lifted, one would behold her icy gaze. Mumu, seated behind her, felt her emotions fluctuating in waves. He attempted to reach out, catching snippets of her inner thoughts. Clearly, this is a curse we wish to be free from. Why? Why should those who feast upon the blood of others enjoy such privileges? I desire to see their destruction, to eradicate them. Why should they so comfortably relish their position? Merely hearing Yú Zhāo's internal turmoil unsettled Mumu, who had been calm, igniting a sense of agitation within him. He murmured to himself, striving to regain his composure. He turned his attention back to Yú Zhāo, observing her outwardly serene demeanor as she served the residents. While her inner self seethed with fury, he realized that he could not undertake the role of a benevolent savior. If Yú Zhāo chose this path, then let her make her own decisions. As a guide, he could only oversee, leaving the ensuing matters beyond his purview. As time passed, after Yú Zhāo concluded the divination for the last resident, that individual timidly offered their apologies. In truth, the divination and prayers of the guardian family are remarkable. We do not all share such views. That is merely his opinion. Please do not hold it against us all. May we have another chance in the future? The last resident's voice grew exceedingly humble, their eyes pleading. Before Yú Zhāo could respond, Mumu interjected. It depends on the situation. You've managed to anger the divine, and I have sensed the divine will. I cannot say more. With a wave of his hand, the resident was expelled from the barrier, and at that moment, Yú Zhāo exhaled in relief. Mumu did not close off his senses, perceiving the profound melancholy within Yú Zhāo. Why is this? According to Mumu's words, we guardians were merely compelled to choose a side, and now we must face the wrath of that divine being. Is it no longer a place for good people to thrive? At this juncture, Mumu silenced his ability to hear thoughts and adopted Yú Zhāo's silence until she removed her veil and softly called out, Master, may I hear that story once more? I wish to learn about our guardian family. Mumu nodded, gazing at the horizon before rising, brushing off the dust from his garments as if unaffected and making his way toward the courtyard. Yú Zhāo, do not dawdle. Let us hear the story after the meal. You received many visitors today, and you must be tired. Tomorrow, we shall take an extended break. As Mumu's figure began to fade from her sight, Yú Zhāo cautiously extended her finger, gesturing toward the sky. Master, what about the one who punishes us? Mumu scoffed lightly. Chapter 25. Titles need not be concerned. A familiar aroma wafted into Yú Zhāo's nostrils, and she inhaled deeply, her stomach responding with a growl. She felt ravenous. Seated at the table, the surface felt entirely bare to her. She turned her gaze and spotted a figure bustling about in the kitchen. Mingming. Yú Zhāo swallowed hard, filled with words she longed to express. Yet at this critical moment, She found herself at a loss for how to begin. Just as she was lost in thought, Mumu emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of food, presenting it before her. The sight of the delectable dish drew her attention, and her earlier sorrow, if it could even be called that, was swiftly reined in. "You must be hungry, right?" "Yes," Yú Zhāo replied simply. Mumu placed the first dish before her, gesturing to the array of dishes yet to come. "There is plenty more, just wait." Before Yú Zhāo could utter another word, Mumu returned to his culinary endeavors. Yú Zhāo rested her head on the table, lazily recalling the events of the day. Mumu busied himself in the kitchen, suddenly sensing a heavy atmosphere. He understood that once the attention of the person behind him shifted from the food, her mood would likely recover somewhat. Yet, once the allure of the meal faded, she would probably reflect on the day's occurrences. With this thought, he ignited the stove, and upon seeing the flames, Yú Zhāo, who had been immersed in her thoughts, sprang into action. "Master!" Yú Zhāo hurriedly approached Mumu, gazing at the flames that had ignited before her, momentarily rendered speechless. She had arrived. But what actions must she take to extinguish this blaze? "Zhao Zhao," Mumu gently called out to her, and Yú Zhāo responded, suddenly reminded of the not-so-pleasant memories associated with that name. Specifically, the times Mumu had teased her during their childhood. The fire, which had once roared, began to diminish, and the fear and slight guilt that had stirred within Yú Zhāo were swiftly quelled. She placed her hands on her hips, adopting a rather nonchalant tone as she declared, "Perhaps I was overthinking it. I shall return to my seat. How about I take you down the mountain for a stroll tomorrow?" Mumu, holding a pot, spoke earnestly to Yú Zhāo, causing her to halt in her tracks, her eyes shimmering with excitement, momentarily forgetting the earlier recollection of being called Zhao Zhao. "You'll take me down the mountain tomorrow?" Yú Zhāo echoed Mumu's words, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Mumu resumed stirring the pot, the ingredients inside swirling gracefully, and she nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, do you not wish for that?" "Of course I do," Yú Zhāo replied promptly, her enthusiasm palpable, fearing that if she delayed her response, Mumu might rescind her offer. "Very well, then sit down and refrain from dwelling on other matters. It may spoil your appetite." Just as Yú Zhāo was about to return to her seat, Mumu reminded her, prompting Yú Zhāo to nod in acknowledgement, surprised that Mumu had discerned her wandering thoughts. "I have told you, your worries cannot remain hidden, Yú Zhāo." Mumu had prepared a bowl of dishes, and upon noticing Yú Zhāo lingering, she placed the bowl in Yú Zhāo's hands and encouraged her, "Now, set it on the table. There are still several dishes to come. We shall be dining shortly." Can her concerns truly not be concealed? Yú Zhāo set the bowl down on the table, momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly regained her usual calm demeanor, pouting slightly. After a brief interval, all the dishes were served, and Mumu draped her scarf over the back of a chair, stifling a yawn and stretching before picking up her chopsticks to eat. "Yú Zhāo." "Yes, I am here," Yú Zhāo replied, as if awakening from a deep slumber, rubbing her eyes sleepily before seizing her chopsticks and diving into the meal laid before her. Observing Yú Zhāo's pleasant demeanor, Mumu nodded approvingly and joined in, and soon, the two had thoroughly devoured the spread before them, leaving their bellies round and full. Burp, burp. Both inadvertently released a belch, exchanging knowing glances yet saying nothing. "Tomorrow, I shall take you down the mountain to relax." Mumu stretched languidly, glancing at the table, deciding to tidy up later as she shared their plans for the next day. "Did you not mention my parents?" The mention of parents elicited a wary reaction from Mumu, her brow furrowing as she suppressed a yawn, seemingly eager to change the subject. "Your parents are below us, but that does not guarantee we shall encounter them, Yú Zhāo. Will that deity not be aware?" Yú Zhāo pointed skyward as she posed her question. Mumu followed her gesture, observing only the expanse of the sky, devoid of any divine presence. At that moment, Mumu felt an unsettling disorientation. It is said that deities possess eternal lifespans, only diminishing upon suffering harm. After all these years, coupled with centuries past, the curse remains. Perhaps that deity still exists, merely turning a blind eye. As Mumu spoke, she lifted her gaze to the sky, noticing the once clear azure turning ominous, rumbling as if announcing an impending storm. How could she ever forgive us? Meanwhile, Above, a dark-haired woman clad in black turned her head respectfully towards a regal red-haired woman seated above her, conveying Mumu's words. Quite self-aware indeed. The red-haired woman weighed an object in her hand, clicking her tongue in disappointment. If only this self-awareness had been exercised centuries ago, perhaps they would not have fallen to such depths. Indeed, my lady, had they chosen not to oppose you and surrendered that woman, perhaps Xiao He. I do not recall granting you permission to speak. The red-haired woman rose, causing the girl referred to as Xiao He to lower her head and even kneel, seeking forgiveness for her audacity. You have accompanied me for several years. Next time, your fortune may not be so generous. Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lady. With the red-haired woman's affirmation, Xiao He stood, keeping her head bowed low, wary of provoking the red-haired woman's ire again. After all these years, there seemed to be no sign of an apology. The red-haired woman clicked her tongue, casting a fleeting glance at the two below who were busily clearing the table. They had not changed much. Perhaps they had acquired some skill. Should time allow, I shall descend. Master, it seems the rain is about to fall. Just as the red-haired woman was about to depart, she heard a girl's voice calling to Mumu, drawing her attention back. The sight of a black-haired girl shouting towards Mumu intrigued the red-haired woman, while Xiao He trembled beside her, lost in thought. Centuries have passed, yet there are still young maidens. How amusing. The red-haired woman laughed heartily as she departed, allowing Xiao He to breathe a sigh of relief as she followed her elder, her eyes darting with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, Yú Zhāo and Mumu were moving tables and chairs when Yú Zhāo glanced up to find the previously overcast sky had cleared, showing no signs of rain. A flock of crows fluttered through Yú Zhāo's mind, while Mumu's expression turned serious as she gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Since the skies have cleared, there is no need to move the chairs back inside. It seems pointless to retrieve them after basking in the sun for so long. Mumu sighed repeatedly after her thoughts. All right. By the way, Master, when shall we descend the mountain for our outing tomorrow? Do you genuinely believe we shall merely frolic down the mountain? Mumu scoffed, scrutinizing the excited Yú Zhāo. It is only when you are in high spirits that you address me as Master. Otherwise, you simply call me Mumu. Mumu's words were indeed quite reasonable, prompting Yú Zhāo to gently rub her own head and smile awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere. Call me whatever you wish. If we descend the mountain tomorrow, it won't merely be for amusement. It is about your choices. This period of closure is just right, facilitating your understanding of the world. Oh, Yú Zhāo pouted, turned around, and hurried back, while Mumu observed her brisk pace, shaking his shoulders helplessly. If we go down a mountain, will we encounter my parents? That day, I must not have been dreaming, right? Yú Zhāo murmured to herself, her steps quickening as she returned to her room, lazily flopping onto her bed, luxuriating in the warmth of the blanket. If I truly meet them, will they recognize me? However, Yú Zhāo did not finish her thought, scratching her head and burying her face deeply into her pillow. No more thinking. Regardless of how it turns out, I must follow Mumu's arrangements, right? With this in mind, Yú Zhāo drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Mumu finished tidying up his belongings, stretched, and returned to the guest room to plan what sights to show Yú Zhāo the next day. Before he could jot down any plans, a glimmer from his pocket caught his attention. He promptly retrieved it and headed toward the place where the crystal ball was kept. Upon lifting the black cloth, he saw Yu lie in looking extremely anxious, while Zhao Yuhuai was beside her, murmuring incessantly as if confessing something. As soon as they noticed Mu's arrival, the two instantly resumed their usual demeanor, their voices growing hurried. Mu, have you truly decided to rest starting tomorrow? What will the deity above do? For all these years, she has only acted that way towards the guardian. Have you seen her impose any other punishments? Mu spoke slowly, his serious gaze fixed on the two within the crystal ball. The curse could only be broken if the humans of Hope Star died, or if the guardian had no descendants left, thus fulfilling the conditions for liberation. They would no longer be trapped. Mu spoke these words with an air of indifference, the smile at the corner of his mouth resembling scorn. Forever trapped on Hope Star, eternally enslaved. This is what she wishes to witness. Yet, when I voiced this, the deity above remained utterly silent. Does this hint that we might have a glimmer of hope? Hope! A flicker of optimism crossed Yu Lian's eyes as she pressed her lips together, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Yuhuai's expression mirrored Yu Zhao's, his eyes suddenly sparkling. One could only say that it was no surprise they were mother and daughter, sharing the same essence. The daughter had undoubtedly inherited her mother's temperament. When will you return? I am utterly exhausted. Mu did not pursue the previous topic, stretching lazily, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes directed at Yu Lian, as if he held her in contempt. Yu Lian, your so-called plan, is it feasible or not? If not, then hurry back. Chapter 26. Descent, let us go down. Yu Zhao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, tilting her head with a faint smile as she slung a small bag over her shoulder. Mu stood beside her, observing her lively demeanor, and reflecting on what he had said yesterday about disguises. Was Yu Zhao's act merely playing the role of a vivacious young girl? He lowered his head, glancing at his own tattered appearance. How should I put it? I now resemble Yu Zhao's grandfather. Master, what are you pretending to be? Your clothes are a bit shabby, to be honest. It reminds me of 2 words. Without needing Yu Zhao to utter those 2 words, Mu could already guess what she was alluding to. With this thought, he shot her a fierce glare before retreating indoors to change his attire. Yu Zhao, somewhat perplexed by his sudden action, wiped the sweat from her brow. Yu Zhao pouted and rested her chin on her hand, patiently awaiting Mu's return. Shortly, Mu emerged, his shabby outfit replaced by a well-fitted garment. This attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his elders. Considering that Mu was indeed his elder, it was quite fitting. How do you feel now? Noticing Yu Zhao's dazed expression, Mu chuckled and inquired. Yu Zhao, resting her chin on her hand, pondered carefully before offering a reasonably adequate response. It resembles my elders perfectly, but you are, after all, my master. Hearing Yu Zhao's answer, Mu nodded in satisfaction, and, after a brief moment of swaying in the courtyard, it appeared as if an elderly figure was showcasing a new outfit, while Yu Zhao sensed he was merely flaunting it to her. After a quick turn, Mu took Yu Zhao by the hand and led her to a specific location. Yu Zhao pointed towards the usual market area and asked, "Aren't we going that way?" Naturally, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt somewhat foolish. If they were to descend the mountain openly, there might be persistent residents lurking about, ready to inquire as soon as they spotted them. Since Mu had mentioned that he would be closing off this route from today onward, their descent would certainly attract attention. Moreover, everyone would be aware that 2 individuals had come down from the mountain, blatantly announcing their presence. Observing the change in Yu Zhao's complexion and her furrowed brows, Mu let out a dismissive hum. Through her expression, he seemed to have grasped the situation. Yu Zhao appeared to have figured out what she needed to understand. Thus, there was no need for him to elaborate. But seeing Yu Zhao's sudden realization, he pondered whether he should clarify anything further. Apologies. I should not have asked such a foolish question. While Mu contemplated whether to offer guidance to Yu Zhao, she spoke up herself, causing him to nod approvingly. He then led her to the entrance of a cave. Once we pass through this cave, we could descend the mountain. However, where we will end up, I cannot ascertain. Upon hearing Mu's final words, Yu Zhao's mouth twitched, a sense of unwarranted apprehension washing over her. Mu tilted his head slightly and began to comfort her in the gentlest of tones. Fear not. It seems to be left by the guardian. It should be usable. Besides, your parents also descended using this route. We can discuss everything once we return. Before Yu Zhao could say or do anything, Mu had already taken her hand, leading her deeper into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness. Yu Zhao took several deep breaths. Had it not been for the warmth of his hand, she might have felt lost in the pitch-black cave, unsure of where to go, and would likely have fled in despair. It was unclear how long Mu led her through the darkness, but eventually, a glimmer of light appeared before them. Yu Zhao gasped, while Mu remained remarkably calm, guiding her out into the light. The place to which the 2 individuals arrived was a desolate land. It could hardly be deemed desolate. Rather, it was an unfrequented cave. After Mu led Yu Zhao outside, he released her hand, and Yu Zhao felt the warmth that had lingered in her palm dissipate. She couldn't help but let out a small sigh, which she quickly stifled, clearing her throat gently. What should I call you here? After we descend the mountain, let's not call you master anymore. Perhaps we could use grandpa instead? Considering Mu's appearance, It could be said to resemble that of an elder, but it still seemed more appropriate to address him as uncle rather than grandpa. This not only implied that he was old, but also made Yú Zhāo question whether Mu was trying to take advantage of her. Well, when we enter the city, let us just say we are grandfather and granddaughter. As for aliases, I will go by Lin. What would you like to be called? It was evident that Yú Zhāo had not absorbed Mu's words. Her thoughts had drifted into a realm of imagination. Was Mu actually hoping to hear her calling Grandpa? Call me Grandpa. Mu merely glanced at Yú Zhāo, then rubbed his head, trying to ease the throbbing pain. Meanwhile, Yú Zhāo's mind was overflowing with thoughts, and Mu grew resolute, locking eyes with her. With a hiss, Yú Zhāo felt the weight of Mu's gaze and recalled that she would need to depend on him while descending the mountain. Pouting her lips, she reluctantly uttered the word Grandpa. Have you decided on your alias? What alias? Once we descend, our identities will be that of grandfather and granddaughter. My name is Lin. What would you like to be called? If you have no idea, I can name you. I haven't thought of my alias yet. After she spoke, Mu's demeanor transformed entirely. A white beard appeared on his face, hanging down to the center, making his youthful visage appear taut and aged, resembling an elderly man. All right, you shall be Lin Zhao Zhao. With that, a cane appeared in Mu's hand, and he proceeded to walk forward at a deliberate pace. Yú Zhāo paused for a few seconds, then quickened her steps, softly asking Mu while pointing behind them, "Aren't we going to conceal that? Do you think anyone would come here?" After transforming into an old man, Mu's tone had slowed, and upon hearing his question, Yú Zhāo pouted again, struggling to find words. Seeing Yú Zhao's speechlessness, Mu chose not to answer, as his current form was, after all, what he should rightfully embody at this moment. Thus, he ambled along, and Yú Zhāo, observing his unsteady gait, occasionally reached out to support him. The two of them gradually made their way out of the mountains and into the city of Xīng. Upon arriving at the city gates, two guards observed the old man and the young girl, prompting Yú Zhāo, now under the alias Lin Zhao Zhao, to register their identities. She began by writing down Mu's name, perhaps because the characters for Mu and Lin were just mere variations of one another, and combining them formed Lin. She wrote smoothly and without hesitation. However, when it came to her own alias, she hesitated, admitting that she almost wrote Yu. She quickly recalled her newly registered name, and fluidly wrote down Zhao. After confirming that there were no discrepancies, the guards allowed them to enter the city. Yú Zhāo assisted Mu, guiding him slowly inside. As soon as they entered, Yú Zhāo was greeted by a sea of bustling crowds, a stark contrast to her earlier experiences, whether dreams or reality. She observed children frolicking about, while the adults, seeing the lively youngsters, merely sighed, unable to comprehend their thoughts as they trailed after their own children, calling out, "Hey, don't run." To Mu, the towering buildings caught his attention, particularly one adorned with a red flag, which prompted him to purse his lips. "Grandpa Lin, what shall we do next?" To be honest, she struggled to adjust to calling Mu Grandpa. While calling him Master would have been acceptable, addressing him as Grandpa Lin felt somewhat awkward. "Let's go eat." "Huh?" Yú Zhāo was momentarily taken aback. As soon as she uttered "nah," Mu repeated his statement, raising his cane and pointing to a restaurant. Seeing the restaurant with the fluttering red flag, Yú Zhāo glanced around anxiously and frowned. Before she could voice her thoughts, Mu had already begun to walk at his leisurely pace towards the establishment, and she quickly followed suit, supporting him until they reached the entrance. However, as they approached, she noticed that the sign above read restaurant. Yú Zhāo hesitated, contemplating whether to enter, but Mu, using his cane, confidently stepped inside, leaving her no choice but to follow closely behind. Once seated at a table of his choosing, Mu placed his cane beside the chair and sat down unsteadily. Observing this, Yú Zhāo took the seat opposite him. The waiter, noticing their presence, promptly approached with a menu and a pen, warmly inquiring, "What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? Here's our menu. If you see anything you fancy, just mark it. Once you've made your selections, simply call for me." After the waiter departed, Yú Zhāo hesitated, while Mu, with trembling hands, took the menu and began to scan it. After a moment, he picked up the pen and started marking his choices. Yú Zhāo, instinctively checking her pockets, realized she had nothing. Her pockets were empty. She pondered whether Mumu had any money. If they ended up dining and dashing, would they have to wash dishes as punishment? This thought sent chills down her spine. It was far easier when they were on the mountain, where Mumu could conjure something to eat. Amidst her anxious thoughts, Mumu had completed marking the menu and gently tapped it, bringing Yú Zhāo back to reality. Zhao Zhao, have you decided what you would like to eat? At this moment, Mumu spoke more fluidly than before, no longer as slow as he had been earlier. Yú Zhāo glanced at him in surprise, then noticed his hands shaking again. She cautiously took the menu from him, scrutinizing it closely. As she examined the densely marked items, apprehension began to swell within her. She feared that should she make a selection, the number of dishes might multiply. What if they ended up needing to find an opportunity to escape from the restaurant after their meal? Mumu observed Yú Zhao's troubled expression, seemingly able to read her thoughts through her demeanor. Have you made your choice? If what I order doesn't suit your taste, you cannot blame me. He gently reminded her, his voice soft, making it appear as if an old man was simply mumbling to himself. Yú Zhāo hastily responded several times, then began to make notes on the menu, marking the dishes that Mumu had not ticked as his favorites, before handing it over to Mumu. Mumu leisurely took it back and called out in his characteristic tone. The attendant at the counter immediately approached. Mumu pointed to a specific section of the menu, and the attendant, who had previously been jovial, suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor. In a fleeting moment, Yú Zhāo silently counted in her mind. Chapter 27. He is not my sole disciple. In just a second, the serious expression reverted to a playful smile as he took the menu and the pen from the table. Watching the attendant depart, Mumu stood up and then sat back down, seemingly uncomfortable in his position, merely readjusting his posture. The surrounding patrons did not seem to mind at all. Soon, the previously departed attendant returned with several bowls of food, placing them on the table. Yú Zhāo stretched her neck to inspect them closely. They were merely some vegetable leaves and remnants. This clearly appeared to be food meant for beggars. However, the diverse array of dishes she had seen in the menu did not resemble the scraps in the bowls at all. What was there to eat? Just isolation? Yú Zhāo looked at Mumu with an expression of astonishment, whereas Mumu remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of urgency. The attendant, having placed the food, hurried back to the kitchen. Predictably, the bowls brought over contained nothing but remnants. Yú Zhāo observed Mumu in silence, contemplating whether she should learn to adopt his stillness or wait until the so-called complete meal arrived before taking up her chopsticks. Her thoughts began to wander. Dear guest, please enjoy your meal. Here are all your dishes. The attendant placed the last few plates on the table. Looking at the seemingly identical bowls, Yú Zhāo frowned. And at that moment, Mumu spoke up. Oh dear, how can your establishment treat an elderly man and his poor granddaughter this way? The dishes served are nothing but scraps, clearly meant for beggars. Compared to his usual slow speech, Mumu's tone hastened slightly, taking on a more somber tone, with tears occasionally welling in his eyes. Instead of feeling like crying, Yú Zhāo found herself wanting to burst into laughter. This act of Mumu seemed overly theatrical. Well, thoughts are merely thoughts, confined to her mind. If she were to laugh out loud, it might embarrass Mumu. Mumu's voice echoed in her mind once more, urging her, you should cry, at least genuinely, not in a feigned manner. Otherwise, it would be utterly insincere. How could she muster tears? At that moment, Yú Zhāo felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, with no other emotions surfacing. She struggled to dredge up memories of sorrow from her mind. In her childhood, when Mumu used to tease her, she hesitated for a long while before hiding behind her mother, trembling with fear. Eventually, believing she had found a suitable hiding spot, she began to cry, appearing exceptionally distressed. Reflecting on those past experiences, although they were memories of pain, they failed to evoke any feelings of sorrow. Mumu's voice resonated in her mind once again, prompting her to ponder deeply. The two characters flashed in Yú Zhāo's mind, and upon their emergence, her initial resolve to refrain from tears shifted, leading to a change in her expression and words. Woo, my grandfather and I just arrived here. Why are we being mistreated by the establishment? We simply wish to have a meal. My grandfather and I have money. Why are we treated this way? With her few words, those who should have been dining and newcomers nearby began to gather, drawn into the commotion. Upon seeing the bowls of supposed remnants on the table, a sense of justice ignited within them. Hey, I say, why is such a situation arising in your establishment? They may be dressed poorly, but they merely wish to eat. How can you serve them these scraps? Attendant, do you look down upon these two? Is this how you treat your customers? I never expected the Red Flag restaurant to discriminate against patrons like this. The surrounding voices rose and fell, and the attendant, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to panic, wiping the sweat from his brow and adopting a more respectful demeanor. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yú Zhāo, now feeling increasingly emotional, began to cry because Moo had simply told her to cry in her mind. Thus, she said nothing further. The ensuing actions were left to Moo. He stood up in anger, trembling as he grasped the cane that had been resting beside his chair, tapping it on the ground with disbelief and a hint of fury in his voice. This is not a misunderstanding. It is clearly a case of judging us by our shabby appearance, assuming we are poor and cannot afford proper meal. We have money. Perhaps the others present did not notice, but Yú Zhāo, who was visibly distressed, caught on to Moo's trailing words, particularly the mention of having money, which lacked conviction, as if he were elongating his speech to buy time. Just as Yú Zhāo was pondering this, a door on the staircase swung open with a thud, capturing everyone's attention. A man with black hair, holding a fan and dressed in incongruous winter attire, descended the stairs with measured strides. Upon seeing him, the attendant mimicked Moo's earlier tone of grievance, beginning to complain. "Old boss, I did not." The black-haired man, upon hearing the attendant's words, furrowed his brow and snapped open his fan. "Elder, this matter stems from the mistake of my attendant. How about this? I will have your table moved upstairs, and we will serve you everything you originally ordered, free of charge. Furthermore, for everyone here today, I will give a 30% discount. Let us resolve this amicably, shall we?" This suggestion clearly indicated that the best arrangement had already been made. Should anyone wish to continue the commotion, they would face unfavorable consequences. Moo wiped away a tear, sighed, and nodded in agreement with the proposal. Yú Zhāo, imitating his actions, prepared to wipe her tears, but before she could do so, the black-haired man had already stepped forward, pulling several pieces of paper from his pocket and offering them to her. "Thank you." Yú Zhāo quietly expressed her gratitude before turning away. She quickly wiped her tears with her hands, feeling somewhat apprehensive about using the paper, so she held it tightly in her hand. The onlookers, seeing the situation resolved and the restaurant owner's assurances, gradually returned to their seats. Seizing the moment, Yú Zhāo placed the paper in her pocket and turned back just as the owner began to assist Moo, pointing at Byrne with her finger. She also gestured towards herself, lost in her thoughts. To be frank, we are merely the same Byrne, living the lives we ought to lead. The burdens that Byrne bears seem somewhat daunting to me, while I possess a penchant for culinary delights and a penchant for exploration in that domain. Thus I sought the help of Moo, my master. Upon being acknowledged by Byrne, Moo tapped his own head and continued from his words. I feigned his demise and provided him with some capital, and thus embarked on this endeavor. I never anticipated that he would excel at it so remarkably. A faint blush appeared on Byrne's face as Moo praised him, yet he selectively subdued the flush, clearing his throat to assert his seriousness while glancing at his wrist. I have some matters to attend to. Master and junior sister have yet to decide on an inn, correct? Please wait for me here, and I shall take responsibility for both of you shortly. After stating this, Byrne withdrew the barrier and donned an innocuous smile before exiting the room. As he departed, a radiant glow emanated from Moo's hand, and with a flick, another barrier formed within the room, preventing any dialogue between him and Yú Zhāo from leaking out. I was momentarily taken aback. Yú Zhāo candidly remarked to Moo, "Indeed, given the substantial information at hand, and this descent from the mountain, I do not intend to conceal anything from you. I shall impart all that I wish to convey." Moo, emulating Yú Zhāo's honesty, began to divulge his thoughts. "Is this about the choice I pondered?" Yú Zhāo, unwilling to be cryptic, inquired directly of Moo, who nodded. From his expression, it was evident that a sense of hesitation lingered in his small eyes. "Does everyone place great importance on my choice? Is it solely because I am the 200th guardian?" After uttering these words, Yú Zhāo awaited Moo's response in silence. Moo sighed, his expression shifting from mere ambiguity to complexity, and slowly began to speak. Your father is the 199th heir. You understand this, do you not? Yes. Though Yú Zhāo was puzzled as to why Mumu broached the subject of her father at this juncture, she nodded in acknowledgement. He chose to evade responsibility, failing to make a decision, thus bestowing the right of choice upon you. Although he claimed that this evasion was an effort to seek liberation for the guardian family. Having descended from the mountain, that so-called choice vanished. What constitutes a choice? Moreover, am I not also descending the mountain with you, Mumu? Does this choice not imply that I must relinquish my own agency? Yú Zhāo felt a heaviness in her mind, striving to comprehend the essence of choice. That deity knows, does she not? She granted the guardian family what is termed hope in destruction. Hope signifies the perpetual protection of the people here, while destruction entails the slaughter of the inhabitants in exchange for the rebirth of the guardians, yet it also bears the weight of sin. Your father sought a method to achieve the best of both worlds, yet the time allotted by that deity has elapsed, extending its implications to you. I did not disclose this to your father or mother. You have 150 years remaining, Yú Zhāo. Upon uttering this, Mumu rubbed his illusory beard. Amusing, is it not? With Mumu's words, Yú Zhāo's already muddled thoughts seemed utterly overwhelmed. She silently mused that she was merely the 200th heir of her family. Yet such a sacred task had been entrusted to her. This could be deemed her version of benevolence, as well as a punishment. The more she listened to Mumu's discourse, the less she could focus on her own thoughts. All she felt was that Mumu was remarkably formidable, and as long as she clung tightly to him, there was no need to worry about her fate. As for the notion of choice, well, perhaps it warrants further contemplation. Master, junior sister, I have arrived. Burn's voice interrupted the introspective moment shared between Yú Zhāo and Mumu. He pushed open the door, beaming with joy, but suddenly encountered an invisible barrier, causing him to tumble to the ground. Mumu ceased stroking his beard, dispelled the barrier, and cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. Yú Zhāo gazed at Burn with a hint of sympathy as he stood, rubbing his head and exclaiming in a tone laced with playful grievance. Master, could you truly bear to obliterate your disciple? You entered without knocking. In contrast, Mumu's tone was more subdued. Burn chose not to pursue the matter further. Standing up and entering the room, closing the door behind him and addressing Mumu and Yú Zhāo. I have instructed my subordinates to begin preparations. The door will soon close. I possess a residence in this city. Would you care to shed your disguises? Yú Zhāo glanced at her own attire, then turned her gaze to Mumu, who shook his head in response to Burn's inquiry. Is there a more convenient place for entry and exit? Mumu and I came in this way. There is indeed. However, you two can also be accommodated by someone, as you are here to seek refuge with relatives, are you not? How long do you anticipate staying, master and junior sister? Upon hearing this, Mumu furrowed his brow, beginning to calculate his plans, while Yú Zhāo appeared indifferent, rising to inspect the room's layout. Björn, feeling equally restless while awaiting Mumu's response, prepared to delegate tasks for arranging suitable lodgings for his master and junior sister once Mumu concluded his thoughts. Are you interested in the room's arrangement, junior sister? Burn inquired, prompting Yú Zhāo to turn her head and shake her hands and head. No, senior brother. I am merely observing the room's layout. Very well. Mumu, catching on, directed his gaze towards Burn and beckoned him, engaging in a hushed conversation. Uninterested in their exchange, Yú Zhāo was aware that their dialogue would only confuse her further. From her current understanding, the guardian family seemed to be under a curse from a deity, bound to serve the people of the Hope Star. Alternatively, the guardians faced a choice to annihilate the inhabitants of the Hope Star, thus securing their own salvation, yet bearing the guilt of having slain all the people of the planet, a burden that would persist throughout the lives of all guardians. The pursuit of freedom comes with a price. Mumu, her master, was designated by the vengeful deity as the overseer of choices. He appeared unable to make divine decisions himself, limited to guiding and advising on the choices to be made. Currently, her father's time had elapsed, which implied that the authority to choose rested solely in her hands. With 150 years remaining, it seemed that within the guardian family, she was the only one endowed with the power to choose. If one cannot make a choice for oneself, Does it imply that the guardian family must bear the burden of prayers and divinations for all the inhabitants of Hope Star? Ceaselessly? When Yú Zhāo contemplated this, her entire being trembled as vivid images surfaced in her mind. She sat coldly in silence, awaiting the approach of one resident after another. Regardless of whether their words were good or ill, she was destined to endure it all. No, she did not wish to engage in such an endless toil. She desired to live well and not become a numb machine. After Mu and Burn had conferred, Mu took the lead and vanished before Yú Zhāo. Witnessing this, confusion etched itself upon Yú Zhāo's face. As the elder brother, Burn approached her and gently patted her shoulder with a solemn tone. Master has gone ahead to the house. Little junior sister, are you hungry? If not satisfied, I can prepare something for you. No, thank you, brother. Yú Zhāo chuckled lightly, expressing her gratitude for Burn's kindness. Burn withdrew his hand, pouted slightly, and glanced around before engaging in conversation with Yú Zhāo. Though Mu seemed strict in truth, Master possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. He is a truly wonderful person. When I initially knew nothing, I feared being mistaken for some sort of monster. Yet Master saw through it and inquired what I wished to do. In my previous world, I was a chef, and to my astonishment, Master granted me the opportunity to realize that dream. Burn pulled out a chair and gestured for Yú Zhāo to sit, which she did obediently. He then took a seat himself, and they began to chat amiably. Yú Zhāo listened intently, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the captivating parts of his tale, even letting out an exclamation of wonder. How marvelous! Brother, you truly are impressive. Yú Zhāo acknowledged her elder brother with a nod, expressing her admiration, while Burn appeared bashful, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. May I inquire about your abilities, brother? Upon hearing the word abilities, Burn twirled his eyes and, after a moment's contemplation, delivered a shocking revelation to Yú Zhāo. I am the 150th young master. If you wish to know about my abilities, you could check the records. I envy that fellow. I wonder how he is faring in my world. Upon interacting with people, I can perceive their innermost thoughts and even see their physical forms. I suppose. Chapter 29. The strange Yu Lian, she realized that the individual Burn referred to was indeed the original 150th young master. What astonished her further was the realization that this soul could inherit the abilities that the original young master possessed. The events in that world were not to be pondered for now. Would the occurrences that befell the 150th young master also transpire in her life? In other words, was she exchanging lives with another Yú Zhāo from a different realm, living her existence while the other Yú Zhāo lived hers? Such an event had already transpired with the 150th young master. As the 200th young master, would such a phenomenon also manifest in her life? At that moment, it seemed Burn perceived Yú Zhāo's concerns, and he began to reassure her. Perhaps my situation was merely a coincidence. Do not fret, take it easy. With Burn's comforting words, Yú Zhāo felt a temporary sense of relief. She shifted her gaze around the room, lost in thought. Had they truly ceased the prayers and divinations? What if the deity in the heavens? Outside, Zhao Yuhuai observed the mountain's summit crowded with people. Squeezing her way through, she listened to the information being shared before forcing her way back out to convey the news to Yu Lian. After hearing Zhao Yuhuai's account, Yu Lian fell silent for a moment before taking her hand and moving forward without uttering a word, which made Zhao Yuhuai increasingly anxious. Lian, noting their uncertain destination, Zhao Yuhuai called out to Yu Lian, who finally halted and gazed blankly at her. Yuhuai. Yu Lian softly uttered Zhao Yuhuai's name, and she nodded, indicating she was listening. Are you hungry? Zhao Yuhuai's head was filled with question marks. She could not comprehend why Yu Lian would mention hunger at such a moment. Shouldn't the focus be on whether the business had ceased over the mountain and whether the deity punishing the guardians would take notice? Would that deity take action? And would it affect her daughter? The critical aspect was that their conversation about the crystal ball had abruptly ended the night before, and now, as nightfall approached, it seemed they had not resumed. Perhaps they had already descended the mountain. She simply did not know where they were. Lian, are you not the least bit worried about our daughter? I'm hungry. Yu Lian merely repeated those words, his gaze fixed on a shop adorned with fluttering red banners. Before Zhao Yuhuai could react, he dashed toward it. Zhao Yuhuai stood momentarily stunned. Then a bitter smile crossed her face as she followed Yu Lian's lead. She witnessed him attempting to open the door, only to be informed by the attendant that they were closed for the day. Alas, upon receiving that response, Yu Lian sighed and turned away. He then approached Zhao Yuhuai, enveloping her in an embrace, and the previous oddities vanished as he energetically led her home. He truly was becoming increasingly peculiar. Zhao Yuhuai mused inwardly, her face betraying none of her thoughts, but her heart was troubled. She needed to devise a way to contact Mu. Chapter 30. The suddenly appearing woman. You returned quite swiftly. Yu Zhao had not been seated long when Mu reappeared, having shed his previous disguise and appearing notably youthful, though his hair had transformed from purple to black. Seeing Mu return in haste, Yu Zhao noted that his expression seemed unchanged, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth. In mere seconds, it vanished. This was Yu Zhao's deduction, one she kept to herself for fear that Mu would have something to say about it. You have chosen a splendid location. Going forward, I hope to trouble you and Yu Zhao a bit longer. Is that all right? Not a bother at all. I simply couldn't resist seeing you both here. But aren't you concerned about that individual? Byrne voiced the question that lingered in Yu Zhao's mind. And she too turned her gaze toward Mu, who looked puzzled by their expressions. That individual? Oh dear, the sun is setting. My precious apprentice, and I have grown weary and must rest. Mu clearly evaded the topic. However, as Mu mentioned fatigue, Yu Zhao unexpectedly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, giving a long yawn. Observing Yu Zhao's weariness, Byrne understood it was not the time for further inquiries and shook his shoulders lightly. It is indeed true. Shifu and Xiao Shimi descended from the mountain today, and merely the act of walking has thoroughly exhausted them. Alas, I am truly ignorant and continue to inquire about various matters. Let us proceed. I shall escort you both in a carriage. Thus spoke Bowen, casting a knowing glance before hastily making his way down. Mu observed the yawning Yu Zhao and extended his hand, to which Yu Zhao, showing no hesitation in accepting the gesture from her master, took hold. Thus, Mu guided Yu Zhao down to the rear of the establishment, where they found Bowen appearing somewhat nonchalant, taking on the role of the carriage driver. Upon seeing Mu and Yu Zhao approach, he greeted them with enthusiasm. Shifu, what do you think of my current appearance? Mu shot him a glare, and, after allowing him to assist Yu Zhao into the carriage, he took a leap into the vehicle himself. At that moment, he activated the so-called listening to the heart's voice device, eager to discern Bowen's thoughts. However, he found nothing but Yu Zhao's incessant murmurs within her mind. So tired, I completely do not wish to move. Why is descending the mountain more exhausting than ascending? I cannot comprehend the exchange between the two of them. My head feels as though it might explode. Since we are heading to our lodging now, perhaps I can empty my mind to avoid having to grasp their incomprehensible discussions later. Upon hearing the repeated sounds of her sighs, Mu realized that Yu Zhao had succumbed to sleep after her complaints about fatigue. As for the matters she found perplexing, it appeared that her conversation with Bowen was indeed somewhat obscure. Admittedly, there was a depth to it, but he could grasp the other discussions. After all, he needed to relay these matters to Yu Zhao through dialogue with Bowen. With this thought, a wry smile crept upon Mu's lips. Bowen, seated in the carriage, noticed Mu's stillness and the subtle smile gracing his lips, blinking in confusion as he pondered what Mu might be contemplating. Shifu, what occupies your thoughts? You seem quite pleased. At Bowen's inquiry, Mu stirred from his reverie, cleared his throat, and settled himself, squeezing next to Bowen. Nothing. Aren't we headed there? It's up to you now. Oh. Bowen's face instantly morphed into a comical visage of despair. Mu playfully tapped his forehead, and Bowen then waved his hand, prompting the carriage to move forward. The innkeeper had opened the door, bidding farewell as they departed together. Shifu, how is the speed of this carriage? Do you feel as swift? Your disciple has indeed learned a thing or two. Mu's expression turned to one of exasperation as he shrugged his shoulders. His gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, jolting Yu Zhao awake from her dreams, her head drooping onto the railing. Hiss! Yu Zhao quickly regained her composure, straightening herself back into her original position, rubbing her reddened forehead and blowing on it, as if to alleviate the pain. Are you all right? Xiao shimmy? Bowen, having entered through the curtain, noticed Yu Zhao's actions and spoke with a hint of concern. Xixiang, how did you come in? Where is Shifu? At the mention of Mu, Bowen sighed and slightly lifted the curtain, but the darkness outside was so profound that he could discern nothing. Alas, it is truly dark far too quickly. Bowen muttered to himself, lowering the curtain again and continuing to chat with Yu Zhao. I was driving the carriage when suddenly a woman appeared before me. I saw her and cautiously halted the carriage, but she unexpectedly dashed towards us and collided head-on. At this juncture, Bowen let out a sigh of frustration, rubbing his head in vexation. Shifu is currently outside, tending to that woman. I cannot fathom why she charged at the carriage. This revelation piqued Yu Zhao's curiosity, prompting her to rise. Bowen made no effort to stop her. Rather, he opened the curtain for his little shimmy, allowing her to exit. Thank you, Xixiang. A simple expression of gratitude brought a satisfied nod from Bowen, who broke into a cheerful grin, rubbing the back of his head in contentment. Upon stepping outside, Yu Zhao found the horse standing quietly nearby. The carriage positioned at the roadside, ensuring it did not obstruct others. Cautiously, she crouched down and then leaped off. This sudden movement startled Mu. After a brief tremor, turned his head to see Yu Zhao and sighed. Shifu, your mother. Mu continued his treatment, his words leaving Yu Zhao utterly astonished. She widened her eyes in disbelief, turning her gaze towards the woman, noting her disheveled hair. However, the night was too dark for her to discern the woman's facial expression. Zhao Yuhuai. This was her mother's name. How could my mother appear here? I do not know. Mu replied while attending to Yu Zhao's questions, quietly murmuring to himself about the uncanny coincidence. Yu Zhao found herself at a loss for words, unsure of her next course of action. Perhaps she should await Mu's move and observe how he would proceed. Your mother likely poses no threat. I cannot comprehend how she suddenly materialized before us. Be cautious when you jump down, and do not frighten me like that again. Next time, do not act so recklessly. Yu Zhao replied absent-mindedly, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yuhuai, unable to tear herself away. Her heart brimmed with countless questions and thoughts she wished to express. Bowen. Mu called out to the seated Bowen, who emerged with a swaying motion that caused Mu considerable annoyance. In the next moment, as anticipated, Bowen leaped down, mimicking Yu Zhao's earlier action. Mu furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, instructing Bowen, help carry her back to the carriage. Shifu, you wish to take this unconscious woman to the carriage? We are not about to deliver her to my little shimmy's mother, who has inexplicably appeared here. Noting Bowen's gaping mouth, Mu feared that his rambling might disrupt his forthcoming actions. Bowen tilted his head and promptly lifted the woman from the ground, stepping onto the carriage's platform and placing her inside. He then returned to his driving seat, and Mu nodded in approval of Bowen's actions. Subsequently, turning his attention to Yu Zhao. Shall I assist you in boarding, Yu Zhao? Yu Zhao regarded Mu, instinctively swallowing her nervousness and shaking her head. No need. I can manage on my own. There is nothing much, merely a distraction, and an opportunity for you to make a choice. I did not anticipate that your mother would suddenly appear here. As the conversation progressed, Mu shook her head, signaling her ignorance. Would the choices I make, or the lack thereof, bear any consequences for my family? Mu refrained from responding, walking away directly. Yu Zhao, not receiving the answer she sought, felt compelled to pursue her. However, before she could take a step forward, Mu's figure had completely vanished from sight. There was nothing of significance to say. She merely felt that Mu possessed an enigmatic nature, and whenever she was not shrouded in mystery, she was simply approachable. Oh, what a burden it is! Why must I be the guardian of this star of hope? Given the chance, I would likely choose not to take on such a role. Yu Zhao, how did you become the guardian of this star of hope? Initially, I thought guardianship was something remarkable, yet now I perceive this identity as a heavy mountain pressing down upon me. Chapter 32. Thanks for the invitation, not at all interested. A series of knocks echoed through the air as Yu Zhao rubbed her eyes and yawned softly. She leapt out of bed, dressed, and opened her door. The visitor was Bern. He waved at Yu Zhao with one hand while the other held a breakfast tray, which he promptly handed to her before dashing away. Naturally, before running off, he shouted a few words to Yú Zhāo. Little junior sister, master is away today, so I will be overseeing the affairs of Yucheng. After you finish your meal, come find me in the living room. Yú Zhāo smiled helplessly, glancing at the breakfast in her hands. She closed the door and began to eat. Once finished, she wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth with a napkin and tossed it into the trash bin. Subsequently, she stepped outside, stretching her limbs as she basked in the warm sunlight. It felt splendid not to be burdened with the demands of divination and prayer at that moment. Relaxing in this moment, Yú Zhāo's gaze drifted to a certain room in the residence. Truth be told, she wished to visit the space where Zhao Yuhua resided. However, recalling Zhao Yuhua's demeanor from the previous night, she decisively abandoned that thought. Just then, Bern approached, noticing Yú Zhāo standing dazed in the courtyard, and called out to her. Little junior sister, why are you standing there motionless? Oh, senior brother, what brings you here? The call brought her back to reality, and Bern sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, since master entrusted me with the itinerary, I noticed that it was quite packed, so I thought I would take little junior sister to see Hope City. Hope City? Yú Zhāo mused, and Bern continued, the planet is named Xingxing, hence the residents named this city Hope City. Hope envelopes this place, blessing all its inhabitants with safety. I have heard the people of Hope Star say this, claiming it is derived from the name itself, without any other significant meaning. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, hope provides them with solace, but for her and her guardians, it signifies nothing more than torment and punishment. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance, where the carriage from the previous night stood steadily. A small step was prepared for her convenience. Please, little junior sister. Without needing further encouragement from Bern, Yú Zhāo stepped onto the specially prepared step and entered the carriage. After she settled inside, Bern stowed the step away into his space, then elegantly mounted the carriage and began to drive. The sound of bells echoed from the carriage, and Yú Zhāo, intrigued, peeked out from the curtain, noticing that Bern was now seated on the driver's seat instead of the one from the previous night. With that thought, she remained quietly observing him as he drove. Bern seemed to sense Yú Zhāo's curiosity about the bells and slowed the pace a bit, cautious that she might fall off the platform. This is newly installed this morning. Little junior sister, please sit back in your seat. The outside position is not very stable. All right, senior brother. By the way, where are you taking me? To the place where you two usually perform divination and prayer. Huh? Yú Zhāo exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that the place I left with Mu? How do we ascend there? We won't be going up. Rather, we will simply observe from below and leave. Don't you miss it, given that it has only been a day since you departed? Thanks for the invitation, but not at all interested. Chapter 33. Where is the food? Yú Zhāo returned to her seat, scrutinizing the interior of the carriage, which was rather unadorned and simplistic, nothing particularly striking about it. The thought of Bern mentioning a return to that place left her in a less than favorable mood, as she recalled the time spent performing divination and prayers for the residents. Would returning to the foot of the mountain draw her in, only to have countless individuals ascend after her? Little junior sister has arrived. Just as Yú Zhāo was lost in thought, Bern dismounted and prepared a mat for her. Okay, senior brother, I will be down shortly. Yú Zhāo momentarily set aside her jumbled thoughts, pulled back the curtain, and spotted the mat below. She pouted, lamenting that she could not leap down gracefully, feeling a twinge of regret. Unexpectedly, Bern noticed her disheartened expression and removed the mat. Yú Zhāo chuckled and jumped down, brushing off her clothes and smiling at Bern in gratitude. Observing the mountain, Yú Zhāo pondered its features but found nothing remarkable. She stretched her back and surveyed her surroundings, where a group of individuals had gathered, their eyes filled with devotion, seemingly awaiting the opening of the mountain's gate. Yet, the entrance remained closed, leaving them to wait and murmur amongst themselves. Yú Zhāo approached and overheard their grievances directed at the day of departure. After listening for a while, she found it uninteresting and turned back to rejoin Bern, who nodded in agreement as she shook off her shoulders. The mat prepared at the base of the carriage awaited her, and Yú Zhāo stepped onto it, entering the carriage once more. Bern returned to his seat, skillfully driving the carriage forward. I did not expect you to come down. Mu was currently in a room, her expression largely indifferent as her hands fidgeted beneath the table, wishing to escape this place immediately. The red-haired woman opposite her noticed Moo Moo's distracted demeanor, sighed, shook her head, and clicked her tongue. Is it really necessary to feel so downtrodden just for attending to a great divine being like myself? Moreover, when one desires to take a respite, is it not through the invocation of my name? Moo Moo offered no response, instead rising and moving towards the table behind him. He poured water for himself and the red-haired woman who claimed to be a deity, and returned with a tray, placing it on the table. From it, he drew a cup and began to drink, entirely indifferent to the presence opposite him. The woman, well aware of his temperament, refrained from comment and mimicked his actions, taking a cup from the tray to drink herself. They had committed the sins of the past, and you share in this culpability, having failed to properly guide them towards choosing my path. You may enter and exit Xīng of Yú Zhāo freely, but they cannot, at least not without your discernment regarding their choices for the future. Avoiding the pertinent issues, Moo Moo let out a cold scoff, gripping his cup tightly, exerting considerable restraint over his emotions. The red-haired woman appeared oblivious to his demeanor, continuing her discourse. This new guardian is a girl, is she not? What a pity it would be, were she not born into the guardian lineage. She might have been quite a vivacious child. Speaking of which, has she made her choice? It seems this generation of guardians is doomed to extinction. The more the red-haired woman spoke, the more Moo Moo's grip on his cup relaxed, his previously stern expression softening, which left the woman astonished, despite the gravity of her words. The guardian lineage now rests solely upon her shoulders. Alas, how pitiable indeed. The red-haired woman was unprepared for Moo Moo to express such sentiments, her expression growing increasingly perplexed, as if she could not fathom why he would utter such words. Moo Moo, however, offered her no opportunity for a response. With a click of his tongue, he stood, stating, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Wait, do not be in such a hurry to depart. We have yet to reminisce properly," the red-haired woman implored as Moo Moo made to exit. Yet he remained resolute. Continuing forward, unable to retain him, the woman briefly rose before sitting back down, her eyes darting about, lost in thought. Moo Moo paid her no heed as he stepped outside, stretching lazily and gazing at the sky, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bowen had led Yú Zhāo to a scenic spot and began his narration. Yú Zhāo listened, responding with nods, though in truth, she was growing drowsy from his lengthy discourse. The key point was that Bowen had been assigned by Moo Moo for this explanation, and she could not fathom Moo Moo's rationale for arranging such a guide for her. Today, according to Master S' prescribed itinerary, is this the case? Would you like to explore Hope City further, junior sister? Is there a night market? Indeed? Bowen looked at Yú Zhāo with surprise, unable to comprehend her inquiry about a night market. Yú Zhāo chuckled softly, almost bursting with joy, for had the circumstances been different, she might have leaped with excitement. "Brother, I feel somewhat weary. Could you escort me home?" "Of course, junior sister. During your time here with Master, do not hesitate to call upon me for anything you need. Just head towards the tavern at the back." "Very well." Bowen's carriage swiftly delivered Yú Zhāo to the entrance of her residence. Upon disembarking, she, as before, leapt down with a flourish, cheerfully thanking Bowen, who returned the courtesy before departing. Once Bowen had left, Yú Zhāo took light steps into the house. For the previous evening's darkness and time constraints had denied her the opportunity to observe the dwelling's details. "Yú Zhāo," a familiar voice abruptly interrupted her burgeoning enthusiasm. She turned to see Moo Moo standing behind her. "Good morning, Master. It is no longer morning. It is already afternoon. How was your outing with your senior brother?" She could not discern the underlying implication of Moo Moo's question, wondering if he was hinting at something. "I prepared a meal." Noticing Yú Zhāo's prolonged silence, Moo Moo lightly cleared his throat, prompting her to react, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Master, you made a meal?" She smiled shyly, and Moo Moo grunted in acknowledgement, gesturing in a particular direction. Instantly, Yú Zhāo dashed off towards it, neglecting to appreciate the scenery of the house. When Moo Moo arrived, Yú Zhāo sat obediently, reminiscent of her behavior on the mountain, waiting for him to commence their meal. Moo Moo, as on the mountain, pulled out a chair and sat down, and the pair began to indulge in their meal together. "Delicious, delicious." The voice exclaiming this was Yú Zhāo. She raised her head, a grain of rice adorning the corner of her mouth, beaming at Mu. He glanced at her before returning to his meal, and when he finished, he noticed Yú Zhāo washing her bowl at the sink. He silently held his own bowl, standing behind her, waiting for his turn to wash. The sound of running water ceased as Yú Zhāo turned her head, placing the clean bowl aside, and immediately gestured for Mu to proceed. Mu acknowledged her with a nod and turned on the faucet, the water flowing down as he washed the dishes leisurely, much like he had on the mountain, while Yú Zhāo stood by, observing him. Yú Zhāo, here I am. Yú Zhāo languidly responded, tilting her head to watch Mu wash the dishes. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed. Be cautious of the red-haired woman. Red-haired woman? Yú Zhāo searched her memory, but could not recall any red-haired woman Mu spoke of. Would this red-haired woman pose a threat to her? It would be wise to avoid going out for the time being. I estimate we shall remain at the foot of the mountain for about a month, after which we will return to the mountain. As Mu spoke, his pace quickened, causing Yú Zhāo to regard him with increased caution. Upon returning to the mountain, you will need to make a choice. What then is the purpose of descending the mountain? To observe the world and contemplate the direction you wish to choose. Thus concluded the dialogue between Mu and Yú Zhāo. After finishing washing his bowl, Mu swiftly exited, leaving Yú Zhāo watching him depart. Her mouth opening slightly, as if to inquire further, but she quickly dismissed the thought as he vanished. Stepping out from the dining area, Yú Zhāo stretched her limbs, noticing the sun gradually descending, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. She looked down at her shadow, lost in thought. Red-haired woman? Could it be the deity from the horizon? This thought crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head, dispelling the notion. A deity from the heavens would hardly have the leisure to descend to earth. Yú Zhāo pouted her lips and, with a determined stride, prepared to seek out her designated room. Little did she know that her casual remark had summoned a fiery entity from the heavens, which descended to the earth before her very eyes. As she turned her head to investigate, she was astonished to discover that this phenomenon was none other than a person, a red-haired woman, as described by Mu, sauntering towards her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if attempting to discern something extraordinary about her. However, the woman found nothing remarkable about Yú Zhāo, and with a series of dismissive clicks of her tongue, she expressed her disdain. Who are you? Yú Zhāo inquired. The red-haired woman, taken aback, exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Oh, you wish to know my name? She replied teasingly. Yú Zhāo thought to herself that Mu had warned her against approaching this woman, perhaps because she was indeed an insufferable being. With this realization, Yú Zhāo took off running, leaving the incredulous red-haired woman behind, who regarded her with utter disdain. Hey! The red-haired woman called out, her frustration evident as she placed her hands on her hips and hurried after Yú Zhāo. As Yú Zhāo glanced back, she saw the woman gaining on her, prompting her to quicken her pace. Although she was unfamiliar with her surroundings, she hoped that her frantic running might help her evade this pursuer. What about Mu? Did he not sense that the red-haired woman was fixating on him? With this thought, Yú Zhao's expression turned despondent, the pressure from behind her relentless as she continued to flee. Oh, you run quite swiftly. How amusing it is to encounter such a spirited guardian. The woman called out, further spurring Yú Zhāo to increase her speed, despite the sensation of suffocation creeping upon her. How did this person even arrive here? She pondered, feeling the weight of impending doom. Dear girl, please don't run. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation, shall we? I assure you, I do not bear ill intentions. I am merely a celestial being descended from the heavens, and we share a unique connection. Wouldn't it be more fruitful to pause for a moment and converse? Yú Zhāo dismissed her words, believing that if she continued running, her fate would soon be sealed. She scanned her surroundings for a suitable place to hide. Heaven help me, she silently prayed. Chapter 35. Lala Shun. At this moment, Mu was seated in a tavern, one hand clasping a cup while the other wielded chopsticks, conveying food to his mouth with relish. Opposite him sat one, lounging on the sofa with an air of casual amusement. So, master, how do you find the cuisine crafted by my chef? He inquired, a grin plastered across his face. Mu replied nonchalantly. By the way, your junior sister is quite an intriguing individual. Following your instructions, I took her on a tour of Hope City. Her disposition mirrors mine to a considerable extent. What is your intention in this regard? Setting down his chopsticks and cup, Mumu reclined languidly against the sofa, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, choosing not to answer Bois-En's question. Just when Bois-En presumed he would remain silent, Mumu slowly opened his mouth. You see, the guardian family gained the arts of divination and prayer due to their punishment, thus precluding them from acquiring other knowledge. As one chosen by the divine observer, I possess not only these two skills, but also the ability to harness the energy within me. Alas, I cannot utilize this energy to assist them. So I'm an anomaly, am I? Bois-En remarked, his posture shifting to one of earnestness. Mumu acknowledged this with a slight nod, reflecting on the duality of souls sharing the same name across realms, contemplating the liberation of an individual. Furthermore, I'm not a philanthropist. Besides, it is unlikely that any other souls bearing the same name as yours have traversed into this realm. His words elicited a hearty laugh from Bois-En, tinged with a hint of resignation. Are you Lian and Zhao Yu Huai the parents of your junior sister? Logically, they should be responsible for the arts of divination and prayer, while your junior sister has yet to fulfill that role. Bois-En posed his query, to which Mumu responded by taking a bite of food and speaking with a muffled voice. Indeed, it is them. For reasons unknown, Yu Lian claimed to have discovered a book in the study, one that could liberate both the guardian family and the bindings upon me. But it requires some time away from the mountain. Mumu's demeanor shifted, the gravity of his words weighing upon him. Thus, I sought to guide Zhao Yu towards Yu Lian, taking her as my disciple and nurturing her abilities. She, much like you, has a penchant for idleness. Bois-En, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks upon being singled out, scratched his head awkwardly as the conversation swiftly transitioned. While I guided her, I naturally inquired about Yu Lian's situation. Should the book he encountered prove futile, he would eventually return, entangling me further in their affairs. As an observer, I am burdened with the responsibility of watching over children while managing these matters. At this juncture, Mumu paused, fatigue etched upon his features. Noticing this, Bois-En promptly handed him a cup, which he accepted gratefully, downing its contents in one swift motion. After a moment of relief, he continued, currently, I see little progress from them. Thus, I plan to allow Zhao Yu to rest while also escorting these negligent adults back. Since no solution has emerged, we must rely on their daughter to make the necessary choices. With that, Mumu resumed his meal, methodically finishing every last morsel on the table. Bois-En, lost in thought, propped his chin on his hand, pondering in silence. The two maintained a comfortable silence until Mumu broke it with a cough, bringing the moment back to life. It is getting late. I must return. Mumu observed the sky transitioning from light to dark, rising from his seat. Bois-En stood respectfully, offering, Master, may I accompany you on your way back? Unnecessary, Mumu replied simply, and with that, he vanished from sight as swiftly as he had arrived. Bois-En, gazing at the remnants on the table, chuckled ruefully and began to tidy up, his movements swift and efficient, leaving no trace of their visit. Mumu leisurely approached and patted Zhao Yuhuan's shoulder. Just as Zhao Yuhuan was engulfed in confusion and Mumu released Yu Zhao, the latter finally found a moment of respite, gasping for air. She never wished to endure such an experience again. Once Yu Zhao had regained her breath, Mumu dropped a heavy bombshell. Your mother has lost her memory. Chapter 37. Utilizing resources, how is that possible? The incredulity was palpable in Yu Zhao's eyes as Mumu's words sank in. However, the earlier incident where the woman clung tightly to her in silence had planted a seed of doubt in Yu Zhao's mind. According to Zhao Yuhuan's usual demeanor, she should not have behaved in such a manner. Zhao, is that you? In the next moment, Zhao Yuhuan gazed at Yu Zhao, gently placing her hand on Yu Zhao's face, caressing it tenderly, while her lips repeated the same words. Yu Zhao instantly replied, Mom, it's me, I am Zhao. Yet, this response was met with Zhao Yuhuan's murmurs and her unwillingness to release her grip, as if she feared that letting go would result in losing something precious. Witnessing Zhao Yuhuan's disoriented state, Yu Zhao couldn't help but believe Mumu's words. After gently removing Zhao Yuhuan's hand from her face, Yú Zhāo offered a soothing gesture. And Zhao Yuhuan visibly calmed down, her eyes softening with a touch of affection. Although her mother had loved her dearly during her childhood, this tender expression was something Yú Zhāo had never encountered before. "Mom, could you please sit down?" Zhao Yuhuan obediently nodded and took a seat where Yú Zhāo had previously been. Yú Zhāo then turned to Mumu. She woke up and immediately said she wanted to go home. I offered to accompany her, and she agreed, which is how I found you here. It's as if she discovered a purpose. Mumu briefly recounted the events, occasionally glancing at the docile Zhao Yuhuan and Yú Zhāo. "Yú Zhāo, what do you plan to do now? And what about your father? Where is he?" Mumu's inquiry prompted Yú Zhāo, not one to be foolish, to directly ask about her father's whereabouts. She thought that if she could locate her father, perhaps she could uncover the reasons behind her mother's current condition. With her father and herself by her mother's side, perhaps she would feel a little better. "How would I know? They have their own place. Your mother just ran up and collided with our car. As for your father, I cannot provide any clarity on that." Mumu waved his hand dismissively, his deep gaze fixed on Zhao Yuhuan. Under his scrutiny, Zhao Yuhuan visibly shivered, instinctively curling up as if trying to make herself smaller. "Zhao Zhao." Hearing her mother call her name, Yú Zhāo immediately turned around, enveloping Zhao Yuhuan in her arms. In that embrace, Zhao Yuhuan's trembling state noticeably improved, and her previously vacant gaze began to settle. The sight of her mother's small eyes filled Yú Zhāo's heart with a sense of sorrow. "Tonight, why don't you sleep with your mother? She doesn't seem to be in good condition. I'll step outside for a while. You can take her back to the room." The moment Mumu's words fell, he vanished before Yú Zhāo's eyes. Sighing, Yú Zhāo turned her attention back to Zhao Yuhuan, whose eyes now appeared pitiful as she clutched at Yú Zhāo's clothes, seemingly unwilling to let go. "Come on, Mom, let's return to my room." After saying this, Yú Zhāo gently tugged at Zhao Yuhuan, and together they strolled back to Yú Zhāo's room at a leisurely pace. Along the way, Zhao Yuhuan clung tightly to Yú Zhāo's clothing, causing Yú Zhāo to feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. As they walked, she occasionally heard Zhao Yuhuan softly calling her name. "Zhao Zhao Zhao Zhao." The tone fluctuated between gentle whispers and urgent calls, sometimes transforming into a mere hushed murmur. Soon, they arrived at the door of Yú Zhāo's room. As Yú Zhāo withdrew her hand, Zhao Yuhuan's expression shifted to one of panic, her hand instantly grasping at the hem of Yú Zhāo's clothing. Noticing her mother's distress, Yú Zhāo took the hand clinging to her clothes and placed it on her other hand, which seemed to calm Zhao Yuhuan considerably. With her free hand, Yú Zhāo managed to open the door and let Zhao Yuhuan inside. The motions of entering and closing the door were executed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. "Mom, could you please release me for a moment? I need to fetch you a glass of water, all right? Please sit on the bed." Yú Zhāo spoke softly to soothe Zhao Yuhuan, who obediently let go and settled onto the bed. However, her gaze remained fixed on Yú Zhāo, following her every move with childlike innocence. "Here, Mom, drink some water." After preparing the drink, Yú Zhāo handed the glass to Zhao Yuhuan. With a gentle Zhao Yuhuan carefully took a sip, producing soft, gurgling sounds as she drank. Once finished, Zhao Yuhuan returned the glass to Yú Zhāo, who set it back in its place, then beckoned Zhao Yuhuan to rise. Zhao Yuhuan complied swiftly, and Yú Zhāo pulled back the covers, patting the bed to indicate that she should lie down. Zhao Yuhuan obediently crawled under the duvet, her tearful eyes gazing at Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo joined her under the covers, gently wiping away the tears, and this time, instead of clutching at her clothes, Zhao Yuhuan grasped Yú Zhāo's hand, resting her head against her side, as if seeking safety in that closeness. "Zhao Zhao." This time, the call was no longer fragmented, but a complete and coherent utterance. Yú Zhāo looked at Zhao Yuhuan, her eyes filled with anticipation, eager to hear what her mother would say next. Yet there was silence. After saying those two words, Zhao Yuhuan drifted into a gentle slumber, her breathing steady and rhythmic. Watching her, Yú Zhāo felt a flicker of inspiration ignite within her. Having only utilized this method with residents before, she wondered if, as a member of the guardian family, she could employ divination to glimpse into her mother's mind. After a brief struggle with her thoughts, she resolutely embraced this plan, carefully placing Zhao Yuhuan's hand down before quietly rising. In a manner she considered comfortable, she laid her hand atop Zhao Yuhuan's and closed her eyes, beginning the process of divination. As she opened her eyes, she found herself immersed in a vivid scene filled with laughter and joy. In the midst of it all was a girl, presumably Zhao Yuhuan, running exuberantly across a field, surrounded by several adults who smiled warmly at her antics. When the girl grew tired, she nestled into their embrace, appearing reminiscent of her mother's elders. Yú Zhāo silently observed, striving to imprint the scene in her mind, determined not to forget this moment. As the scene shifted once more, the elders and the girl vanished, transforming into a residence. Inside, a woman knelt down, bowing her head, and the figures above her were undoubtedly the elders that Yú Zhāo had seen. Yu Zhaohui sincerely knocked her head several times against the ground, eliciting a series of sighs from the elders, who were conversing, yet their words remained inaudible to Yú Zhāo. The extent of her abilities allowed her only to see but not to hear. Suddenly, the scene darkened, only to morph into a vibrant crimson setting. She beheld Yu Zhaohui and Yu Lion standing opposite each other. The affection in Yu Zhaohui's gaze was palpable, yet Yu Lion, her father, exhibited a stark lack of emotion. It appeared that this was the moment when her mother and father were partaking in their wedding ceremony. The two exchanged glances, yet the seats that should have been occupied by guests lay empty, with only a handful of attendees present. Among them, she recognized Mu, her current mentor, amidst the sparse gathering. In an instant, the resplendent red scene dissipated, giving way to a springtime tableau. Yu Zhaohui, with a pronounced belly, reclined in a rocking chair, while Yu Lion stood nearby, softly conversing with her, prompting Yu Zhaohui to chuckle joyfully. As moments passed, the scene transitioned again, revealing Yu Zhaohui lying on a bed, clutching the blanket tightly, her face etched with anguish. Surrounding her were several women whose words seemed to encourage her. Outside the door, Yu Lion paced anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his palms. Returning her gaze to the room, Yú Zhāo noticed a child being cradled and brought forth. The child's eyes seemed to inadvertently meet hers, but within mere seconds, the child was whisked away. If Yú Zhāo's intuition was correct, this newborn, emerging from her mother's womb, was indeed herself. However, the absence of sound puzzled her. It seemed that she could only hear if those within the scene initiated contact with her. Was it possible that the child's cries were the only means through which she could perceive sound? As Yú Zhāo pondered, the scene shifted again, now revealing a dimly lit room where Yu Lion and Yu Zhaohui appeared troubled, while she herself slept soundly in a small crib. The expressions on their faces were grim, and Yu Zhaohui, after a brief moment of standing, seated herself, her hands clenched tightly. In contrast, Yu Lion maintained a calm demeanor, his breathing steady as he sat. Suddenly, both turned their gaze towards the back, where a door slowly creaked open. What is happening? Yú Zhāo noticed their anxious glances, and the stillness of the scene filled her with urgency. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the tableau remained unchanged, compelling her to selectively skip to another scene. This time, it was a grassy expanse where a girl joyfully frolicked, though this time the girl was not Yu Zhaohui, but rather her younger self, Yú Zhāo. Flanking her were the familiar figures of Yu Lion and Yu Zhaohui, watching her carefree antics. What nostalgic sight, Yú Zhāo mused, her heart stirring as she beheld her innocent and delightful younger self. Suddenly, a sharp sound jolted her back to reality. She raised her head, scanning the surroundings, and found nothing amiss. Her gaze returned to the scene, which had since become desolate, devoid of any figures. Even the lush greenery withered to a dull yellow. Her previously tranquil heart was once again stirred. Yu Lion, you cannot do this. That is our child. How can you bear to harm Zhao Zhao? As Yú Zhāo shut her eyes, yearning to escape, she suddenly heard a voice. It was Yu Zhaohui. Cannot do? Harm her? Yú Zhāo desperately wished to open her eyes, yet no matter how hard she tried, they remained shut, leaving her to overhear the heated exchange between Yu Lion and Yu Zhaohui. It's merely to break free from the shackles of blood. What is one daughter? You, and I can always have another. That is my Zhao Zhao, my child. You cannot touch her. Yu Zhaohui, you know that our guardian family is ensnared by that wretched deity. If we sacrifice Zhao Zhao, we can achieve liberation. Afterwards, you can have as many children as you desire. One child is not irreplaceable. Besides, you love me, do you not, Yú Zhāo? That is my child. You cannot harm her. If you dare to touch her, I will fight you to the end. Yú Zhāo longed to open her eyes and witness the truth, hoping against hope that the scene and the words were mere illusions. They were false. All of it was false. If only it were not real. Despite her fervent thoughts, she remained unable to pry her eyes open, her mind consumed by the dialogue between her parents. Was it true that harming her could free the guardian family from their constraints? Before she could contemplate further, her eyes opened of their own accord, revealing Yú Zhāo peacefully asleep beside her, clutching her clothing tightly, murmuring Zhao Zhao in her slumber. That was Yú Zhāo, her mother. This realization filled Yú Zhāo with a profound sense of melancholy. She enveloped Yú Zhāo in her arms, and the sleeping woman seemed to respond, nestling closer, seeking warmth. Yú Zhāo took a deep breath, striving to calm her restless heart, reflecting on the visions she had just witnessed. From those fleeting moments, she gleaned insights into Yú Zhāo's past and sensed her state before the impending crisis. The precise time was unclear, but Yú Zhāo's words provided clarity on the current circumstances. Yú Zhāo contemplated whether her ability was not merely divination, which typically reveals a person's fortune and directs them to specific paths, but rather the capacity to perceive everything that resided in the minds of those from the past. The same could be said for the others she had encountered. What exactly was her ability? Perhaps she was no longer bound by the taboos of the guardian family, and her true powers extended beyond mere learning. However, she needed to test her abilities with a few individuals, lest her freshly conceived thoughts remain unvoiced. Zhao Zhao, I will protect you. In her dream, Yú Zhāo murmured again, prompting Yú Zhāo to pull her closer. She recalled how, as a child, she would often have nightmares, her body trembling, only for Yú Zhāo to embrace her and hum lullabies. Sleep now, my dearest treasure. This time, it was her turn to softly hum the soothing words to Yú Zhāo. Sleep now, my dearest mother. Yú Zhāo's murmur subsided as she drifted back into a deep slumber, allowing Yú Zhāo's anxious heart to momentarily find solace. Through the method of divination and the gentle coaxing of Zhao Yuhuai, she had expended an inordinate amount of energy. Now, she felt it was high time for her to indulge in a restful slumber and indulge in sweet dreams. Thus, Yú Zhāo drifted into a deep sleep, and when she awakened, it was the following morning. Groggily, she opened her eyes, and her first instinct was to reach out beside her. Upon discovering the emptiness at her side, the remnants of sleep were swiftly banished. She pinched her own cheek to rouse herself. Mother, where have you gone? Yú Zhāo anxiously scanned the room, but there was no sign of Zhao Yuhuai. She hurriedly got out of bed, donned a garment, and began her search within the confines of the room, yet no trace of her mother could be found. Mother? With no sign of Zhao Yuhuai in the room, Yú Zhāo took a deep breath and hurriedly stepped outside, embarking on her quest to find her mother. Fortunately, she soon spotted Zhao Yuhuai seated in the pavilion. Yú Zhāo approached and waved her hand, calling out mother. At the sound of her name, Zhao Yuhuai turned to face Yú Zhāo, her expression marked by an unmistakable seriousness. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the previous day when she had clung to Yú Zhāo, fearful of losing her daughter. Now, with her original self seemingly restored, did this signify the return of the mother she once knew? She could also glean from Zhao Yuhuai the discord between her parents and the matter of sacrifice. At the sound of Yú Zhāo's voice, Zhao Yuhuai sprang from her seat in the pavilion and rushed towards her daughter, tears streaming down her face, leaving Yú Zhāo at a loss for how to respond. Could it be that her mother had not yet fully recovered? After allowing Zhao Yuhuai to remain in her embrace for a moment, she lifted her head, her eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings as if alert to some unseen threat. Clutching the hem of Yú Zhāo's garment with her other hand, Mother, let us return to the room, shall we? Although Yú Zhāo was still trying to comprehend her mother's current state, she proposed what she believed to be a sensible solution. Upon seeing Zhao Yuhuai nod in agreement, Yú Zhāo let out a restrained sigh of relief and took a deep breath. Thus, Yú Zhāo guided Zhao Yuhuai back into the room. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Simultaneously, both of their stomachs announced their hunger, and Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuai exchanged bewildered glances. The confusion on Zhao Yuhuai's face indicated her uncertainty about what to do next. "Mother, will you wait here for me? I will fetch something to eat, something to fill our stomachs. Can you wait for me here?" Though uncertain about Zhao Yuhuai's condition, Yu Zhao patiently spoke to her in a soothing manner, akin to how one would comfort a child. Zhao Yuhuai pouted her lips and nodded, as if giving her permission to go. "Mother, please wait for me here." With that, Yu Zhao dashed out of the room, her swift feet carrying her to the kitchen, where she found 2 servings of breakfast already prepared on the table, accompanied by a sticky note. When Yu Zhao picked up the note, she read its contents. "Take good care of your mother." The handwriting was unmistakably that of Mumu. Who else could it belong to? "Thank you, master." Not knowing if Mumu could hear her, Yu Zhao expressed her gratitude into the air, saving her more sincere thanks for when she saw Mumu again. Concerned that Zhao Yuhuai might wander off, Yu Zhao quickly filled 2 bowls with the food and returned to her room, placing the bowls down before cautiously opening the door. Upon entering, she found Zhao Yuhuai sitting obediently in the same spot. Yu Zhao pressed her lips together, brought the food inside, and beckoned Zhao Yuhuai over. "Mother, come eat." Zhao Yuhuai obediently approached, and Yu Zhao prepared a spot for her. Once they were both seated, the mother and daughter began to eat with remarkable speed, swiftly finishing their meals. Noticing that Zhao Yuhuai had finished before her, Yu Zhao wiped her mouth with a napkin and disposed of the trash in the bin. Seizing the moment, she quickly finished her own meal, wiped her mouth, and discarded her napkin as well. "The bin is almost full. It's time for me to take out the trash." With this thought, Yu Zhao glanced at Zhao Yuhuai, contemplating whether leaving her alone would lead to any mischief. "Mother, I need to step out briefly to dispose of this trash. Will you stay here, just like before? Oh, by the way, Mother, why don't you accompany me to the kitchen to return our bowls and wash them?" "Okay." Zhao Yuhuai's eyes widened, and she nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to comply with Yu Zhao's request. In that moment, Yu Zhao reflected on how she was now the caregiver. Just as her mother had once cared for her in her childhood, the roles had reversed. Yu Zhao had grown up, and now her mother resembled a child. Following her closely, Yu Zhao exited with the plates, and Zhao Yuhuai followed closely behind, unwilling to stray even a little. They soon arrived at the kitchen, where Yu Zhao adeptly turned on the faucet and began to wash the dishes. Zhao Yuhuai stood quietly behind her, watching intently without offering to help. To be observed by her mother in this manner felt peculiar. It was reminiscent of childhood, but with a different person and perspective. Swish, swish, swish. Yu Zhao quickly finished washing the dishes, turned off the faucet, set the dishes aside, and turned to smile at Zhao Yuhuai, taking her hand as they exited the kitchen. For reasons unknown, Yu Zhao found joy in this moment. Did her mother also relish such feelings in the past? They soon arrived at the front door, and after giving Zhao Yuhuai some instructions, Yu Zhao stepped inside the room, picked up the trash bag from the bin, tied it securely, and headed outside. Upon seeing Zhao Yuhuai waiting at the door, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. It was as if she were witnessing her younger self standing outside the door, smiling goofily at her mother. Why was this? After merely performing a divination for Zhao Yuhuai, Yu Zhao found herself lost in memories, the hazy figure of Zhao Yuhuai evoking thoughts of her own past. Yu Zhao shook her head, banishing the nostalgia from her mind. Once more, she grasped Zhao Yuhuai's hand, and together they stepped out of the house, hand in hand. Finding a suitable spot, she disposed of the trash in the bin. She glanced at the sky and then at Zhao Yuhuai before taking a few steps, squatting down to meet Zhao Yuhuai's gaze with utmost seriousness. Zhao Yuhuai, caught in Yu Zhao's stare, scratched her head in confusion, her voice becoming timid. Zhao, why are you looking at me like that?" As I ponder whether to take my mother out for a delightful excursion, the mere mention of the word play ignites a spark of interest within Zhao Yuhuan. Her eyes shimmer with excitement as she grasps Yu Zhao's arm, shaking it enthusiastically, exclaiming that she wishes to play and urging Zhao to take her along. It is evident that Zhao Yuhuan's demeanor has vastly improved since yesterday. She speaks fluently, and after a restful sleep, her overall spirit seems notably elevated. All right then, let us venture out. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting a pleasant warmth that envelopes the surroundings. Yu Zhao squints against the light, and upon noticing that Zhao Yuhuan exhibits a similar squint, she bursts into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, it's nothing. Yú Zhāo reflects on the previous day spent riding in a carriage with Bern, exploring the city of hope, and realizes that she has not ventured into any other areas since then. Following Bern's instructions, she soon leads Zhao Yuhuan into a narrow alley and knocks on a door. The person inside responds swiftly, opening the door, and upon seeing Yú Zhāo and the hand she holds, is almost startled to the ground, their speech becoming flustered. "You are." And this is... The individual, overwhelmed, glances around to ensure no one else is present, suppressing their excitement before ushering Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuan inside, promptly closing the door behind them. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch someone." "Very well." Observing the hurried departure of the individual, Yú Zhāo glances at Zhao Yuhuan beside her, recalling that the person had shown utmost respect upon first seeing her, but upon noticing Zhao Yuhuan, their jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Yú Zhāo studies Zhao Yuhuan closely, unable to discern anything unusual. After all, this is simply her mother. What could be so extraordinary about that? With lingering doubts, Yú Zhāo fetches a chair for Zhao Yuhuan to sit upon while she stands, scanning her mother once more in hopes of uncovering some hidden truth. Yet, nothing seems amiss. "Junior sister, what brings you here today?" A familiar voice calls from behind, and Yú Zhāo turns to find Bern approaching. She waves at him, and he nods in acknowledgement upon seeing her. The next moment, as his gaze falls upon Zhao Yuhuan, his reaction mirrors that of the earlier individual, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow several eggs whole. Yú Zhāo is rendered even more bewildered until Bern utters a particular phrase that brings clarity to her confusion. "Lady Zhao Yuhuan?" Chapter 39. The Art of Pain Transfer. Yes, her parents, before they left her, worked as guardians of divination and prayer within their family. How could she have forgotten this crucial detail? "Lady Zhao Yuhuan, how is it that you are here?" Junior sister, when you brought Lady Zhao Yuhuan out, you weren't seen by anyone, were you?" Yú Zhāo contemplates this, recalling that she had taken back roads to maintain a low profile, and upon entering this alley, the only person she encountered was the one who opened the door. "Aside from that person, I haven't seen anyone else." "Thank goodness, but you must cover Lady Zhao Yuhuan's face, otherwise it would cause quite a stir." After Bern's statement, he glances behind him, prompting the individual to grasp the meaning and retrieve a veil, presenting it to Bern. "Well done. Regarding Lady Zhao Yuhuan, I assure you, I shall not speak of it indiscriminately." With the affirmation from his subordinate, Bern gestures for the individual to leave, leaving only himself, Yú Zhāo, and Zhao Yuhuan in the room. Bern hands the veil to Yú Zhāo, who nods in gratitude before adorning Zhao Yuhuan's face with it. Zhao Yuhuan, showing no resistance, allows Yú Zhāo to proceed and beams with joy afterward. "What has come over Lady Zhao Yuhuan?" Bern quickly perceives something amiss and inquires of Yú Zhāo. "Senior brother, is there a private place where we can converse?" "Indeed there is." Understanding Yú Zhāo's intent, Bern beckons her to follow. Yú Zhāo promptly grasps Zhao Yuhuan's hand, trailing behind Bern as he leads them upstairs. Upon reaching familiar grounds, Yú Zhāo feels a wave of tranquility wash over her. Bern opens the door to an upper room, gesturing for both Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuan to enter. They do so without hesitation, and Bern closes the door behind them, holding a small object which he tosses onto the ground, forming a barrier. Yú Zhāo, having found a chair for Zhao Yuhuan, invites her to sit before taking a seat herself, while Bern settles down as well, awaiting Yú Zhāo's words in silence. Once both of her companions are seated, Yú Zhāo clears her throat and calmly begins. "Senior brother, you remember when you took me and Master back to the residence? The woman who suddenly appeared was actually my mother, Zhao Yuhuan." "Is it truly Lady Zhao Yuhuan?" A look of astonishment crosses Bern's face as he scratches his head, at a loss for words. Observing Bern's surprise, Yú Zhāo chuckles softly and continues, "Indeed, she is my mother." As Yú Zhāo finishes speaking, Bern falls deep into contemplation, and even Zhao Yuhuan, veiled, seems lost in thought, occasionally pointing at herself and murmuring something inaudible. Yú Zhāo leans closer, eager to discern Zhao Yuhuan's mutterings. Yet she abruptly falls silent, ceasing her murmurs. Witnessing this, Yú Zhāo begins to wonder if her mother has regained any memories. However, Zhao Yuhuan's subsequent reaction is to grasp Yú Zhāo's hand tightly, unwilling to release her grip. "Very well. Perhaps she has overthought the matter. Yú Zhāo reassures herself, tightening her own hold on Zhao Yuhuan's hand, fearful that she might vanish. After listening to Yú Zhāo's account, Bern is engulfed in thought, lowering his gaze as if contemplating something profound. After a lengthy pause, he lifts his head and approaches Yú Zhāo, ruffling her hair unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily taken aback. He quickly retracts his hand. "Senior brother? Junior sister, I am at a loss for words, and this is all I can surmise. However, I must ask, would you wish to take Lady Zhao Yuhuan for a stroll? I am quite familiar with the City of Hope. Perhaps when I first took you around, it was not as thorough, as time was rather limited. I understand, senior brother." The previously somber atmosphere transforms into a lively exchange as Bern eagerly begins to elaborate on various sights of the city. As he shares his knowledge, Yú Zhāo listens intently while occasionally observing Zhao Yuhuan's demeanor. After all, her mother has lived in the City of Hope since childhood. Could it be that the information Bern provides may trigger a recollection of the divine within her? After the two individuals mutually exchanged each other's names, they quietly leaned closer to one another. However, as they approached, Zhao Yuhui suddenly became chatty again. "Zhao Zhao." Chapter 40. She does not wish to perish. Those two words again. Mu felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples. In the next moment, Zhao Yuhui seemed to transform into a different person, shifting from her previous demeanor to a serious one, speaking with clarity. "Mu, my current state is extremely unstable. It may be due to you Lian being cautious of him." Merely a few sentences later, Zhao Yuhui's demeanor had shifted again, her lips repeating the name Zhao Zhao. "Be wary of him? Could it be that Yu Lian has done something?" Mu looked at Zhao Yuhui in surprise, recalling how she had once been so astute, now reduced to a foolish woman who could only utter those two words. Could it be that Yu Lian had done something to his wife? But what could his motivation be? What did he intend to achieve? As this thought crossed his mind, Mu frowned, observing Zhao Yuhui standing there, murmuring Zhao Zhao. His headache intensified. His gaze drifted to a certain spot. Realizing that no one had emerged from there, he understood that Yú Zhāo had not yet awakened. After pondering for a while, Mu decided to place Zhao Yuhui in the pavilion, setting up a small barrier before returning to the kitchen to finish preparing breakfast. He left a note and departed. What must he do to trigger Zhao Yuhui's morning state? Sigh. Walking back and forth in the room, Mu kept watch over Yú Zhāo. When Yú Zhāo slowly opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was Mu pacing the room and Zhao Yuhui standing by her bedside, gazing at her with tenderness. "Master, why are you here?" The newly awakened Yú Zhāo spoke softly, but her voice was loud enough for both Zhao Yuhui and Mu to hear. Zhao Yuhui immediately embraced Yú Zhāo tightly, unwilling to let go, which made Yú Zhāo feel an overwhelming sensation, a feeling of being unable to breathe. Seeing Yú Zhāo being held so tightly, her pale face flushed a deep red. Mu approached and gently patted Zhao Yuhui, who then sensibly released her, allowing Yú Zhāo to take deep breaths and regain her right to breathe. Huff. Finally feeling better, Yú Zhāo lay down for a few seconds before sitting up again. As she did, Mu began to inquire, "Have you inherited Zhao Yuhui's pain in some way?" Yú Zhāo was taken aback, unsure of what she had inherited. It seemed that Zhao Yuhui must have been recalling memories, causing her head to ache, while she wished to alleviate or share half of Zhao Yuhui's suffering. Noticing Yú Zhāo deep in thought, Mu realized he had struck a chord, and his expression grew complex, unsure of what to say. It felt as if, since descending the mountain, his original plans had been thoroughly disrupted by external factors, leaving him no time to make any adjustments. The atmosphere fell silent, with no one willing to speak. "Master, is this what you mean by inheritance?" The one to break the silence was Yú Zhāo, placing her hand gently on Zhao Yuhui's shoulder. This gesture left Mu feeling somewhat frustrated, as he thought such actions were typically reserved for divination or prayer. Oh, prayer. That clarifies everything. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Perhaps she had not completely transcended that realm. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Just that after selectively enduring some things, there could be after effects, or you might fall into a deep sleep for an extended period. Though Mu claimed there was nothing wrong, his expression revealed his inner turmoil. Yu Zhao had considered the possibility of aftereffects or prolonged sleep, but upon hearing Muumu's words, she stuck out her tongue. Seeing her do this, Muumu understood she was not particularly concerned. He shrugged his shoulders and returned to his original position, while Zhao Yuhui continued to gaze at Yu Zhao. I know you didn't take my words seriously. Remember, such abilities should not be displayed in front of certain individuals. Who knows how they might perceive your value? After pondering, Muumu expressed this thought and shifted his gaze to Zhao Yuhui. Yu Zhao nodded, indicating she understood, and as she noticed Muumu's attention on Zhao Yuhui, she wondered if he had devised a plan. Oh, in the next moment, she shattered that thought. Observing Muumu's hand gently tapping Zhao Yuhui on the head, Zhao Yuhui, caught off guard, fainted. At that moment, Muumu quickly re-established his barrier, gesturing for Yu Zhao to step down from the bed, seemingly asking her to make way for Zhao Yuhui. Yu Zhao was not oblivious to Muumu's intentions. She found the bed comfortable and was reluctant to leave. However, considering Muumu's wishes, she pouted and vacated the spot for Zhao Yuhui. Coincidentally, she had something to discuss with Muumu. Once Yu Zhao had moved Zhao Yuhui to the bed and seated herself in Zhao Yuhui's previous chair, her gaze met Muumu's. Master, Yu Zhao, both spoke simultaneously, then paused, gazing at one another, uncertain of who should speak first. You go ahead. Muumu broke the silence, thinking that what he had to say was likely less serious than Yu Zhao's concerns. Judging by her expression, it was clear she didn't need to open her heart for him to comprehend her thoughts. You see, Master, during my previous divination for my mother, I felt that my abilities extend beyond merely perceiving the present. I can also glimpse the past. She noticed Muumu's face was filled with disbelief. What is it? Why the disbelief? Divination is inherently about perceiving both the past and present. It's just that your abilities were insufficient to see beyond the present. Now that your powers have grown, isn't it natural to see the past? This statement left Yu Zhao at a loss for words. It was evidently a matter of her own insufficient abilities, which had led Muumu to tease her. So, what did you see regarding Zhao Yuhui? Muumu observed her crestfallen expression, his mind racing with curiosity about what Yu Zhao might reveal next. I saw my mother's past. Upon mentioning the word past, Muumu shook his head. What was there to discuss about the past? Besides, he too could glimpse the people he had encountered through divination, though perhaps some remained elusive to him. After glimpsing her past, I felt nothing particularly remarkable. Then, when I closed my eyes, I heard them arguing. From the timeline, it felt as if it was the moment Zhao Yuhui lost her memories. Yu Zhao's words distinctly captured Muumu's thoughts, causing him to fix his gaze on her. Yu Zhao, feeling his scrutiny, bit her lip. What did they say? He found himself at a loss. The notion that he might be sacrificed to liberate the guardian family from their confinement was perplexing. He could not fathom what made him so special. On the other hand, his mother wished to protect him. Without needing further elaboration from Yu Zhao, Muumu had already grasped half of the situation. He cast several skeptical glances at Yu Zhao, yet could discern nothing particularly remarkable about her. The idea of sacrificing her to break the guardian family's curse was nothing short of ludicrous. Furrowing his brow, he could not perceive any unique trait within Yu Zhao that warranted such drastic measures. What was Yu Lai in contemplating regarding Yu Zhao? This was the crux of the matter. Beyond this, he felt little else. Yu Zhao had conveyed all she needed to say. Her gaze shifting to the slumbering Zhao Yuhui on the bed, gently stroking his head with her hand. Extend your hand. Let me see. Muumu suggested after a moment of contemplation. All right. Yu Zhao obediently extended her hand. As Muumu placed his hand atop hers, he began to sense something. He shut his eyes, while Yu Zhao remained alert, silently awaiting his response. Time seemed to stretch, and when Muumu finally opened his eyes, disbelief filled his gaze as he looked at Yu Zhao. What is it? Yu Zhao inquired, but Muumu's expression had grown intricate, his speech slowing as he contemplated how to articulate his thoughts. How to explain this, Yu Zhao? It's quite complicated. His eyes bore a mix of sympathy and derision. Your father, oh, Yu Lian, truly accomplished it. Accomplished what? Are you referring to the communication between my mother and father? Are you saying that by sacrificing oneself, the curse can be lifted? He was not mistaken, yet she was indeed a living being in this world. However, She was now guardian, while he was meant to oversee the decisions made by the guardians. Thus, as long as she did not wander off or vanish from his sight, there should be no issue. Mumu's words illuminated the reality that the dialogue between Yu Lian and Zhao Yu Huai suggested that Yu Zhao's sacrifice could indeed liberate the guardian family from their long-standing constraints, even alleviating some burden from Mumu himself. But never mind. Mumu reigned in his complex emotions, settling quietly into a chair, eyes closed, lost in thought. Yu Zhao felt a whirlwind of emotions, sighing as her gaze returned to Zhao Yu Huai, muttering softly to herself, "What should I do if even you cannot protect me? Mother?" Deep down, Yu Zhao had come to a realization. She understood that her mother was human, while she herself was a lofty guardian. She faced a choice: to allow the humans of Hope Star to continue their divinations and prayers, or to eradicate them entirely to free the guardian family from their bondage, thereby inviting scorn upon herself. There was also the option her father had mentioned: sacrificing herself to release the guardian family from their constraints without endangering the residents of Hope Star. It was a perfectly crafted plan. Neither party would suffer. The only casualty would be her. Yu Zhao. Did she wish to perish? Absolutely not. She wished to live. This was a dilemma, one that seemed favorable to both the residents of Hope Star and the surviving guardians, achieving a delicate balance. Yet what of her? She should not remain so passive. Master. Noticing Yu Zhao's gaze upon him, Mumu met her eyes, perceiving the reluctance and the tears that threatened to spill. Yes, I am here. Their time together had not been long, yet it was sufficient to establish a certain equilibrium. Is Brother Burn also human? At her question, Mumu felt an inexplicable emptiness within him for a fleeting second. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and responded, yes, the moment he chose to die within the guardian family. He transitioned from being a guardian to a human of Hope Star. The distinction lies solely in the soul residing within his body. Do not ponder it further. He reiterated, having noticed the flicker of hope in Yu Zhao's eyes, feeling compelled to interrupt her fanciful notions. He himself could not comprehend why he added the words. Do not think about it. Was it to dissuade her from dwelling on something? Is that so? Yu Zhao murmured, biting her lip as her thoughts began to drift. She closed her eyes, her hand no longer resting on Zhao Yu Huai, but rather upon herself. What are you doing? I wish to glimpse my future, Master. We are only capable of viewing the futures of others. Our own remains obscured. Chapter 41. The sudden decision to return to the mountain where had Zhao Yu Huai gone. Yu Lai paced the room, rubbing his temples, his expression growing complex. He could not fathom where that woman could have gone after their quarrel, nor did it seem plausible that she would coincidentally encounter them descending the mountain. Such coincidences were rare in this world. He needed to have a serious discussion with her. He had no desire to be ensnared by that entity for a lifetime. His ancestors had been trapped for generations. How fortunate it was that, as a descendant, he had discovered a means of liberation. They would surely rejoice in the afterlife. With that thought, Yu Lian slowly made his way to a small room, activating the switch that illuminated the space, revealing a black cloth draped over something. He approached and lifted the cloth, revealing a crystal ball, similar in appearance to the one atop the mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mumu, who had been quietly pondering, suddenly sensed something and leaped from his chair. This action startled Yu Zhao, who could not comprehend why he had sprung up. Was there something amiss with the chair? I have something to attend to. Wait here for me. Mumu spoke hurriedly before vanishing from her sight. Yu Zhao watched him depart, pursing her lips as she continued to contemplate her choices. Just as Mumu exited the room, he collided with Burn, who was on his way up. Upon their encounter, Burn initially exclaimed in surprise, but quickly suppressed his exclamation upon recognizing Mumu, adopting a respectful demeanor. Mumu said nothing, merely rubbing his head as his gaze briefly met Burn's before shifting away as he continued downward. Even without words, Burn grasped the situation before entering the room. He couldn't help but reflect on Mumu. Master is quite the busy person, unbeknownst to Mumu, who descended without a hint of awareness of the label bestowed upon him. He retrieved an item from his pocket, crushed it, and transmitted himself to the residence prepared by Burn for them. Immediately after, he hurriedly entered a room, similarly activating the button beside the door to illuminate the space. He lifted a black cloth, revealing a crystal ball identical to the one found on the mountain. This raised suspicions that Moo might have brought this crystal ball down from the mountain for their communication. Moo, it seems that since your descent, you have been extraordinarily busy. You truly are a person of great importance. I have been waiting quite a while. Upon hearing the tone of the person outside, Moo mimicked him, albeit in a noticeably slow manner, leaving one to wish for a quicker cadence in his speech. Oh, really? What was I going to say? Yes, I am indeed a busy individual. Do you require my assistance? My time is quite limited. Despite Moo's languid tone, Yulane did not display impatience. After a brief chuckle, he conveyed his current objective. I have discovered a method to break the restraints binding us. It involves sacrificing Yú Zhāo, your daughter, does it not? Before Yulane could finish, Moo interrupted him, gazing incredulously at the crystal ball. To be honest, Moo's statement caught him off guard, yet he quickly regained composure. How did you come to know that? Moo furrowed his brow, huffing disdainfully. Yulane, since you have chosen to escape your identity as a guardian, it signifies that Yú Zhāo's choice holds far greater significance than the method you have uncovered. How absurd. Yulane glanced at Moo, his expression growing complex as he shook his head. Do you not yearn to rid yourself of that confinement? This would be the greatest benefit for both of us. Moreover, can you be certain that this method will indeed work? If the sacrifice yields no results, would you not be sacrificing your daughter in vain? Yulane, your method lacks reliability, and I have no intention of pursuing it. Moo succinctly concluded the dialogue, turning his gaze towards a particular direction, lost in contemplation. The content of his thoughts unknown. Master, are you really taking your junior sister back so soon? Oh, is it that quick? Upon returning, Moo directly informed Bowen and Yú Zhāo of their impending journey back to the mountain. Both appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Bowen felt he had not sufficiently entertained them, while Yú Zhāo lamented not having enjoyed her time at the foot of the mountain long enough. We must return. Yú Zhāo directed her gaze towards the slumbering Zhao Yuhuai, gesturing towards her. What about my mother? Will she come with us to the mountain? No. Let Bowen keep an eye on her. I trust your brother to handle things. Please tidy up a bit. We are preparing to head back to the mountain. Bowen, accompany me for a moment. I have further instructions for you. Moo spoke with a tone that brooked no argument, and Bowen was called away as the two convened outside the room to discuss matters. I apologize. I intended to stay longer, but circumstances necessitate our return to the mountain. Moo expressed his regrets to Bowen, who quickly shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. You are departing quite swiftly. Allow me to escort you out of the city gate. I have a carriage. I couldn't prepare anything elaborate to eat, so I can only offer some compressed snacks. No matter. After a brief exchange with Bowen, Moo returned to the room, where he found Yú Zhāo's gaze lingering on Zhao Yuhuai, her face clearly etched with reluctance. He understood but could not alter the situation. Yú Zhāo. Upon hearing Moo's voice, Yú Zhāo turned to him and nodded. Observing the lack of belongings around her, Moo inquired, Do you have nothing with you? None. Then let us be on our way. Their conversation was quite succinct as Moo proceeded forward, with Yú Zhāo following closely behind, descending the staircase step by step. Heaven knows how complex her emotions were at that moment, filled with unspeakable regret. They soon reached the back door, where the carriage awaited them, ready and prepared. Moo boarded first, with Yú Zhāo closely trailing, entering the interior where Bowen was in charge of the reins. The journey was smooth, and Yú Zhāo occasionally peeked out to view the scenery. Although she had seen it before, in this fleeting moment, she felt it was insufficient. However, she pondered when she might next ascend a mountain. Moo sat opposite her, quietly observing her as she leaned out to gaze outside, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Halt! Who goes there? The guard's voice abruptly shattered the brief tranquility. Bowen dismounted the carriage, rummaging through his pocket for a moment before producing a small item, which he handed to the guard. Upon seeing the object in his palm, the guard's demeanor shifted from stern to impatient. All right, hurry up and leave. Thank you, sir. Bowen resumed his seat, and Yú Zhāo, instead of looking outside, became curious and asked Moo, Why did my brother give that guard money? Just as the words escaped her lips, Moo swiftly placed a hand over her mouth, signaling her to be quiet with the other. The carriage soon exited the city, and after traveling a short distance, its pace slowed. This was to facilitate our exit. If we hadn't offered something, the guards would have made things difficult for our carriage. Moo explained, removing his hand and formally introducing the situation to Yú Zhāo, who nodded, half comprehending. Master, we have arrived. With Bowen's announcement, the carriage came to a halt, and he dismounted, lifting the curtain to address the occupants. All right. Bowen quickly departed, and Moo lifted the curtain, gesturing for Yú Zhāo to exit. With a soft she stepped out into the familiar surroundings, pursing her lips. Moo followed, standing on the platform for a few seconds before jumping down, his gaze landing on the still-dazed Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo, come down quickly. Oh. Yú Zhāo's eyes casually scanned the platform for anything to assist her descent. Noticing her hesitation, Moo urged her again, hurry down, just jump. That was precisely what Yú Zhāo had been waiting to hear. As soon as Moo finished speaking, she leaped down, flashing him a radiant smile. Moo shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. He knew this little girl was merely waiting for him to call her down openly, much like a child. Master, I do not know when I will be able to descend again. These are tokens of appreciation from your disciple. Please accept them. Turning to face Bowen, Moo saw him bowing respectfully, behind which was a large bag of items. Such tokens of appreciation are quite commendable. However, to return, they would have to traverse that cave, and it was uncertain whether this would truly set things in motion. Master, do you not possess that? Upon noticing Moo's frowning expression, Burn reminded him, and only then did Moo hurriedly respond with a few O's, indicating his comprehension. Standing beside them, Yú Zhāo felt inexplicably like a superfluous figure. Little junior sister, your gift is also inside. I have prepared a special bag for it. When the time comes, let the master give it to you. If there are future opportunities, do remember to come down the mountain to play with your senior brother. All right. Yú Zhāo's spirits lifted instantly, and she beamed with joy. Observing her demeanor, Moo muttered something under his breath, but chose to remain silent. Extending his hand to gather the parcel. Let us go, it's getting late. Moo beckoned to Yú Zhāo, who nodded in agreement and followed him. Shortly after, she recalled something. Senior brother, please take care of my mother. If you ever need assistance, I will do everything in my power to help you. I will. Then I shall remember. With steady strides, Moo walked toward the stairs, while Yú Zhāo lingered below, repeatedly reminding Burn of matters concerning Zhao Yuhui. Burn watched as the two figures ventured into the dark cave, their silhouettes fading entirely from view, leaving him in a daze as he reminisced about their arrival. Let us go. Burn adjusted the reins and slowly guided the horse through the forest. Let's go. Another voice echoed from the cave's entrance, though, in truth, Moo and Yú Zhāo had only stepped a short distance inside, watching Burn's elongated figure gradually disappear before them. All right. The two then entered the cave, greeted by familiar darkness. Yú Zhāo instinctively shivered, and upon noticing, Moo grasped her hand, leading her forward. This is quite characteristic of Moo. Yú Zhāo mused silently. As they were pulled out of the cave and caught sight of the light ahead, Yú Zhāo felt an unexpected urge to retreat. She suddenly yearned to be an ordinary person. She did not wish to return to the mountain. She desired a mundane and tranquil life, free from the obligation of serving so many. Yú Zhāo. Moo's call shattered her reverie, and he released her hand. Let's go. Chapter 42. Oh no. I fell asleep in the master's room. Let's go. Such a simple phrase. Yet it signified her obligation to perform divinations and prayers for the people of the Hope Star on this mountain. What do you feel about this descent? As they walked, Moo chatted with Yú Zhāo, producing the bag Burn had given him. Upon seeing it, Moo momentarily froze, quickly stowing it away. It's quite interesting, but I cannot shake thoughts of my mother, and the time spent descending was far too brief. Yú Zhāo began to chatter away, and Moo patiently nodded along as they continued towards their residence. Fortunately, their time away was not extensive, and the yard only required a bit of tidying up as fallen leaves had accumulated. Let us clean the yard. Before Yú Zhāo could respond, Moo had already taken the initiative, brandishing a broom and beginning to sweep. Observing this, Yú Zhāo fetched a broom from the storage room and joined him in the task. Soon, they had tidied the yard. Mu then swiftly stowed the broom, while Yú Zhāo, feeling fatigued, organized the broom and debris before settling into a rocking chair position in the yard. As she sat and rocked, her thoughts drifted to Zhao Yuhui and Yu Lian. At that time, Zhao Yuhui must have been carrying her own burdens. What thoughts occupied her mind then? After a brief moment of repose, Yú Zhāo was startled by Mu's exclamation. She quickly rose to see Mu had opened the bag, revealing 2 additional bags within. One was stuffed to the brim, while the other appeared rather empty, with labels clearly indicating their intended recipients, respected master and beloved little junior sister. Mu read the labels aloud, noting the fullness of one bag, and, with a flick of his wrist, handed the emptier one to Yú Zhāo. Master, may I see what treasures lie within your bag? However, Yú Zhāo's curiosity now lay more with Mu's bag. She lifted her own bag, occasionally balancing on her toes. Of course, Mu leisurely opened his bag, revealing it brimming with food. Upon seeing the abundance, Yú Zhāo's expression turned quizzical as she scrutinized Mu's appearance, pondering. What are you thinking? Mu turned to her, noticing her puzzled gaze. Do you think I am unsatisfied with my meals? Or perhaps you believe my culinary skills are lacking? A look of confusion washed over Mu's face as he regarded her skeptically. Yú Zhāo, in that moment, began to ramble. No wonder you had master send you such a large quantity of snacks. You haven't tasted my cooking, have you? Or mine? The more Mu listened, the more absurd he found her assertions, promptly interrupting her thoughts. Every meal has been prepared by me. Am I to believe my food is unpalatable? Yet if that were the case, why would you consume it? Confronted by Mu's retort, Yú Zhāo felt her earlier words had become nonsensical. Yet she could not fathom why Byrne had provided Mu with such an abundance of snacks. Is it wrong to eat snacks when one is hungry? The more Mu observed the spark in Yú Zhāo's eyes, the clearer the situation became to him. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Our sudden decision to return to the mountain naturally followed a period of rest before continuing onward. After all, you have yet to make a choice. Choice. Such a glaring term. Yú Zhāo felt deflated. Her choice harbored contradictions. She wished for the ordinary residents, particularly Byrne and her mother, to thrive, yet she also wished for those who had wronged her and spoke unkindly to perish. Regrettably, the choices were stark. Either the people of the Hope Star lived, or they all perished together, with only the guardian family bearing the brunt of blame. The thought of those faces brought a flicker of reluctance to Yú Zhāo's expression, her demeanor reflecting her internal struggle. Observing her turmoil, Mu spoke up. It is still early for you to make a decision. In fact, I would reckon you have at least a century ahead of you. If you consider finding someone, performing a ceremony, and having a child, you could extend that time. As long as you have not made a choice, the decision will fall upon your child. It is as simple as that. Unless, of course, you can find a way to undo it during the selection period, but I doubt that is likely. Your father is already quite the eccentric. Do not follow in his footsteps. Chapter 43. Uncontrolled energy. When Yú Zhāo awoke, it was already the following morning. She opened her eyes, let out a soft yawn, and stretched her body. Just as she was about to get out of bed, her foot landed on something soft. Blinking in surprise, she finally discerned what it was. Master. Startled, Yú Zhāo quickly retracted her leg. The person sleeping on the floor was Mu. Upon being stepped on, also awakened. Seeing Yú Zhāo lying above him, his gaze was mostly filled with fatigue. Why are you sleeping in my room? Mu's first question was rather pointed. Well, my bedsheets were dirty, so I took them to wash. Upon considering the existence of the guest room on this mountain, I decided to sleep there, Yú Zhāo explained weakly. As she spoke, Mu rubbed his head and propped himself up, regarding Yú Zhāo with a serious expression. Do you know there's only one guest room? Then how do my parents sleep? Just that one. Then it's perfectly fine for me to sleep in my parents' room, right? This retort left Mu looking troubled. He rubbed his head and took a few deep breaths before calming down. Seeing that her reasoning had rendered Mu speechless, Yú Zhāo felt entirely justified and continued to lounge in bed, savoring the warmth of the blankets. Observing her complacent enjoyment, Mu found himself at a loss for words and eventually stood up, heading outside. Hey, master, where are you going? It's early. Aren't you going to have breakfast? I will eat. Then hurry up and get ready. With that, Mu closed the door behind him, leaving Yú Zhāo bewildered. Shaking her shoulders, She tidied herself up and exited the guest room, making her way to the kitchen where she found Moo Moo bustling about. Clearing her throat lightly to attract his attention, she asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to help my master." Seeing Moo Moo in such a flustered state for the first time, Yú Zhāo felt an unusual excitement. Leaving Moo Moo in a state of confusion as he pondered what he had done to elicit such joy from her. As Moo Moo set down his spoon, his expression grew serious. "You're up to no good. Where's the malice in my intentions?" Yú Zhāo retorted, but Moo Moo merely shot her a few glances before returning to his tasks, appearing quite engrossed. Noticing Moo Moo's demeanor, suggesting he did not require her assistance, Yú Zhāo pouted but said nothing, taking a seat at the table. Today's breakfast had a delightful twist. As soon as she sat down, she noticed a piece of bread in both her and Moo Moo's bowls, resembling something from a gift given by Bowen. In that moment of contemplation, Moo Moo approached with 2 bowls of porridge, placing them on the table. As he neared Yú Zhāo, he sniffed and his eyes lit up. Startled by the sparkle in his eyes, Yú Zhāo nearly toppled off her chair. "Master, why are you looking at me with such bright eyes? It's making me feel quite embarrassed." Clearing his throat softly, Moo Moo replied, his tone laced with mild disdain, "I'm not interested in you. I merely sensed a change within you. Nothing more, so don't flatter yourself." "Change within me?" Yú Zhāo seized upon his words, blinking in surprise. Moo Moo noticed her mimicry of his expression, and upon returning to his seat, he softly affirmed, "Yes, within you. I recall that when we returned, there wasn't such a significant change, was there? Did that rascal Bo and give you something? Truly worthy of a master," Yú Zhāo mused inwardly. "It seems that boy might have transferred his last bit of energy to you. I never expected he still had some left in him. However, this also implies." Moo Moo trailed off as he scooped porridge from his bowl, blowing on it before taking a bite. "What does it imply?" "I'm not sure," Moo Moo replied after finishing his mouthful, leaving Yú Zhāo feeling as though he was teasing her. She stood up, walked over to Moo Moo's chair, and rubbed her hands together, as if hinting at something. Instantly, Moo Moo set down his spoon, his gaze turning wary. "What are you planning?" "Nothing at all," replied Yú Zhāo, placing her hands on his shoulders and beginning to massage him gently, her smile radiant. "Master, shall we discuss it?" Moo Moo was hardly intimidated by Yú Zhāo. He scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Is that all?" Yú Zhāo, spurred by his words, increased the pressure of her hands, her grip growing quite firm, though, for Moo Moo, it was merely a tolerable sensation. "Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten?" Upon hearing this, Yú Zhāo promptly relented, puffing out a breath before starting to scoop porridge. Watching her eat with such speed, Moo Moo joined in, as if neither was willing to yield. Yú Zhāo finished first and leaned closer to Moo Moo, watching him as he completed his meal. Just as she was about to make a move, Moo Moo shot her a glance that seemed to serve as a warning. It was as if he was saying, "If you try anything, you'll have to deal with the consequences." Pouting, Yú Zhāo returned to her seat and bit into the piece of bread in her bowl, chewing thoughtfully as Moo Moo, no longer playing the Riddler, began to explain that could be a possibility for him to return to his original world. If he can return, he could use this to do so. Now that he has given it to you, he has improved your aptitude. Why would he do that? Yú Zhāo's pace of eating slowed as disbelief flickered in her eyes. It was clear that there was no direct connection between them. If one were to insist on a link, it would only be Moo Moo as a bridge. Perhaps he feels he cannot return and offers it to you as a gift, hoping you will look after yourself in the future. Something along those lines? Yú Zhāo suddenly felt a weight of gratitude, contemplating how she might repay Bo-un for this kindness. Well, given their brief acquaintance, what would be an appropriate return gift? Seeing Yú Zhāo deep in thought, Moo Moo realized her little musings would not be directed at him for the time being, and he resumed his leisurely eating, savoring the flavors. What kind of gifts does senior brother like? A gift? I'm not sure. Just affirm his culinary skills, and he'll be delighted. When it came to gifts, Moo Moo truly had no insight into what Bo-in might prefer. He only remembered how, after he saved him, Bo-in sincerely pleaded to be accepted as a disciple, but in reality, he hadn't been able to assist much. Other than initial financial support, Bo-in had built his endeavors at the foot of the mountain entirely on his own. Master, do you have any idea what is happening? The energy that Bo-in gifted you seems to possess a consciousness of its own. Perhaps you should attempt to communicate with it. When Mumu uttered these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Yú Zhāo's eyes. She had not anticipated that the energy bestowed upon her by Bois and would harbor any consciousness. It had seemed quite irritable moments ago, unwilling to approach her. So, Master, can this consciousness speak for itself? Yú Zhāo silently directed her hopeful gaze toward Mumu, whose expression became increasingly complex. How should I know? I'm not a parasitic worm residing in your belly, Mumu retorted. The moment the words parasitic worm left Mumu's lips, the purple energy within Yú Zhāo responded, manifesting as a small fiery figure that glared at Mumu. Who are you calling a parasitic worm? Yú Zhāo observed the purple energy slowly emerging from her chest and transforming into a diminutive figure, finding the sight amusing. Mumu's words trailed off abruptly, his astonishment directed toward the small fiery figure that had suddenly appeared before them, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Upon hearing Mumu's dismissive inquiry, the small fiery figure indignantly placed its hands on its hips and declared, "I am not just anything. I am the energy of your disciple." To be honest, Yú Zhāo felt her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. The small figure's audacity left her momentarily speechless. "Oh, energy," Mumu replied lazily, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. "You two converse. I'll just resume my previous activities." He picked up the items he had set down, one hand holding a thermos while he took a sip with the other, settling back into his rocking chair, appearing quite content. Thus, Yú Zhāo was left to engage in a silent exchange with the small fiery figure. "You are the current master of my former master," it stated, its words sounding rather convoluted. Yú Zhāo scratched her head, but nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the opportunity before the small fiery figure could pose another question, she inquired, "Could you explain why you dislike the books and study? Can you form barriers?" The moment the small fiery figure finished speaking, Mumu, sensing something, pulled an object from his pocket, which flew directly toward Yú Zhāo and the small fiery figure. A golden barrier formed without any abruptness, leaving both Yú Zhāo and the small fiery figure momentarily silent. Yú Zhāo thought to herself that her master was indeed impressive. The small fiery figure, contemplating, directed its gaze toward Mumu in the rocking chair. "I would like to ask if you harbor any aversion to the books and the study. Additionally, I sense that the energy within me is predominantly yours. What has become of my original energy? Can I still utilize it proficiently?" One question after another poured from Yú Zhāo's lips, prompting the small fiery figure to scrutinize her from head to toe. "Well, I have improved your innate constitution. Everything that previously existed within you has been expelled, or if I deemed it useful, I consumed it." Huh? Yú Zhāo suddenly felt a twinge of fear. If she had lost all that rightfully belonged to her within her body, and considering the small fiery figure's fiery demeanor, was it not on the verge of devouring her to claim her physical form? "I am not capable of such a feat," the small fiery figure retorted, hands on its hips, snorting in response, shaking its head slightly, causing a few embers to fall to the ground and extinguish. "I have no idea why that fellow sent me to you, but your innate qualities were indeed lacking, so I made some modifications. The mysterious essence within you has been consumed by me." Mysterious essence? Yú Zhāo raised an eyebrow, pondering what could possibly be hidden within her. The small fiery figure, noticing her ignorance, endeavored to explain. "It's a staff-like entity that sealed the energy within you. Originally, you only possessed 2 sources of energy. Thus, my assistance allowed you to release them. Those 2 sources were quite delectable. 2 sources of energy? Could it refer to divination and prayer? Wait, it consumed them?" Upon seeing Yú Zhāo's incredulous expression, the small fiery figure earnestly nodded, appearing harmless as it reiterated its previous statement. "Indeed, I consumed them. Consequently, your energy is now quite meager. Had it not been for those 2 peculiar entities, you would have possessed no energy at all. Once I liberated you, it became evident that your energy was merely an illusion. You were just an ordinary human." "I am merely a human?" Yú Zhāo mused. Reflecting on her heritage, her father was an elf, and her mother was a human, so it was not surprising that she was born human. "The only reason you currently possess energy is due to my influence, woman." Noticing Yú Zhāo's gaze drifting, the small fiery figure stomped its feet, exclaiming, "We are bound together. Woman, remember to diligently cultivate your skills and refrain from engaging with those peculiar items in the study. Bound together, Yu Zhao's attention returned to the small fiery figure, and she pondered how she had become entwined with it. She certainly owed her senior brother a significant debt of gratitude. With this thought, a smile graced her lips, leaving the small fiery figure momentarily dumbfounded. It shook its head and huffed. He assigned me to watch over you. After a century of service, I will be free to depart. Consider this a gentle reminder. During this time, you must also practice diligently to satisfy my considerable appetite. A century of service? Will my previous confinement return? Yu Zhao inquired. Not at all. That thing is horridly unpalatable, and it contains a chain that makes it exceedingly difficult to consume. I incinerated it without hesitation. The small fiery figure frowned and huffed, then directed its gaze toward Mu in the rocking chair, addressing Yu Zhao. The individual outside possesses a similar confinement to yours, albeit of a higher caliber. My abilities are insufficient. The chosen one, the phrase suddenly popped into Yu Zhao's mind. The small fiery figure, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to express its ideas fervently. If you train and grow stronger, you may very well be able to lift the confinement from him. But your liberation is solely contingent upon your own efforts. Perhaps freedom is the more appropriate term. I cannot interfere further. The small fiery figure stretched lazily, a hint of disdain crossing its features, before transforming back into a swirl of purple energy. Returning to its rightful place. Small fiery figure? Small fiery figure? Yu Zhao called out twice, but received no response. Mu, sensing the change, opened his eyes and dispelled the barrier. Do you feel anything? He asked as he rose from the rocking chair. Yu Zhao regarded him, choosing not to answer his question. Instead asking, Master, do you also bear confinement? When Yu Zhao mentioned the term confinement, Mu blinked her eyes and a smile graced her lips. How did you know? Did that little rascal tell you? Seeing Mu's sudden smile, Yu Zhao chose to close her lips tightly, appearing unwilling to divulge anything further. Observing her resolute silence, Mu opened the kettle and poured herself some hot water, silently activating her heart's voice, eager to discern Yu Zhao's innermost thoughts. However, it seemed as though she heard nothing at all. Undeterred, Mu attempted to activate her heart's voice several more times. Yet the notion of whether to engage with it became increasingly hazy in her mind, eventually fading away entirely. Calmly, she brought the water to her lips and drank, settling into a rocking chair, her fingers tapping absent-mindedly as her thoughts wandered. Master, I lack the ability to divine or pray. Yu Zhao took a deep breath and addressed Mu. Immediately, Mu rose and walked directly to her, placing her hand upon Yu Zhao's once more to begin sensing. Within her, there existed a trace of purple energy, but the confinement from long ago. No, it should not be referred to as long ago, but rather, from a time far in the past, had vanished. She was free. Upon reaching this conclusion, Mu withdrew her hand from Yu Zhao's, her expression betraying a hint of tranquility, lost in her own contemplations, and remained silent for a considerable time. This tranquility led Yu Zhao to believe Mu might not speak again. Do you wish to descend the mountain, or would you prefer to stay here? Mu's inquiry broke the silence. Would you like to descend the mountain, or do you wish to remain here? Fearing Yu Zhao had not understood, Mu reiterated her question with utmost seriousness. If you descend, it would be akin to living a life of an ordinary person, much like your senior brother. Should you choose to remain on the mountain, you must not reveal that you possess diminished abilities. Why? Yu Zhao asked, somewhat accustomed to staying on the mountain beside Mu. Upon hearing Mu's words, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. You wouldn't want to be questioned, would you? A guardian who has lost their abilities, facing the residents with faltering words, what impression would that leave? Indeed, the energy flowing within her no longer pertained to the divination and prayers of the guardian lineage. To speak candidly, should she lose all energy within her, she would be nothing more than an ordinary person. Noticing Yu Zhao's contemplative demeanor, Mu continued, Thus, I suggest that your best course of action is to accompany Bo down the mountain to pursue some endeavor, leading a simple life. As for your parents, there is no need to concern yourself with them. The choices that ought to be made need not be made. Mu silently pondered, exhaling deeply, her gaze drifting to the distance as if in deep thought. I need not consider my parents? After all, you are my disciple, Mu mused. I, being who I am, certainly possess a modicum of privilege when it comes to my disciples. As long as your requests are not excessive, they shall be granted. As she said this, Mu shrugged her shoulders, emanating an air of lightness, her face adorned with a carefree smile. As if reassuring Yú Zhāo that there was no cause for anxiety. She straightened herself, sitting in the rocking chair, her expression earnest as she regarded Yú Zhāo. I wasn't particularly anxious for you to make a choice, but as it stands, you no longer harbor any abilities of the guardian lineage. Should a discerning individual notice this, it could lead to unforeseen repercussions. And what about you, Master? Will you continue to remain here? What else would I do? I must await the next guardian to make their choice. For now, your significance to me is that of the former guardian, and I shall wait for the next guardian's arrival to inquire about their decision. As she spoke, Mu had already risen, her gaze devoid of compassion, urging the conversation forward. To be frank, Yú Zhāo realized that if she were to return to the foot of the mountain, she would temporarily have Mu's protection. However, once that time elapsed, she would need to seek her own support, and in doing so, she might encounter her father, who may wish to sacrifice himself. Furthermore, she was reluctant to seek Bo's assistance, for she had already received a considerable favor from him, which could shield her for a century. But what would happen after that century? This was an uncertain matter. It would be better to cling stubbornly to Mu, as that way she would at least have a reliable support system. With this in mind, Yú Zhāo turned her gaze toward Mu. Their eyes met, and she declared, Master, I wish to stay, to remain here with you, and my choice is to continue serving the residents. In that moment, Yú Zhāo expressed her thoughts, having initially considered revealing a second option. However, without the energies of divination and prayer, it felt as though she was merely speaking nonsense. Mu gazed at her, closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, reclining back in a rocking chair, her words bringing Yú Zhāo a sense of peace. After all, I have grown accustomed to your presence. One more mouth to feed is of little consequence. And besides, Yú Zhāo, you are quite a worry-free former guardian. At this compliment from Mu, Yú Zhāo bashfully scratched her head and laughed, appearing exceedingly endearing. Then stay with me until I find a new guardian. Waiting for their choice, Mu murmured to herself, her words reaching Yú Zhāo's ears, prompting her to respond enthusiastically, causing a flicker of surprise to cross Mu's eyes. That moment of astonishment was fleeting, and she resumed her usual carefree demeanor. Aside from you, that little fire spirit within you and myself, do not disclose to anyone else that you have lost those two abilities within you. Not even your senior brother? Upon hearing Yú Zhāo mention senior brother, Mu felt a weight in her chest, her previously cheerful expression turning somewhat serious. How peculiar, Mu mused inwardly, reflecting on how she had never reacted this strongly to Bowen before. Why did hearing Yú Zhāo say senior brother evoke such concern? Master, what are you thinking? This was the first time Yú Zhāo had seen Mu in such a daze. Clearing her throat, she inquired again. Mu quickly regained her composure, picked up the cup from the floor, took a sip, and responded with a relaxed demeanor. Yes, do not inform your senior brother that you no longer possess energy. As for that little fire spirit, you may negotiate with it, as it now belongs to you. As Mu finished speaking, she gently placed the cup back down and reclined slightly, feeling the rhythmic swaying of the rocking chair. Very well, Yú Zhāo acknowledged softly, contemplating whether she could summon that little fire spirit once more, enabling them to engage in a deeper discussion. After all, there was still a span of respite remaining. Since this situation was of their making, they would naturally ponder how to reassure the divine being. Was there indeed still a period of rest left? Had she not previously assured herself that in a few days everything would commence anew, only to realize it was a mere fabrication? Even without hearing Yú Zhāo's innermost thoughts, Mu could once again discern the confusion and indignation reflected on her face. How to articulate this? Yú Zhāo, when you once held power, your choices were confined to a mere century. Now that it has vanished, the decisions made prior lose their significance, becoming irrelevant to me. Mu blinked, her tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. Am I to exhaust myself alone? waiting for the arrival of a new guardian while also divining and praying for these residents? Thus, Yú Zhāo, you must learn a bit. Extend your hand. Yú Zhāo obediently offered her hand, and after a few moments of Muumu's hand resting upon it, she withdrew, humming a little tune. As Muumu released her grip, Yú Zhāo felt a surge of energy coursing into her being, akin to the previous two orbs. Yet this one appeared to be enveloped in something, as if it feared being consumed by that little fire spirit bestowed by Burn. Borrowing your divination briefly, it seems you are indeed more suited for this task. Take a moment to rest. Tranquility often precedes the storm, yet it is also fleeting. Yú Zhāo, remember my words. Do not reveal that you are now merely an ordinary person to anyone. Muumu looked at Yú Zhāo earnestly, to which Yú Zhāo nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Muumu closed her eyes, while Yú Zhāo proceeded in a certain direction. It is all your fault. All of it is your fault. Were it not for you, we could have continued to receive the blessings of the Guardian family. It is you who has implicated everyone from the Star of Hope. A crowd had gathered, centering around a man who had, on that fateful day, been used as a mere tool by Muumu. He now appeared exceedingly disheveled, subjected to the scornful words of the onlookers. What purpose does it serve to speak of this now? The man stood up, shouting vehemently, shaking his arms. Moreover, it is not I who angered the divine. I have no stake in this. It is clearly the guardian of the mountain, who did not wish to continue, and thus cast the blame upon me. Although his words bore a semblance of logic, he was soon met with a shove, accompanied by derisive remarks. Not wish to continue? We, the living remnants of the first generation, understand the gravity of this. Now, because of you, all hope is extinguished. The accusation of having shattered everyone's future reignited the crowd's fury, surging forth as they pressed in on the man, who cried out in pain. The earlier speaker retreated, while those who had not engaged looked on with eager, yearning expressions toward the man. What must be done to attain the divine's forgiveness? The man shook his head, his eyes reflecting a profound, inscrutable depth, gazing skyward. Ultimately, it all hinges on this fate. Chapter 46. Yú Zhāo's contemplation. Zhao Zhao. Lying in bed, Zhao Yuhuai awoke, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a foreign room. She touched the bed, glancing sideways, and when she failed to catch sight of a familiar figure, her heart sank. Enveloped in a sense of despondency, Zhao 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 Zhao. The name echoed in her mind as she rose from the bed, surveying her surroundings, shaking her head, and preparing to leave this place. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Burn entered, cradling a bowl of porridge. Upon seeing Zhao Yuhuai awake, his expression turned bewildered. He searched for a spot to place the bowl down and spoke in a gentle tone. Madam Zhao Yuhuai, you are awake? Faced with Burn's uncharacteristic warmth, Zhao Yuhuai felt a surge of resistance, as if recalling the presence of someone deep within her heart. She instinctively took a few steps back, shaking her head. If you sense discomfort, I shall leave this here and step out for a moment. Burn's demeanor remained respectful, and after speaking, he closed the door, reinforcing it with an additional layer of energy, wary of Zhao Yuhuai's emotional state. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Zhao Yuhuai's stomach also voiced its complaints. She rubbed her belly, her gaze scrutinizing the porridge Burn had brought, filled with suspicion, as energy began to coalesce in her hand, floating toward the bowl. After confirming its safety, the energy returned to her palm. Zhao Yuhuai poked at the energy sphere, her eyelids heavy with contemplation, before retracting that power. Little fire spirit, are you present? Yú Zhāo decisively returned to her room, grasping the damp bed sheets she had washed 2 days prior. You summoned me merely to incinerate your bed sheets? The little fire spirit appeared, glancing at the wet linens in Yú Zhāo's hands with a sidelong look, shaking its head. I cannot dry them. My only function is to burn them. Shall we give it a try? As it spoke, a flame ignited in the little fire spirit's hand, inching toward Yú Zhāo's sheets. Yú Zhāo quickly withdrew the linens, shaking her head vigorously with the other hand. The little fire spirit stuck out its tongue and extinguished the flame. What do you need me for? I have absorbed an energy bestowed by my master. You haven't consumed it, have you? The little fire spirit furrowed its brow slightly, closing its eyes in thought before shaking its head. That energy is negligible. Why would I consume it? Besides, from your conversations with your master, It seems you hold significant value in his eyes. Its tone carried a hint of mockery, prompting Yú Zhāo to force a smile as she responded. After all, little fire spirit, you promised to protect me for only a century. If I choose to leave now, even with your protection, what will become of me a century hence? I might as well rely on my master. As long as he exists in this world, I too have a chance at survival. Chapter 47. Just a little is sufficient? You speak the truth. The little fire spirit chuckled heartily, propping its face with its hands, regarding Yú Zhāo with keen interest. You didn't call me out merely for that little bit of energy and the question of whether your sheets can dry, did you? A silence fell over the scene as Yú Zhāo and the little fire spirit exchanged unspoken glances, until a sudden, crisp cough shattered the moment. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. The small fire spirit glanced at Yú Zhāo, shook its shoulders, and was about to transform into a stream of energy to return when Yú Zhāo did not stop it. Just as it was on the verge of departing, it hesitated for a moment, gazing at Yú Zhāo's face. Are you truly untroubled? The small fire spirit inquired once more. Yú Zhāo straightened, tilting her face upwards to meet the small fire spirit's gaze, her expression remarkably serene, which left the small fire spirit in utter bewilderment. It could distinctly sense that Yú Zhāo harbored some desires, yet her silence was conspicuous. Based on its previous experiences with its former master, it was reminiscent of the sorrowful women depicted in novels. Upon reflection, the small fire spirit raised its gaze to Yú Zhāo, who did not display any semblance of vulnerability. Her demeanor was exceptionally composed. It seems you do not resemble a pitiable little flower. In that case, what does this signify? The small fire spirit thought aloud. Indeed, I summoned you to inquire about these two matters. Beyond that, I am at a loss, Yú Zhāo answered candidly. At that moment, the small fire spirit began to ponder, concluding that Yú Zhāo was akin to a calm, secondary female character from a story it had read. After confirming their mutual understanding through a shared glance, the small fire spirit swiftly returned to Yú Zhāo's body as a swirl of energy, settling down quietly within her. Once the small fire spirit had comfortably nestled in, ready to indulge in its leisure and slumber, Yú Zhāo abruptly tapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot to ask you, is small fire spirit an appropriate way to address you? I'm uncertain if that is correct." Her voice gradually diminished, becoming hesitant and stammering. Naturally, the small fire spirit could not respond from within, so it emerged, regarding Yú Zhāo with an expression akin to that of a bewildered fool. You may call me that. After all, my former master never bestowed upon me a name. If you find small fire spirit agreeable, then let it be so. The small fire spirit accepted this title, and Yú Zhāo nodded, slowly articulating her confusion. You mentioned that you require cultivation. What must I do to begin this process? After all, the energy within me is largely due to your influence. While the small fire spirit initially appeared indifferent to her words, it soon beamed with pride upon hearing the latter part and nodded affirmatively, indicating that Yú Zhāo's statement was indeed correct. To cultivate, one typically adopts a meditative posture, the small fire spirit explained, supporting its chin with its hand. As Yú Zhāo heard the term meditation, she shook her head, her mind conjuring images of what her meditative stance might resemble. A whimsical vision emerged. Yú Zhāo seated upon her bed, legs crossed, hands resting on her knees, eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in contemplation. Doesn't that look rather pretentious? If I could truly cultivate, would I not become formidable in some manner? The small fire spirit's voice brought Yú Zhāo back to reality. She shook her head, mumbling her agreement. The small fire spirit, puzzled by her murmurs, scratched its head and solemnly continued discussing the matter of cultivation. Currently, I can protect you thanks to the cultivation of my former master. Oh, I do not refer to the original body, but rather the individual who now occupies this space. He exchanged places with the original inhabitant, bringing energy me into this world, granting me self-awareness. Moreover, he has relinquished his identity as a guardian, establishing an equal relationship between us. He is he, and I am I. I have transformed from a voiceless, emotionless energy into a sentient being. My original master understood me, and we maintain a balanced relationship. Yú Zhāo nodded in comprehension, indicating that she grasped some of the concepts. The small fire spirit elaborated further. He occasionally engages in cultivation, which allows me to absorb energy, hence enabling me to protect you for 100 years. However, should you face any grave issues requiring my assistance, that duration may be shortened. This is why I hope you will cultivate. Fortunately, she had not rashly descended the mountain. Had she chosen to settle below, briefly sheltered, and later encountered dire circumstances without the protection of Moo, the small fire spirit's words echoed in her mind. The small fire spirit began to scrutinize Yú Zhāo from head to toe. According to your current constitution, you are utterly inept. However, your master has granted you some energy. When you meditate, envelop yourself with this energy to attract other energies, allowing you to feel the continuous influx of energy coming your way. That will complete the first step. Yú Zhāo had regained her focus and committed the small fire spirit's instructions to memory before posing a significant question that left the small fire spirit momentarily speechless. How do I utilize that energy? Did your master not explain this to you? The small fire spirit inquired. No, he merely instructed that the energy reside within me, and nothing more. The small fire spirit fell silent, casting its gaze somewhere distant, lost in contemplation. It remained quiet, staring out the window, while Yú Zhāo, sensing its silence, refrained from interrupting. Following its earlier advice in her own mental image, she began to meditate, taking a proper posture. She sat for a while. Although her meditative stance appeared somewhat askew, she believed it was the best she could manage. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and began to contemplate. The darkness enveloped her, reminiscent of the time she first attempted to divine a person's fate. It was indeed very dark. Yet this time, she found herself alone in this pitch-black void with nothing else present. How does one utilize energy? Will calling it forth bring it to me? As Yú Zhāo spoke, the energy bestowed upon her by Moo emerged, leaning against her side, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Ah, Yú Zhāo mused, gazing at the energy. She could sense a fervent affection emanating from it. According to the small fire spirit, she should harness this energy to perceive the energies around her and draw them in. But how do I attract them? Yú Zhāo placed her hand upon the glowing sphere of energy, inhaled deeply, and closed her eyes within the darkness, beginning to attune herself to the energy's flow. Activate your abilities. She could not recall who uttered those words, but soon, she heard a cacophony of agitated voices ringing in her ears. It's all your fault. Every bit of it. Had it not been for you, we could have continued to enjoy the blessings of the Guardian family. You have brought ruin upon all of us in Hope Star. The sounds resonated with the voices of the residents. When Yú Zhāo managed to open her eyes this time, she beheld a throng of people surrounding a man. If her memory served her right, this man was the one her master had specifically singled out at that time. Yet, what purpose did it serve to speak of this now? Moreover, it was not I who had angered the divine being. I had no concern in this matter. Clearly, it was the guardian of the mountain, and that individual had evidently wished to relinquish his duties, casting the blame upon me. As she listened to their conversation, Yú Zhāo quickly comprehended that they were discussing matters pertaining to the mountain. Just as she was about to delve deeper into their dialogue, the scene before her darkened. As if shrouding her vision from the unfolding events, her eyelids grew heavy, and by the time her consciousness flickered back, she found herself back in reality. The little fire spirit blinked its eyes, gazing at Yú Zhāo with a look of anticipation. So, did you sense any energy coming your way? Could she possibly tell the little fire spirit that she had not felt anything? She could only admit to having seen something. Actually, I did not feel anything. I merely observed a few things. Thus, Yú Zhāo recounted the scenes she had witnessed and experienced to the little fire spirit. After a moment of silence, the little fire spirit responded with an "Oh," realizing why. It seems you lack that innate talent. Think of a way to lead me down the mountain. I shall gather some energy from him. With the energy your master bestowed upon you, you briefly regained your observer abilities. Without that energy, you are but an ordinary person. The little fire spirit expressed uncertainty about its own words, anxiously scratching its head, muttering a grunt before retreating into Yú Zhāo's body. No matter how she called for it, it maintained an indifferent demeanor, appearing to be fast asleep. Observer. Yú Zhāo clasped her hands together, briefly closed her eyes, and then opened them again. After murmuring to herself, she dashed into the courtyard, only to find that Moo had vanished without a trace. She then hurried to the kitchen in search of Moo's presence. Alas, there was none. Yú Zhāo pouted as a thought struck her. She approached the guest room door and knocked. Yú Zhāo, a familiar voice resounded from within. Come in. Upon hearing Moo's invitation, Yú Zhāo opened the door to find Moo seated on the floor in a meditative pose, eyes closed as if quietly attuning to something. Yú Zhāo found a small corner to wait for Moo to speak, her gaze surveying Moo's form. Pondering whether this was indeed the cultivation method the little fire spirit had mentioned. With a long exhale, Moo slowly opened his eyes, meeting Yú Zhāo's inquisitive gaze as though she were a rare creature at that moment. Master, are you cultivating? Did it tell you? Moo retorted, to which Yú Zhāo nodded earnestly, recounting the earlier events. After all, in her current state of uncertainty, honesty was her most treasured possession. The observer, with just a bit of energy, can indeed perceive the happenings around us. How astonishing. Moo appraised Yú Zhāo's figure while reflecting upon the words spoken by the individuals she had overheard, unintentionally humming in response. This hum led Yú Zhāo to mistakenly believe Moo was upset, prompting her to apologize. There's no need for apologies. I merely found the things those people said rather amusing, Moo replied, bursting into laughter before regaining his composure. Never mind, as long as you are by my side. I shall protect you well. Whether these words were a mere musing or a profound promise, Yú Zhāo took them to heart, cherishing the sentiment. Indeed, as long as she clung to a strong ally, troubles would seem distant. Chapter 48. The people depart. The building vanishes. The days of mundane existence passed swiftly. Yú Zhāo endeavored to practice the cultivation method suggested by the little fire spirit, but, regrettably, each time she entered that space of darkness, she found herself either unable to open her eyes and only able to listen, or able to see yet unable to act. Between listening and seeing, she could only observe the residents below the mountain, how they spoke of that man and prayed for the benevolence of those on the mountain. Upon awakening each time, Yú Zhāo would hasten to find Moo, babbling about her observations. Moo would always respond with a light chuckle, displaying the offerings laid out by the residents below, which, in his words, were meant to seek forgiveness. Master, how long do you intend to remain silent? Won't they take action without a guardian? Yú Zhāo queried. What can I do without a guardian? Should I conjure one from thin air? Moo raised an eyebrow, appearing quite at ease. I was contemplating that since you have severed ties with the guardian's role, perhaps you should consider returning to my original place. I wonder if anyone will take my place there. Your original place? At the mention of this, Yú Zhāo's eyes gleamed with interest. But a flicker of concern crossed Moo's face. This place requires a guardian. Otherwise, the people below will come rushing up. Then let us simply move away, shall we? Yú Zhāo proposed, presenting a feasible solution. Moo regarded her with a hint of sympathy. What of the houses you have dwelled in? If they cannot find anyone, will they not cause destruction? Are you not concerned? His reasoning appeared sound, and Yú Zhāo fell into contemplation. Moo, speaking at a measured pace, noted, Actually, I possess certain abilities that can contain these things. Over the days of their companionship, Yú Zhāo had come to understand Moo's temperament. Upon hearing the mention of containment, she adopted a playful tone. Master, you are the most formidable. Indeed, Moo replied with a hint of agreement. Noticing a slight change in his demeanor, Yú Zhāo cheerfully wrapped her arms around his shoulders. All right. Upon receiving Moo's affirmation, Yú Zhāo released him, blinking her eyes as if in gratitude. Do you wish to leave now? Yú Zhāo shook her head, her gaze drifting off as if lost in thought. Mere seconds later, she returned her focus and stepped lightly out. Moo watched her retreating figure, doing nothing but settling back into meditation. Little fire. With this utterance, a pulse of energy emerged, and the entity she referred to as the little fire spirit materialized, tilting its head with an air of indifference, exuding an aloof demeanor. What do you need? In the next moment, its expression transformed, adopting a gentler tone. Seeing the little fire spirit in such a mild manner, Yú Zhāo felt a momentary confusion. When I usually summon it, its temperament is not like this at all. Contemplating this, Yú Zhāo thoroughly examined Xiaohua. Upon being scrutinized by Yú Zhāo, reverted to its previous boisterous self. How curious. I attempt to converse in such a gentle tone, similar to those characters in the books. And yet you undergo such a transformation? Naturally, I almost thought Xiao Hua had been possessed by something. As Xiao Hua mentioned this, Yú Zhāo felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. She recalled a day when Mu expressed a desire to descend the mountain and wished to take her along. They wandered through the market without troubling Bern, and on their way back, they stumbled upon a few books at a stall that piqued their interest, so they took them. To her surprise, Mu generously purchased them, and they returned to their residence with the books. Subsequently, Xiao Hua, having already been renamed by Yú Zhāo, floated out, suddenly brimming with interest, its energy ignited with excitement. This book, how nostalgic. I had seen it before, and now I can see it again. What joy! Thus, Xiao Hua and Yú Zhāo developed a closer bond, occasionally speaking in tones reminiscent of characters from stories. In this moment, Yú Zhāo found herself enveloped by Xiao Hua's enthusiastic chatter. My master and I plan to move. Where to? Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow and inquired. Yú Zhāo shook her head, conveying her uncertainty. Upon noticing her clueless expression, Xiao Hua patted its own head, its tone becoming oddly peculiar. Dear girl, you're being taken to some remote mountain village, are you? That simply won't do. I vehemently oppose it, just as it was about to express more. Footsteps approached from behind Yú Zhāo. Both she and Xiao Hua turned to see Mu approaching. Having risen from a seated position, Mu slowly walked toward them, prompting Xiao Hua to shrink back and hide behind Yú Zhāo. Observing Xiao Hua's demeanor, Mu quirked an eyebrow. Am I truly that terrifying? Despite their circumstances, obtaining divine forgiveness was an impossibility. Perhaps vanishing altogether would be preferable. As Mu spoke, Yú Zhāo noticed the house behind him shrinking, gradually lifting off the ground. Bewildered, she watched as Mu held a tiny house in the palm of his hand, the little courtyard inside remarkably distinct. At a loss for words, Yú Zhāo could only gaze in astonishment as Mu, after allowing her a glimpse, tucked the miniature dwelling away and beckoned her to follow. Master, don't you still have that? Ultimately, Yú Zhāo voiced her concerns. Throughout these days, she had attempted the cultivation method spoken of by Xiao Hua. Yet, regardless of her efforts, she merely tapped into the transient energy Mu had provided, granting her the ability to glimpse the truth she was meant to see and hear. They are all gone. What limitations bind me? Frankly, Yú Zhāo was initially perplexed by Mu's statement about everything being gone. Once she comprehended its meaning, realization dawned upon her. There are no guardians left? Upon asking this, Yú Zhāo felt her question was rather thoughtless. Those who were qualified had either been eliminated or met their demise. I merely allowed the guardians to make choices. Now that there are none, what does it matter to me? I remain free as a bird. Furthermore, when you uttered the so-called choice, the restrictions upon you were consumed by that. That's Xiao Hua, correct? You no longer belong to the guardians. Yú Zhāo nodded, and Mu extended a hand, signaling her to grasp it. Xiao Hua initially intended to leave, but, upon Mu's gaze, obediently decided to stay. Though it was unaware of why it chose to comply, perhaps it was due to an unexplainable pressure. Xiao Hua, lead the way. Yú Zhāo placed her hand in Mu's, who grasped her with one hand while patting Xiao Hua with the other. Despite Xiao Hua's reluctance and desire to voice its grievances, it had no choice but to guide them through the cave. The previously pitch-black cave was suddenly illuminated, sparing Yú Zhāo from the oppressive darkness. She stared in astonishment at the now-lit cavern, filled with oddly shaped furnace stones, pondering that perhaps merely brushing against them could cause them to shatter. Thus, for me, they hold no value. As for that individual, once he decided to descend the mountain in search of solutions, he implicitly relinquished his choice to you, who remained on the mountain. But I descended as well. Yú Zhāo's question seemed to counter Mu's assertions, throwing her doubts into the conversation. Does that make a difference? I witnessed you and followed you down mountain. Moreover, I had previously discussed the consequences with him. His decision to descend is of no concern to me. As she spoke, Mu blinked and smiled innocently. Very well. Yú Zhāo's lingering doubts were resolved as she followed Mu out of the cave. During this time, her mind was preoccupied with Mu's earlier statements, rendering her indifferent to the peculiarities within the cave. Everyone come quickly. It seems there is nothing left on the mountain. Those who had come to store food instinctively approached the mountain, only to realize that the barrier had vanished, prompting them to hastily descend and inform the others. The barrier is lifted. Does this imply that the divine has forgiven our actions? I knew it. The divine is undoubtedly forgiving. They have allowed the guardians to release us. That fellow would never deceive us. Everyone, let us ascend. Finally restored. This time, I shall claim a spot within the top 10. With the first speaker leading the charge, the hopeful residents surged forward, including the individual previously scrutinized by the crowd, who wore a dismissive expression. Despite his injuries, he laughed heartily. What guardians? With the divine showing such leniency, huh? They will surely serve us. The surrounding residents, though they heard him, paid little heed, their focus solely on divination and prayer, all in pursuit of a top 10 ranking. After a time, as more people ascended, those further back began to feel disheartened upon seeing the throng ahead. Nonetheless, they continued their ascent, pondering that perhaps the divine, or rather, the esteemed guardian, might select 10 individuals from among those climbing. Esteemed guardian. Hey, why can't we see the esteemed guardian? Even their usual stalls are absent. The surrounding voices grew raucous as they noted the absence of familiar vendors, prompting some to rush toward the former site of the small courtyard. Upon arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. Once, there stood a quaint courtyard upon this land, yet now, the desolate expanse leaves no trace of the dwelling that once graced it. How could the disappearance of the guardian lead to such an outcome? Whispers of speculation arose, the crowd once again devoid of any coherent plan. The individual who had previously ascended in mirth now felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, reminiscent of earlier scrutiny. I recall that upon his arrival, he had uttered certain words. One among them rose, gesturing accusatorily towards him, and the collective ire found its outlet as they surged forth, engaging in yet another bout of violence. It is all your fault. All of this is because of you. Now look at us. Our divinations and prayers have lost their direction. It is entirely your doing. An unrelenting chorus of accusations assailed him, prompting him to hastily vanish from sight. Some pursued him, while others succumbed to tears, lamenting the harshness of the world and the loss of their guiding light. It is all his doing. In their hearts, they firmly believed that this individual had driven away the deities and the guardian. Otherwise, they would still be able to revel in their existence. If only 10 voices could be heard each morning and afternoon, it would suffice, as long as they remained present to offer their services. Chapter 49. Arrangements. If all goes as anticipated, chaos has indeed erupted. Mu led Yú Zhāo out of the cave, where a small flame that had been guiding their way now fell exhausted onto Yú Zhāo's shoulder, panting heavily. What commotion? Are we speaking of those people? The small flame, previously perched on Yú Zhāo's shoulder, lifted off, its eyes darting about, perhaps contemplating something. Based on the residents Yú Zhāo had observed, it was likely they had realized that they were devoid of all possessions. Mu spoke in a long-winded manner, casting his gaze outward, and a murmur of concern rose within him, pondering whether his old abode still existed, and if not, what would become of them. Let us proceed. Despite Mu's internal musings, he cleared his throat softly and guided Yú Zhāo forward. The small flame, feeling fatigued, retreated back into Yú Zhāo's being. As she surveyed the dense foliage surrounding them, her eyes occasionally flitted around. When Mu tugged at her hand, her attention was immediately drawn back, and she followed him onward. Uncertain of how long they had traversed, Mu eventually halted, releasing her hand. Yú Zhāo, oblivious to his action, surveyed her surroundings with curious eyes. The area was thick with trees, exuding an invigorating freshness. Taking a bold step forward, she beheld a quaint cottage nestled among the trees. Her mouth agape in disbelief. It remains unchanged. Mu stepped forward slightly, expressing his sentiments before advancing. Yú Zhāo closely followed, her recent readings warning her that wandering off might lead to being dragged away to an unknown realm, thus vanishing from existence. Remember to stay close to me. They should not be familiar with you. In a moment, I will call them forth for introductions, and they shall not harm you. Mu's voice resonated with caution as Yú Zhāo obediently nodded, her gaze fixed on him. They arrived at the entrance of his cottage, where Mu waved his hand, causing the door to swing open, revealing an array of exquisite furniture and small green trinkets. Before Yú Zhāo could examine the interior more closely, the cluster of green objects sprang to life, greeting Moo with animated fervor. Moo, you have finally returned. Upon hearing their words, a hint of exasperated amusement graced Moo's face as he crouched down. As he did, the little entities noticed Yú Zhāo behind him and began chattering excitedly. Oh, you brought back a girl. Is it as I imagined? Wow, this little lady is quite adorable. Unconsciously blushing at their remarks, Yú Zhāo felt a warmth creep across her cheeks, while Moo cleared his throat to interject. What are you all babbling about? This is my disciple. Yes, I have brought her here, bringing her to stay. The little beings seemed to latch onto the notion, their chatter resuming. But Moo, there is only one room here. Shouldn't you create a new one, or will you both be sharing? One of them voiced its thoughts, receiving a gentle tap on the head from Moo. Her place will be established here. There is no need for an additional room. At this point, Moo shifted the conversation to introductions. This is my disciple, Yú Zhāo, the former guardian. These are my guardian spirits, collectively known as Lin, comprising approximately 6 individuals. You may refer to them as Lin E, Lin Air, Lin San, and so forth. The little beings began to bounce with excitement, hopping on a Moo's shoulder as he slowly stood. Yú Zhāo then clearly observed their forms, small, green orbs. Yú Zhāo, oh, that name belongs to one of the guardians. Doesn't he it? What a lovely name. They showed no signs of aversion towards Yú Zhāo, chattering with enthusiasm. Moo turned to Yú Zhāo, winking, and stepped inside, with her following closely and ensuring the door was shut behind them. You all, they're guests. Go about your tasks. As Moo's words faded, the 6 orbs tumbled from his shoulder, scuttling away with audible huffs as they began their duties. Yú Zhāo couldn't help but marvel at these peculiar beings. However, she was unfamiliar with the term guardian spirit. Master, what exactly are guardian spirits? Seizing the opportunity, Yú Zhāo inquired. While Moo organized the table, he glanced back at her and continued tidying up. They're the guardian spirits born alongside me. They claim that if I were to perish, they too would cease to exist. Moo explained in the calmest of tones. Yú Zhāo nodded in understanding, and Moo invited her to sit in a chair. They are quite skilled, perhaps even more adept than I. From Moo's tone, she could sense a touch of wistfulness, and she felt a flicker of anticipation for the creations of those 6 little beings. In the coming days, I will likely remain here while I prepare your home on the mountain. Since you have chosen to follow me, you will assist with various tasks, such as clearing the leaves that fall at the entrance. Beyond that, there is not much else required. If you wish to venture down the mountain for a visit, I can accompany you when I have time, or Lin E and Lin Air can accompany you. With a few succinct words, Moo outlined the arrangements, and Yú Zhāo nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts, for she was currently under his roof and would diligently heed his directives. Lin Yi, Lin Air? Yú Zhāo murmured the names of the 2 small spheres by her lips, pondering how these spherical entities might accompany her down the mountain. Would they perch upon her shoulders? Moo immediately discerned her thoughts and promptly clarified, stating that they would transform into humanoid forms to accompany her, not remain in their spherical shapes. This assurance left her feeling at ease. With this thought, Yú Zhāo exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. Suddenly, as Yú Zhāo conversed with Moo, the small spheres began to emerge, one after another, balancing bowls atop their heads as they bounced onto the table, setting everything down neatly. Yú Zhāo watched in astonishment as the spheres placed the items steadily on the table, clapping her hands in delight. Upon hearing the applause, the spheres erupted into giggles. Thank you, she heard them say, which filled her face with awe. With a final thud, the last bowl of food was set upon the table, and the 6 spheres returned to Moo's side, chattering animatedly. Moo glanced at the dishes on the table, gestured towards the 6 spheres, and then turned to the kitchen to fetch 2 bowls of rice. Here you go. Just as Moo finished speaking, he remembered something and dashed back to the kitchen to retrieve 2 pairs of chopsticks, keeping one for himself and offering the other to Yú Zhāo. Now, seated together, they began to eat. It smells wonderful, Yú Zhāo remarked, salivating at the aroma of the food. She pursed her lips, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. I trust their cooking, Mumu said nonchalantly. The 6 spheres immediately expressed their discontent, appearing ready to chime in their protests. All right, you are indeed the best cooks. Mumu quickly reassured them, averting their impending uproar. He then picked up his chopsticks and leisurely served some vegetables into Yú Zhāo's bowl, which left her feeling pleasantly surprised. Eat more. You are still growing, he encouraged. Thank you, Master, Yú Zhāo responded gratefully before diving into her meal with exuberance, while Mumu joined in. Meanwhile, on another side, a sense of desolation enveloped the crowd as they gazed upon the empty space, feeling as though they had lost their way. If we were to kill him, would the deities allow the guardian to return? Perhaps then we might gain forgiveness? One suggested, pointing at the man. The surrounding individuals stirred restlessly. No, you cannot kill me. Doing so will not change the current situation, the man cried from the ground, his raspy voice betraying his desire to survive. What does it matter? The deity's wrath might be slightly appeased, granting us new blessings, another countered, stepping forward with purpose. The man's panic escalated upon noticing the knife in the other's hand, his voice growing frantic as his body trembled violently. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me, he repeated desperately, but the knife wielder paid no heed to his frantic words and plunged the blade downwards. Fresh blood spilled onto the ground, and the sight of the man's lifeless form left the onlookers feeling uneasy. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a large mass of ominous clouds drifted in, observing the impending rain. Some hurried down the mountain to seek refuge in a tavern, where they engaged in discussions with the patrons inside. Hey, you all look rather weary. Where have you been? Wasn't there no barrier on the mountain today? One newcomer exclaimed, taking a deep breath and leaning on the table as the tavern's attendant brought over water and cloths. As Bois descended the staircase, he paused at the mention of the barrier, instinctively listening intently at the landing. No barrier? Does that mean the master has shut it down? Are we to prepare for that business again? He thought. The man grabbed the water without hesitation, gulping it down and wiping his sweat-drenched face with the cloth before returning it to the attendant and continuing his conversation with the others. Who knows? When we ascended the mountain, the original stalls were gone, and as we moved forward, the houses had vanished. It was as if everyone had left. Everyone has left? Bois unfurrowed his brow, slowly making his way down and finding a corner to sit in, continuing to listen to the man's account. The key point is, the one who was dragged out before had uttered ill words before we ascended the mountain, leading everyone to believe he was responsible, and someone stepped forward to kill him. At this moment, the man mimicked a slicing motion, and the audience grasped the implication immediately. The one who spoke ill had met his demise. As if in sync with his words, rain began to patter outside, the sound echoing continuously. The attendant hurried to close the windows and, upon finishing, noticed the boss seated in the corner, happily cracking sunflower seeds. The attendant, Bois noticed a gaze directed toward him and looked up, causing the attendant to scurry away. I observed the sky, and suddenly several dark clouds appeared, leading to this downpour. What shall we do in the days to come without that? The speaker lamented as he summoned the attendant to order dishes. Others began to voice their concerns, each sharing their thoughts. Indeed, when I once went for divination, the outcome was precisely as foreseen, and I managed to avoid it. Will it ever return? How could that be? Look how everything has been uprooted. Our guiding star is likely gone. Is this truly retribution? Bois pondered, placing down the seeds he had been cracking, his gaze drifting upward, lost in contemplation. Chapter 50. Meeting the spheres at this moment, Yú Zhāo and Mumu, whom Bois was concerned about, were at the dining table, eagerly competing for food. Yú Zhāo managed to pick her favorite dish with her chopsticks, but Mumu swiftly knocked the food from her grasp. Before she could react, he caught the falling morsel and placed it securely in his own bowl. Master, Yú Zhāo's voice rang out in protest throughout the room. Mumu paid her no mind, contentedly savoring the food, which only intensified Yú Zhāo's longing. Fortunately, the small spheres comforted her. You're called Yú Zhāo, correct? Yes, Yú Zhāo replied obediently. The spheres began to chide Mumu for his behavior. What are you doing? Why are you snatching food from a junior? You are far too old for this. Yú Zhāo, may I call you Zhao? The first person to emerge from a room was Lin Air, whose expression was exceptionally intricate, tinged with a hint of bitterness. After a self-deprecating complaint, he resumed his tidying. Lin Wu and Lin Lu merely exhibited a countenance of profound despair, uttering nothing further as they silently continued their tasks. Mu swiftly returned home, and upon seeing the orderly state of her abode, her previously tense demeanor immediately relaxed. She glanced at Lin Yi, who stood, and Yú Zhāo, who sat, raised an eyebrow without uttering a word, and similarly took her place on the sofa. Lin Yi, displaying remarkable tact, made his way to the kitchen, leaving only Mu and Yú Zhāo in the living room. Yú Zhāo, Mu called, to which Yú Zhāo immediately responded, "I'm here. Your senior brother has sent word. It appears your mother's consciousness has significantly improved. She is no longer the mother who could only chant your name daily." Yú Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If one were to encapsulate her emotions in a single word, it would be elation. She clenched her fists, striving to compose herself. "However, you must descend the mountain to ascertain the full situation. It is not advisable for you to go down now. Your senior brother is aware of the matters concerning our mountain, so it may take some time before you can descend," she continued. Yú Zhāo nodded, affirming, "As long as my mother is well, that is what matters. I wonder what truly transpired." At the thought, Yú Zhāo's gaze lowered, her heart gripped by the notion. Mu prodded Yú Zhāo gently, and she seemed to awaken from a reverie. "Once you descend, you can ponder that. For now, consider how to live here and what daily necessities you might be lacking. I will have Lin Yi assist you in going down to procure them." Just as Mu concluded her sentence, Lin Yi entered with 2 cups of water, handing one to Mu and the other to Yú Zhāo. "Indeed, Zhao, if you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to tell me. Of course, if you wish for me to visit your mother, I can certainly do so," she added, her tone shifting slightly as she shot a warning glance at Lin Yi. "Oh, come now, Mu, it's not a big deal. Will my disciple even recognize you?" Lin Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow at Mu's skepticism. Noting Mu's defiance, Lin Yi chuckled. "I would merely need to present myself as you, and he would certainly allow me to visit. Do you think he is a fool?" Mu retorted, contemplating her words before adding, "If he truly did permit you to visit, he would indeed be a fool." It was evident that Mu was contemplating a trial for Boan. Observing Mu's willingness to acquiesce, Lin Yi flashed a bright smile at Yú Zhāo, conveying that there was nothing beyond her grasp. "Thank you." Unable to express her gratitude verbally in front of Mu, Yú Zhāo silently conveyed her thanks to Lin Yi in her heart. "Well then, you 2 young ladies converse. I shall abstain from intruding." Mu rose and opened the first room, seemingly prepared to assess the progress of the trio. Lin Yi chuckled. Zhao, have you recently moved into a larger house? Would it be convenient for me to pay a visit?" "Certainly," Yú Zhāo replied, albeit uncertain as to why Lin Yi had suddenly mentioned her larger residence. Nonetheless, given Lin Yi's amiable disposition, she nodded and led her to the small house situated in the woods, which was originally her own. Upon entering, Lin Yi was captivated by the quaint courtyard, her eyes widening as she took in the details, nodding affirmatively as if to acknowledge its charm. "Quite impressive. No wonder Mu was reluctant to return," she mused. "Is there a suitable place for us to converse?" Lin Yi, regaining her composure, fixed her earnest gaze upon Yú Zhāo, who pondered briefly before guiding Lin Yi to her room. Once inside, Lin Yi produced a small object from her pocket and placed it on the ground, quickly forming a barrier. This technique seemed familiar, reminiscent of Mu's methods. Isn't this technique similar to what Mu taught us? It facilitates our conversation. Indeed, it allows for discretion, Yú Zhāo affirmed. Earlier, I was unable to speak freely. Lin Yi, with a playful twinkle in her eye, asked, "Now tell me, do you wish to descend the mountain to see your mother?" Yú Zhāo stared at her in disbelief, unable to fathom such words coming from Lin Yi. "Simply answer whether you want to or not." Lin Yi coaxed again, her tone laced with a hint of playful insistence. "I do," Yú Zhāo responded without hesitation this time. Lin Yi, pleased with her answer, began to chatter animatedly with Yú Zhāo, seemingly discussing plans for their descent. Before long, Lin Yi skipped out of Yú Zhāo's room, returning to find Lin Er, Lin Si, and Lin Wu sprawled lazily on the sofa, utterly exhausted and unwilling to stir. She understood that they were fatigued. "Lin Yi, you truly have your ways. Lin Air remarked, casting a begrudging glance her way. Lin Yi smiled and shrugged her shoulders. That is simply my talent. What of Moo? Upon hearing her name, the trio feigned ignorance, adopting a demeanor of complete oblivion. All right then, you three rest well. I shall descend the mountain. Is there anything you wish for me to bring back? Lin Yi inquired, but upon noticing their disinterest, she gathered her belongings from the room and departed, gradually fading from their view. Lin Yi has gone down the mountain again. Whether she succeeds or not, Moo was far more endearing in her youth. Now she is nothing short of a demon. You speak true, the trio lamented, their voices mingling in the room, tinged with a hint of grievance. Nonetheless, for now, rest was their utmost priority, and they drifted into a hazy slumber. Chapter 54. Descending the mountain, how beautiful! Lin Yi trod along the woodland path, smiling as she occasionally turned to glance behind her, ensuring no strange individuals or occurrences lurked in her wake, her steps quickening with each assurance. After a while, she once more turned to check, and upon confirming her surroundings, she paused to rummage through her pocket, retrieving a small figure. She crouched down, placing the figure upon the ground, and with a gentle breath, it promptly enlarged, revealing its true form. Yú Zhāo. I apologize for taking so long to release you. It was merely a precaution. Besides, considering Moo's current state, she is quite reluctant to allow you to descend, Lin Yi explained, fluttering her eyelashes adorably. No worries. May I call you Sister Lin Yi? Yú Zhāo inquired, and Lin Yi beamed at the title, nodding enthusiastically. Of course. Sister Lin Yi, if we continue down this path, will we soon reach the mountain's base? Yú Zhāo asked, displaying a charming eagerness. Lin Yi nodded, pointing toward the destination ahead and the road above. Ah, are we not concerned about Moo discovering our actions? Zhao, stay close to me. As Lin Yi uttered these words, she blinked her dark eyes and sprinted forward, with Yú Zhāo trailing closely behind her. The further they ventured ahead, the more the cave they had previously seen while descending the mountain came into view. Sister Lin Yi? Yú Zhāo's puzzled voice echoed from behind. Lin Yi halted and turned to Yú Zhāo, inquiring, Do you have something you wish to ask, Zhao? If we are to descend the mountain, does that mean we will traverse through this cave? Indeed, Lin Yi replied, casting a curious glance at Yú Zhāo. Feeling a bit bashful, Yú Zhāo scratched her head and recounted her earlier descent with Moo. After listening, Lin Yi responded with several O's, her expression inscrutable. However, in the next moment, her demeanor shifted, and she burst into hearty laughter, playfully patting Yú Zhāo's shoulder. Yú Zhāo was bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason behind Lin Yi's laughter. Yet Lin Yi soon provided an explanation. This was originally set up here. It was merely moved by Moo. Just hold my hand, and you may close your eyes. Yú Zhāo nodded in agreement, shutting her eyes and placing her hand in Lin Yi's. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and Lin Yi's words prompted her to open her eyes. You may open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Yú Zhāo opened her eyes to behold the familiar forest, which appeared identical to the path she had taken previously while descending. Well, it's possible that Moo truly did transport it here, Yú Zhāo mused, nodding her head. Observing her nod, Lin Yi reached out and ruffled Yú Zhāo's hair. After a moment of playful affection, Lin Yi retrieved a veil from her pocket. Put this on. All right. Yú Zhāo accepted the veil and donned it, understanding that Lin Yi wished to keep her appearance discreet, especially since their descent this time was rather clandestine. With a clap of her hands, Lin Yi summoned a carriage that appeared behind them, causing Yú Zhāo, who had just put on the veil, to look back in astonishment. Sister Lin Yi, you are truly impressive. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly as she expertly boarded the carriage. Noticing Yú Zhāo's hesitation to climb aboard, she leaped down, scooped Yú Zhāo up, and placed her inside, causing Yú Zhāo's face to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Lin Yi, undeterred by the awkwardness, was intent on hastening their journey. Once Yú Zhāo was settled inside, Lin Yi took the reins and began driving. Inside the carriage, Yú Zhāo's thoughts drifted aimlessly, and she found herself lost in contemplation. Stop! Who goes there? A voice suddenly jolted Yú Zhāo awake. Outside, Lin Yi spoke lazily. Who am I? I am your great-aunt. Upon hearing the term great-aunt, Yú Zhāo could not suppress a chuckle, while the guards outside erupted in laughter. "You're my great-aunt? I'm your ancestor." After that exchange, no further commotion ensued until the carriage resumed its journey. After a while, the carriage came to a stop, seemingly at a designated location. Lin Yi opened the door and winked at Yú Zhāo. "Come down, Zhao Zhao." After Lin Yi's prompt, she jumped down, landing gracefully and appearing quite at ease. Yú Zhāo observed Lin Yi as she tied the carriage to the rear of a courtyard, gently patting the horse's head, which responded obediently. However, after a few moments of surveying the residence, she turned her gaze toward the house. "This is my private residence. Whenever I descend the mountain, I generally stay here. If I'm not here for long, someone will come to clean, so you need not worry about hygiene. Oh, by the way, you should change your clothes, Zhao Zhao. We're going to visit your senior brother later." "You mean the one called Bo-In?" "Yes, for dinner, perhaps." Lin Yi's suggestion was quite effective, and Yú Zhāo realized this, offering a broad smile in appreciation. "Thank you, Lin Yi." "No need for thanks," Lin Yi replied, stretching her limbs before leading Yú Zhāo into the house. She gestured toward a specific area, saying, "I'm going to take a short nap. You can't touch my room, but feel free to explore the rest. If you're tired, you may lie down on the sofa and rest." "All right, good afternoon." After delivering this message, Lin Yi hurried into her room, appearing to be preoccupied with something. Choosing between exploring and resting on the sofa, Yú Zhāo opted for the latter. After all, Lin Yi seemed polite, yet her true nature remained somewhat of a mystery. Furthermore, it was evident from their entry into the city that Lin Yi held a rather impressive status. As Yú Zhāo pondered these thoughts, she found herself in front of a sofa. Observing its seemingly firm surface, she held little expectation as she sat down. However, upon sitting, she was pleasantly surprised by its softness. Indeed, one cannot judge solely by appearances. One must experience it to truly appreciate it. With this thought in mind, Yú Zhāo's vision became hazy, and she felt herself sinking into the cushions, ultimately drifting off into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Lin San and Lin Si returned. Spotting Lin Er, Lin Wu, and Lin Lu, who had already completed their chores, they had yet to find any trace of Lin Yi. Lin Yi went down the mountain. All alone, Lin Er, lounging on the sofa, lazily responded before falling asleep. The others exchanged disdainful glances at the slumbering Lin Er. Sister Lin Yi left too quickly. "I still had things I wanted to buy. I was counting on her," Lin Si lamented, pouting as she found an empty spot to sit. Lin San joined her, offering a comforting pat on her shoulder. "What about Yú Zhāo?" Lin Wu suddenly recalled the young girl, and the remaining members shook their heads, indicating they had no idea. Their interactions with Yú Zhāo had primarily occurred at the dining table, leaving little impression beyond that moment. Perhaps Lin Si had previously expressed her fondness for Yú Zhāo. "This is bad. Such a young girl. We haven't lost her, have we? How could that be possible?" Lin Si exclaimed, standing up with disbelief in her eyes. She began scanning the surroundings, gesturing animatedly. "Hurry, let's find her. Think about it. Where did she last appear?" Lin Wu poked Lin Er, who was still drowsy, prompting her to reluctantly rise, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Understood." Lin Er got up and exited the door, followed by the others as they launched into a fervent search for Yú Zhāo. Meanwhile, Mu, having completed his tasks, returned to find his room empty, pondering whether the others had gone out to play or something similar. This clearly appears to be a case of them having gone out to play. Sigh. As I grow older, why do those around me seem so eager to run about? Mu, feeling a considerable headache, rubbed her forehead and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Yú Zhāo, who was fondly remembered by Mu's circle, had already fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 55. Departure after a while of sleep. Yú Zhāo opened her eyes to find the sky completely dark. She rose from the sofa, groggily rubbed her eyes, and made her way to Lin Yi's room door. Coincidentally, the door to Lin Yi's room was slowly creaking open, and out walked Lin Yi herself. Stretching lazily, she noticed Yú Zhāo waiting by the door and became slightly flustered. "I'm so sorry, Zhao, for making you wait." "Not at all, Lin Yi Jie. I just woke up and thought to look for you." "All right, wait a moment while I change into something suitable for you. I'll fetch an outfit from inside. You can try it on and see if it fits," Lin Yi replied, then retreated back into her room. After a brief moment, she emerged with a set of clothing, handing it to Yú Zhāo. Upon seeing the dark attire, Yú Zhāo glanced down at her own white outfit and bit her lip. Not to your liking? Lin Yi blinked her dark eyes, prompting Yú Zhāo to quickly shake her head. Not at all. I truly like what you picked out for me. I just wasn't sure how to change. Come on in. Yú Zhāo had not anticipated Lin Yi would invite her inside. Complying obediently, she followed Lin Yi into the changing room, where she changed out of her white clothing and donned the black attire provided by Lin Yi. As she adorned the new outfit, a glimmer of joy flickered across Lin Yi's face as she nodded approvingly. Before Yú Zhāo could fully process what was happening, Lin Yi pulled her along, and they found themselves walking down the street. To be honest, Yú Zhāo was momentarily bewildered. By the time she regained her senses, they were already on the street, with Lin Yi holding her hand. Soon, they arrived at the tavern owned by Bowen. How beautiful! Where did this fairy come from? She is simply stunning. The patrons who were originally enjoying their drinks were instantly captivated by the two striking figures. Lin Yi led Yú Zhāo to a table, and the tavern's attendant promptly approached them to introduce the menu. Welcome, esteemed guests. I presume this is your first visit here. We offer the most renowned dishes. As the attendant's gaze fell upon Yú Zhāo, his speech became stammered, and after a brief pause, he excused himself and vanished from their sight. Why do you think he left? Lin Yi's voice echoed in Yú Zhāo's mind. You're the little apprentice of the tavern owner. Upon seeing you, he must have gone to consult with his boss. Before Yú Zhāo could respond, Lin Yi had already answered, her eyes darting around. As anticipated, the attendant hurried back and exchanged a few words with Lin Yi and Yú Zhāo before departing once more. The two acted swiftly, ascending the stairs with quickened steps. As they climbed, Lin Yi appeared to smile at Yú Zhāo, but in reality, she was addressing the onlookers below. Sister, what do you think of the room I've arranged for you? It's a premium suite. Not just anyone can access it. Haha. Yú Zhāo could only obediently respond, struggling to find words to express herself. Chapter 56. Bowen's interrogation. The duo swiftly reached the designated room, which was lavishly adorned compared to the main hall. The attendant, bowing respectfully, gestured for them to take a seat. Please let us know what you would like to order. If there's anything unsatisfactory, I can even summon our owner. Oh, and here's our menu. Please take your time to look it over. We'll return shortly to collect your orders. Before Yú Zhāo could say anything, the attendant unfolded the menu on the table and hurried away. Quick in, quick out indeed. Lin Yi's eyes blinked with amusement as she chuckled, her gaze fixed on the menu, while Yú Zhāo watched the attendant's disappearing figure, lost in her thoughts. Zhao, don't dawdle. You need to eat well, for energy, right? Lin Yi playfully patted Yú Zhāo's shoulder. Yú Zhāo replied with a soft acknowledgement, turning her attention to the menu. Lin Yi picked up a nearby pen and made a few notes before handing it to Yú Zhāo along with the pen. Taking the menu, Yú Zhāo scanned it and, once she identified what she desired, hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Yi. Lin Yi immediately sensed Yú Zhāo's unease and pulled out a pouch of silver coins that jingled with a crisp sound. All right then. Lin Yi was evidently affluent. Seeing Yú Zhāo's worried expression dissipate, she returned the pouch to her pocket. After Yú Zhāo made a few notations on the menu, she set it down. Just as she did, the door swung open, revealing Bowen, whose gaze met Yú Zhāo's. Little apprentice. Upon uttering these words, Bowen noticed the presence of another woman beside Yú Zhāo, and his demeanor shifted from excitement to calm composure. Little apprentice, may I ask who this is? This is my friend, Lin Yi. Yú Zhāo's expression had transformed into one of tranquility as she introduced Lin Yi. The introduced Lin Yi nodded, stood up, and formally introduced herself. My name is Lin Yi, and I'm a friend of Yú Zhāo. Anyone brought here by Yú Zhāo must be someone she deeply trusts. With this thought, Bowen's gaze drifted to the menu on the table. He picked it up and addressed both Yú Zhāo and Lin Yi, saying, Have you placed your orders? I will have the kitchen prepare your meals, but you may need to wait a bit. After dining, if it is convenient for you. Little apprentice, may we have a private conversation? Yú Zhāo nodded affirmatively, and Bowen collected the menu, shutting the door as he exited with purposeful strides. Lin Yi settled back down leisurely, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion. I brought you down the mountain. I didn't realize you knew the tavern owner. If you do, could you perhaps treat me to a meal? After all, I'll surely face Mumu's scolding when I return. Lin Yi immediately began to charm Yú Zhāo, her playful demeanor evoking a sense of familiarity reminiscent of Lin Si. This was understandable, as they had lived together for such a long time, their temperaments intertwining. Yú Zhāo nodded, leaving Lin Yi momentarily stunned. She couldn't comprehend why Yú Zhāo had agreed. Perhaps her words had inadvertently carried a hint of disrespect? Of course, after regaining her composure, Yú Zhāo acquiesced, recalling that she had previously received a red envelope. Thus, she resolved to treat Lin Yi. However, when she reached into her pocket and discovered it empty, her expression turned blank. It seems that the money has been inadvertently placed on a mountain by oneself. In that case, how does one retrieve it? Just a moment ago, I mentioned treating Lin Yi to a meal. As this thought crossed her mind, Yú Zhāo felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head and tugging at her hair, resulting in a rather tousled appearance. Naturally, Lin Yi was oblivious to Yú Zhāo's musings. Upon hearing that Yú Zhāo intended to treat her, a smile spread across her face, and her mood visibly brightened, indicating that this revelation brought her immense joy. Ah, it seems that in your relationship, this person must indeed be your senior brother? Lin Yi's voice chimed in, breaking the moment. Yú Zhāo lifted her head and nodded affirmatively, confirming, yes, this is indeed my senior brother. Your master is quite secretive, not even introducing us to his eldest disciple, but only presenting you his youngest. Lin Yi remarked playfully, placing her hand gently on Yú Zhāo's head, smoothing down her unruly hair. Yú Zhāo thought to herself that Lin Yi had a certain talent. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, and the door swung open to reveal the young waiter from earlier, who entered carrying a large platter filled with an array of dishes. This sight left both Lin Yi and Yú Zhāo scratching their heads in confusion. Lin Yi distinctly recalled that she had not ordered such an abundance of food, and Yú Zhāo had the same realization. Observing their bewilderment, the waiter did not respond immediately but swiftly set down the platter before introducing the dishes, stating, "These have been sent by our manager, intended as a treat for you. Our young apprentice and her friend. Please do not hold back. Do not feel shy with our manager. All guests are welcome," the waiter added before departing with his empty platter. Lin Yi and Yú Zhāo gazed at the generous spread before them, exchanging a contemplative glance. "Zhao Zhao, Sister Lin Yi," they called out to each other. "We must not waste food, must we?" Indeed. With that, the two of them eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to indulge in the feast laid out before them. Since it was a gift, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Before long, the dishes were quickly transferred to their bowls, and they immersed themselves in their meal, eating with remarkable speed, causing Bern, who stood at the door, to pause. Given their pace, they must be enjoying their meal. Of course, it was prepared by the manager himself. How could they not eat quickly? It is an opportunity not easily come by for anyone to taste the manager's culinary skills. The speaker was the waiter, who had just exited the room, his platter now devoid of any food. Upon hearing the waiter's remarks, Bern nodded thoughtfully, letting out a soft sigh, lost in contemplation that seemed to carry a paternal undertone. "Little apprentice, you have made a new friend. I hope she does not lead you astray. However, judging by your new friend's demeanor, manager, your apprentice's friend appears to be a good influence. I shall take my leave now." With a nod, the waiter departed, while Bern lingered outside, his gaze fixed on Yú Zhāo's friend, the woman named Lin Yi, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its source. Wait, I must ask my apprentice how she met Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Yú Zhāo and Lin Yi were enthusiastically enjoying the meal, both vying for the last piece of meat on the table, their expressions turning pitiful as they pleaded for it. Zhao Zhao, look, this is the last piece of meat. Could you let me have it? Sister Lin Yi, you should respect your elders. With that, Yú Zhāo decisively seized the last piece of meat with her chopsticks, placing it into her bowl alongside a mouthful of rice. A triumphant look on her face that left Lin Yi feeling quite vexed. What respect for elders? I fail to see how you qualify as younger. Lin Yi thought to herself, feeling a mixture of frustration and amusement. If it weren't for Mumu's protective nature towards Yú Zhāo, she, a renowned figure, would have. Enough of that. I am full. I shall go find my senior brother. Sister Lin Yi, please wait for me here. I will return promptly after speaking with him. Seeing Yú Zhāo rush out with such urgency, Lin let out a huff and muttered 3 words before falling silent. As Yú Zhāo stepped outside, she immediately spotted Bern, who had been waiting for her for quite some time. The atmosphere shifted, and she felt a flutter of nervousness. "Senior brother, have you finished eating? How was the food?" Yú Zhāo nodded earnestly. Observing her response, Bern's lips curled into a gentle smile. "If it is to your liking, I can prepare more for you," he offered, beckoning her to follow him. Yú Zhāo obediently trailed behind Bern, her cheeks slightly flushed, surprised that such delicious food was prepared by him. No wonder even Moo praised Bern's cooking skills. They soon arrived at a neighboring room, where Bern adeptly set up a barrier to prevent eavesdropping before taking a seat. Gesturing for Yú Zhāo to join him, as she sat down, an odd thought crossed her mind, reminiscent of an interrogation, although she had done nothing wrong. "Your mother has awoken, Yú Zhāo. However, I am uncertain how to explain her current condition. It feels rather peculiar. Moreover, during the last communication from the master, he mentioned that you both were in a very secure location, which cannot be disclosed to me. Now that you are out, what about the master? Does Moo know about this? Were you led away by that girl named Lin Yi?" As Bern mentioned Lin Yi's name, a feeling stirred within him, suggesting that she might indeed be capable of such actions. Fire. After a barrage of questions from Bern, Yú Zhāo found herself at a loss for words until he summoned the name Fire. Oh, that naturally, before Yú Zhāo could ponder who Fire was, the small fire spirit within her, referred to by Bern, emerged, yawning sleepily. "After being by her side for so long, why did you not protect her properly? You seem so lethargic, unlike before." Upon hearing Bern's reproach, the little fire spirit puffed up in indignation, placing its hands on its hips. "How can I not protect her? She is standing right before you in perfect condition." Bern fell silent for a moment, returning his gaze to Yú Zhāo, opening his mouth to speak, but changing his words to, "What is your response, Yú Zhāo?" At that moment, Yú Zhāo felt the weight of Bern's pressure. She bit her lip, contemplating whether she should conceal her journey to Moo, realizing that her hesitation appeared as a form of evasion in Bern's eyes. "What are you avoiding, Yú Zhāo? Are you evading my inquiry?" At this moment, Bowen no longer referred to her as little junior sister, but directly addressed Yú Zhāo by name. It appeared that he was exceedingly agitated, never anticipating that such simple responses would warrant contemplation from Yú Zhāo. Could it be that there was indeed something he wished to conceal from her? "I have not, senior brother." Yú Zhāo rose abruptly, gazing at Bowen with utmost seriousness. "This is something I need to cultivate. My master is merely guiding me through my training. Lin is a friend I met during my cultivation. She brought me down the mountain to see my mother." "Training?" Upon uttering these words, Bowen's attention shifted to the little fire floating near Yú Zhāo. The moment the little fire sensed Bowen's gaze, it instinctively shrank back. Despite being the former owner's pet, it still felt a certain pressure from him. "Is that so?" "Hua." The little fire quickly realized that Bowen was addressing it, obediently nodding its head, seemingly affirming Yú Zhao's words. Yet Bowen persisted. "Little junior sister, extend your hand. Let me see." Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Master Fear. This was Yú Zhao's sentiment. She had never seen Bowen like this before. Realizing that his demeanor had startled her, Bowen ultimately tempered his temper, his expression growing solemn, devoid of the earlier exuberance. "Forget it," she heard him say. "Hua, please take care of little junior sister." After Bowen finished speaking, the little fire, initially uneasy, nodded its head and returned to Yú Zhao's body in a surge of energy. She might be a bit peculiar. Bowen removed the barrier on the ground and slowly walked out, with Yú Zhāo following closely behind him until they reached the door of a room. "Here we are." Bowen gestured for her to enter, seemingly unwilling to step inside himself. After Yú Zhāo expressed her gratitude with a "Thank you, senior brother," she entered. As she stepped inside, the door closed firmly behind her, and another figure appeared beside Bowen. Upon entering, Yú Zhāo saw a woman with her back turned to her. As Yú Zhao's footsteps approached, the woman turned around, revealing that it was Zhao Yuhuai, whom Yú Zhāo had not seen for several days. Upon recognizing her daughter, Zhao Yuhuai rushed forward and embraced her tightly. The mother and daughter savored this moment together. "Mother." Yú Zhāo was unsure if Zhao Yuhuai had regained her former self, gently calling out to her. Zhao Yuhuai relaxed her hold, her eyes becoming clearer, her words more coherent. Zhao Zhao, it is a relief to see you safe. Hearing Zhao Yuhuai's words, Yu Zhao's tears began to flow. Observing her daughter's sudden outburst, Zhao Yuhuai retrieved a few tissues from the table to wipe Yu Zhao's tears. You are still the same as when you were a child, a sensitive little one. After Yu Zhao's tears were wiped clean, the two fell into an awkward silence, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Eventually, it was Zhao Yuhuai who broke the silence, cautioning Yu Zhao. Zhao Zhao, be wary of your father. He intends to use you to break the constraints on the guardian. When I discovered this, he said. Zhao Yuhuai's words carried urgency, and as she reached the latter part, tears streamed down her face. This time, it was Yu Zhao who panicked, quickly handing her a few tissues from the table. Zhao Yuhuai accepted them, wiping her tears before sighing and continuing, if you see him, run. Run far away. You cannot defeat him. After all, he is a young master who has been cooped up for 200 years. The thought made Zhao Yuhuai's head ache. She lamented her inability to impart anything meaningful to Yu Zhao. If it were divination or prayer, she could only achieve it through Yu Lian, as she was fundamentally human. As for her daughter, if Yu Zhao was as she suspected, she too was merely human. Yet, Zhao Yuhuai did not dare to confirm this or express her feelings. Yu Zhao struck her as an ordinary child. This place should be safe. There is food, but I fear I cannot owe anyone a favor. I will tidy up and leave. Mother, you could. Yu Zhao instinctively wished to invite Zhao Yuhuai to join her on Mumu's mountain, but the thought halted her. If she voiced it, she might find herself destabilized, considering Mumu's temperament. Noticing Yu Zhao's hesitation, Zhao Yuhuai understood her unspoken thoughts. Her gaze became laden with meaning. Zhao Zhao, do not worry about me. If your grandfather is willing to accept me back, I will live well here. You should pursue the life you desire. Grandfather? This was the first time Yu Zhao had heard Zhao Yuhuai mention her grandfather. In moments when she had some ability, she seemed to recall glimpses of tall figures in certain scenes, likely the grandfather Zhao Yuhuai referred to. Yes, I regret not heeding your grandfather's counsel back then. A hint of regret flickered in Zhao Yuhuai's eyes, but then her mood brightened as she remembered something. She gently ruffled Yu Zhao's hair. If all goes well with your grandfather, I will bring you over. How's that sound, Zhao Zhao? Yu Zhao did not respond. Seeing her silence, Zhao Yuhuai sensed something. She wished to gauge Yu Zhao's feelings. After all, Yu Zhao had been carried for several months. Her deepest wish remained that Yu Zhao would choose to accompany her to meet her father. I will not force you, Zhao Zhao. After embracing Yu Zhao, Zhao Yuhuai's gaze turned to the room, revealing a bitter smile. I still have some savings here. If you need to pay for the room, I can certainly manage. Is there nothing else to discuss between us? Yu Zhao looked at Zhao Yuhuai and shook her head. Mother, there is not. Even after Yu Zhao's words, Zhao Yuhuai felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She patted Yu Zhao's shoulder and began to gently push her away from this place. Observing her daughter's attire, Zhao Yuhuai's once anxious heart calmed. Zhao Zhao, you look lovely in new clothes. You should always wear something fresh, my dear. A young girl should not frown, right, mother? As they neared the door, Yu Zhao lifted her head and called out. Upon meeting Zhao Yuhuai's gaze, she sensed a tinge of reluctance in her eyes. Yet, what did reluctance matter? Yu Zhao's heart and thoughts could not accompany her mother. Let us go. After saying this, Zhao Yuhuai suddenly remembered something and rummaged through her pocket, producing a talisman. She crouched down and carefully tied it around Yu Zhao's wrist before opening the door, sending her daughter out. With no further words, she refrained from engaging with Yu Zhao. Watching the door close heavily behind her, Yu Zhao found herself at a loss for words. She glanced around, but did not spot Boan. Where's senior brother? After searching for what felt like an eternity without encountering any trace of Burn, Yu Zhao began to feel somewhat misplaced standing idly. She decided to retrace her steps back to the room she shared with Lin Yi. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Mumu seated inside, accompanied by a small ball resting on Mumu's shoulder, and Burn, who was bowing his head and seemed hesitant to speak. Was it too late to leave this place? Yu Zhao contemplated. Her hand poised to slowly close the door when Mumu called out her name. Yu Zhao. Instantly, Yu Zhao steadied herself, maintaining a posture of military precision, her demeanor almost begging for Mumu's favor. Master. Mumu's call caused Yú Zhāo to stutter, rendering her unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Close the door, then speak normally, Mu instructed, and Yú Zhāo promptly obliged, shutting the door while discreetly exchanging a knowing glance with Mu. Please, take a seat and share your thoughts, Mu invited. What should we discuss? Yú Zhāo replied, her voice laced with inquiry. Mu shot her an exasperated look, gently caressing the small ball on his shoulder as he blinked, asking, what do you think? Was it truly because of her descent from mountain? This thought led Yú Zhāo to stealthily glance at Burn, who remained with his head bowed. I apologize for the trouble, Burn, she acknowledged. Mu, witnessing Yú Zhao's reluctance to admit her fault, huffed in mild annoyance. At that moment, Burn raised his head, assuring them, it's nothing, master. I didn't expect you to arrive here so suddenly. After all, Mu had been rather secretive about their whereabouts during their previous conversation. The manner in which Yú Zhāo appeared suggested she had snuck away, and her prior attitude had been slightly amiss. Let us discuss this matter later, Mu proposed as he stood up, causing the small ball on his shoulder to tremble before it settled down again. Then, Burn observed as Mu playfully tugged Yú Zhāo, leading her outside with a carefree demeanor. In that instant, he couldn't help but reflect on how Mu had never treated him in such a manner during their training. Master, that hurts, Yú Zhāo protested as Mu pulled her along, his tone laced with sarcasm. Who would have thought you'd be so bold as to venture down here without permission? Mu's words echoed as they transitioned from the tavern scene to a lush forest, approaching the cave that Yú Zhāo and Lin Yi had previously descended. Mu then released his grip, allowing Yú Zhāo some reprieve as she rubbed the sore spot. The small ball quivered and transformed into a human figure. Lin Yi's gaze was evasive, filled with an unwillingness to meet Mu's eyes, which also reflected a hint of avoidance. Lin Yi, once we return, you should know what is expected of you, Mu instructed. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging Mu's words, though her expression suggested a loss of interest. Yú Zhāo, Mu aimed to impart some wisdom, but Yú Zhāo, perhaps seeking to evade Mu's inquiries, boldly charged towards the cave. Yú Zhāo, stop right there. Without a moment's hesitation, Yú Zhāo recognized the angry voice behind her belonged to Mu. A voice in her head urged her to believe that if she rushed inside, she would avoid punishment. All she needed to do was press forward. Yú Zhāo, even as she took the final steps into the cave. Mu's voice echoed in her ears, soon replaced by the rhythmic dripping sounds within. Outside, Mu inhaled deeply, while Lin Yi fell silent. Sensing Mu's struggle to contain his rising frustration, Lin Yi tentatively addressed. Mu softened slightly, though his eyes still bore a murderous glint. Let this little girl learn from her mistakes. Only through hardship will she gain wisdom. Indeed, Lin Yi murmured, her eyes betraying concern as she silently wished, good luck. Zhao, unbeknownst to Yú Zhāo, who was oblivious to the thoughts of the two outside, she began to explore her surroundings. Feeling a stark contrast to the sensations Mu and Lin Yi had instilled in her. Though the cave appeared shrouded in darkness, faint glimmers of light guided her way. The incessant dripping sound was but a minor distraction as Yú Zhāo remained focused on her quest for direction. As she traversed the cave, she finally emerged, stretching languidly as she surveyed her surroundings, her disdain evident in her tone as she remarked, "It's merely a dark cave." The cave was nothing but that, dark and unremarkable, devoid of anything to fear. Yú Zhao's gaze shifted upward towards the path, recalling Lin Yi's warning about its complexity, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to disorientation. The destination shrouded in mystery. Truth be told, a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Rubbing her head, she recalled Mu's displeased expression, reigniting the inner voice that urged her onward. Advance. Only through progress shall I find forgiveness. Was she truly prepared to move forward? Yú Zhāo mused as she regarded the path ahead. Chapter 58. What is wrong with me? Would she truly be unscathed? Mu and Lin Yi exchanged anxious glances towards the cave, their hands clenched tightly, overflowing with concern. Let her enter and learn a lesson. Mu's eyes reflected a hint of resignation as he adjusted his posture, conjuring a chair from seemingly nowhere. When the time is right, I shall retrieve her. Meanwhile, Yú Zhāo, oblivious to the worries of Mu and Lin Yi, contemplated Lin Yi's earlier words, dismissing them as trivial. It's nothing to fret over. She reassured herself, taking her first step onto the path, unfazed by the notion of getting lost. The flame within her remained dormant, as if observing her every move. Surely, there were no signs of disorientation as Lin Yi had suggested. Upon reaching the end of the path, Yú Zhāo caught sight of the forest and a small cottage in the distance. She stretched once more, glancing back at the trail she had traversed, shaking her head before continuing forward, soon encountering several individuals who were anxiously searching for her. Yú Zhāo, there you are. Lin Yi rushed forward, enveloping Yú Zhāo in a tight embrace, leaving her momentarily startled. Yes, I'm right here. Lin Yi glanced at Yú Zhāo, then shifted her gaze to the attire adorning Yú Zhāo, her eyes widening slightly. This new garment bears a resemblance to that of Sister Lin Yi. Before she could finish her thought, Lin San began to murmur behind her, retrieving a communication device from his hand. Hey, Mu, we have located Yú Zhāo. Please return. Upon hearing Lin San's words, Mu on the other end of the line appeared visibly bewildered. Ling Yilanet inclusive. And as she listened to Lin San repeat himself, her expression mirrored Mu's confusion. It wasn't until Lin San called out several times that they finally regained their composure. All right, I understand. I will return. Mu ended the call, her demeanor turning grave as she scrutinized the cave once more, her eyes darting about as if lost in thought. Lin Yi's expression transformed from confusion to shock, her lips murmuring in awe. How impressive. Meanwhile, Yú Zhāo had returned to the house with a few others, quietly awaiting the return of Mu and Lin Yi. Lin Si, bouncing with excitement, brought several dishes to the table, while Lin San followed suit, placing several bowls of rice on the dining table. Haven't you eaten yet? No. We were looking for Yú Zhāo, Lin Yi replied, her words dismissing any further elaboration. Lin Si obediently answered, taking a seat while resting her chin in her hands, grinning broadly at Yú Zhāo. So, did you go down the mountain with Lin Yi? The thought of Mu and Lin Yi returning to reprimand her made Yú Zhāo consider that perhaps it would be better to confess now. With that in mind, she nodded affirmatively. You went down the mountain with Sister Lin Yi? No wonder we didn't notice. I suspect Sister Lin Yi will impose some strict punishment on you this time. As she spoke, Lin Si's eyes sparkled with anticipation, leaving Yú Zhāo feeling somewhat flustered under her gaze. Don't mind Lin Si. Both she and Lin Yi enjoy a bit of mischief. Merely hoping for some entertainment at your expense, Lin Wu remarked nonchalantly. Lin Si shot Lin Wu an annoyed glare, her face adopting an indifferent expression. What are you talking about? I was just feeling sorry for Sister Lin Yi's impending hardship. As she spoke, Lin Si attempted to squeeze out a few tears. But despite her efforts, none came forth. Did you walk here from the cave? Lin Lu asked, his gaze directed at Yú Zhāo with a hint of surprise. Yú Zhāo nodded, and Lin Lu's eyes reflected a newfound admiration for her. When we first ventured into that cave, it was utterly pitch black, and we were all terrified, crying out in fright. A nostalgic expression crossed Lin Lu's face as he recounted the memory. On our second visit, I don't know why, but memories flooded my mind. It felt as if I might be trapped in that darkness for days, only to awaken to the same void. Yú Zhāo felt a chill from Lin Lu's words. Her own thoughts at that moment had simply been to press forward. You possess a resolute will. The path up the mountain must have presented temptations, all stemming from one's inner thoughts, Lin Lu remarked slowly. Once a person succumbs to those sudden temptations, they can become utterly lost, and whether they are rescued depends entirely on chance. A bead of sweat trickled down Yú Zhāo's back as she felt a surge of relief. According to your description, you mentioned that your journey was remarkably smooth, indicating a steadfast consciousness. Truly commendable, Lin Lu praised, causing Yú Zhāo to bashfully scratch her head. Just then, the door to the small room swung open with a loud bang, and in walked Mu and Lin Yi. Mu's gaze was inscrutable, while Lin Yi appeared somewhat dejected. However, upon seeing Yú Zhāo, her face lit up with endless curiosity. Let's eat first, Mumu instructed, and the others immediately began their meal. Yú Zhāo quietly shifted her chair to a corner, letting out a satisfied burp. The food prepared by my senior brother is truly delicious, she mused inwardly. Lin opted not to join the lively dining table, instead taking a seat on the sofa with her eyes half closed, while Mu sat down and hungrily stuffed his mouth with food, clearly ravenous. Shortly thereafter, the meal concluded, and the others began to tidy up. As Mu stood up, Lin rose as well, prompting Yú Zhāo, who was seated in the corner, to stand nervously. "Let's go." This was directed at Yú Zhāo, and the three ventured outside the small house. "Lin, do you recognize your mistake?" "I do." Mu's first inquiry was aimed at Lin, whose response was remarkably sincere as she recounted her errors. This made Yú Zhāo ponder what she should say when Mu eventually questioned her. Should she, like Lin, simply admit her wrongdoing? "I sentence you to sleep outside tonight." "Understood." Lin let out a subtle sigh of relief, her gaze drifting to Yú Zhāo, a hint of schadenfreude gracing her features. Was Lin under the impression she too would be sleeping outside? The night forest was exceedingly dark, amplified by the eerie trees and the occasional gust of wind, rendering the atmosphere even more foreboding. "No, Yú Zhāo, if you wish to descend the mountain, you should have informed me rather than seeking Lin to accompany you. You require my protection to be here. If you were merely led away by Lin Yi's words, what might happen if you encountered ill-intentioned individuals?" As Mu spoke, his gaze flicked toward Lin, who promptly took the hint and discreetly retreated into the house. Now, only Mu and Yú Zhāo remained. "Yes, I recognize my mistake. I should not have been so reckless." Yú Zhāo's tone was earnest as she lowered her head, her voice taking on a pitiful quality. "You must not act this way again." Mu, initially intending to express his anger, found his words softened into gentle admonitions, sighing as his gaze shifted subtly. "All right." Upon hearing this, Yú Zhāo understood that Mu had forgiven her, and she instinctively embraced him, just as they had before on the mountain. Despite their prior interactions, this sudden embrace left Mu momentarily at a loss. "Thank you, Master," Yú Zhāo said, releasing him and blinking up at Mu. "Will I face punishment?" The original penalties she had anticipated vanished from her mind, leaving Mu momentarily speechless as he simply pressed his lips together. "You are to sweep tomorrow." It seemed impossible to retrieve his initial thoughts of punishment. Mu rubbed his head, recalling what he had previously mentioned to Yú Zhāo about sweeping. "All right." Yú Zhāo nodded, tilting her head slightly. "Master, do you have any other matters?" "No." "Then I shall return to my original quarters?" "Yes." Mu responded indifferently. And once Yú Zhāo disappeared from his sight, he found himself engulfed in a state of bewilderment. How to describe this confusion? It is quite challenging to articulate. It was as if Yú Zhao's sincere introduction and playful demeanor had extinguished the anger that had initially burned within him. The punishment he had contemplated floated away like a fleeting cloud, leaving behind a sense of lightness. "What has come over me?" Mu murmured to himself as he crouched down, lost in thought. After a while, he stood up and returned to the room, where he found 6 individuals gathered together, chattering animatedly, leaving him both amused and exasperated. "I'm leaving now. Tonight, I must sleep outside. It is quite chilly over there." Lin, noticing someone approaching from behind, politely greeted his siblings before turning around to nod at Mu, then promptly shut the door with a resounding thud. The remaining few in the room greeted Mu politely, and he sat down calmly, the seriousness that had once adorned his face replaced by a demeanor of idleness. He began recounting his recent experiences in the best way he could. "I have a friend who has another friend, and this friend asked him to take care of someone. Hence, my friend went over and started looking after that person, attending to their daily needs and providing guidance." Lin listened intently, blinking as if lost in thought, and after a moment of silence, he was met with a stern glance from Mu. "Ah, so you too experience moments of distress?" Lin Wu remarked, his eyes twinkling as if he could perceive Mu's hidden thoughts. "You all have your own little worries. After all, I am your guardian spirit. And even when I was younger, I would often vent to you. Shall I continue?" Mu joined in the banter, and Lin Wu shrugged his shoulders, choosing to keep his mouth shut, allowing Mu to continue his tale. Lin C's gaze fell upon Mu, nodding in understanding, yet she remained silent, as if merely playing along. Lin Lu, still engaged and listening, noticed the interruption and pouted, urging Moo Moo to carry on, for he had yet to hear the conclusion. Thus, as Moo Moo concluded his narration, the attendees, save for Lin E, reacted with a chorus of "oh," while others, confused by the convoluted relationships, simply shut their eyes and leaned back against the sofa, embodying a lethargic disposition. "It seems you have developed feelings for that person," giggled Lin C, her tone brimming with excitement, mirroring Lin E.'s enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You wouldn't be speaking of yourself, would you?" Lin Wu bluntly pointed out, having pieced together the implications, letting out a hum of realization. "Who would have thought you would reach such a day? That person must be the one you refer to, right?" With Lin Wu's remark, it became evident to those present who the subject of discussion was. "I sincerely hope your affection is genuine and not merely pity." Lin San shrugged nonchalantly, while Moo Moo acknowledged this with an "oh," directing his reliable gaze toward Lin C, waiting for her insight. "But you must first ascertain whether the other person harbors feelings for you. What if they perceive you from the perspective of a protective father figure? Or perhaps your mindset mirrors that of a father observing his daughter." Chapter 59. Has he returned? Lin C's words struck a chord within Moo Moo. He realized the importance of understanding both the other S and his own feelings. "Well, when the time comes, let Lin E know what you desire, as long as it remains within reasonable bounds." Moo Moo gestured towards Lin C, who chuckled, pleasantly surprised that her suggestion bore fruit. "Now, what do I truly wish for? This requires careful contemplation." Hoo. Lin Wu had unknowingly drifted off to sleep, and the others could hardly recall if he had spoken at all. Upon glancing out the window, they noted the inky darkness outside and exchanged good nights. Yú Zhāo had returned to her familiar courtyard, retrieving a chair from her room to sit in the small yard, gazing at the moonlit sky, her thoughts wandering. She had intended to use the rocking chair, yet for some reason, she could not find it at home. "The moonlight is splendid," she mused, admiring the moon, stretching her limbs and yawning widely. "I feel a bit drowsy." Yú Zhāo rose, took her chair inside, and with a light-hearted gait, made her way to her familiar large bed, collapsing onto it with a comfortable sigh. A small flame within her stirred, floating out to observe Yú Zhāo lying on the bed, curling its lips in surprise. "Are you going to sleep this early? What else should I do?" Yú Zhāo hadn't anticipated the little flame's emergence at this time. Was it bored or merely out for a stroll? "My former master does not retire at this hour." Yú Zhāo didn't need to ponder who the former master was. It could only be Bowen. She was curious about why her senior brother was awake at such an hour. What could he possibly be doing instead of sleeping? Cooking. Upon hearing the little flame's fervent declaration, Yú Zhāo felt momentarily stifled. Her senior brother was still so fixated on cooking at this late hour. He was dedicated to crafting the perfect meal to satisfy everyone's cravings. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the little flame's eyes, as it recounted how Bo tirelessly prepared meals, proving his worth to those who previously dismissed him. Oh, the more Yú Zhāo listened, the more she felt lulled into a tranquil state, as if the narrative was a soothing lullaby, coaxing her into slumber. Thus, she drifted into her dreams. The little flame, noticing Yú Zhāo had succumbed to sleep, had nothing more to say. Before retreating, it bade her good night and returned to her, settling into a dormant state as energy within her. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crow of a rooster roused those sleeping both inside and outside the house, and Yú Zhāo, nestled within, lazily yawned, her words slightly muffled. "Is there a rooster?" After uttering this, she buried herself deeper into her blankets and pillows, having not enjoyed such a peaceful sleep in a long while. In the next moment, her delightful reverie was shattered by the persistent crowing of the rooster, which grew louder and louder, startling her awake. "Ugh," Yú Zhāo grumbled, trying to muffle her ears with her blanket, hoping to drown out the rooster's incessant calls. The rooster's crowing was inescapable. She couldn't simply eliminate the time-keeping fowl. Frustrated, Yú Zhāo rose, neatly placing her blankets and pillow aside, and stepped outside, scanning her surroundings in search of the source of the relentless crowing. She absolutely needed to sleep, and that rooster must be dealt with. At last, The tumultuous thoughts within my mind have quieted, allowing me to cast aside the incessant ramblings that once occupied my head. Accompanied by the emergence of newfound inner voices, I propped my chin in contemplation. I realized with some dismay that I possessed no power to silence the raging cacophony of sentiments within me. Could it be that Yú Zhāo's abilities have returned? Should I venture outside to investigate? As Mu grappled with these thoughts in the confines of her room, Yú Zhāo, seated outside the door, appeared perplexed. She scratched her head, while Lin Lu emerged from the kitchen, stretching lazily, evidently having completed his tasks. Upon noticing Yú Zhāo's presence, he blinked curiously, as if trying to comprehend her reason for being there. "I am Lin Lu," he introduced himself to Yú Zhāo, subsequently directing his gaze towards the ajar door and Yú Zhāo herself. He decided to mimic her posture and sit down, yet an unspoken tension lingered between them, as if they awaited the initiation of conversation from one among them. Chapter 60. Innate potential. Mu finally emerged, having tidied her disheveled hair, her expression reverting to its previous aloofness, rendering her inscrutable. "Lin Lu?" she inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Lu, who sat beside Yú Zhāo. "What brings you here?" "I was washing the dishes," Lin Lu replied, rising awkwardly and displaying his hands, still damp with remnants of water, as evidence of his labor. Mu had nothing further to say, shifting her attention to Yú Zhāo with a long sigh. "Show me your hand." Confused, Yú Zhāo responded with an "oh," then stood and walked towards Mu, extending her hand. Mu placed her own atop Yú Zhāo's, initiating a moment of connection. Prior to this, she could still hear the chaotic thoughts swirling within Yú Zhāo, and she gently touched her own head with her other hand, as if seeking clarity. Just a few seconds after the contact, Mu's expression shifted to one of profound contemplation, hinting at unspoken words. Quickly retracting her hand, the uncertainty etched on her face was palpable, as if she harbored secrets she could not voice. Lin Lu, who should have remained present, chose to withdraw, sensing the myriad of complications that had arisen since Mu returned with Yú Zhāo. He felt it was not his place to intervene, believing that the children had grown and were no longer in need of their guidance. After witnessing Mu rummaging through her pockets and discarding an object onto the floor, creating a barrier, Yú Zhāo's brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom why Mu would produce such an item at this moment. Wondering if something grave had indeed transpired, "Bring forth your little fire," Mu instructed. "All right," from Mu's demeanor and words. It seemed this matter was once again intertwined with her own concerns. As Yú Zhāo summoned her inner fire, it emerged languidly, yawning and floating beside her, casting a lazy gaze upon Mu. "What is it? If there's nothing amiss, do refrain from summoning the great Fire Lord," it remarked, shaking its shoulders with an air of self-importance. Mu's initial inquiry left the little fire momentarily speechless. "Are you certain you have consumed everything within Yú Zhāo?" "Huh? Are you questioning my abilities? How could I know if it was all gone? I merely sensed it and acted upon the instructions of my previous master." The little fire retorted, its voice rising. Yú Zhāo, sensing the rising tension, gently stroked the little fire's head, calming it down. Indeed, Mu muttered to herself, recognizing that she had no need to demand accountability from the little fire. Her primary objective was to ascertain the truth. There was an undeniable presence within Yú Zhāo, a hint of something awakening, aside from the little fire and the minuscule energy she had bestowed. "Yú Zhāo, please extend your hand once more," Mu requested. "Certainly." Yú Zhāo complied, once again offering her hand. As Mu placed her hand atop Yú Zhāo's, she began to murmur incantations. The energy previously granted to Yú Zhāo began to manifest, drifting towards Mu piece by piece. Retrieving her hand, Yú Zhāo also withdrew hers, her eyes clouded with confusion. The little fire beside her began to chatter. "Why did you retract that energy?" As the energy returned to Mu's core, she exhaled a sigh of relief, blinking her eyelashes as she spoke. "Yú Zhāo, it appears that signs of a guardian are resurfacing within you. That is why I inquired of the little fire. But its demeanor was rather uncooperative. I thought it might be due to my energy, which is why I retrieved what I had given you, simply to validate my hypothesis." Mu explained, cautious of the potential repercussions of hearing Yú Zhāo's thoughts. As she had suspected, upon uttering those words, she could hear Yú Zhāo's inner dialogue expressing her confusion and fear regarding the resurgence of her past identity. What is happening? Why does that presence still linger within me? I've been told I was free from that role. Yú Zhāo's thoughts echoed, laced with trepidation. I do not wish to return, nor do I desire to once again engage in divination or prayer, she lamented. Mu lowered her gaze, while the little fire grew anxious, not waiting for Yú Zhāo to articulate her concerns before re-entering her being, embarking on an internal search for any remnants of lingering presences. As Yú Zhāo settled down, Mu followed suit, their gazes locking onto each other, the tension palpable as Yú Zhāo's hands clenched tightly. What if I am unable to? The fear in her heart resonated, as Mu noticed Yú Zhāo's head drooping closer to the table surface. Just as Yú Zhāo's head was about to make contact, Mu reached out to support her, but the little fire swiftly shot out from Yú Zhāo's being, patting her head before she could falter. Startled, Yú Zhāo sat up straight, causing the little fire to jump in surprise. What is it? What is happening? Yú Zhāo's tone shifted to one of urgency, and the little fire responded with a drawn-out sound, scratching its head, its expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation. To clarify, I have completely consumed the artificially created essence within you. It has been thoroughly digested, it stated, patting its belly. However, I initially overlooked something within you. As the energy I used to cleanse, you had exhausted some of my own reserves. Fortunately, I have replenished those energies, resulting in a mutual exchange. As I observed closely just now, I discovered an additional surge of energy within you, reminiscent of what I experienced when I indulged in my meal. However, I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist you this time, as Xiao Hu remarked, casting a silent glance towards Mu. Mu nodded in agreement, interpreting Xiao Hu's words, suggesting that perhaps this energy was something previously latent within you, now unearthed under unknown circumstances. Does this have any implications for me at present? Yú Zhāo's gaze took on a pitiful expression, her mind echoing with frustrations and complaints that Mu, despite being able to hear her thoughts, could not silence. Recognizing the mounting discomfort, he tactfully shifted his chair further away from her, diminishing the cacophony of her internal outcries. Master, why are you distancing yourself from me? I am not. Mu scratched his head, his gesture suggesting deep contemplation, though in truth, it was merely a tactic of concealment. Since this is an innate trait, I suppose one must simply endure it. After all, there is little recourse available to him. At this juncture, Yú Zhāo, unwilling to accept her fate, gazed upward at the ceiling, muttering to herself. Mu rose and collected the barrier he had previously set, brushing his hands together and casting a discreet glance at Yú Zhāo. Upon catching his eye, Yú Zhāo assumed he had discovered a solution and eagerly hopped in front of him, clutching the hem of his garment, resolutely refusing to let go. Xiao Hu, observing Yú Zhāo's antics, found himself at a loss for words and, realizing it was not his place to intervene, retreated back into Yú Zhāo's body to assist her in monitoring her newly awakened innate abilities. Let nature take its course. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. Mu gently removed Yú Zhāo's small hand and shook his head, subsequently pointing towards the door. Go sweep. Had Mu not mentioned sweeping, Yú Zhāo would have been at a loss for what to do. After a hesitant acknowledgement, she stepped outside. Lin Lu, upon seeing Yú Zhāo, offered a brief greeting before entering the house to attend to his own tasks. Once outside, Yú Zhāo surveyed the area designated by Mu. She examined her hands and glanced around, but finding no broom, she shook her head and slowly returned inside to inquire with Lin Lu. Hello, may I call you Lin Lu? Lin Lu, who was busy sweeping, looked up at Yú Zhāo upon hearing her call his name and replied, You must be Yú Zhāo, right? Are you facing any difficulties? Very well. This is akin to encountering a pillow while in a drowsy state. Mu mused silently, choosing not to intervene. After scanning the surroundings, he picked up a cup from the table and poured himself some water, taking a leisurely sip that showcased his relaxed demeanor. It's just that Mu asked me to sweep outside, and I'm uncertain if there's a broom available. Yú Zhāo mentioned. Lin Lu instinctively tightened his grip on the broom in his hand, gradually recalling the words Yú Zhāo had used regarding the outside area. He vaguely nodded, glancing toward Mu, who was sipping his water. Mu, catching Lin Lu's gaze, felt puzzled about why Lin Lu was looking at him. Was he seeking guidance? With a pointed glance, Mu silently urged Lin Lu to redirect his attention back to Yú Zhāo. You might find a broom in that small shed outside. Unfortunately, I cannot lend you mine as I need it. Yú Zhāo was aware that the storage room Lin Lu referred to was the same one he had taken her to earlier. However, recalling that scene caused her face to flush crimson. After expressing her gratitude to Lin Lu, she hurriedly exited, leaving him perplexed by her sudden departure. Meanwhile, Lin Lu continued his cleaning while exchanging remarks with the seated Mu. I wonder why Yú Zhāo's face turned slightly red. The weather is quite pleasant today. After finishing his water, Mu cast a casual glance at Lin Lu, stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and strolled leisurely away. Who knows? Yú Zhāo swiftly arrived at the door of the storage room, took a deep breath, and after a moment of stillness, confirmed there were no sounds emanating from within. She pushed the door open, revealing an abyss of darkness. Cautiously, she stepped inside, scanning her surroundings in hopes of quickly locating the tool she sought. However, at first glance, it appeared impossible to find. Yú Zhāo bit her lip, cautiously advancing further inside, commencing her search. Initially, there had been some light, illuminating the items before her. But as she ventured deeper, the clarity faded into obscurity. The further she progressed, the darker the environment became, amplifying her anxiety. After a swift survey of her surroundings, she finally spotted what she was looking for and seized it, bolting towards the exit without a backward glance. Fortunately, her exit was smooth as a warm light enveloped her, granting her some solace. Humming a tune, she arrived at the location designated by Mu, broom in hand. Yes, the very broom she had retrieved from the storage room, and began to sweep at a leisurely pace. During her task, Lin San and Lin Si passed by, seemingly responsible for that particular area. When Lin Si spotted Yú Zhāo, he was about to greet her, but Lin San restrained him with a glance that urged him to move along. Yú Zhāo noticed their interaction, but chose to remain focused on her work, diligently sweeping fallen leaves into a pile. Occasionally, she would indulge in brief moments of rest, leaning against a tree, enjoying the tranquility of her solitude. This lifestyle seemed quite pleasant, especially in comparison to the daily influx of residents seeking divination or prayers. Here, she was utterly alone. Chapter 61. The Sweeping Task, Zhao. It's time for lunch. Yú Zhāo, who had been indulging in a moment of relaxation, immediately adjusted her posture, diligently taking up her broom and resuming her task, appearing as if she had never slacked off. The one calling out to her was Lin Yi, who approached with a lunchbox in hand. Upon noticing Yú Zhāo's earnest sweeping, she nodded in satisfaction and walked over to her. Zhao, this is lunch prepared by our kitchen. I brought it for you. Yú Zhāo nodded, setting aside her broom to accept the lunchbox from Lin Yi, placing it nearby. Observing that Lin Yi had not yet left, she engaged her in conversation. Sister Lin Yi, may I ask you something? Who else, apart from me, has come to clean here? Lin Yi smirked slightly, finding Yú Zhāo's question amusing. She waved her hand dismissively. Do you not find your question amusing? Lin Yi responded candidly, prompting Yú Zhāo to feel a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. I'm just curious, Sister Lin Yi. Upon sighting the large rooster, Yú Zhāo was immediately filled with indignation. Furiously, she exited her room and made her way directly to the small cabin nestled within the woods. At the entrance stood Lin Lu, diligently sweeping the ground, his methodical actions reminiscent of her own from the previous day. Yú Zhāo, you've arrived? Breakfast isn't ready yet, he remarked, momentarily pausing to cast a puzzled glance in her direction. Observing Yú Zhāo's agitated demeanor, he sensed that someone had surely provoked her ire. A large rooster inexplicably appeared on my roof, cackling incessantly, depriving me of any chance to sleep, Yú Zhāo exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. A sight that was unexpectedly endearing, prompting Lin Lu to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks, as their acquaintance was still in its infancy. A rooster? Lin Lu's mind quickly grasped the situation, focusing on the creature she mentioned. Upon seeing Lin Lu's comprehension, Yú Zhāo nodded affirmatively. Let me ask, Yú Zhāo, You might as well come inside and check if breakfast is ready. Lin Lu, lacking any previous experience with roosters, set his broom aside and stepped into the cabin, with Yú Zhāo closely following. Inside, several individuals were already seated, seemingly awaiting their meal with obedient anticipation. Upon noticing Lin Lu and Yú Zhāo's entrance, they greeted them warmly. The absence of Mu indicated that he was likely still asleep within. "Good morning, Yú Zhāo." Good morning, Yú Zhāo replied succinctly. Following her greeting, Lin Lu began to inquire of those present. "Does anyone know about a rooster?" "There's one at Yú Zhāo's place." "A rooster?" Lin Si, busy in the kitchen, popped his head up, exclaiming, "I've lived in this forest for ages and have never seen a rooster. Let me see." His enthusiasm was quickly tempered by Lin San, who gently nudged him, saying, "You stay here. I'll accompany Yú Zhāo to take a look." "You little rascal, let me go," Lin Si protested, bouncing back in front of Lin San, thumping his chest and flashing Yú Zhāo a playful heart gesture as he grinned. "I want to see the world." Before Lin San and the others could react, Lin Si had already seized Yú Zhāo's hand, and they hurriedly dashed outside, arriving at Yú Zhāo's residence. Cackling echoed as the rooster proudly stood atop the roof, its chest puffed out, crowing loudly. Upon noticing Yú Zhāo, it crowed even more boisterously, and when it caught sight of Lin Si beside her, its bravado diminished slightly. Flapping its wings as though to take flight, Lin Si would not let it escape easily. He swiftly scaled the roof, reaching out his hands. The rooster, however, was quite cunning, leaping to the back of the house. As Lin Si stretched his arms, he followed the rooster's descent. Yú Zhāo, observing Lin Si's antics, patted her head, deciding to follow the rooster's path into the backyard. Upon arrival, the rooster, having noticed Yú Zhāo, wiggled its body playfully. As Yú Zhāo reached out to grab it, the rooster evaded her grasp, flapping its wings and soaring away. When Lin Si joined her on the ground, he found Yú Zhāo staring in disbelief. "Yú Zhāo." She silently turned around, and Lin Si, noticing her expression, affectionately patted her head. In the next moment, he took her hand and they ran back to the cabin, bursting through the door. Inside, the others had already begun eating, and Lin Si released Yú Zhāo's hand to claim his seat. Yú Zhāo took her time to sit down, and beside her, Mu regarded her with a quizzical look. She could only scratch her head sheepishly before settling in. "I'm telling you, there really is a rooster on Yú Zhāo's roof," Lin Si declared, stuffing a bun into his mouth as he spoke, his words muffled. "Really?" Lin San, the first to respond, widened his eyes in disbelief, patting Lin Si's head. "Are you feeling all right? You're the one who needs to check your temperature," Lin Si retorted after swallowing, playfully tapping Lin San's head in protest. He then earnestly began to describe the rooster's appearance to the group. "We've been in this forest for so long. Why is it that a rooster appears now?" Lin Si mused, "I've only ever seen ants and such. I truly wish to see this rooster." "Yú Zhāo, when did it first appear?" he inquired. Prompted by Lin Si's question, Yú Zhāo fell into thought, recalling that the rooster had appeared in the morning, and she had not seen it since returning home at night. "It was morning yesterday, and it's morning again today," she replied earnestly. The others exhibited a sense of eager anticipation, while Mu, indifferent, finished his meal, stood up, and clapped his hands. "All right, once you've finished eating, it's time to get back to work," he commanded, prompting everyone to set aside their discussions and resume their tasks. Yú Zhāo, still savoring her meal, took her time to finish, finally relishing a satisfying burp after consuming the last bite. Glancing around, she noticed the absence of familiar faces from Lin's group. Pursing her lips, she picked up her bowl and headed toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Lu was busy and accepted the bowl from Yú Zhāo, continuing to wash it. As Yú Zhāo exited, she spotted Mu seated on the sofa, appearing to meditate. "Master," she called out. Mu acknowledged her with a slight nod, opening his eyes and adopting a light-hearted tone. "What is it?" Master. A rooster has recently taken up residence on my roof, and it's quite bothersome. It cackles loudly when I wish to sleep in the mornings. And whenever I look up at it, it seems to taunt me." "Could you possibly?" Yú Zhāo's request was interrupted by Mu, who offered a vague response. "Causality." "Huh," she replied, confused. "If you take root here, perhaps a slight cause will arise, yet it poses no threat to you. This is your destiny with it." Yú Zhāo. His tone was profound, and Yú Zhāo noticed a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Before she could decipher it, he had already pushed her outside. Just then, Lin Wu returned, glancing at Yú Zhāo, who had been unceremoniously thrust outside. His expression transformed into one of sympathy as he approached her, patting her shoulder. I understand. Understand what? Before Yú Zhāo could ponder further, Lin Wu handed her the broom and dustpan he had been holding. Yú Zhāo smirked, appreciating the fact that she wouldn't have to retrieve them from the storage room. With this thought, she quickened her pace toward her destination. Mother, she murmured under her breath. Were Yú Zhāo present, she would surely recognize this figure. Not merely a person, but a deity, the deity known as La La Shun. Yú Zhāo tentatively called out to the flame, which quickly responded, transforming into a small flame figure before her. She observed that the demeanor of this little flame was exceedingly serious, resembling someone delivering a dire prognosis. Yes, it is I. The little flame acknowledged its identity with great candor. Its eyes were filled with concern, and it hesitated, unsure of how to communicate with Yú Zhāo effectively. Yú Zhāo. The little flame called her name again, this time with utmost seriousness, explaining, currently, the guardian energy that resided within you has been consumed by me. That energy is a hereditary trait from your family. Yú Zhāo nodded slightly, half comprehending. The guardian energy awakening within you, which embodies the responsibilities of a guardian, is inherent to you. I cannot assist you in this matter. If I were to intervene, I would forfeit my protective role for a century, which would mean a permanent farewell for us. At this moment of awakening, I can still help you consume it. However, once it takes form, not even the might of the heavens, excluding those celestial beings, could intervene, as it would have already established its roots. After conveying these crucial details, the little flame noticed Yú Zhāo's stunned expression. She had not anticipated that the innate guardian energy within her would choose this moment to take shape. Perceiving her confusion, the little flame pondered and sought a way to illustrate the manifestation of the innate guardian energy for her. Yet, it realized that this energy primarily remained dormant, conserving its power, and had never observed any action from it. Reflecting on this, the little flame felt a tinge of failure. It rubbed its forehead, uncertain of what to say next, and waited silently for Yú Zhāo's response, having already conveyed all that needed to be said. Moreover, it was uncertain whether its remaining energy could expel the innate entity from Yú Zhāo's body. I do not wish to return, was Yú Zhāo's thought. Since her arrival here, she had relished the comfort of this place. The Lin family members were amiable, and she had no desire to confront the local residents. She was well aware of how those residents treated them. If she were to abandon this place, she would also lose the protection of the little flame. Yet, at least she was on Mumu's territory, right? Mumu would be able to safeguard her, wouldn't he? Within mere seconds, Yú Zhāo resolved her decision. Clearing her throat, she addressed the little flame. I have made up my mind. I want to eliminate the innate guardian energy within me. I ask for your help. Even at the cost of losing my century of protection, the little flame inquired with concern. Yú Zhāo affirmed with a simple yes. The little flame ceased further discussion and transformed back into a ball of fire, slowly drifting into Yú Zhāo's body. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yú Zhāo, while her physical form, still in slumber, emitted a sound of distress. This utterance immediately captured the attention of Lin Yi and the others sitting in the living room, their expressions turning anxious. Lin Yi was the first to push open the door, and upon seeing Yú Zhāo seemingly unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, mere seconds later, she heard Yú Zhāo's body emit another sound of distress. Zhao Zhao. Lin Yi crouched down, her heart racing as she clenched her fists, uncertain of what action to take. She feared that any attempt to intervene could exacerbate Yú Zhāo's condition, which would be counterproductive. Yet, lingering in indecision proved futile. Lin Yi glanced back at the other members of the Lin family, urging them to fetch a basin of water. With Mumu absent, Lin Yi was the eldest present, and the others obediently brought the basin. Lin Yi soaked a towel in the water, wrung it out, and placed it on Yú Zhāo's forehead to cool her down. She was unsure of what else she could do, praying for Yú Zhāo's safety. Meanwhile, in the dark environment, Yú Zhāo felt the little flame flitting about within her. The sensation was painful, though not as intense as the previous agony in her chest. With this thought, Yú Zhāo relaxed her mindset, patiently awaiting the little flame's good news. Simultaneously, Mu was racing through the forest, seemingly aware of his destination, running forward until he stopped at a certain point. The usually proud and aloof Mu knelt down and bowed his head. At that moment, a green light illuminated him, dispelling his fatigue and lifting his head to gaze ahead. Before him, the source of the green light was a figure emanating from it, a female voice calling out, "Long time no see, Mu. I wonder if you have come to reminisce or for some other reason." Mu pressed his lips together and slowly replied, "I have taken on a disciple. My disciple is experiencing discomfort today, and unable to ascertain the cause, I thought of coming here." "What a curious timing for you to seek me out," the voice from the green light interrupted Mu, her tone laced with a sigh. "You possess a better path ahead, one where you could be here with us, even without granting them life. Let's skip the pleasantries. Just tell me, will you help?" Mu implored. The figure, identified as Mu Ying, the owner of the voice, stepped out of the green light, wielding a staff, her green hair flowing, and a hint of regret in her gaze. "Of course, I can't assist you," Mu Ying replied with a cheerful demeanor, playfully twirling her staff as she descended gracefully. "I am quite curious about what your disciple looks like. Let us not waste time. Let's go." Chapter 64. The reunion of master and disciple. The anticipated pain swiftly escalated, transforming into an excruciating sensation akin to the previous agony. Yú Zhāo instinctively clutched her chest. Crouching down, finding this position offered a slight reprieve. After a brief moment in this stance, with no signs of improvement, she decided to sit on the ground, enduring the painful sensations as they surged through her. At times, she felt the flames searing her, while at other moments, a gentle energy enveloped her, healing her wounds. Yú Zhāo felt as if she were undergoing relentless torment. A part of her wanted to utter that perhaps death would be a kinder fate. However, such thoughts bore no fruit, and she transitioned from sitting to lying down, compelled by her own thoughts. In the throes of pain, she rolled on the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity. "Damn it!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her frustrations before succumbing to unconsciousness. On the other side, Mu, accompanied by Mu Ying, hastened towards the forest cabin with utmost speed. Along the way, Mu Ying incessantly chattered about Mu's newly acquired disciple. "What is your disciple's name? Oh, is she attractive?" Throughout this journey, Mu's ears nearly developed calluses due to the incessant inquiries. However, driven by a sense of obligation, Mu patiently responded to her questions, only for Mu Ying to emit a sound of acknowledgement, subsequently unleashing a torrent of additional queries. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the forest cabin. Mu Ying's gaze fixated on the structure as she stroked her chin, clicking her tongue and nodding her head, though it remained unclear what her gesture signified. Mu swung the door open, and Lin San and Lin Si emerged first. Upon seeing Mu, Lin Si immediately grasped his hand, pulling him inside with a look of extreme anxiety, while Lin San mirrored a similar expression. Upon noticing Mu Ying trailing behind Mu, a flicker of confusion crossed his features, but he quickly masked it, dutifully guiding Mu Ying into the cabin. Concerning Yú Zhāo's condition, Mu found himself at a loss. Yet the individuals he had summoned might possess some means to address the situation. Thus, Mu and Mu Ying entered the cabin, where Mu Ying's astonishment grew as she observed the decor, contrasting it with her own living conditions, revealing the stark differences between their worlds. Inside, Lin Wu heard the commotion and rushed out, spotting Mu accompanied by the green-haired maiden, Mu Ying. He momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, addressing Mu with relief, expressing that they had finally returned. He informed Mu that Yú Zhāo's condition had deteriorated since her initial arrival. As he spoke, Lin Wu's expression grew somber, gesturing towards the room now fully occupied by the others. Lin Yi, in particular, was fixated on the unconscious Yú Zhāo, uncertain of how to alleviate her suffering. Mu Ying advanced, allowing her to glimpse the occupants within the room. As she entered, Lin Yi, Lin Er, and Lin Lu regarded her with cautious expressions. Mu Ying smiled, refraining from uttering a word, and approached Yú Zhāo's bedside. placing her delicate hands upon Yú Zhāo's forehead to begin sensing her condition. Observing Mu Mu's entrance, Lin Yi attempted to speak, but Mu Mu silenced her with a gesture, prompting Lin Yi to close her mouth and await Mu Ying's words. Remarkably, Mu Ying detected two conflicting energies within Yú Zhāo's body. One was a blazing flame, while the other appeared to be an innate essence awakened by some fortuitous event, vying for dominance within her being. With keen interest, Mu Ying glanced at Yú Zhāo, withdrawing her hand before turning her gaze towards Mu Mu and the others to articulate her findings. Dominance? Could it be that if one energy prevailed, the individual who awakens would not be Yú Zhāo? Lin Yi, deeply concerned for Yú Zhāo, voiced her apprehension, to which Mu Ying shook her head, clarifying that it was merely a struggle for the control of energy within the girl. Without energy, she would simply be an ordinary human. With it, she was akin to any of them, albeit of a different kind. As she spoke, Mu Ying chuckled lightly, conjuring a sphere of green light that enveloped Yú Zhāo, explaining that this aura could temporarily stabilize her body temperature, maintaining a semblance of normalcy, though she could not ascertain the internal situation, suggesting it might take several days to resolve. Several days? Lin Yi voiced his concerns, casting a heavy glance towards Mu Mu, who appeared remarkably calm. He hesitated to speak further, considering the equal strength of the two energies, ultimately depending on the stronger will to survive. Mu Ying then seated herself upon the floor, adopting a posture of detachment as she commenced meditation. Lin Yi's gaze shifted towards her, but Mu Mu gestured for the others in the room to refrain from interrupting. Consequently, Lin San and the others exited, leaving only Mu Mu and Mu Ying within the confines of the room. What exactly was the situation? The innate energy seemed significantly more potent, while the flame, though fierce, appeared to lack the necessary strength. Mu Ying, while speaking, did not forget to erect a barrier to shield their conversation from prying ears. Indeed, Mu Mu responded in a nonchalant manner. Mu Ying had hoped to discern some emotion from Mu Mu's expression, but his impassive demeanor left her feeling slightly disappointed as she pouted. Thus, if the innate energy were to amplify its strength, it could entirely replace the flame, which would then be rendered insignificant. As Mu Ying spoke, she blinked, seemingly inquiring about Mu Mu's decision. Mu Mu's silence was profound, as if he had said everything and nothing simultaneously, covering his head with his hands, his expression darkening slightly. Is there a way to delve into Yú Zhāo's essence and ascertain her presence? Certainly. Would you like to proceed now? Mu Ying readily acquiesced, her palm once again emanating green light, enveloping Mu Mu. As his body diminished in size, he transformed into a smaller form and floated before Yú Zhāo's corporeal vessel. Then, they entered Yú Zhāo's interior, greeted by an enveloping darkness. The green sphere, having securely transported Mu Mu, dissipated its barrier and transformed into a small orb. Resting in Mu Mu's palm, he grasped the orb tightly, realizing that such a grip was not particularly advantageous, and placed it within his pocket. Soon after, an energy manifested in his palm, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This scene was reminiscent of a moment he had witnessed while divining for Yú Zhāo. Now, as he traversed this realm, he pondered whether it was truly real or merely an unexpected turn of events. As he continued, he lost track of time until he finally halted, spotting Yú Zhāo curled up and motionless on the ground. He crouched down, directing the illuminating energy towards her. Yú Zhāo. Mu Mu was certain that the girl before him was indeed Yú Zhāo. As if sensing his presence, she slowly opened her eyes, locking onto Mu Mu with disbelief. Blinking repeatedly, upon recognizing Mu Mu, her excitement surged. Master, Master, is it you? You have come. Her voice transitioned from a faint whisper to an incoherent murmur. Mu Mu regarded her, his own thoughts swirling with complexity. Yú Zhāo, noticing the luminous energy in his palm, mustered the strength to rise. Her gaze fixated on the radiant glow, mesmerized. In the next moment, the pain that had previously afflicted her returned with fervor, and she bit down on her lip with determination. Yú Zhāo, observing her distress, Mu Mu recalled Mu Ying's words and immediately began channeling his energy to alleviate her suffering, soothing her pain. Under the gentle sustainment of Mu Mu, Yú Zhāo's complexion began to exhibit a hint of vitality, her pallor slightly replaced by a rosy hue. As she took a deep breath, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her once more. Yú Zhāo, disregarding her dignity, writhed on the ground. And even with Mu's energy at her disposal, the current circumstances seemed to offer little respite. Yú Zhāo, what has happened to you? Mu, taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his energy, felt a pang of distress at witnessing Yú Zhāo's turmoil. The words of Mu-ing echoed in his mind, implying that a being known as Xiaohua was contending with the innate force. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to mimic Yú Zhāo's tone and called out to Xiaohua. To his astonishment, Yú Zhāo ceased her writhing and a small flame figure slowly emerged from her being. Unfortunately, Yú Zhāo herself succumbed to unconsciousness. It was indeed Xiaohua. The weariness was palpable on Xiaohua's face, and the once vibrant flames that should have radiated from him had diminished significantly. Is it you? Upon seeing Mu, Xiaohua stretched languidly, yet his demeanor swiftly turned grave. Yú Zhāo had endeavored to shed her former identity, having devoted a century of protection to her. But despite exhausting all his energy, Mu found himself unable to contend with the innate force that seemed capable of consuming his power for reasons unbeknownst to him. As he rubbed his aching head, he cast a pleading gaze towards Mu. Do you possess any solutions? Mu replied nonchalantly. How would I know? Observing Mu's reticence and a subtle gesture he had made, Xiaohua realized that he could not rely on the man before him. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to re-enter Yú Zhāo's body once again when Mu halted him. Wait, Xiaohua responded, curiosity lighting up his eyes as he placed his hands on his hips. Have you found a solution? Not at all. Go ahead. Xiaohua shot a few annoyed glances at Mu before returning to Yú Zhāo, re-engaging in the struggle against the innate energy. Meanwhile, Mu retrieved a small green orb from his pocket. The orb immediately sprang to the ground, expanding into a large sphere that enveloped Mu, then gently began to ascend. When Yú Zhāo regained consciousness, she beheld Mu seated inside a green orb, which promptly drifted out of her line of sight. Hey, master, don't leave me behind. Take me with you. Immediately after uttering these words, she was overtaken by pain once again and began to writhe on the ground. Mu, surprised by Yú Zhāo's utterance, found it somewhat enlightening. Stop, he commanded the green orb, but it stubbornly continued on its path towards the exit. Recognizing the futility of further conversation, Mu conjured a flame in his palm, prompting the orb to halt. If you do not obey, I shall incinerate you here. The green orb promptly complied, returning Mu to his original location and retracting its enveloping barrier. Upon Mu's return, Yú Zhāo intended to speak, yet the tumultuous clash of energies within her body rendered her unable to articulate anything but her agony. Mu approached Yú Zhāo, crouching down and without uttering a word. The green orb instinctively encased both him and Yú Zhāo. As Yú Zhāo was enveloped within the orb, her condition appeared to improve. She ceased rolling and sat upright on the ground. The green orb then commenced its flight. Chapter 65. The concern of the Lin family master. What is this green orb? Within the confines of the green sphere, Yú Zhāo appeared to have regained some vitality. Her complexion was no longer ashen, and her breathing steadied. Observing her improved state, she let out a sigh of relief. The green orb swelled, slowly floating upwards as Mu gestured for silence, indicating his desire for quietude. As Yú Zhāo lay back, she witnessed the green bubble carrying them away. Just as they were about to depart, she noticed Mu's expression shift to one of astonishment, filled with incredulity. Once they emerged, Yú Zhāo, who had been reclining, was startled to see her own unconscious self outside. In that moment, her gaze shifted slightly, revealing a green-haired woman smiling warmly at her and Mu. Is it truly possible to emerge? The green-haired woman's voice carried a tone of surprise. Yú Zhāo then saw Mu swiftly transform into a larger figure, standing level with the green-haired woman. Indeed, allow me to introduce this individual, Mu-ing. Mu-ing, this is my disciple, Yú Zhāo. Upon emerging, Mu calmly introduced the two, and Mu-ing nodded her head, enthusiastically addressing Yú Zhāo, who remained within the green orb. Ah, you must be Yú Zhāo. You are truly adorable. Adorable? Although the words seemed complimentary, Yú Zhāo detected a hint of mockery in Mu Ying's tone. Nevertheless, she had little to say, maintaining a vigilant demeanor towards this unfamiliar individual, unable to think of anything else at the moment. You currently harbor two energies within you. One is your innate essence, and the other is the flame within you, which appears quite vigorous yet still somewhat feeble. Mu Ying spoke in a leisurely manner. Yú Zhāo, feeling somewhat constrained within the green orb, opted to lean against its edge and listen quietly. Noticing Yú Zhāo's indifferent demeanor, Mu Ying's interest waned, while Mu remained composed, showing no trace of his earlier anxiety. As Mu Ying pondered, the atmosphere grew increasingly dull. Observing the languid disposition of both individuals, she cleared her throat and decided to speak cheerfully, clearly. Your innate energy is considerably stronger and will soon dominate your core. If you wish to prevent that flame from extinguishing, it would be prudent to return. At the mention of extinguishing, a ripple of concern coursed through Yú Zhāo. She turned her head, her gaze calm, yet penetrating as she regarded Mu Ying. Noticing her reaction, Mu Ying smirked, realizing she had touched upon a sensitive subject. Return? Am I not here already? The exterior is your body. What you're encased in is merely a consciousness. How can your consciousness converse with that flame from outside? You must return to your body to communicate with it. Mu Ying interrupted her, articulating her point plainly. Yú Zhāo's expression shifted to one of anxiety. The sight of Yú Zhāo's distress brought a sense of delight to Mu Ying, who chuckled gleefully and waved her hand, prompting the green orb to swiftly return. What have you done? Mu exclaimed as the orb was abruptly sent back by Mu Ying, who tilted her head, her radiant smile glowing brightly. The girl, Yú Zhāo, is undeniably charming, and one cannot help but wonder whether she desires to forcibly retain that fleeting flame of companionship or simply wishes to cherish it. Mu Ying blinked her eyes, presenting an adorable visage that belied any malicious intent. Meanwhile, a vibrant red flame grumbled at a gentle blue light, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you absorbing my energy?" As it observed its own diminishing form, a wave of anxiety washed over it, regretting its decision to confide in Yú Zhāo about its inner turmoil. Yet deep down, it longed for freedom, unencumbered by the constraints of others. "Little fire," a familiar voice called out, prompting it to glare at the blue light before swiftly approaching the source of the summons. It found Yú Zhāo encased within a small green orb, and with a hint of surprise, it inquired, "Yú Zhāo, how did you end up in this little sphere?" Noticing the flame's diminished stature since their first encounter, she resolved firmly, pursing her lips before earnestly stating, "Little fire, please stop." "What?" Little fire gazed at Yú Zhāo, perceiving her words as a ludicrous jest. "Are you joking with me, Yú Zhāo? I understand that what I am saying may seem absurd, but if you continue to resist that energy, it will drain you completely." "Drain me?" Little fire's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, its previously carefree attitude replaced with seriousness. Is that truly the case? It had never considered that its diminutive form might be attributed to Yú Zhāo's lack of affinity for cultivation in this area. "Absolutely. My master and a woman from outside have informed me," Yú Zhāo assured. "The woman from outside? Who is she?" It was a thought better left unexamined. "Then I shall concede, allowing this energy to become your master," Little Fire lamented, its tone tinged with regret. "I simply did not anticipate your willingness to relinquish so easily. Are you truly content with this? If you are not satisfied, I can still make an effort." At this point, Little Fire's voice rose in intensity. Yú Zhāo quickly shook her head. "No need for that." "Then does that mean we must wait until that energy has fully claimed you before we can return to reality?" Little Fire questioned, and Yú Zhāo scratched her head in confusion, her face betraying her bewilderment. Just as they pondered their next course of action, a feminine voice resonated. One Yú Zhāo recognized all too well. It belonged to the woman from outside. "Do you need my assistance?" "Ah!" Yú Zhāo exclaimed in disbelief. Before she could respond further, she suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness within the small green orb. Little Fire, alarmed, drifted to the orb's surface, which enveloped both Yú Zhāo and itself protectively. Just as Little Fire intended to voice its concerns, it too began to feel drowsy, descending into slumber alongside Yú Zhāo. having made such a choice. There was no turning back. Muing opened her eyes and recounted the events that had transpired to Mu, who nodded in understanding, though his expression remained inscrutable. The two awaited in silence, and after a considerable time, Mu noticed Yú Zhāo's hand twitching. He sprang up, anxiously anticipating her awakening, while Muing dispelled the protective barrier. Shui, a faint voice emerged from Yú Zhāo's lips. Mu responded affirmatively and stepped outside, calling to those waiting beyond. Prepare some water and food. Understood. The individuals outside acknowledged and busied themselves, while Mu returned to find Mu-ing observing Yú Zhāo with keen interest. As Yú Zhāo's eyes slowly opened, she moved her fingers, her frail form appearing even paler than before. Mu-ing gently lifted her, facilitating her access to water. Water has arrived, Lin Yi announced, entering with a cup in hand, which he handed to Mu. He then assisted Yú Zhāo, bringing the water to her lips. After drinking, Yú Zhāo's vitality visibly improved, her demeanor becoming more vibrant. Thank you, Master, she expressed gratefully. Mu gestured for her to refrain from further words, and Mu-ing later backed down, as she lacked the strength to do more than move her fingers for the moment. Please step aside, Mu-ing instructed, prompting Mu and Lin Yi to retreat. This time, a green light emanated from Mu-ying's palm, enveloping Yú Zhāo. In mere seconds, the green glow diminished, slowly merging with her being, and her condition began to improve, her complexion regaining some color. Yú Zhāo sensed a surge of energy coursing through her, raising her head slowly. You look much better, she remarked to Mu-ing, who, though pale, retained an air of composure. Thank you, Mu-ing. You're welcome. Though I hope you don't mind my resting here, Mu-ing replied, settling into a meditative posture. As Yú Zhāo gradually regained her strength, she carefully rose from the bed, supported by Lin Yi as they exited the room, with Mu thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Yú Zhāo, as she moved through the living area, Lin San, Lin Si, Lin Wu, and Lin Lu called her name, with Lin Si's face stained with tears, indicating she had been crying. It is such a relief to see you well, Lin Si exclaimed, attempting to embrace Yú Zhāo, only for Lin San to intervene, pointing out Yú Zhāo's gaunt form compared to Lin Si's robust physique. Awkwardly, Lin Si scratched her head and gestured to the food laid out on the table. Those are for you. You must eat now, Lin Yi stated, guiding Yú Zhāo to a chair. Feeling bashful, she scratched her head, observing that everyone around her remained still. She shook her head, but Lin Wu kindly offered her chopsticks, encouraging her to eat. I'm the only one, Yú Zhāo began, but before she could finish, Lin Air swiftly placed a morsel of food in her mouth, prompting her to eat eagerly, the sounds of her enjoyment echoing as her stomach grumbled in agreement. Overwhelmed with joy, Yú Zhāo could not resist the food any longer, and a radiant smile spread across her face. How blissful it is! I wish to remain with everyone forever. Mu, sensing Yú Zhāo's heartfelt sentiment, felt a profound sense of fulfillment, realizing that he and his guardians had not protected her in vain. Wait a moment. Oh, he could hear Yú Zhāo's thoughts, indicating that the energy had indeed fused with her essence. He contemplated assessing her condition later, as the spread of food on the table proved insufficient. Yú Zhāo finished what was available, yet her stomach continued to rumble, leaving Lin and the others at a loss. Within moments, Lin Wu and Lin Lu hurried to the kitchen to prepare more. Lin San and Lin Si followed along, seemingly prepared to assist in serving the dishes after waiting for the meal to be ready. Lin Yi and Lin Air engaged in conversation with Yú Zhāo, while Mu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a sense of loneliness creeping in, although he had long since grown accustomed to it. Yú Zhāo, how is your health now? Are you feeling any better? Lin Yi inquired, grasping Yú Zhāo's hand, her face marked with traces of tears, reminiscent of Lin Si, who also appeared to have wept. I truly feel much better, Sister Lin Yi. You need not worry about me, Yú Zhāo replied, returning the gesture with a handshake. Lin Air remained remarkably quiet, listening intently to the exchange between the two. Before long, the conversation was interrupted by the rumbling of Yú Zhāo's stomach, which broke the atmosphere. Lin Yi chuckled softly, teasing her. Lin Yi is indeed quite enthusiastic. I find myself a loss on how to respond to her. Can Lin Air not say anything? Mu turned slightly, offering a gentle smile at Yú Zhāo's heartfelt words. Yet he knew he should consider the energy within Yú Zhāo and her well-being. Such discussions could wait until after she had finished her meal. The timing was not right. Chapter 66. The Invisible Bomb. A new round of dishes was promptly served. And Yú Zhāo, perhaps famished, devoured her meal with great urgency, silencing her growling stomach. With a contented burp, she expressed satisfaction, and those around her felt a sense of relief as she finished eating. Mu exchanged a glance with them, and they returned to their usual activities. In the vast living room, only Mu and Yú Zhāo remained. "Extend your hand," Yú Zhāo instructed. As she reached out, Mu heard her murmuring something within her heart. My master is likely asking me to extend my hand to observe the energy within me," he thought. To be honest, I recall not having a large appetite. He was indeed a conscientious soul. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the environment, which originally appeared pitch black, but soon glimmered with an ethereal blue light. Mu approached it, and the blue glow seemed to take on a form, transforming into a small blue figure that gazed directly at him. "That flame is named Xiaohua, and I am called Xiaolon. I am the energy within that girl. I mean her no harm. I have only just been discovered," the blue flame stated, its expression shifting to one of pitiful vulnerability, its voice tinged with sobs. Mu, being a wise and seasoned spirit, was unimpressed by such a display of sorrow. He scoffed lightly, rolling his eyes. "And so, I will not pose any threat to her. I simply wish to rest within her for a while. If it is convenient, I would like to converse with that girl as well." The entity, known as Xiaolon, having absorbed some of Xiaohua's energy, was unable to refrain from reminding Mu of Xiaohua's presence. He shook his head in response to Xiaolan's request. "I am her master, akin to her parents. If you have anything to discuss, you may speak directly to me." As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from Mu's palm, exuding a formidable pressure that compelled Xiaolon to lower its gaze, adopting a submissive posture. Xiaolan's sentence remained unfinished as the energy orb created by Mu swiftly diminished and integrated into its being. "What have you done to me?" Xiaolon felt the energy flowing smoothly within itself, and for the time being, it appeared harmless. "If you wish to converse privately, that is permissible. Let's proceed with that." Mu maintained a serene smile, retracting the energy from his palm and slowly withdrawing. When he finally opened his eyes, he met Yú Zhāo's anxious expression. "Master, are you all right? The flame within you, known as Xiaolon, wishes to speak with you. It should be your guardian energy, correct?" "Huh?" Yú Zhāo's face reflected confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation within her. However, recalling Xiaohua's assistance, she considered the existence of Xiaolon to be somewhat reasonable. "Then why does it not speak with you?" Mu shrugged, chuckling softly. "How would I know?" After Mu finished speaking, Yú Zhāo responded with an "oh" and closed her eyes, beginning to attune herself to the energy. Soon, she found herself enveloped in darkness, where a flickering blue flame awaited her. As she approached, the flame transformed into a small figure, smiling sweetly at her. For reasons unknown, the sight of that sweet smile brought to Yú Zhāo's mind the unpleasant visage of Xiaohua. She took a step back, and Xiaolan's face immediately registered disappointment. Its voice tinged with a sense of injustice. "Sister, do you not like me? Do you not see that you resemble that insufferable little brat? When I see you, I am reminded of him. How could I possibly feel any fondness?" Yú Zhāo silently criticized in her heart while maintaining a composed facade, offering Xiaolon a faint smile. "I do like you. So what exactly do you wish to convey to me?" "Sister, I owe my existence to your kindness. I mean you no harm. You are me, and I am your source of energy." Seeing a momentary hesitation in Yú Zhāo's expression, Xiaolon's voice grew more urgent. "Although I feel like a guardian energy, I am independent and will not constrain you to fulfill any specific role." Xiaolan's words struck a chord with Yú Zhāo, revealing its childlike nature and reluctance to confront responsibilities. Initially eager, it had developed a sense of rebellion through experience. "Rest assured, dear sister, you will not be bound by any constraints. That entity known as Xiaohua has absorbed energy from you, and I too exist independently. Please have faith in me." "What is your purpose?" Yú Zhāo blinked, asking directly, aware of Xiaolan's urgency. I simply wish to interact with that flame, Xiao, and I believe we can coexist harmoniously. Utilize me whenever you need. It is as simple as that. Yú Zhāo stepped back, gradually opening her eyes to meet Mu's unremarkable gaze. What did it say to you? Yú Zhāo recounted her dialogue with Xiao Lan, and Mu nodded, his expression becoming inscrutable. This is quite complicated. However, I have placed something within it, should it attempt to harm you. Simply. As he spoke, Mu made a snapping gesture, and Yú Zhāo nodded in understanding. Do you possess anything that could connect you to your mother? Yú Zhao's mind went blank, almost as if it had frozen. Observing her dazed expression, Mu realized he could expect little from her. He had hoped that if she could contact her mother, he might guide her to gain insight from her. In this day and age, since Yú Zhāo remains unaware, there is little that can be done. However, this matter looms over both Yú Zhāo and Mu like an unstable time bomb, and they will inevitably need to devise a method to either dispose of it or master it more effectively. One must proceed step by step. Yú Zhāo. I understand, Master. Zhao Yuhuai, are you truly willing to return? At this moment, Zhao Yuhuai bowed her head, kneeling on the ground in a posture of humility. Above her stood a man, his tone exceedingly grave. Another man emerged, whispering a few words to the irate man, who seemed to soften slightly. Little sister, we have long concluded that that man is untrustworthy. If you choose to leave with him, that is your decision. Now that you have returned, Father is quite displeased. You should comprehend this, and you know what must be done. She ought to have known this already, given her father's temperament and that of her two elder brothers. It was evident that returning home was an unattainable dream. Apologies. Fleeting memories of the past flickered in her mind, only to be swiftly engulfed by sorrow. Zhao Yuhuai rose, bowed to her two elder brothers at the door, and her figure gradually faded from their sight. The elderly man concealed behind the two, who was Zhao Yuhuai's father, now bore white hair and a countenance etched with the marks of time. Father, look at how sister. The man who had just explained for Zhao Yuhuai glanced at his father, noticing the heavy cough that indicated his displeasure, and promptly fell silent. Father, seeing sister in this state, if only she had not misjudged her choice, regrettably, she erred and did not follow the path we had outlined for her. The white-haired elder nodded, a hint of weariness flashing across his features. Indeed, after speaking these words, the elder squinted slightly before slowly stepping inside. His figure vanished before them, leaving only the two brothers behind. Eldest brother, I believe sister can return. She is still one of us. Father's stubborn demeanor is well known to you and me. Do not provoke his ire. The Zhao family is flourishing, and Zhao Yuhuai is inconsequential. Do you understand? Zhao Yuhuai had not departed. She sat vacantly against the white wall outside the house. Perhaps due to her prolonged companionship with the guardian Yulian, she had unknowingly developed some abilities. Among these abilities was heightened auditory sensitivity, enabling her to overhear their conversation. Leaning against the wall, her expression flickered with various emotions: anger, sorrow, and even moments of self-amusement. Was it wrong to take a single misstep? Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to trace down her face, drop by drop, falling to the ground. Zhao Yuhuai took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, rising unsteadily. What she brought Yú Zhāo back with her? Would the outcome be different? Such a notion was impossible. They had just spoken of the Zhao family's prosperity. If she returned with Zhao, she would likely still face disdain. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuhuai on her mask once more. As a renowned diviner on this hopeful star, her appearance in such a guise would likely draw attention. Furthermore, it seemed that since departing from there, she had lost all energy within her. Zhao's mother? Coincidentally, Bo-in happened to pass by and spotted Zhao Yuhuai. His first instinct was to call out her name, but rationality quickly guided him to refer to her as Zhao's mother. Yes, that's me. Who are you? Zhao Yuhuai momentarily struggled to recognize the youth before her. By the time she realized, Bo-in had already moved closer. After a brief recollection, she exclaimed, "Oh, you are that Bo-in, Zhao's senior." Indeed, upon seeing Zhao Yuhuai's recognition, Bo-in acknowledged her, his gaze drifting to the house behind her. Afraid he might think too much, she worried about how she would be perceived if she encountered Yú Zhāo again. She should not burden Yú Zhāo with her concerns. By the way, does her tavern need more staff? Indeed, initially, Bo intended to say they did not need anyone. But upon seeing Zhao Yuhuai's somewhat disheveled appearance and the state of the house, he reconsidered. Then let us depart. We can discuss the specifics at the tavern. Bowen gestured for the masked Zhao Yuhuai to follow him. She nodded in agreement and trailed behind him as they made their way to the back door of Bowen's tavern. Bowen courteously held the door open for her, and Zhao Yuhuai nodded in thanks, following his lead until they reached a room. Can you cook? Cook. I suppose I can manage a bit. Zhao Yuhuai nodded, and Bowen sighed in relief. He could not possibly assign his master's sister-in-law to menial tasks, not only for the sake of appearances, but also to avoid potential exposure. It would suffice to have his subordinates manage the details. Bowen's expression grew serious, which only heightened Zhao Yuhuai's unease. If you agree, you will collaborate with someone from the kitchen to prepare meals. Unless absolutely necessary, you need not remove your mask. We can provide food and accommodations in the room. Bowen meticulously laid out the details, causing Zhao Yuhuai's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, to tremble slightly. However, she recognized that this opportunity was entirely due to Yu Zhao. Without her, she might not even be able to remain here. If you have no objections, I will take you to meet the staff at our tavern. Chapter 67. What is the purpose this time? Mumu did not expect to quickly reconnect with his somewhat troublesome apprentice. A familiar sound chimed from his pocket, and Mumu retrieved it to find Yu Zhao observing him with curious eyes. Upon noticing her gaze, he realized something and decided to take it out. When Yu Zhao saw the black object Mumu had produced, she immediately questioned, "Master, what is this thing? It makes a buzzing sound, and it looks quite unattractive." He knew Yu Zhao would react this way, seeing the object still buzzing in his palm. He surmised that Bowen must have something urgent to discuss, and pressed the button. "Hello, is this Master?" "Yes, it is your master. He is still alive." Hearing their exchange, Yu Zhao burst into laughter, drawing Bowen's attention. "Master? Is that little junior sister on the line?" Mumu shot a glare at Yu Zhao, who promptly covered her mouth with her hands. With a resigned look, Mumu turned back to her, and she transformed into a beaming smile, appearing quite obedient. "Yes. That is wonderful. I happen to have something to discuss regarding little junior sister. Since she is here, I can mention it now. As I passed by a certain place, I caught sight of my junior sister's mother. The house behind her likely belonged to the Zhao family. I had a faint feeling that she might be seeking someone from that side. Consequently, I chose not to delve into that painful subject and instead guided my junior sister's mother to my side for some work." A voice filled with confusion came from Yu Zhao. After contemplating for a moment, Ben realized that the previous two sentences might have been incomprehensible to the person opposite him. He then reorganized his words and recounted the events in detail, this time ensuring that Mumu and Yu Zhao understood. "Thank you, senior brother. I may trouble you regarding my mother," Yu Zhao said. Just as she finished speaking, Mumu added, "Wait a moment. We will come and find you," and Zhao Yuhuai, entering through the back door of the kitchen. After saying this, Mumu pinched the object in her hand, and Ben's voice faded away. Noticing a hint of suspicion in Yu Zhao's eyes, Mumu chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Are you surprised by my sudden descent from the mountain?" "Surprised? It's more than just a little surprise. It's utterly astonishing." Yu Zhao seemed unable to believe such words came from Mumu's lips. After a brief pause, she came to her senses, blinking her little eyes, as if seeking confirmation of the truth from Mumu. "Of course it is true. We merely want to inquire about that entity within you and whether it might have any effect on you. After all, your mother has weathered far more storms than you." Mumu gently tapped Yu Zhao's little head. Yu Zhao exclaimed in mock pain. It didn't actually hurt. She just wanted to express herself. "Ouch, master, be gentler. I'm tapping so lightly that it could make a feather float." Mumu glared at Yu Zhao, who stuck out her tongue in response and proceeded to ask the question that concerned her most. "When are we descending the mountain?" "Right now. Do you have anything to pack?" Upon hearing that it was to be immediate, Yu Zhao grew anxious, rummaging through her pockets as her mind raced. Try to recall if there was anything she needed to bring down from the mountain. "Master, let me think. Please give me a little more time. Just a few minutes." "Oh, can I have 10 minutes? As Yu Zhao realized, she had initially suggested several minutes. She noticed Mumu raising an eyebrow and quickly revised her request to 10 minutes. With that, Mumu's expression softened, and she bounced out of the forest cabin. Watching Yú Zhāo's lively figure disappear from his sight, Mu chuckled. Lin Er approached him and inquired, "What will you be bringing down this time?" "I doubt there is anything worth taking." Mu pondered for a moment, shaking his head, then closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Er did not disturb him further and stepped back. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Mu turned his gaze toward the person emerging, Mu Ying, who lazily yawned and stepped out with small, slow strides. "Oh, it seems you are heading down the mountain?" Mu was not surprised that Mu Ying had heard about the descent and nodded in affirmation, turning his gaze elsewhere to continue his contemplation. "Can I come along?" Mu turned back, surprised to see the person before him. "You?" "Yes. Life here is rather dull. I assume you wouldn't mind?" "Very well. Do you have anything to bring down? If not, wait here for about 10 minutes, and we will prepare to set off." "I need to think." Mu Ying stroked her chin, her thoughts seemingly drifting away. Once she had made up her mind, she tossed a new question to Mu. "By the way, you have a disciple, and she is your eldest disciple. So, this Yú Zhāo is your junior disciple?" "Yes." "How intriguing." Meanwhile, in her home, Yú Zhāo entered her small room, rummaging about for a while. After organizing her belongings, she packed a small bundle and cheerfully stepped out to the entrance of the forest cabin. Inside her package were a few trinkets, hoping her mother and senior brother would like them. As Yú Zhāo waited eagerly for the door to open, it swung open quickly, revealing Mu and Mu Ying. Yú Zhāo tilted her head, a look of confusion appearing on her face. Mu remained impassive, while Mu Ying cheerfully approached her, placing an arm around Yú Zhāo's shoulders and greeting her warmly. "Ah, we are traveling together." Yú Zhāo mirrored Mu's silence, and the three of them set off down the mountain. Throughout the journey, no words were exchanged among the trio, save for Mu Ying, who was observing her surroundings. Watching her, Yú Zhāo was reminded of her own past self, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. "Are you not looking? The scenery is quite beautiful." "Ah, we are almost at the cave. Come, Yú Zhāo, take a look at the scenery outside. Isn't it lovely?" Yú Zhāo decided to feign ignorance and walk straight ahead. Observing Yú Zhāo's straightforward demeanor, Mu Ying sighed and rubbed her head. Why does this child seem so quiet? She then turned her gaze to Mu, who avoided making eye contact. Thus, the three of them passed through the cave, whereupon Mu came to a halt. Yú Zhāo knelt down, picked up a branch, and started drawing circles on the ground. Mu Ying, filled with curiosity, wondered what Mu was up to. In the next moment, she saw Mu clap his hands, and a carriage slowly approached, leaving Mu Ying in awe. It seemed her experiences had indeed been limited. "Let us board." Yú Zhāo stood up and approached the carriage. Instead of climbing in first, she gestured for Mu Ying to enter first. "Oh, how thoughtful." Mu Ying nodded approvingly, satisfied with Yú Zhāo's behavior, and hopped onto the carriage. Settling inside, Yú Zhāo still did not enter. She maintained her polite demeanor. Mu extended his hand, appearing as if he wanted to pat her head, but withdrew it after a moment of contemplation. "Can you drive the carriage?" "No." "Well, then it's perfect. Let us get in." Yú Zhāo obediently climbed into the carriage and took her seat. Once both girls were settled, Mu took the reins, and the carriage sped away. In no time, they reached the city gates. Inside the carriage, Yú Zhāo and Mu Ying had little to say, each lost in their own thoughts. "What's going on?" A voice called from outside the carriage. Mu began explaining to the guards outside, and after receiving permission, the carriage continued to move forward. Before long, the pace slowed, and they felt the carriage lurch as someone jumped down. After a brief pause, they heard a door slowly creaking open. Surely, they had now arrived at the back entrance. "Master!" The familiar sound reached Yú Zhāo's ears. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, she peered through a small gap in the curtain and spotted Mu engaged in conversation with Bern. Immediately, Mu turned towards her, causing Yú Zhāo to withdraw her gaze. Moments later, Mu called out, "Come down." She had been eagerly awaiting this invitation. Yú Zhāo flung aside the curtain and leapt down, her clumsiness eliciting a bemused smile from Mu. Bern, noticing Yú Zhāo's exuberance, waved a small hand at her, and the two seemed to complement each other well. Mu Ying also descended from the carriage slowly, her striking green hair capturing Bern's attention. As he gazed at the vibrant hue, Bern blinked, seemingly lost in thought. Am I not quite appealing, drawing this young man's attention to me? This must be Burn. Muumu's esteemed apprentice, right? Yes, this is my apprentice, Burn. Burn, this is my friend Muing. Upon hearing her name called, Burn appeared to regain his composure, greeting them with a smile. Master, stopping the carriage here is sufficient. Does she need to accompany us? Although Burn did not explicitly point to anyone, Muumu nodded, and Burn understood, leading the three of them inside. Upon reaching a door, he halted, gesturing towards it and tilting his head slightly. Master, I shall not intrude any longer. You may go in. Burn, being perceptive, walked away. Muumu rummaged through her pocket, seemingly searching for something. Muing scoffed, mockingly asking, How long are you planning on searching? Before Muumu could respond, a green dome materialized in the palm of Mu Ying's hand, which she tossed on the ground. The dome rapidly expanded, encasing their current location and the room beyond. Is this satisfactory? Yes. It must be said that Mu Ying's actions were swifter than her words. Muumu pushed open the door, revealing Zhao Yuan seated inside, awaiting their arrival. To her surprise, there was an additional person, and the 2 cups of tea prepared on the table seemed insufficient. Zhao Yuan stood up, reaching for another cup from the cabinet to pour water. Yu Zhao was the last to enter. She slammed the door shut and turned to see her mother, leaping into Zhao Yuan's embrace. Upon seeing Yu, Zhao rushed towards her. Zhao Yuan's actions momentarily ceased, and she scratched her head, displaying a hint of embarrassment. I apologize, Zhao. She's a bit clingy. You two take a seat first. Cool me. Zhao, sit in my place. But where will you sit, Mama? Yu Zhao stubbornly clung to the hem of Zhao Yuan's garment. Zhao Yuan gently ruffled her hair, calling her to be good, and only then did Yu Zhao reluctantly release her grip. She took off her backpack, unfastened it, and showcased its contents to Zhao Yuan. Mama, some of these are gifts for you, and others for my senior brother. All right, go sit down. A flicker of speculation crossed Zhao Yuan's mind as Yu Zhao pouted, nodded, and settled into the seat that Zhao Yuan had just vacated, her eyes eagerly awaiting her mother's return. After pouring the water, Zhao Yuan approached with a teacup and placed it on the table, standing beside Yu Zhao. What brings you down the mountain this time? Your daughter, Muumu stated bluntly. Zhao Yuan's gaze shifted to Yu Zhao, scanning her from head to toe, trying to discern if anything peculiar was amiss. Can't see anything unusual? Observing Zhao Yuan's prolonged scrutiny without any revelation, Muumu felt an inkling of uncertainty, but, recalling a certain matter, found it more reasonable. I can't see anything. Perhaps it's due to my lack of energy? I can't discern anything. Zhao Yuan propped her chin thoughtfully, shaking her head. She understood that her perception stemmed from her initial experiences with the guardian family. However, at present, merely looking at Yu Zhao's exterior gave her no cause for alarm. It appears that within Yu Zhao resides an innate blue flame, tentatively identified as guardian energy. Upon further contact, it revealed its capacity for speech, expressing a desire for harmonious coexistence, indicating it would not impose any adverse effects. Upon hearing the term blue flame, astonishment flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes, her expression becoming rather complex as she rubbed her head, recognizing the symptoms aligned with those of the 150th young master. The 150th young master? This term had been mentioned intermittently in their discussions, causing Yu Zhao to tense her grip, her mind racing with anxiety. Could it be that I truly fated to die? Muumu sensed Yu Zhao's turmoil, his expression remaining stoic while internally he sighed. The 150th young master, I have encountered references in literature that suggest. Zhao Yuan began to elaborate, but the expressions of those present soured, especially Yu Zhao, who was bewildered as to why she bore such a burden. Frustration and a throbbing headache enveloped her. Why must I be part of this family? I merely wish to lead an ordinary life. An ordinary life? A hint of bitterness crept into Muumu's smile as he rubbed his forehead, turning his gaze away. Lost in contemplation, Yu Zhao began to sob softly, lowering her head. Zhao Yuan embraced her, hoping this gesture might provide some solace. What is this? It's merely an issue that sounds like a curse. Find a solution to dispel that blue flame, and there would be no need for concern. Why take it so seriously? Muing scratched her head, pouting as she drained her cup of water. Such a simple matter. Why complicate it? As she pondered this, her gaze shifted to the others. her expression morphing into one of disdain as she huffed, chuckling lightly. Even it has no solution. What can I say? Yú Zhāo buried her head deeper, and Zhao Yuan released her embrace, standing quietly. Even the small fire gifted by my senior brother is powerless now, growing weaker. What am I to do? The thought of the pill in her pocket crossed her mind. That pill, perhaps it might hold some efficacy. Perhaps it could summon that one. The pill in your pocket? Muumu's expression turned grave as he swallowed hard, straining to comprehend Yú Zhao's inner thoughts. It's merely a curse. If death is inevitable, so be it. If I live, I shall find a way to survive. Is that not sufficient? Muing continued to regard Yú Zhāo with a disapproving gaze, having initially believed her to be courageous enough to confront challenges. Now, it seemed she was overthinking matters, and she ought not to have agreed to accompany Muumu, nor should she assist in anything. Observing her current state of ineptitude, what could one possibly say? Such lamentation seemed excessive. Muing gently adjusted her head, closing her eyes, while Muumu had little to say either, as he was diligently searching for the pill that Yú Zhāo had mentioned in her thoughts. Fatigue began to set in. Zhao Yuhuai, noticing the lack of response from the others, spoke up, stepping forward to open the door, seemingly to call for Ben. Ben quickly arrived at the doorway, observing the people inside. Since he was already here, he offered to prepare rooms for everyone. I would prefer a private room. Yú Zhāo raised her hand. Ben nodded, glancing at Zhao Yuhuai, who chuckled softly, recognizing that the child had grown and could do as she pleased. She could no longer restrain her. The initially somber atmosphere lightened considerably. Muing opened her eyes and called out, "Could you please arrange a private room for me?" "Thank you." "Me too." Muumu, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Ben chuckled softly. "Master, I am well aware of your preferences. Your room has long been prepared." He continued, "Please wait a moment. I must send someone to tidy up the rooms," aiming to arrange for everyone to stay together. Yú Zhāo surveyed the room, nodding in satisfaction before reclining onto the bed, her face clearly reflecting her exhaustion. She leisurely rolled into her bed, tucked herself in, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The soundproofing of the room did not seem very effective. While Muumu waited to hear her thoughts, he soon detected the soft sounds of her breathing from the adjacent room. Realizing that Yú Zhāo had already drifted off to sleep, perhaps she could not find the pill she had mentioned in her mind, nor the person associated with it. That person? Could it be the one she was thinking of? In another room, Muing mused that this room could serve as a template for when she returned later. She truly felt fortunate thanks to Muumu. She flopped onto the bed, relishing its texture, rolling about in comfort. A sphere of green energy enveloped her, reminiscent of the green light Muumu had previously conjured when he sought her out. After a moment, the green glow gradually faded, revealing Muing meditating within. She opened her eyes, stretched her limbs, and comfortably nestled back under the covers. This room seemed to evoke a slight drowsiness in her. With this thought, Muing slowly closed her eyes and succumbed to sleep. Yú Zhāo soon awoke, leisurely stretching her limbs, the previous fatigue dissipating. She rose, retrieving the red pill from her pocket. After scrutinizing it several times, she contemplated before swallowing it. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to topple back onto the bed. When her consciousness returned, the surroundings had transformed. She found herself enveloped in a white haze, face to face with the deity known as La La Shen. "You have arrived." La La Shen turned to her, blinking her eyes. As Yú Zhāo looked at La La Shen, she noticed a hint of weakness in her appearance. "You mentioned that if I needed anything, I could seek your assistance, correct?" "Of course, you are indeed a girl who catches my eye." At this, La La Shen nodded. Without hesitation, Yú Zhāo relayed everything that had transpired recently, and after listening, La La Shen remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. A curse? Yes. Though Yú Zhāo did not comprehend why La La Shen abruptly mentioned the word curse. Noting a shift in her demeanor, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Ha ha!" La La Shen suddenly laughed, her eyes glinting with disdain for Yú Zhāo. She lifted Yú Zhāo's chin with her hand and began to explain, "This curse is designed to torment individuals. He is merely our handiwork. However, it seemed that you failed to mention any critical points. What was originally present has been removed, and what lies hidden within your very blood is not something light-hearted, giggle. Instinctively, Yu Zhao recoiled, and La La Shun, observing her startled expression, had a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Return now. I enjoy watching you fret, relishing the sight of those around you powerless to assist. At this moment, you are merely a lamb delivered to my door. Ah, for you guardians, the punishment is to toil year after year in this star of hope for these people. With a wave of her hand, the environment around Yu Zhao transformed from the pure white back to her original room. She stared blankly at her hands, pinching herself to confirm her existence, and exhaled in relief. The deity's punishment indeed appeared to be akin to serving a meal to the divine. In truth, when she first encountered La La Shen, she had been filled with surprise, believing her to be a benevolent figure. This thought brought a bittersweet smile to Yu Zhao's face. What was she to do? She truly wished to avoid being bound and restricted. Chapter 69. A man Zhao Yu Huai? My wife is in this tavern, captured by your establishment and held here with that man. You lack a conscience for separating me from my wife. A voice erupted at the tavern entrance. A young attendant stepped outside to find a middle-aged man kneeling at the door, crying out hoarsely. Bystanders, both those passing by and those about to enter, exchanged curious glances between the attendant and the man. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, the man lowered his head further, weeping loudly, adamantly asserting that this establishment had forcibly taken his wife. If he had lifted his head slightly at that moment, he would have revealed his true identity as Yu Lian. You must be mistaken. Such words cannot be spoken carelessly. If you cannot provide evidence and continue to slander our establishment, I might suspect you are merely seeking trouble from the other side. Are you certain of this? The attendant, though not fully comprehending the man's words, bristled at the suggestion of defamation against their tavern. Yu Lian did not respond to the attendant's remarks and continued his lament. Surrounding patrons began to murmur amongst themselves. No way. I have frequented this establishment many times and have met the owner. It is impossible for him to behave in such a manner. Impossible? Who can maintain their integrity over time? Some retorted, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Come on, this is a tavern, not a brothel. It's simply a dining establishment. Don't you find this situation a bit odd? The crowd's voices grew increasingly loud, embroiled in the commotion. The attendant glanced at the man before calling for someone to fetch the owner, all the while maintaining a cold demeanor. Owner! There's a troublemaker at the door. The brother outside has been keeping a close eye on him, fearing he might cause some disturbance. A troublemaker? Bun, who was walking upstairs, displayed impatience upon hearing the report. Where did this vagrant come from? Truly, for the sake of our business, I must personally handle this. Understood. I will return shortly. The newcomer hurriedly departed, causing Bowen's brows to knit in concern as he made his way towards Zhao Yuan's room. He gently rapped on the door, which Zhao Yuan promptly opened, allowing Bowen to slip inside, closing the door behind him. The urgency of the situation prompted his inquiry. Do you have a husband? Husband? That would be Yu Lian. Zhao Yuan replied, her voice barely a whisper. She was puzzled as to why Bowen would ask such a question at this moment. Bowen glanced around before quietly informing her of the events that had transpired, which rendered Zhao Yuan's complexion pale. How did Yu Lian know she was here? If he discovered that Yu Zhao was also present, what would happen? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Zhao Yuan felt a headache brewing, her eyes sharpening with resolve. I understand now. I will go hide elsewhere, but Yu Zhao must come with me. If he finds out Yu Zhao is here, I'll leave first, she concluded. Bowen nodded in agreement, acknowledging her awareness of the gravity of the situation. It struck him then that Yu Zhao was the child of Zhao Yuan and Yu Lian. Coupled with Zhao Yuan's previous remarks about Yu Lian, his impression of the man had soured considerably. Let's act swiftly. I must also make my exit now. Chapter 70. Returning to the mountain. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed from outside Yu Zhao's door, prompting her to shake off her previous gloom. Upon opening the door, she was met by the anxious countenance of Zhao Yuan. Zhao, we must hide. What? What is happening? Yu Zhao inquired, clearly bewildered. As Zhao Yuan stepped into the room, her expression turned tense, her thoughts racing as she contemplated where to conceal them both. Mother, where are we going? Yu Zhao asked. Your father has come. Zhao Yuan's words were hesitant, but Yu Zhao understood that Yu Lian's arrival was far from a good omen. She grasped Zhao Yuan's hand tightly, and Zhao Yuan reciprocated the grip, casting a glance around the room, pondering the lack of any concealed exits. Bowen had not mentioned any hidden passages, suggesting they would have to find a place to hide on their own. Yet, if they were to venture outside, it would only heighten their risk. The knocking resumed, and Zhao Yuhuan instinctively shielded Yú Zhāo behind her, cautiously approaching the door. Standing silently for a moment, the person outside revealed their identity. It is Mu. Oh, it is Mu. Zhao Yuhuan opened the door, welcoming Mu inside. Upon seeing Mu, Yú Zhāo called out, "Master, are you two deliberating on where to hide?" "Yes," Yú Zhāo answered before Zhao Yuhuan could respond. Mu continued, "I have a space prepared. Once Yú Lion departs, you may come out." "Thank you, Master." Yú Zhāo expressed her gratitude immediately, while Zhao Yuhuan's face displayed confusion. However, with Yú Zhāo tugging at her sleeve, her eyes filled with anxiety, Zhao Yuhuan felt compelled to acquiesce. She nodded in acknowledgement of Mu, uttering a simple, "Thank you for your assistance." Before long, Zhao Yuhuan and Yú Zhāo transformed into ethereal shadows, slipping into the space Mu had prepared. Upon their entry, Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, a trace of guilt flickering across his features. This was not merely guilt. The room lacked soundproofing, and he had overheard their distress. Thus, he had ventured out of his room to intervene, mitigating their immediate danger. The name Yú Lion surfaced in Mu's mind, darkening his expression. The mere thought of that individual was enough to fill him with disdain, prompting him to adopt a facade of indifference. Downstairs, a cacophony erupted, the voices of those below easily discernible. "You are quite the peculiar man. If you fail to produce solid evidence, you will find yourself in prison, eating slop. Of course, I hope you do not make a mistake. If you do, TSK. The familiar voice reached Mu's ears, prompting him to exit his room while discreetly shutting the door, erasing any traces of the recent occupants. The sound of footsteps approached, and Mu swiftly entered his room, waiting patiently for the commotion outside to subside. "This house, I can sense my wife is within. You have imprisoned her here. Do not speak so harshly. Our boss would never do such a thing. Clearly, you are attempting to extort us. It is evident that your boss is devoid of integrity. Open the door, and the truth will be revealed." The door next door soon stirred, and upon hearing the noise, Mu nearly splattered his tea, exclaiming internally at the audacity of the claims made outside. What audacity! As the door creaked open, a moment of silence was followed by incredulous laughter. "My wife is clearly here. You have hidden her from me, preventing my search. If she knew, she would surely weep. Can someone please witness this injustice?" Mu nearly dropped his teacup, pondering whether Zhao Yuhuan might feel anger upon hearing Yú Lion's words. Indeed, within the confines of the room, Zhao Yuhuan clenched her fists in fury, her expression a mask of rage. Yú Zhāo sought to comfort her, and Zhao Yuhuan sighed deeply. "What do you mean by hidden? The previous scene was merely a fabrication. Perhaps there was once love, but now he seeks to harm our child, claiming that our child could remove the curse. As a mother, how could I allow that? Zhao, I will not let you perish. You are my child, and no one shall harm you." Zhao Yuhuan embraced Yú Zhāo tightly, who murmured in agreement, her small eyes surveying their surroundings. Yú Zhāo had not anticipated that the interior of Mu's space would resemble the woodland cabin outside. She blinked, attempting to discern any differences from the familiar surroundings she had encountered before. Yet at that moment, held tightly in Zhao Yuhuan's embrace, she found it difficult to breathe. "Mother, I feel as though I am suffocating." Noticing her daughter's discomfort, Zhao Yuhuan loosened her grip, apologizing softly and casting her gaze around the room, lost in thought. "Mother, may I ask you a question?" "Yes, ask away." Zhao Yuhuan was taken aback by Yú Zhāo's inquiry, nodding to encourage her. "About that person outside, the one shouting." Yú Zhāo hesitated to refer to the man outside as father, especially given his murderous intentions. How could she afford him any semblance of respect? "Both of you were once renowned figures, one for divination and the other for prayer. As he calls your name, do the villagers below not wonder where Lady Zhao Yuhuan has gone? If they assisted Yú Lion, a fellow guardian, could their lives not continue? Life goes on." These two words stung the eyes of Zhao Yuhuan, causing her to furrow her brows at Yú Zhāo's remark, as if a realization had struck her. Upon contemplating the origin of this matter, Zhao Yuhuai became increasingly uneasy. Just as the external Yu Lain opened his mouth, seemingly to utter something, Bowen shot him a glance, and his subordinates instantly understood, swiftly stuffing a cloth into his mouth. What are you doing? Bowen regarded Yu Lain with an expression akin to that reserved for the deceased. In an instant, he retracted that gaze, offering an apologetic look to those around him. I apologize. This individual is quite insane. Those who know me understand that I am a person of integrity. If I were indeed guilty of such actions, I would surely be struck by lightning. As Bowen's words echoed, the onlookers nodded in agreement, casting peculiar glances at Yu Lain, whose mouth was now muzzled, their faces reflecting skepticism. Was it not evident who had been present the longest, and whose credibility was the highest here? Furthermore, this man appeared somewhat sinister, and the name he uttered reminded them of someone who had been missing for some time. If this man sought that individual, what would his words imply? Ladies and gentlemen, let us escort this person elsewhere. We do not possess the wife he speaks of, but if there are doubts, we may search again. Bowen's gaze shifted, cutting through the thoughts of those gathered. They nodded in agreement with his words, and the waiter swiftly bound Yu Lain tightly. Casting a glance at Bowen nodded, his expression weary. I too am feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us return to attend to your business another day. Yu Lain, now restrained, was taken away by the crowd. In that moment, Bowen felt a sense of relief. He had not forcibly detained Zhao Yuhuai, as Yu Lain had implied, for she had willingly come to him. Thus, the so-called oath held no real power. Bowen exited the room, closing the door gently, and knocked on the door next door. Mumu, having set down his cup, rose to open it. The door swung wide, and Bowen entered, after which Mumu shut the door firmly, as if to prevent eavesdropping on their conversation. Thank you, master. Bowen bowed respectfully, and Mumu glanced at him before returning to his seat, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he spoke. Bowen, I fear Zhao Yuhuai may also wish to return with me. It appears this place is not secure. Hearing Mumu's information about Zhao Yuhuai's impending departure, Bowen felt a slight pang of disappointment, and he found himself somewhat dazed, wishing to accompany Mumu. Yet, he could not leave. He had established a home here, along with his proud employees, and could not bear to part with this place. Take care of the young apprentice and Lord Zhao Yuhuai. Of course, Mumu nodded, noticing Bowen's unease but refraining from further comment. How unexpected that it would come so swiftly. We must prepare to leave. This return feels eerily similar to our last departure, as if we were being watched, disrupting our original plans. Mumu reflected, pondering his own words. Inside, Yu Zhao heard Mumu's remarks and recalled her encounter with Lala Xin, whose demeanor and tone lent a certain resonance to Mumu's observations. Perhaps they were still under the watchful gaze of that deity. Was that deity's purpose merely this? With this thought, Yu Zhao felt a chill run down her spine, trembling in fear. Zhao Yuhuai noticed her distress and pulled her into his embrace, which provided her with some comfort. The sound from outside continued unabated. I shall take them away shortly. Now, departing seems feasible. Indeed, safety is paramount, master. As for other matters, I fear I can be of little assistance. Bowen's lamentations reached Zhao Yuhuai's ears, and a flicker of disappointment appeared in her eyes. But it was fleeting. Yes, let us wait for Mumu to escort us out. Agreed. You may leave first. Very well. The two outside bid their farewells, and upon hearing the resounding sound of the door closing, Mumu released the two from within. His gaze sharpened as he spoke. You should be aware that this is no longer a place to linger. Once again, it felt as though things were returning to how they were before. Yu Zhao stepped out from Zhao Yuhuai's embrace, her expression clearly marked by dissatisfaction. She looked at Mumu, as if she had more to say, but withheld it in the presence of Zhao Yuhuai. I heard that we are to follow you back, correct? Zhao Yuhuai's tone had become respectful, and Mumu nodded, unsurprised by her demeanor. Will returning in this manner cause any inconvenience? Zhao Yuhuai, sensing Mumu's affirmation, expressed her concerns, prompting him to chuckle lightly and shake his head. There is no issue. They will all welcome you. They? Noticing Zhao Yuhuai's perplexed expression, Yu Zhao tugged at the hem of her garment and whispered in her ear. Mumu, relieved he need not repeat himself, relaxed as they concluded their conversation. When Yú Zhāo turned to Mumu, she found a compassionate expression on his face. You may re-enter the space. Safety comes first. Yú Zhāo tightened her grip on Zhao Yuhuai's hand, and together they transformed into two beams of light, entering the space Mumu had prepared, quietly awaiting their return to the mountain. Chapter 71. Mumu's Test. Are we returning so soon? Muing's face bore a puzzled expression, and she scratched her head, clearly not ready to leave. If we are to go back, you all may proceed. I shall remain here a while longer. This is my first time in the outside world. Muing stretched lazily and shook her head. Mumu glanced at her and reiterated his inquiry, to which Muing nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am certain. If this is your first time descending the mountain, be extra cautious. If you encounter any issues, use this energy sphere to contact me. A green energy sphere materialized in Mumu's hand and was placed in Muing's palm. She smiled lightly and absorbed the energy, saying, All right, but how much does it cost to stay in your apprentice's room? If I go out to play, there will be expenses, and I might need to borrow some money. As she spoke, she blinked her eyes mischievously. Mumu rummaged through his pocket, producing a small amount of change and placing it in Muing's hand, assuring her, I will inform Bowen. Thank you very much. Mumu exited Muing's room, just in time to see Bowen walking back and forth in the corridor. Upon spotting Mumu, Bowen greeted him. Master, are you leaving? Yes. Yú Zhāo called out to Zhao Yuhuai, who withdrew her hand and fixed her determined gaze upon the distant bright light. Let us proceed forward. This time, Zhao Yuhuai strode ahead, holding Yú Zhao's hand, leaving Yú Zhāo momentarily taken aback by her reaction. Nevertheless, she said nothing and allowed herself to be led by Zhao Yuhuai. The luminous point drew nearer, and Zhao Yuhuai quickened her pace, soon bringing them to the source of the light. Both of them squinted slightly, and as the overwhelming brightness faded, they could discern the path ahead and the familiar figure of Mumu waiting for them. Ah, you have emerged. Mumu greeted them, then leisurely directed his gaze toward Zhao Yuhuai, remarking, It seems you have encountered experiences your daughter has yet to face. Indeed, Zhao Yuhuai replied with a soft affirmation, her eyes shifting to Yú Zhāo as she murmured, Zhao Zhao is perfectly fine. She need not endure such experiences. What experiences? What do you mean? Yú Zhao's eyes were filled with confusion upon hearing their discourse about these experiences. However, recalling how Zhao Yuhuai had stood still for a moment within, her expression shifted to one of anxiety. Mom, when you're standing there, were those experiences already behind you? Though uncertain if she might have the chance to undergo them again, she pondered. If I were to face them, once more a flicker of concern crossed Zhao Yuhuai's eyes. Mumu then elaborated, Since they are in the past, when you encounter them again, not that I should say encounter, but merely pass through, those experiences will not be present. Yet, there remains a trial ahead of you, Mumu concluded, gesturing toward the path before them. Yú Zhāo gazed at the road, her mind drifting back to Lin Yi's familiar face. Oh, it seems that Lin Yi truly harbors reservations about this path. I recall her warning me. However, when I descended the mountain, I was in Lin Yi's pocket and felt nothing unusual. Yet, in reference to her mother, would a scene akin to that in the cave unfold? I will continue to wait for you ahead. If you stray from this path, there will be no return. I wish you both good fortune. With that, Mumu dashed forward and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuai's sight. Zhao Yuhuai fixed her gaze upon the path and glanced at Yú Zhāo. Immediately, Yú Zhāo shook her head, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. She turned to Zhao Yuhuai and said, Mom, I have no idea. I was simply wandering aimlessly. Very well. Zhao Yuhuai scratched her head, her mind replaying Mumu's words. If you stray, there will be no return. The thought of such a consequence caused her head to ache, realizing that following Mumu necessitated passing his trial. Mom, let us proceed. I am confident, Yú Zhāo declared, patting her chest as if to assure Zhao Yuhuai. Zhao Yuhuai nodded, and Yú Zhāo extended her hand, which Zhao Yuhuai grasped. Together, they took a step forward, embarking on a journey that could earn their recognition. Chapter 72. Old friends as they set forth, the path before them transformed. What had once been a straight route instantly morphed into a winding trail, branching into three distinct paths. One path appeared somewhat serpentine, suggesting that should they traverse it, they might find themselves scrutinizing the other two. The second path was adorned with the fragrance of flowers and the song of birds, surrounded by trees and fluttering birds, exuding a sense of tranquility. The third path, however, appeared ominous, devoid of life, with no signs of any living beings ever having existed there, even the cawing of crows echoing as if to welcome them. I recall the last time I walked this path. It did not appear this way, Yú Zhāo remarked, scratching her head in confusion. Yet her grip on Zhao Yuhuai's hand remained firm, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead to her mother becoming lost once more. Mom, which path do you think we should take? Yú Zhāo inquired, pointing at the paths ahead. Zhao Yuhuai shook her head, her expression clearly one of uncertainty as she regarded Yú Zhāo with utmost seriousness. I trust your judgment. Seeing her mother's unwavering faith in her, Yú Zhāo scratched her head again, contemplating the paths before them. Guided by her intuition, she began to lead Zhao Yuhuai along the chosen route. The serpentine path, upon their selection, caused the other routes to ignite in flames before vanishing mere moments later. Zhao Yuhuai felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that Yú Zhāo had chosen this path rather than herself, for had she selected it, they might have encountered peril. With this thought, Zhao Yuhuai's gaze softened toward Yú Zhāo, who felt a shiver run down her spine under her mother's affectionate look. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Misinterpreting her mother's gentle demeanor, Zhao Yuhuai quickly clarified. No, I simply believe our Zhao Zhao is remarkable. The journey proved to be more challenging than Yú Zhāo had anticipated. While she felt she had chosen correctly, the path ahead remained uncertain. Zhao Yuhuai observed the winding road and took Yú Zhāo's hand, preparing to lift their feet, only to discover that the road above had suddenly widened, a development that took them both by surprise. Yet they quickly embraced this new reality and continued onward. Meanwhile, on the other side, that must be Zhao Yuhuai. Why does she seem so different from the last time I saw her? Lini mused, intrigued as she watched the small sphere containing Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuai. Her face bore an expression of confusion, as she felt that Zhao Yuhuai diverged significantly from her expectations. She scrutinized her, hoping to uncover something. However, after a prolonged observation, she found nothing. Mumu stood nearby, his expression inscrutable, merely a spectator to the unfolding scene. Do you think Zhao Yuhuai and her daughter will reach their destination? Lini queried. Why wouldn't they? Mumu retorted, turning to leave. Lini seemed to ponder this, her gaze growing contemplative. Despite the path widening, Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuai maintained their vigilance as they walked, still unable to discern their direction. Ultimately, they found themselves on a singular path. Moreover, any attempts to explore further revealed an identical route. In other words, they felt trapped, unable to escape. Reflecting on this, Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhuai halted, sharing a glance before choosing to sit down. Mom, I feel as though we have encountered a ghost wall. A ghost wall? Indeed. There is an unmistakable sense of an impasse, as Zhao Yuhuai lightly tapped her own head. At that moment, a peculiar entity named Lanhua emerged from within Yú Zhāo's body. Is that the Master's mother? Yú Zhāo glanced back at the entity called Lanhua, a flicker of confusion gracing her features. Simultaneously, she pondered the whereabouts of Xiaohua. Why had it not manifested instead of this being named Lanhua? Could it be that Xiaohua had yet to recover from its previous state? The thought sent a pang of anxiety through Yú Zhāo's heart. Lanhua, discerning her concerns, shook its head, an expression of innocence clearly etched upon its face. Oh dear, Master, I did not mean to cause any distress. Perhaps it is merely that it has fallen asleep. If I were in its place, I would not pose any harm to you. I merely stand by your side, as that individual has mentioned to you. Upon concluding these words, Lanhua floated closer to Zhao Yuhuai, scrutinizing her closely. Were you so intrigued about concerning my mother? Yú Zhāo, noticing the seemingly mischievous demeanor of Lanhua, quickly positioned herself in front of Zhao Yuhuai, instinctively shielding her. Her heart raced, fearful of what might transpire. Master, all I ask is for a space to exist. We share a reasonable and equitable relationship. Besides, I am an innate part of your being. I cannot possibly harm you. I can even assist you. At the mention of assistance, Yú Zhāo's expression softened somewhat. Although she feigned indifference, "You say you can aid me?" Indeed, as Lan Hua spoke, pride swelled within it, as it pointed to a narrow opening along the path. This way leads to an exit. In a bid to validate its claim, it zipped ahead but halted shortly thereafter, remaining stationary. Despite witnessing its forward movement, Yú Zhāo remained vigilant, inching closer to Zhao Yuhua while exhibiting no further reaction. Observing their hesitation, Lan Hua grew anxious. "If not for the connection between us, I would have already soared away. I can hardly bear to watch you lag behind." "What connection?" Yú Zhāo seized upon the pivotal point, her gaze sharpening as if deep in thought. Suddenly, Lan Hua vanished, replaced by a swirling mass of red flames. Xiaohe, its visage brimming with indignation. With hands on its hips, Xiaohe glared at Yú Zhāo, its expression reminiscent of an exaggerated caricature. Yú Zhāo found it amusing, though she could not quite articulate why. For some inexplicable reason, I have subconsciously fused with that blue flame within you, despite my choice to rest in a secluded corner of your being, only to be overshadowed by that entity. Xiaohe surveyed its surroundings, observing the flames it had conjured, which had transformed to a bluish hue tinged with red, and continued its tirade. "This means you can perceive it for a time, but the flames you see are mine as well. Our memories are likely intertwined. Allow me to be candid. Perhaps you could seek your master for a resolution, or consult my former owner." As Xiaohe spoke, it floated before Yú Zhāo, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "That blue flame did not mislead you. If you exit, you'll find your way." Eventually, Xiaohe reverted to a radiant form, re-entering Yú Zhāo's body. A hint of resignation danced across Yú Zhāo's face as Zhao Yuhua directed her gaze toward the path. "Can we trust what they said? Surely, after all." "I am a host," Yú Zhāo mused, grasping Zhao Yuhua's hand. Together, they plunged into the thicket. Upon emerging, the scene before them transformed. It was no longer the narrow passage they had traversed earlier, but an expansive road previously observed. When they turned to look back, the path had ignited into flames, vanishing before their eyes as though they had never set foot there. Before Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhua could contemplate the newly revealed route, a masked figure suddenly materialized before them. Zhao Yuhua. The voice was unnaturally modulated, rendering it impossible to discern the identity of the person standing before them. "Are you calling me?" Zhao Yuhua tightened her grip on Yú Zhāo's hand, unwilling to release it, fearful of reliving the dreamlike state of their initial encounter. Fraught with emotional turmoil. "Yes, come closer." The masked figure beckoned Zhao Yuhua, who steadfastly refused. "Who are you? Why should I approach?" "You are my acquaintance, Zhao Yuhua. In the past, you exhibited such confidence and grace. Why have you transformed into this timid version of yourself?" As the masked figure spoke, agitation seeped into their tone, their fists clenched tighter with each word. Zhao Yuhua felt no recognition towards the acquaintance the masked figure spoke of, shaking her head. "I do not recall you. Perhaps your mask conceals your true visage, rendering you unrecognizable. Or perhaps the events I've encountered recently have clouded my memory." Zhao Yuhua gestured toward the path behind the masked figure. "Will you clear the way now?" Zhao Yuhua. The masked figure's agitation escalated, taking several steps forward toward Zhao Yuhua and Yú Zhāo. "I truly wish to pry open your skull to uncover the thoughts swirling within. I want to harm you. I merely wish to see what resides in her mind." With that, the masked figure forcefully separated the hands of Yú Zhāo and Zhao Yuhua, placing their own hand atop Zhao Yuhua's, attempting to censor thoughts. Yú Zhāo rushed forward to pull Zhao Yuhua away from the masked figure, only to find a barrier materializing between them, dividing them. "Mother." Yú Zhāo hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. She pounded on the barrier with her hands, desperate to break through, but her efforts were in vain. "Mother." All she could do was pray that the masked figure would not harm her mother, abandoning her futile attempts to breach the barrier, merely watching the two figures beyond it. In truth, all Yú Zhāo could see was the surface of the barrier, while the masked figure had removed their mask, revealing long black hair and a cold expression. Had Yú Zhāo been present, she would have gasped, "Sister Lin Yi." Lin Yi regarded Zhao Yuhua with disappointment, and although Zhao Yuhua felt a flicker of recognition, she quickly shook her head, indicating her lack of familiarity. "Zhao Yuhua, you are not always like this." As Lin Yi spoke, she reached to place a hand upon Zhao Yuhua's head. Zhao Yuhua grasped her wrist, a look of confusion evident on her face. "Why do you wish to place your hand upon my head? Do you truly intend to pry open my skull?" With a chuckle, Lin Yi withdrew her hand, observing Zhao Yuhua's bewildered expression as she summoned a sphere of green energy within her palm, directing it towards Zhao Yuhua's body. Zhao Yuhua was suddenly enveloped by a surge of energy coursing through her body, causing her mind to become heavy and disoriented, ultimately leading her to collapse onto the ground. Lin Yi, harnessing this newfound energy, conducted a thorough examination of Zhao Yuhua, both externally and internally, and indeed discovered several anomalies. Within her mind resided a peculiar lump, and something sinister was lodged within her body. It was no wonder that she had transformed into such a feeble state. Lin Yi's expression remained inscrutable as she clenched her fists and employed her internal energy to cleanse Zhao Yuhua. Though uncertain of the efficacy of her actions, she hoped merely to restore Zhao Yuhua to her former self. Chapter 73. The true Zhao Yuhua. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Yu Zhao glanced over to see Mu arriving, her face etched with fury, reminiscent of the anger she expressed the last time Lin Yi had taken her out. As Yu Zhao attempted to speak, Mu seemed oblivious to her presence, charging directly into the barrier. In that moment, Yu Zhao's restless heart found solace. Upon entering the barrier, Mu observed Lin Yi seated, seemingly exorcising something from the prostrate Zhao Yuhua. Hearing a commotion outside, Lin Yi shifted her gaze toward Mu, offering no words as she continued her task. Mu drew closer, inspecting Zhao Yuhua, and upon noticing the strange object within her head and the entity inside her body, his vision darkened. Initially, he had been incensed by Lin Yi's actions, reminiscent of her previous decisions, but now, with the revelations about Zhao Yuhua's condition, he was reminded of Yu Lian. Could it be that Yu Lian had done something to her? Silently, both were absorbed in their thoughts. Yet Mu noticed beads of sweat forming on Lin Yi's forehead, and her body swayed slightly, prompting him to lend a bit of his energy to her. Soon, the two anomalies within Zhao Yuhua dissipated, and Lin Yi transformed into a small orb, her outer robe neatly stored in her spatial pocket. As she began to gently awaken Zhao Yuhua's consciousness with her energy, the protective covering that had enveloped Zhao Yuhua gradually vanished alongside Lin Yi's transformation into a small orb. As Yu Zhao observed the diminishing barrier, she approached the unconscious Zhao Yuhua, gently lifting her up and softly calling her name, occasionally glancing at Mu and Zhao Yuhua. "The trial is past. Let's go. Mother, is she all right? What did that masked figure do to her?" Concern etched across her face as she held the still unconscious Zhao Yuhua. Mu shook his head, his own orb shifting slightly as it nestled closer to Yu Zhao. "Do you want me to carry your mother?" he offered. "No, I can manage," Yu Zhao replied. She carefully placed Zhao Yuhua on the ground, squatting down to support her mother on her shoulder, preparing to carry her. Observing Yu Zhao's petite frame, Mu shook his head and relieved her of the burden, hoisting Zhao Yuhua onto his back. While the small orb leapt onto Yu Zhao's shoulder, Yu Zhao poked the small orb perched on her shoulder with her finger, murmuring indistinctly, unsure which Lin it was. As Mu carried Zhao Yuhua forward, Yu Zhao followed closely, and they soon arrived at the familiar cabin nestled in the woods. Since carrying someone made it difficult to open the door, Yu Zhao volunteered to do so, allowing Mu to enter and lay Zhao Yuhua gently onto the sofa. Coincidentally, Zhao Yuhua awakened at that moment, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, revealing a hint of nostalgia on her face. Upon spotting Mu, she greeted him. "Oh, Mu, what are you doing here?" Yu Zhao. When her eyes turned to Yu Zhao, the latter's face was marked with confusion. "Mother, shouldn't I be here? Something feels amiss." Zhao Yuhua clutched her head, lost in thought. Mu, observing her contemplative demeanor, began to speculate. "I recall entrusting you to look after Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao, how are you faring now? Why am I here? I distinctly remember descending the mountain with Yu Lian." Organizing her thoughts, Zhao Yuhua spoke, while Yu Zhao, listening attentively, immediately suspected her mother had lost her memory. Is it possible that this amnesia could revert to that time? However, that period feels like ages ago. Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo straightened, appearing apprehensive and awaiting Zhao Yuhuai's next words. Do you still hold some memories of the events prior? Huh? Zhao Yuhuai sorted through her recollections, and at that moment, Mu instructed the upright Yú Zhāo to fetch some water from the kitchen. Yú Zhāo, go. All right. Yú Zhāo sprang into action, racing to the kitchen where Lin Wu was tidying up, muttering to himself. Upon noticing Yú Zhāo's return, he greeted her. Hey, Yú Zhāo. You're back. You returned quite quickly, just like before. Did you have fun? Yú Zhāo vigorously shook her head, her expression clouded with discontent. She peeked outside to ensure no one noticed her, then began to vent her frustrations. After a brief exchange of words, Lin Wu nodded, glancing at the small orb on Yú Zhāo's shoulder before redirecting his attention. He picked up a nearby cup and filled it with water, handing it to Yú Zhāo. You worked hard. Here, have some water. Yú Zhāo gulped down a few sips, suddenly recalling the two outside, and glanced at the kitchen table, where Lin Wu had already prepared 2 cups of water. Here, take it. Thank you, Lin Wu. Yú Zhāo exclaimed, accepting the 2 cups. The small orb leapt from her shoulder to the ground, prompting Yú Zhāo to look back at it. After a brief hop, it approached Lin Wu, who extended his hand, allowing it to settle in his palm. Noticing Yú Zhāo's gaze, Lin Wu smiled and pointed outside, gently reminding her, you should go out. Those two have likely been waiting for their water for quite some time. All right. Yú Zhāo took the 2 cups and departed, while Lin Wu softly closed the kitchen door. Lifting his palm to find the small orb had swiftly leaped onto his shoulder. Zhao Yuhuai, it has been a long time, Lin Wu murmured to himself. In response to his words, the small orb, which was none other than Lin Yi, bounced slightly. Yú Zhāo brought the 2 cups of water over, offering one to Mu and the other to Zhao Yuhuai. The two were engaged in cheerful conversation, but upon receiving the water, they paused, expressing their gratitude as they accepted the cups. Once they finished drinking, they set the cups aside, and Mu gestured for Yú Zhāo to sit beside Zhao Yuhuai. Observing her mother's aura, Yú Zhāo immediately felt a wave of timidity wash over her as she took a seat beside her. Zhao Zhao. A gentle voice resonated in Yú Zhāo's ear, prompting her to glance at Zhao Yuhuai, who had shifted from a serious demeanor to one of warmth. Mother? The voice conveyed that her mother's mind was intertwined with something peculiar, something installed within her body. The previous verbal expressions were not genuinely hers, and the version of her that Yú Zhāo encountered had been transformed by others. Huh? Yú Zhāo appeared bewildered, scratching her head. Zhao Yuhuai placed a hand on Yú Zhāo's shoulder, explaining that perhaps during their descent, she had been altered by someone, and she retained only the memories from that time. Thus, the Zhao Yuhuai of that period was not the same as the current Zhao Yuhuai. The awakening of the present Zhao Yuhuai was attributed to the removal of those peculiarities from her body and mind, suggesting that what was discarded functioned as a form of storage. Furthermore, the masked individual had referred to Zhao Yuhuai as an old acquaintance. Concerned that Yú Zhāo might doubt her, Mu produced a jar containing a small stone emitting dark fumes and a vague, large object. She tossed it to Yú Zhāo, who caught it steadily, scrutinizing the jar. The dark mists emanating from within struck her as ominous, compelling her to return it. Mu accepted it back, her gaze seeming to inquire if Yú Zhāo comprehended the situation. Yú Zhāo, albeit reluctantly, nodded her head and posed a question. What is that dark mist? It can be considered an embodiment of malevolent forces, Mu thoughtfully replied. This indicated that darkness had permeated their realm, transcending the divine. As Mu spoke, she sniffed the air, causing Yú Zhāo to feel inexplicably tense. She observed Zhao Yuhuai and Mu's expressions grow grave, especially as Mu stood and approached her, sensing something amiss. You have encountered her. Her? The goddess Lala? Mu's musings gradually unveiled the gravity of the situation, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. You previously claimed you had no contact with her, yet now you have. Did she convey anything to you? Pain. Yú Zhāo recalled Lala's desire to witness the suffering of their guardians, relishing the thought of their eternal anguish. Pain. The deities have not spared us. The concealed darkness harbors a profound hatred for our generation. As Zhao Yuhuai expressed this, she furrowed her brow, perceiving Yú Zhāo's thoughts. Suddenly, Yú Zhāo found herself unexpectedly restrained by Zhao Yuhuai's hand, which began an examination. Fire. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Zhao Yuhai withdrew her hand, her gaze intensely fixed on Yú Zhāo for several moments before shifting to Mu, suggesting that something needed to be addressed. My child is rather naive. Mother, how am I naive? Yú Zhāo whimpered, turning to Zhao Yuhai for comfort. Zhao Yuhai gently patted her head, soothing her, affirming, our Zhao Zhao is not foolish. Mu nodded in agreement. Yú Zhao's curiosity was piqued, revealing her limited understanding or perhaps excessive protection. There have been prior discussions. I will strive to express what follows in a manner you comprehend. The guardian family had once aided a deity, aligning themselves with one who had fraught relations with another deity, leading to a climactic confrontation where the latter failed, resulting in punitive measures from the discontented deity. The guardians within the family possessed the ability to divine or pray, or sometimes both, with the initial members remaining unaffected, ultimately facing assimilation. The inequitable darkness had approached, proposing cooperation to lift their constraints and facilitate vengeance. However, their ancestors steadfastly believed that the deity would return to liberate them. Zhao Yuhai continued, they did not collaborate. However, if it were I might have considered it. I never anticipated that they would impose such a purpose upon me. I am merely an ordinary individual. A hint of sorrow flickered in Zhao Yuhai's eyes as she spoke. Mu took over. I am somewhat acquainted with a member of the guardian family, which endowed me with these abilities. Consequently, I was cursed and became the watchful observer of that deity. Observing and suffering, I witnessed the demise of dear friends who failed to make choices. Even in death, I could only watch their descendants. Not only did she contend with disfavor from the heavens, but she also faced hidden adversaries ready to strike. Yú Zhāo grasped the situation, leaning back in contemplation, though she dared not voice her thoughts, lest she provoke the sternness of her elders. The orb that accompanied her birth had evaded the scrutiny of those deities. They had created this place, shielded from divine observation. Anyone traversing this realm would undergo trials revealing their true nature, whether benevolent or malevolent. I see, Yú Zhāo acknowledged. You are my child, born from the essence of the guardian Yulain. As Zhao Yuhai attempted to elaborate on Yulain, her thoughts became muddled, prompting her to steady herself, seeking tranquility. Chapter 74, Illusory Flames. Zhao, my greatest wish is for your safety. At that moment, when Yulain suggested a course of action, I descended the mountain with him, seeking Mu to care for you and impart knowledge. After conveying these sentiments, a trace of regret flickered in Zhao Yuhai's gaze. The subsequent events up to this point were beyond her control, and both Mu and Yú Zhāo understood that during their descent, not only had they encountered the dark mist, but also had something implanted within them. In reflection, Mu considered how Zhao Yuhai appeared so innocent and vulnerable during their conversation with Yulain, often on the verge of tears, a stark contrast to the Zhao Yuhai he had known. He had presumed her curiosity about the long-absent world below was natural, given her human nature, and her innocence was endearing. What would happen if this prolonged? Yú Zhāo inquired, glancing at Mu, whose expression became inscrutable. She may be replaced by that dark mist, and your mother would cease to exist in this realm, leaving only a puppet like Zhao Yuhai. However, this remains merely my conjecture. Mu composed himself, relieved to have detected the signs early. Taking Zhao Yuhai to the mountain was not a mistake. Otherwise, what if something had happened to her? What would I have done? At that moment, Mu once again perceived Yú Zhāo's unspoken thoughts, experiencing a fleeting moment of empathy, which he swiftly suppressed. In the present circumstances, I believe it would be most prudent for both of you to remain here. The optimal course of action is to refrain from descending the mountain, as this place is shielded from the gaze of the deities, thereby ensuring a semblance of safety that can protect your lives until their natural conclusion. Correspondingly, should you choose to stay, it would be beneficial for you to lend a hand, much like Yú Zhāo, who is tasked with maintaining the grounds behind us. You two may deliberate on this matter thoroughly. Yú Zhāo, you are free to either depart or remain here, as there is no compulsion. Once you have reached a decision, do inform me. I have some matters to attend to. Should you require assistance or have made your decision, you may reach out to Lin and his companions, who can contact me. After delivering these words, Moo bounded away, leaving their line of sight with a lively spring in her step. Observing Moo's exuberance, Yú Zhāo tilted her head, glancing at Zhao Yuhuai. Zhao Yuhuai gently ruffled her hair and remarked, Zhao, we lack the means to venture down the mountain. If we do, we will have nowhere to stay and will be more susceptible to being targeted. Mother suggests that we remain here. How does Zhao perceive this? In front of Yú Zhāo, she shed her serious demeanor and donned a softer expression, her hands caressing Yú Zhāo's hair. Yú Zhāo tilted her head in response and replied, Mother, I think we should stay. Not only will we be free from the deity's scrutiny, but we have also come from our home on the mountain to here. At this proclamation, Yú Zhāo sprang up, grasped Zhao Yuhuai's hand, and dashed outside. Zhao Yuhuai was pulled along, and as they ran towards the little house in the woods, she took in the lush surroundings, unable to resist stealing glances at the dense thickets. Mother, we have arrived. A voice jolted Zhao Yuhuai from a reverie. Quickly regaining her focus, she blinked in disbelief at the courtyard before her, uncertain if she should close her eyes again. Upon reopening them, the familiar courtyard remained. Releasing her hand from Yú Zhāo's grasp, she approached the entrance and gazed out. She settled into a rocking chair, with the warmth of a familiar voice enveloped her, gently rocking the chair for her. Contentment washed over her. She recalled late nights spent in the courtyard, gazing at the moon with that person beside her, preparing her evening meal. As she dined, she found solace in the warmth of his tender gaze. Zhao Yuhuai, you are my dearest. Zhao Yuhuai, you and the child are my treasures. Those memories were undeniably real, yet as time passed, why did it seem that his feelings were merely for manipulation? Was there truly nothing else beneath the surface? The emotions discernible in his eyes were genuine. Why then did everything transform into this? Was there truly not a shred of sincerity left? Noticing Zhao Yuhuai's lowered head, Yú Zhāo sensed the melancholy in her demeanor and quickly grasped her hand, shaking it lightly. Mother. Yú Zhāo's voice once again stirred Zhao Yuhuai from her thoughts. Returning her gaze to her daughter, she smiled softly and encouraged, let us go inside. As she stepped into the courtyard, the familiar memories surged forth once more. This time, however, Zhao Yuhuai chose not to confront them. She shook her head, dismissing those recollections, and turned to Yú Zhāo, saying, Zhao, this courtyard indeed hasn't changed much. It looks quite lovely. Yú Zhāo pointed out various aspects of the surroundings, and Zhao Yuhuai patiently listened, observing some areas could use some improvement. This part could be more aesthetically pleasing if we made some changes. Shall we redesign the courtyard together? I will follow Mother's lead. Yú Zhāo beamed with a smile, guiding Zhao Yuhuai to her bedroom, pointing things out. This will be my bedroom. Can I sleep with you tonight? The suddenness of Zhao Yuhuai's request left Yú Zhāo momentarily speechless. Yú Zhāo had intended to take her to the original guest room, but this unexpected statement caught her off guard. Oh well. Yú Zhāo was accustomed to sleeping alone, and hearing her mother voice such a request made her stammer. Zhao Yuhuai quickly added, just for tonight, Zhao. I promise not to disturb you. As Zhao Yuhuai spoke, her tone softened. Yú Zhāo pondered that refusing her mother might come off as somewhat petty. After all, it was her mother. Denying her wouldn't be appropriate. All right. Upon hearing Yú Zhāo's acquiescence, Zhao Yuhuai's heart eased, and after showing her daughter around her room, they proceeded to the guest room. Observing the tidy state of the guest room, Zhao Yuhuai found herself momentarily at a loss for strong emotions. Mother, I have made some modifications to this courtyard, so this guest room is no longer. Yú Zhāo's explanation trailed off, and Zhao Yuhuai nodded, placing her hand on Yú Zhāo's head to ruffle her hair gently. It looks good. At least it doesn't force me to relive certain memories. With this thought, a radiant smile graced Zhao Yuhuai's face, leaving Yú Zhāo perplexed. Mother, what are you smiling about? Oh, nothing. Zhao Yuhuai tilted her head and ruffled Yú Zhāo's hair again, prompting an immediate protest from Yú Zhāo. Mother, if you keep messing with my hair, I'll go bald. How could I ever allow my beloved daughter to go bald? Zhao Yuhuai replied playfully, continuing to touzle Yú Zhāo's hair, who squealed in delight. Zhao Yuhuai then took off running, with Yú Zhāo trailing behind, urging her not to run away. Mother, if you have the ability, don't bully me, a little child. Stop right there. Come chase me, ah. Zhao, why are you running so slowly? This isn't like you. Zhao Zhao, put in more effort. Yú Zhāo, spurred on by Zhao Yu Huai's teasing, quickened her pace, her expression defiant as she exclaimed, "Onward! Master, I have diligently followed your orders to find my wife, Zhao Yu Huai. Yet despite adhering to your instructions, I have been unable to locate her. Instead, I was led away by that innkeeper." The person kneeling was Yu Lian, who raised his head, revealing a face marked by bruises. As if he had endured a beating, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Fool!" The figure in the black cloak rose and approached Yu Lian, gripping his chin firmly. The surrounding environment was shrouded in darkness, rendering the person's features indistinguishable. Yu Lian was then forcefully thrown to the ground, while the cloaked figure returned to his seat, observing the nearly incapacitated Yu Lian with interest. "You are quite lacking. That woman appears to be more useful." Struggling to rise from the ground, Yu Lian listened intently to the imposing figure's words, especially when the woman was mentioned, his voice rising with intensity. "I could do better, sir. That woman is completely. She has slipped from our grasp, and we can no longer find her. What a pity, such a valuable pawn. Besides, she loves you, does she not? Yu Lian, TSK, TSK. The figure in the black robe rose once more, and the barely recovered Yu Lian stumbled backward a few steps. The black-robed individual looked down upon him with disdain at his timid demeanor. "Ultimately, it was merely the divine punishment that constrained your actions. And now the choice has been entrusted to your daughter, has it not? Hee. Yu Lian, you are nothing more than an ordinary person now." How could he not understand? After descending the mountain, all his abilities vanished. Had it not been for a modicum of goodwill from Zhao Yu Hai, they might not even have had a place to stay, until this black-robed figure approached him, claiming he could remove the shackles from within his body and grant him what he desired. The price, however, would be the people around him. As long as he could rid himself of his restraints and bask in the sunlight, nothing else mattered. Seeing Yu Lian lost in thought, the black-robed figure chuckled, conjuring a sphere of dark energy that surged directly into Yu Lian's body. He immediately felt a tremendous energy flowing within him. As this energy coursed through him, the shackles inside began to corrode and loosen, granting Yu Lian a moment of relief. "Thank you for your grace, my lord." The black-robed figure waved his hand, signaling Yu Lian not to kneel. Since there was no guardian present, you, as the former guardian, shall once again appear before the people, using divination or prayer to inspire them. Inspire them? Yu Lian was somewhat perplexed by the words of the black-robed figure, who patiently elaborated. "When you place your hand upon them, infuse them with energy, the more, the better. Do not disappoint me, Yu Lian. The specific location would reappear here after today. You should know what to do, correct?" As the black-robed figure gradually faded from Yu Lian's sight, he nodded, contemplating his course of action. Once the location was determined, he must seize the opportunity to gather people and announce the return of the guardian. He had energy coursing through him, did he not? With such energy, could he not command the trust of the masses? Furthermore, with this energy, the unacquainted residents would surely submit before him. As he pondered the energy, black flames erupted around him, radiating brilliantly, and he chuckled. With that lord's presence, he could finally act upon his desires. Who cared about the gods above, who only cursed? If he could control the people, what a splendid outcome it would be. Chapter 75. A dream and counter bowls of food were laid out upon the table, and Zhao Yu Hai gazed at the spread as if she had never encountered such a feast before, her eyes wide with wonder. Lin San, who had brought the dishes, blinked and grinned. "Didn't he expect such a variety, did you? It was wise of you both to stay, as long as you do your part. How could we ever shortchange you?" As soon as Lin San set down the dishes, Lin Si playfully tugged at his ear. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and serve more food." Lin San yelped in pain and scurried away from the gaze of Yu Lian and Zhao Yu Hai, evidently off to fetch more dishes. Lin Si smiled at the two. "Don't mind us. Continue with what you were doing. Please, eat a little. This was prepared for you," Lin Si said, waving her hand before departing from their sight. Zhao Yu Hai, unreserved, picked up her chopsticks and began to fill her bowl with food, enjoying every bite. Seeing Zhao Yu Hai eat so heartily, Yu Lian followed suit, taking up her chopsticks as well. The two soon finished all the food on the table. When Lin Si returned, she thoughtfully brought them both some desserts, smiling upon witnessing their satisfied expressions. "Seeing you two enjoy your meal brings me peace," Lin Si remarked, placing the treats down. She tilted her head slightly. "Things with Mumu seem rather complicated. You two should rest after eating. Mumu should be around tomorrow." "Thank you." Zhao Yuhai expressed her gratitude as Lin Si cast a playful glance at Yulai and before leaving. Yulayan was equally content, and when Zhao Yuhai's gaze fell upon her, she let out a contented burp. "Let us go." Zhao Yuhai stood up, and Yulayan followed suit, hand in hand as they made their way to the courtyard entrance. This time, Zhao Yuhai felt no excessive yearning, stepping inside with ease. Observing Zhao Yuhai's composed demeanor, Yulayan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The gentle moonlight bathed the ground, illuminating Zhao Yuhai, who hopped playfully on the spot, twirling in delightful circles, exuding an aura of innocence that belied her status as a married woman. "Mother, what is it?" Zhao Yuhai paused her movements, tilting her head to look at Yulayan, who inquired with curiosity, "Am I human or elf?" The question rendered Zhao Yuhai momentarily silent. She herself was uncertain about her daughter Yulai's nature. Since her birth, she had observed no elfin traits in her, indicating that Yulayan was indeed a human. "You are human." Zhao Yuhai quickly provided her answer, and Yulayan nodded, a vague understanding dawning upon her. "Oh," she replied. The two entered Yulai's room, and upon seeing only one pillow on the bed, she gestured for Zhao Yuhai to wait while she rummaged through the cabinet for an extra pillow. After a brief search, she found a second pillow and placed it on the bed. Noticing the somewhat thin blanket, she searched her cabinet again and retrieved a thicker cover, which she laid on the bed. Zhao Yuhai, accustomed to it, lay down comfortably, using the pillow and blanket Yulayan had just provided. Once Yulayan finished her task, she lay down beside Zhao Yuhai, preparing to close her eyes when Zhao Yuhai's voice broke the silence. Zhao, would you like to hear a story?" "A story?" Yulayan's eyes brightened as she turned to Zhao Yuhai. "What story will you tell me, mother?" "Just any story will do. Is that all right? I'll tell it wherever it leads." "Of course." Yulayan nodded eagerly, adjusting her pillow and blanket, her eyes sparkling in anticipation of Zhao Yuhai's tale. Zhao Yuhai, not wanting to disappoint, cleared her throat gently and began her narrative. "It was a calm and peaceful day. I was strolling through the streets when I encountered a young beggar on the corner, pleading for alms. That day, I had just finished shopping and was heading home when I noticed a boy dressed in ragged clothes, holding a tattered bowl, asking passersby for some food. His striking emerald eyes were captivating, and soon enough, some compassionate souls tossed him a few scraps of food and coins. "Thank you." The voice of the youth sounded somewhat feeble, yet he graciously expressed his gratitude to all those who had bestowed upon him their charity. Just as he was about to depart, a figure suddenly intercepted him. "I must say, your appearance is quite striking. Why not abandon your life as a beggar and accompany me instead? I can assure you a life of luxury and indulgence." The youth ignored him, clutching his bowl and lowering his gaze as he attempted to move forward. Undeterred, the man stepped closer and knocked the bowl from the youth's grasp, sending its contents, food and coins, sprawling across the ground. The youth quickly crouched down, reaching out to retrieve the scattered items, only to have his hand seized by the man, halting his efforts. "Oh, what a charming face you have. Those trinkets are hardly worth your time. Come home with me instead. I promise you a life of comfort and delight, if only you agree to follow me." The youth appeared utterly speechless, merely shaking his head as he sought to reclaim the fallen money and food, diligently struggling against the grip that restrained him. "You little rascal." The man's taunt was cut short as Zhao Yuhui swiftly approached, delivering a resounding slap to his face. This allowed the youth to break free, scrambling to gather his bowl and the scattered items. "You." The man, upon catching sight of Zhao Yuhui's countenance, shrank back, stammering, "My apologies for the disturbance. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he fled, and the youth cast a grateful glance at Zhao Yuhui before departing. In the days that followed, Zhao Yuhui frequently spotted the youth begging on the streets, though she said nothing, quietly offering him food and small coins. Gradually, they grew familiar with one another, The youth's name was Mu. Mu. Could it be the Mu I am thinking of? The very same who is now my master? As Zhao Yuhui uttered the name Mu, Yu Zhao immediately displayed an expression of intrigue. Her curiosity piqued. Zhao Yuhui nodded affirmatively, confirming that it was indeed this Mu, which made Yu Zhao's eyes sparkle with excitement. Perhaps she had not anticipated that her mother was acquainted with someone like Mu. One day, following her usual routine, Zhao Yuhui chanced upon a youth begging and offered him a small greeting. To her astonishment, the youth suddenly spoke. "Thank you." Zhao Yuhui was momentarily taken aback, maintaining a facade of composure as she quietly inquired, "You can speak?" The youth glanced around, gesturing toward the corner with his finger. For reasons unknown, Zhao Yuhui found herself following him to that corner. "You are about to face a situation that will affect everything in your life." A situation? Could it possibly pertain to her mother falling in love? Yu Zhao's thoughts wandered as Zhao Yuhui, engrossed in storytelling, began to feel drowsy, yawning repeatedly. "I'm feeling a bit tired. If you're interested, I can share more another day." "When is another day, mother?" Yu Zhao asked with curiosity. Zhao Yuhui, battling fatigue, pondered before providing a somewhat reasonable answer. "Tomorrow, then. Good night." With that, Zhao Yuhui leaned back against her pillow, clutching her blanket tightly. Within moments, she succumbed to slumber, drifting into a sweet dream. "Mother must be exhausted," Yu Zhao mused, refraining from pressing her mother for anything further. She mimicked Zhao Yuhui's posture, nestled into her own pillow, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Incredibly, Yu Zhao found herself in a dream where she stood upon the very street Zhao Yuhui had described. She ran through the dreamscape, seeking a mirror, and upon gazing into it, she beheld Zhao Yuhui's visage. This revelation left Yu Zhao in a state of disbelief. She had never imagined becoming a reflection of Zhao Yuhui. Did this mean she would encounter Mu within her dream? Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder, startling her into turning around, and she found herself face to face with a newcomer. The individual bore striking emerald green eyes and tousled hair, piquing Yu Zhao's curiosity. "You're not her." The dream's Mu stated plainly. Yu Zhao scratched her head, bewildered as she asked, "How do you know I'm not her?" "I can see the future," the youth replied. Taken aback, Yu Zhao tilted her head, surprised by his assertion, yet she remained skeptical regarding his subsequent words. "Return to where you belong." "But I'm dreaming. I have no idea how to awaken from this dream," Yu Zhao replied, squatting down to look at the youth, grinning as she playfully pinched his cheek, finding it quite delightful. "I warn you, do not pinch my face like that. You're Mu, aren't you?" Yu Zhao inquired, and upon seeing him nod, her playful demeanor intensified as she pinched his cheeks and hands, relishing their softness. After all, this was the ethereal Mu, not the serious one she knew. Even in a dream, what harm could come from such playful antics? The Mu before her remained silent, simply observing her actions. When Yu Zhao eventually grew tired of her playful pinching and turned her gaze back to him, she noticed his expression was one of indifference. "Does it not hurt?" she asked, scanning his shoulders for any signs of the small companions, Lin, Yi, and Lin Air. However, after several glances, she found no trace of them, leaving her to wonder if they were absent. Seeing she had ceased her playful antics, Mu leisurely began to walk away, naturally clutching his old bowl as he resumed his begging. Yu Zhao watched him, opting to maintain a respectful distance, reasoning that she should not hinder Mu's work. As she pondered this, she wandered to the entrance of a shop, captivated by the myriad of items on display. The shopkeeper kindly offered explanations and even slipped a few small beads into her palm. This is not acceptable," Yu Zhao exclaimed, promptly dropping the items and hastily fleeing. In her rush, she collided with the begging Mu, and they both fell to the ground. Yu Zhao, noticing the contents of his bowl scattered, quickly gathered them and returned them to him. "Isn't that the daughter of the Zhao family? Look at her, always wandering about. Could it be she has fallen for that little beggar?" Indeed, if that old man discovered his daughter was enamored with a beggar, he would undoubtedly be distressed. Just then, Mu's voice reached her ears. "There is no need for this. You should leave at once." However, Yu Zhao, ever proud, stood up, placed her hands on her hips, and shouted at the onlookers, "What of it? I can do as I please, and if my father dotes on me, that is my own merit. What business is it of yours?" Humph! Ultimately, You are merely envious of me, jealous of my association with the esteemed elder. Shouldn't my choices be my own? Your incessant prattling resembles that of gossipy old women, does it not? Oh, how can you speak so? What do you mean by that? It is clearly your disdain for me. Yú Zhāo began to smile, though she did not comprehend the strictness of her father on her mother's side. Yet within this dream, if she merely thought of escaping, perhaps this dream would grant her passage? This child, as the crowd dispersed, leaving Mu and Yú Zhāo. Mu regarded Yú Zhāo with a peculiar gaze, his expression inscrutable. You are quite willful, it seems. Indeed, you both appear to share a strikingly similar temperament. Ah! Yú Zhāo laughed heartily, patting her head. Mu sighed, ultimately saying nothing as he proceeded forward, with Yú Zhāo skipping along behind him. Well, while you may do as you wish, do you not think that the identity and family you currently inhabit might object? Yú Zhāo shook her head. I do not know. How can I possibly be aware? She hesitated, about to utter the word mother, but considering the context of the dream, she wondered if mentioning mother would be ill-fated. Zhao Yuhai, what have you been doing outside, associating with a beggar? What a disgrace to your father. A man's voice emerged from behind, prompting Yú Zhāo to turn her head. The man before her stood approximately 6 feet tall, clad in black, and he seized her ear with one hand, eliciting a yelp from her. Why, despite being in a dream, did everything feel so tangible, with the pain from her ear being all too real? Yú Zhāo instinctively wanted to shout, I am not Zhao Yuhuai, but recalling that she bore Zhao Yuhuai's appearance in this dream, she kept her lips sealed. The man released her ear, his expression one of disdain as he regarded Yú Zhāo and Mu. Yet he selectively took Yú Zhāo's hand, leading her far away from Mu. As Yú Zhāo was led away, the image of Mu gradually faded from her sight. Zhao Yuhuai, do not think that your father has granted you enough freedom to associate with a beggar on the street. Are you not aware? You are a member of the Zhao family and must contribute to its legacy. The man's insistence on her obligation to the Zhao family greatly irked Yú Zhāo. She released his hand, placing her hands on her hips. If you insist that my existence is solely for the benefit of the Zhao family, then it seems you are quite fond of the Zhao family yourself. Before she could finish, another man appeared before them, resembling the man who had just grasped her hand. Elder brother. Yú Zhāo heard a nearby individual call out to the man, who nodded solemnly while regarding Yú Zhāo with an intense gaze, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. At the same time, she quietly pondered whether her mother had endured such treatment within the Zhao family. These two men appeared to be her mother's brothers. The one who had just forcibly led her away was her second uncle. The man before her, wearing a smile, must be her eldest uncle. Let us proceed. The man Yú Zhāo assumed to be her eldest uncle regarded her with gentle eyes, taking her hand and leading her forward. The second uncle opened his mouth, only to be silenced by a glance from the eldest uncle, obediently closing his lips. As they walked, the eldest uncle did not mention Mu, and the trio maintained a heavy silence, not uttering a word. Eventually, they arrived at the front of a residence. Is the dream not yet over? Yú Zhāo mused gloomily, reluctantly stepping inside. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the surroundings, her eyes widening momentarily before she quickly composed herself, adopting an impassive facade. The Zhao residence is remarkably vast. I never expected to glimpse its visage within a dream. The gardens were lush with well-tended flowers and plants, thriving abundantly. Nearly the entire estate was enveloped by this verdant foliage. The trio soon reached a small courtyard, where the second uncle opened the door and stepped inside, while the eldest uncle guided her in as well. Yuhai, I recall you were fond of jumping about. Why do you not appear lively today? Yú Zhāo pouted, displaying a sense of grievance as she addressed her eldest uncle. Elder brother, you must understand, as I was walking on the street, I felt a peculiar curiosity toward that individual, wondering if he possessed any distinctive traits, given how he had garnered the favor of passers-by in recent days. I see. The eldest uncle nodded, his gaze shifting forward. We shall see how father perceives this. He released her hand and led the way, while Yú Zhāo followed behind, secretly sighing in relief. Thankfully, she had reacted promptly. The father in question would be her grandfather, correct? I wonder what he looks like. At last, the path came to an end. The eldest uncle halted and opened the door, revealing the second uncle engaged in animated conversation with an elderly man with white hair. Upon noticing Yú Zhāo's entrance, their chatter grew even more animated. "Father, you must not be aware, but Zhao Yuhuai appears to be quite taken with that beggar." Yú Zhāo rubbed her hands together, a strange smile forming on her face as she unexpectedly threw a punch at the second uncle's face. In truth, she had not intended to act so, but a surge of emotion and a sudden impulse compelled her to act. "Third sister, I merely spoke a few words before father. Must you react so?" The second uncle clutched his face in pain, an expression of grievance on his countenance as he looked toward the elderly man. The elder slowly rose, a stern expression upon his face. "Zhao Ming, you should not speak ill of your sister. You three are family, part of the Zhao clan. As a father, I am well aware of Zhao Yuhuai's character. Her actions are undoubtedly for the benefit of the Zhao family. Zhao Jun, as the eldest brother, you ought to educate Zhao Ming appropriately. So, the eldest uncle's name is Zhao Jun? It sounds quite feminine. The second uncle's name, Zhao Ming, hardly seems clever at all." The elderly man lowered his head, returning to his seat with a sigh. Lost in thought, he took a considerable time before finally speaking again. "Zhao Ming, your unfounded suspicion of your sister, accompanied by slanderous remarks, warrants your confinement at home. During this period, your business will be entrusted to Zhao Jun, who will manage it well. Should you dare to sneak away, you can imagine the consequences." "Yes, father." Zhao Ming lowered his head, retreating in shame, disappearing from the view of the three. "Yuhuai, I have always trusted your judgment. Your actions are surely for the good of the Zhao family. You two may leave now. I am weary." The elderly man reclined in his chair, closing his eyes as his hands clapped rhythmically against the armrest. Yú Zhāo and Zhao Jun retreated, with Zhao Jun being the last to exit. She closed the door behind her and noticed that Yú Zhāo had not left her spot. "Sime, typically after meeting father, you would have dashed away. Why do you linger here? Is it related to Air D's situation? I too yearn to depart. Why is my dream yet to awaken? The body I now inhabit, which belongs to my mother, has not provided me with sufficient insights about this place." Yú Zhāo lamented inwardly, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. Although she maintained a smile on her face, she stuck out her tongue in a moment of exasperation and complained. "Elder brother, primarily. Enough, I understand. I will have a serious talk with Air D. Senmei, you should pursue whatever it is you wish to do," Zhao Jun replied. "Very well," Yú Zhāo murmured, feeling somewhat discouraged. She then observed Zhao Jun extending her hand to gently ruffle her hair. With a little more effort, "Father will begin to take notice of you." "Take notice? Effort? What on earth is the Zhao family truly doing?" A vague notion flickered in Yú Zhāo's mind, yet she dared not dwell on it or discern her own thoughts. "I shall take my leave. Where are you going?" Cao Yun inquired. "Just for a stroll, elder brother. There is no need to worry about me. I do this for the Zhao family." Upon finishing her statement, Yú Zhāo dashed away at her swiftest pace, running out of the Zhao residence. Once she stood at the entrance, she turned back to gaze at the estate, a slight fear creeping into her heart. Is this sensation stemming from my mother's innermost feelings? Without further contemplation, the urge within her body propelled Yú Zhāo to depart from this place, and she obediently complied. As she left, the oppressive sensation within her dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. Confronting the figure before her, Yú Zhāo sheepishly scratched her head, noticing the pair of dark green eyes blink in surprise. "You can return?" "Indeed." Muumu's thoughts drifted towards the horizon, which had suddenly darkened. Following his gaze, Yú Zhāo realized the sky had turned ominous. According to what was said a few days ago, have I been ensconced in daylight all this time? I am utterly bewildered by the passage of time. Wait, why did I say a few days ago? The longer you remain here, the more difficult it becomes to leave. Muumu's gaze returned to Yú Zhāo, and he candidly admitted, "To be honest, I am at a loss for words, unsure of how to extricate you from this place. Your presence appears to be a serendipitous occurrence." Yú Zhāo could not fathom such conclusion, scratching her head in bewilderment. "I merely listened to the stories my mother told." "Are you referring to the original owner of this body?" Muumu inquired, to which Yú Zhāo nodded earnestly, causing him to feel increasingly overwhelmed. What a peculiar person. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. "However, I cannot offer you much assistance. I am merely a beggar. Well, according to their terminology, that is. As he spoke, Mumu shook his bowl, which contained a few coins that rattled together. He prepared to leave, but Yú Zhāo grasped his arm with an unwillingness to part. Master, you cannot abandon me. Yú Zhāo's previously composed demeanor crumbled as she clutched Mumu's collar and began to cry. Master? Mumu, taken aback by Yú Zhāo's grasp and her words, was momentarily stunned. What on earth? I don't care. You are my master. You must protect me. Yú Zhāo exclaimed, as if she had found a sanctuary, holding on tightly, which only served to frustrate Mumu. How could I possibly take on an apprentice? Besides, I am just before Mumu could finish. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, each drop landing softly at first, but soon cascading down in earnest, casting a complex expression upon his face. Let go for now. I promise I will not abandon you. It is raining. We should find a place to rest. Yú Zhāo obediently released her grip, and true to his word, Mumu sprinted away, grabbing her hand and leading her down an unknown path. Before long, they found themselves facing a dilapidated temple. Without hesitation, Mumu pushed open the rickety door, and Yú Zhāo followed him inside. Once they were within, Mumu loosened his grip on her hand, turning to close the door with some difficulty. Yikes! Both of their garments were soaked. Yú Zhāo glanced down at her wet clothes and then at Mumu, who was equally drenched, revealing no difference between them. Come here. Mumu took the lead, moving forward, and Yú Zhāo followed closely, spotting a pile of straw with several round objects resting atop it. If she was not mistaken, could those round shapes be Lin Air, and the others? Mumu poked one of the round objects, and it immediately reacted. Who is it? Your father. Chapter 77. Tell me a story. The anticipated banter did not occur. Instead, the small creatures began bouncing down, calling out Dad in chorus. This caught Yú Zhāo completely off guard. She recalled that Lin and the others often teased Mumu. Was it possible that in this moment, they, having just been born and not yet understanding much, recognized Mumu as their closest connection? Referring to what she had read in books, was this not what they termed the imprinting phenomenon? Lie back down, Mumu instructed, and the little creatures bounced back to their previous positions. Just as they settled, they spotted Yú Zhāo behind Mumu and erupted in excitement, exclaiming, Dad, have you found us a mother? Are we going to have a mother now? Dad is amazing. He brought us a mother. Mumu gently patted the heads of the small creatures, who responded with delighted squeals. Yú Zhāo, initially wanting to interject, remained silent, curious to see how Mumu would handle the situation. That is not the case. She is merely a friend I met on the road. Now dry off her clothes. Oh, Dad, you are such a tease. I'm feeling a bit emotional and don't want to work. One of the little creatures began to weep. All right. Mumu, showing no mercy, once again patted the creature's head, prompting it to yield. As he withdrew his hand, Yú Zhāo observed as the small creatures gathered together, merging into a larger form. Not exactly large, just slightly bigger than a Tangyuan. Suddenly, the larger creature opened its mouth wide, sucking in the rainwater from Mumu and Yú Zhāo. After a moment, it appeared round and plump, then with a pop, transformed back into several small creatures, one of which let out a small burp. Thank you. This is food I collected today. Everyone can eat now. Mumu had long since retrieved the money from the bowl, which was already filled with several baozi. The little dumplings, suddenly invigorated, fluttered for a moment before diving into the bowl to feast upon their meal. Yú Zhāo observed with astonishment as those little dumplings devoured their food at an astonishing speed. Once they had finished their meal, they flapped their little bodies and politely greeted, Grandfather, we are full. If there is anything, just call for us. Their following words remained unspoken as they each succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Seeing them asleep, Mumu placed his bowl on a table, tidied up the ground a bit, and then gathered some straw to lay down before beckoning Yú Zhāo to sit beside him. As Yú Zhāo approached to take a seat, she felt her body and confirmed she was not wet from the rain. Perhaps due to having been caught in the rain earlier, she still wished to find a place to wash. However, she felt entirely uncertain about the situation at the Zhāo residence, and the unfamiliarity of the place stirred a sense of resistance within her. Mumu rummaged through his pocket for a while and, with a trembling hand, retrieved a small piece of silver from his trouser pocket and handed it to Yú Zhāo. Confused, she accepted it, only to hear Mu explain, "This is the currency of this era. Although the little dumplings can rid themselves of rainwater, they may not yet be adept in certain matters. Here is a bit of money. You can seek out a place dedicated to bathing." "Thank you." Yú Zhāo politely expressed her gratitude as she tucked the small piece of silver into her pocket. She surveyed the dilapidated temple around her. The door was difficult to open, but the roof appeared intact. In the corner, cobwebs hung, and the broken bowl on the table was clearly covered in dust. The statue originally worshipped in the temple had long since vanished, leaving only an empty pedestal. The ground was strewn with scattered straw. "Master, do you live here?" Upon hearing the term master, Mu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He rubbed his forehead, displaying an expression of helplessness. "Please do not call me master. Just call me Mu. I am truly unaccustomed to suddenly having a disciple." "All right, master. You child, forget it. Call me as you wish." Mu waved his hand in resignation, appearing quite exasperated, while Yú Zhāo stuck out her tongue, realizing she had never called anyone master with such enthusiasm that day. Eventually, when she grew tired of calling, her mouth became parched, prompting her to obediently close it. "Are you thirsty?" Mu rose, and upon seeing him stand, Yú Zhāo followed suit and asked, "How did you know I was thirsty, master?" Her voice stumbled as she spoke. Mu walked carefully toward the door and gently pushed it open, with Yú Zhāo closely trailing behind him. The rain outside had ceased, and droplets dripped from the eaves with a rhythmic sound. Mu led the way, and Yú Zhāo followed closely. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a pond. Mu stepped onto the platform first, crouched down, and cupped his hands to drink the water. Gulp. The sound of Mu drinking drew Yú Zhāo's attention, and she realized he had finished. Mimicking him, she stepped onto the platform, crouched down, and scooped up water to drink as well. The quality of the water, in Yú Zhāo's opinion, was satisfactory enough. She was not picky at all. Once she had quenched her thirst, her dry throat felt considerably better, allowing her to take in the surroundings. "Let us return after drinking. It is not safe outside," Mu reminded her, and Yú Zhāo nodded in agreement. Like before, she followed closely behind him, and soon they returned to their dwelling. Observing Mu carefully closing the door again, she felt a wave of emotion. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Mu had already secured the door, turning to Yú Zhāo and asking, "Aren't you going to sit down?" "Oh, right." Yú Zhāo returned to her original spot and sat down. Mu settled beside her and began to inquire, "What is your name?" Based on my speculation, you must be from the outside world, correct?" "My name is Yú Zhāo, and I am the daughter of this body. I was listening to stories from my mother before bedtime, and feeling sleepy, Yú Zhāo calmly recounted her origins. Mu nodded thoughtfully, his expression shifting between confusion and gravity, which Yú Zhāo found to be quite intriguing. "Are you wondering how my expression can shift so much?" After a lengthy pause, Mu finally spoke, and Yú Zhāo's face turned incredulous. It seemed that this Mu could discern her thoughts merely through his expressions, unlike the previous Mu who openly revealed everything. "I do not know. Since the day I was born, I have had the ability to hear people's innermost thoughts. However, it appears to be limited to certain special individuals. For ordinary people, I truly cannot hear their thoughts." "What?" Yú Zhāo's expression became complex. If this Mu could listen to her thoughts, then she... "No, I only listen when I am curious about things I do not understand. Generally, I do not use this ability. It often annoys me." As he spoke, a hint of bitterness appeared on Mu's face, and Yú Zhāo, noticing his pained smile, refrained from questioning further. "Yú Zhāo, a lovely name. Since you are her daughter, the owner of this body must also be named Zhāo." "Zhāo Yuhuai. My mother's name is Zhāo Yuhuai." Before Mu could ponder this, Yú Zhāo had already introduced herself, and she noticed the change in Mu's expression, which quickly turned serious as he patted his chest, seemingly calming himself. Once he regained composure, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The Zhāo family is a powerful clan in this area. Externally, they claim to run a small shop or engage in business, but the specifics remain unclear. The Zhāo family has 2 sons and 1 daughter, and it is rumored that they favor and prioritize this daughter immensely. Surely, it must be her. They would not trace your steps here, would they? Mu's expression darkened at the thought, and Yú Zhāo realized she had inadvertently troubled him. Lowering her head, She contemplated for a moment before standing up to leave. Stop. Moo called out to halt her departure. Never mind. Please sit back down. But I've already caused you trouble. It is fine for me to leave. Yú Zhāo had not anticipated the significance of Zhao Yuhuai, but she had only made a superficial acquaintance with those of the Zhao nature, who seemed utterly devoted to the Zhao family, willing to do anything for them. You have come this far. If you were to vanish suddenly, those individuals would surely come after me. As Moo spoke, he stood up to prevent Yú Zhāo from leaving, urging her to sit back down. His face bore the signs of exhaustion. Since you are here, you might as well stay seated. Yú Zhāo, with a sense of decorum, obediently resumed her seat. Upon witnessing her compliance, Moo let out a quiet sigh of relief and inquired, "Could you share with me the happenings of the outside world? I am most eager to learn about the person I am beyond this realm. Is that possible? Of course, but I fear that as I speak, my throat may become parched. Would I then be compelled to step outside for a sip of water each time I feel thirsty?" Upon reaching this point, as Moo spoke, she gently patted one of the small bundles atop the straw heap. The previously drowsy little bundle abruptly awoke, its expression turning irritable as it exclaimed, "Father, one must also sleep, you know. If she feels thirsty, prepare more water, for she shall soon tell a tale." "A tale? Will we be in it, father?" Moo raised an eyebrow, adopting a mysteriously inscrutable demeanor, which piqued the curiosity of the little bundle. It bounced around, rousing the other little bundles, and soon they too stirred from their slumber. Observing Moo's reluctance to rise, Yú Zhāo found herself intrigued by how the little bundles managed to open the door. As this thought crossed her mind, she shifted her gaze to witness the little bundles hopping merrily through the door. How is that possible? Moo, filled with curiosity, blinked at Yú Zhāo, seemingly inquiring when she would narrate the stories. "All right, if I share the events of the outside world, will you then elucidate how those little bundles passed through the door?" Moo replied affirmatively. With that, Yú Zhāo gently cleared her throat and began to recount her tale to Moo. Midway through her narration, the little bundles approached one by one, balancing bowls atop their heads, and placed them beside Yú Zhāo. It was as if they had completed a task to perfection as they settled on the straw pile. Attentively listening, "Father, where's she in her story now?" one of the little bundles inquired. Moo instinctively patted the little bundle's head and spoke in the outside world. "There's me, and there's also you who now have names." "Really? We have names now, father." Upon hearing this, the little bundles erupted in joyous excitement, their laughter ringing with delight and satisfaction. "Indeed, one by one, you shall be named. You shall be Lin Yi, and you shall be Lin Air." Yú Zhāo observed Moo, who had seamlessly integrated her earlier tale into this moment. Yet, she pondered deeply, if this dreamscape was shared between herself and Moo. Why was it that Moo and the others could not recall her? Could it be that Moo and the others retained some impression of Zhao Yuhuai, her mother? This notion sparked a remarkable thought within Yú Zhāo's mind. In this dream, she was living through the experiences of Zhao Yuhuai. Even if the words she spoke were lost to them, the only memory they retained would be that of Zhao Yuhuai. Yet, if that were the case, what did it mean for her existence? If she were to embody Zhao Yuhuai, acting in this dreamlike recollection, it simply did not align. Yú Zhāo's thoughts became increasingly muddled, her mind swirling with confusion as she grappled with the implications. "Yú Zhāo." Moo gently called her name, noticing her bewildered expression. Blinking her eyes, Yú Zhāo realized that the person before her possessed the ability to read minds. "I shall not readily transgress your boundaries. I will shield myself from your thoughts. You appear troubled. Is there anything you wish to express? Perhaps I can assist you." Moo spoke earnestly, interrupting Yú Zhāo's spiraling worries. Indeed, even if this Moo existed outside, she was still her mentor, someone Yú Zhāo could place her trust in. Is this mind-reading ability something that can be shielded? Does the Moo outside also possess the same skill? The idea that if Moo within the dream had this ability, then the Moo outside might too, flooded her thoughts. Did that mean her every fleeting thought was laid bare before the Moo beyond this realm? Regrettably, I only learned of the outside world through your narration. In truth, I am quite unfamiliar with the external version of myself. Moreover, you have stated that this is merely a dream, and you have entered here as Zhao Yuhuai. Perhaps you are simply experiencing everything she once encountered. That makes sense. Mumu's words not only addressed Yu Zhao's first question, but also alleviated her second concern. Now, her mind was no longer buzzing with confusion. Since you cannot find a way to exit, it would be best to maintain the identity of Zhao Yuhuai. Your mother, in the presence of outsiders. Mumu had deftly pointed Yu Zhao in the right direction. Yu Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, at this juncture, she could only navigate this dream as Zhao Yuhuai. Continue with your tale. You have only mentioned a few names. Shouldn't the others express their gratitude? As Mumu concluded her sentence, the little bundles hopped down from their straw heap and bounded towards Yu Zhao, their tender voices chiming. Thank you, beautiful sister. Without you, we might never have had names. Yu Zhao felt a touch of bashfulness as she scratched her head. In truth, these names were not entirely her own creation, but rather derived from those in the outside world. After the little bundles expressed their gratitude, they returned to their straw heap. Appearing content and at ease, clearing her throat, Yu Zhao resumed her narrative. Mumu and the little bundles exhibited keen interest, sitting up attentively, eagerly awaiting her words. As time passed, whenever Yu Zhao felt parched, she would take a sip from the bowl beside her before continuing her fervent storytelling. Thus it is. Upon completing her tale, a weary expression settled on her face as she lazily stifled a yawn, her eyelids fluttering, ready to drift off. This place is unsuitable for slumber. Allow me to arrange it for you, so that you may rest well. Noticing Yu Zhao on the verge of collapsing, Mumu hurriedly rose and began to tidy the straw behind her, striving to make it more comfortable. The little bundles, ever considerate, promptly hopped down and positioned themselves behind Yu Zhao, providing a soft support for her to recline against. The little bundles served as a delightful cushion for Yu Zhao, allowing her to lie comfortably, even lazily yawning. By the time Mumu finished arranging the space, Yu Zhao had already fallen into a gentle slumber. The little bundles, satisfied that Mumu had prepared a suitable resting place, swiftly lifted her onto the straw pile. Just moments after laying her down, they observed Yu Zhao's form gradually vanishing. Father, what is happening? Why has that sister-esque body suddenly disappeared? The voices of the little Tuan began to quiver with sobs. They were taken aback by the sudden disappearance of Yu Zhao, who had just named them, and their tone grew tense. Whoa, Daddy, what should we do? Some of the little Tuan rushed toward Yu Zhao, attempting to grasp her, only to find themselves clutching at emptiness. Mumu was equally astonished, but upon recalling Yu Zhao's words about the outside world and her identity as someone from beyond, he began to feel a sense of understanding. She is fine. She has merely returned to her original world through us. Do not feel guilty. He crouched down and gently lifted the heads of the little Tuan, who immediately felt a sense of comfort, their spirits slightly lifted, even though some continued to sob. Daddy, will we meet that sister again? Mumu was unable to answer this question. He could only silently watch as Yu Zhao vanished before him. Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao. The sun is shining on your bottom. A familiar voice roused Yu Zhao from a reverie. Rubbing her eyes, she was greeted by the cheerful visage of Zhao Yuhuai and the familiar arrangement of her room. For a moment, Yu Zhao did not respond, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Zhao Yuhuai, sensing that she might still be drowsy, patted Yu Zhao's head and gently reminded her, Zhao Zhao, I'll be waiting for you outside. We'll go have dinner over there soon. Okay? Zhao Yuhuai quickly stepped outside, and as Yu Zhao's consciousness gradually returned, she rubbed her head, blinked her eyes, and pinched her arm. A wave of pain confirmed that she had indeed returned to the realm of reality, rather than remaining in the world of dreams. Did I return to this real world by falling asleep out of exhaustion? Yu Zhao pondered, organizing her thoughts. She recalled that in her last moments of awareness in that other realm, her eyelids had felt exceedingly heavy, and thus she had returned to reality. It seemed that the current time must be considered the morning of the second day, as her mother appeared to think she had not rested well. As she thought this, Yu Zhao pinched her face, feeling the sharpness of pain immediately, prompting her to let out a loud yelp, which drew Zhao Yuhuai, who had been waiting outside, into the room. Zhao Zhao, what happened? Upon entering, Zhao Yuhuai saw Yu Zhao's silly expression, approached her, and gently tousled her hair, murmuring, You don't look like you have a fever, Zhao Zhao. Mom, can I sleep with you again tonight? I want to hear that story. Eh. Zhao Yuhuai seemed surprised that Yu Zhao still wanted to sleep together. She nodded her head, her face reflecting a touch of emotion. Of course. If Zhao Zhao wants to sleep with me, I will definitely keep her company. Well, if Zhao Zhao wants to hear a story, I will certainly tell one tonight. Zhao Yuhuai's mood noticeably brightened, as if she was deliberately trying to forget what Yu Zhao had done earlier. Yu Zhao breathed a quiet sigh of relief in her heart, sensing that there was something that could be inferred. Soon, Yu Zhao and Zhao Yuhuai made their way outside, arriving at the small cabin in the woods. Yu Zhao opened the door ahead of Zhao Yuhuai, and upon seeing Lin, Yi, and Mu Mu seated inside, her heart stirred once more. It was a feeling akin to reuniting with old friends after a long separation, though Yu Zhao believed it was likely just her own fanciful emotions. Zhao Zhao, come and eat. Oh my, Zhao Yuhuai, you look so much younger today. Lin Yi greeted Yu Zhao, and Zhao Yuhuai enthusiastically and promptly arranged for them to take a seat. Upon seeing the familiar dishes, Yu Zhao immediately began to eat, and Zhao Yuhuai, showing no hesitation, joined in the meal with great gusto. When the table was empty, Mu Mu cleared his throat and spoke. Yu Zhao, you remain the same as always. Zhao Yuhuai, follow me. I need to study those things I extracted from your body in detail. MHM. Zhao Yuhuai nodded in agreement, and Yu Zhao echoed her assent. However, at that moment, she was more inclined to inquire about certain matters with the other members of Lin Yi's group. If there is nothing else, you may disperse, Mu Mu announced. And as everyone departed, he walked towards the room with Zhao Yuhuai trailing behind him. Yu Zhao glanced around, her eyes landing on Lin Yi, who had yet to leave, prompting her to call out, Lin Yi Jia. What's up? I would like to ask you something, if it's not too inconvenient. What is it? If I know, I will definitely tell you. Lin Yi nodded, noticing that Yu Zhao's face had suddenly turned crimson, scratching her head in confusion. What is going on, Zhao Zhao? Did you all call Mu Mu daddy when you were little? Yu Zhao leaned in to whisper in Lin Yi's ear before quickly pulling away, fearful of a potential reprimand. To her surprise, she noticed Lin Yi's face flush as she stammered in response, What daddy? Why do you ask that? Lin Yi's tone shifted, and she took control of the conversation with her usual pride. Sensing Lin Yi's reaction, Yu Zhao hastily retreated, leaving no trace behind. Yu Zhao. This was the first time Yu Zhao had heard Lin Yi call her name with such intensity, sounding quite furious. Lin Yi's demeanor suggested she was genuinely upset, yet Yu Zhao felt the need to consult the others to probe further, seeking to ascertain if there was any truth to her suspicions. After all, the Mu Mu from her dream had mentioned that she might merely be walking the path Zhao Yuhuai once traversed, leading her to wonder if she was merely being overly sentimental. Yu Zhao. While Yu Zhao was lost in thought, she collided with someone. Lifting her gaze, she saw Lin Si beside her and noticed Lin San was absent, causing her to feel puzzled. Whereas Lin San? It wasn't necessary to inquire about Lin San's whereabouts. She simply felt that Lin Si's state of mind would be more stable if Lin San were present. Lin San told me to wait here. Other than that, there is nothing else. By the way, Yu Zhao, shouldn't you be sweeping the floor? Lin Si tilted her head. Lin Si, may I ask you a question? What question? If I can answer, I will. As she spoke, Lin Si wore a bright smile. Yu Zhao leaned in to ask, Did you all call Mu Mu daddy when you were little? Once Yu Zhao finished her inquiry and returned to her original position, she noticed a subtle change in Lin Si's expression. Chapter 79. The two words daddy? Upon hearing Lin Si utter those two words, her expression momentarily turned dazed, followed by her repeating the words in a soft murmur. Upon witnessing Lin Si's bewildered demeanor, Yu Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety rising within her. Fortunately, Lin San soon approached. Observing Lin Si's dazed expression, he gently patted her head, prompting Lin Si to snap back to her usual energetic self, bouncing around with her characteristic vivacity. With a look of confusion, Lin Si glanced between Yu Zhao and Lin San, brushing her hand over her own head. What is wrong with you both? You look strange. By the way, Yu Zhao, what did you just tell me? At the mention of Lin Si's words, Lin San turned his gaze towards Yu Zhao, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Lin Si, I've just remembered something. Could you assist me with a task? What task? Lin Si shook her head, instinctively sensing that the two were harboring some clandestine secret. She resolutely refused to leave. In light of this, Lin Si grasped Lin San's arm and pouted, showing no intention of letting go, which exasperated him. He endeavored to maintain his composure and, using his free hand, gently pulled Lin Si down. "Be obedient," he said sternly. Lin Si emitted a reluctant humph, her gaze still filled with defiance. She attempted to employ a coaxing tone. "Brother Lin San, please let me stay." Having spent considerable time with Lin Si, Lin San was well acquainted with her ways. He tousled her hair and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded his head in agreement. This gesture seemed to grant Lin Si permission to remain, and she immediately sprang to her feet in delight. At that moment, Lin San turned his attention to Yú Zhāo, who, under his gaze, scratched the back of her head. "You should go to your designated area to work, lest you waste the time allocated for your tasks." With that, Lin San took Lin Si's hand and began to walk forward, with Yú Zhāo trailing behind. They arrived at the familiar small cabin, where Lin San retrieved a broom and handed it to Yú Zhāo. As she accepted it, she turned around and began to sweep the ground leisurely. Lin San glanced at Lin Si and, after a moment of thought, inquired, "What did you say to Lin Si earlier?" She seemed to undergo a significant emotional shift. Lin San was astute, seemingly more approachable than Lin Yi. Yú Zhāo, concerned that Lin Si might experience a similar impulsive reaction as before, wrote 2 words in the air with her finger. Lin San understood, his expression growing more intricate. "How did you come to know? This secret is known only to the 7 of us." Yú Zhāo was taken aback by Lin San's question. As she had presumed, he would react similarly to Lin Yi and Lin Si, proclaiming it an unshareable secret. "I dreamed of you all and learned about it. Would you believe that?" "Huh? What kind of dream?" Lin Si's curiosity was piqued, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Dreaming? How peculiar," Lin San remarked. "I assume you have questions?" Yú Zhāo shook her head, merely seeking confirmation of her dream's validity regarding their existence. Other inquiries, particularly concerning Mu Mu and Zhao Yuhuai, were more pressing, yet it was evident that these two were concealing something they were reluctant to share. "Interesting," Lin San mused, glancing at Lin Si. "If there is nothing else, I'll take Lin Si along. Should you wish to inquire further, feel free to find me. With the others, you may struggle to extract any information." In no time, Lin San and Lin Si vanished from Yú Zhāo's sight. Reflecting on their departure, she resumed sweeping, swiftly gathering the fallen leaves into a pile before leisurely pushing them into a pit. The glaring sunlight suddenly shone down, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. After laboriously clearing a substantial amount of leaves, she sought refuge on a small wooden stump, bowing her head to shield herself from the harsh light while wiping the perspiration from her forehead. Yú Zhāo lifted her head and saw Lin Yi approaching, holding a lunchbox with a cautious expression. "Sister Lin Yi," Yú Zhāo exclaimed with feigned exuberance. "Thank you for bringing me lunch. Look at my little belly. It's practically starving. I'm so grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I wouldn't make it." Her words gave the impression that their prior conversation had never occurred. Lin Yi simply nodded and handed the lunchbox to Yú Zhāo. Unlike her usual practice of leaving, she stood quietly by, seemingly waiting for Yú Zhāo to finish her meal. Under Lin Yi's unwavering gaze, Yú Zhāo hesitated, her hand pausing before the lunchbox, feeling a surge of anxiety. "You eat, and I'll watch." Noticing Yú Zhāo's hesitation, Lin Yi calmly explained, "You may eat without concern. I am merely observing." Yú Zhāo shook her head, her expression turning respectful. "Sister Lin Yi, if you look at me like that, I'll be too nervous to eat." "Very well." Lin Yi showed no inclination to leave, merely turning her back to Yú Zhāo. "Just let me know when you've finished. I'll remain here." "Sister Lin Yi, won't you grow weary standing like that?" Yú Zhāo cautiously opened the lunchbox, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the food. She retrieved chopsticks and began to eat at a leisurely pace. "It's nothing," Lin Yi replied patiently, while Yú Zhāo hastened her pace, concerned that standing might tire her. Before long, the meal was consumed, and Yú Zhāo, satisfied, released a contented sigh. The weariness that had previously engulfed her dissipated as she closed the lunchbox and called out, "Sister Lin Yi, I'm finished." Upon hearing her, Lin Yi turned and took the lunchbox from Yú Zhāo's hands, her expression revealing no intention of departing. Sister Lin Yi? Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to leave, Yú Zhāo recalled their earlier conversation and deduced that Lin Yi was still grappling with the two words. This secret belongs to the seven of us. How did you come to know? Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, echoing Lin San's inquiry. How did you discover this? I dreamt of it, Sister Lin Yi. Would you believe me? Dreamt? Lin Yi scoffed at the notion, shaking her head with skepticism. How curious. I've never encountered such a situation. If you dreamt it, then tell me how you learned the names of the six of us. This question momentarily stumped Yú Zhāo, as she had assigned the names of the six small groups based on her own reality. Seeing Yú Zhāo's flustered expression, Lin Yi pressed on. I don't know how you found out, but you'd better not harbor any ulterior motives. Once here, you should focus on your tasks instead of speculating about things that do not concern you. Lin Yi's tone softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier disdainful demeanor. Take care, Yú Zhāo. Avoid actions that might lead to your expulsion from here. Lin Yi left behind a thought-provoking statement before departing, leaving Yú Zhāo in deep contemplation. She hadn't anticipated that the events from her dream, particularly the presence of those small groups, now represented by Lin and others, would elicit such a significant response. However, this was merely a validation of her thoughts. A voice within her whispered that she was simply curious about the authenticity of her dream experiences. It was not her fault, but rather Lin Yi's excessive caution that had led to this. She merely sought understanding and had no intention of causing any harm to her present circumstances. Indeed, I only wish to comprehend, and I shall not act in a way that disrupts the current state of affairs. Yú Zhāo nodded to herself, picked up a broom, and began to sweep the area. During her task, no one approached, and after a while, she paused to rest. This continued until dusk. Watching the sun gradually descend at the horizon, Yú Zhāo noticed that leaves had begun to accumulate in the pits, and, after a brief moment of exuberance, she took her broom and headed towards the storage room. Considering that she would need to sweep again the following day, she placed a broom outside and closed the door, then trotted back to the small cabin in the woods. Upon entering the cabin, she saw that everyone except herself had already seated themselves, and a sense of tension filled the air. Zhao Zhao, you should wash your hands first. Once you finish, we can eat together. All right. Zhao Yuhui glanced at the weary Yú Zhāo and called her over. Yú Zhāo responded affirmatively and hurried to the kitchen to wash her hands. Outside, the silence was so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. She pondered the unusual quietness of the night. Was something amiss? With an inquisitive demeanor, Yú Zhāo cleansed her hands and rushed back, taking her usual seat. We can eat now, came the voice of Mu, prompting Yú Zhāo to observe her companions, who were now eagerly reaching for their utensils to help themselves to the dishes, and she joined in, not one to be outdone. The table was soon cleared of food, and each individual let out a satisfied sigh after their hearty meal. After finishing, Mu directly made her way to her room. Yú Zhāo, we are heading home now, Zhao Yuhui said, taking Yú Zhāo's hand and leading her out of the cabin. As they stepped outside, Yú Zhāo heard Zhao Yuhui chattering beside her. Zhao, you have no idea. I researched that thing with your master, and the dark energy surrounding it is truly abundant. Can you guess how much? Guess. How am I supposed to do that? She was unclear about the essence of that thing, making it difficult to speculate on the extent of its dark energy. Noticing that Yú Zhāo remained silent, Zhao Yuhui realized she might have put her in a difficult position. Just guess if it's large or small. Without hesitation, Yú Zhāo replied, large, prompting Zhao Yuhui to exclaim, bingo, that's right. On their way back, Yú Zhāo listened intently as Zhao Yuhui recounted her findings about the dark energy, though she found herself yawning from weariness. Zhao, we have arrived home. Upon seeing the familiar structure, her drowsiness dissipated, and Yú Zhāo rushed inside, saying to Zhao Yuhui, I need to take a shower first. Okay, Zhao Yuhui readily agreed, releasing Yú Zhāo's hand. Yú Zhāo made her way to her room, retrieved some clothes, and took a refreshing shower. After a while, she emerged from the bathroom, cleaned the clothes she had changed out of, and placed them in a basin to dry. Upon stepping outside, she found Zhao Yuhui lounging in a chair, swaying slightly. Yú Zhāo chose not to comment, and simply hung her clothes out to dry. Once she finished, Zhao Yuhui, seemed to awaken from her daze and open her eyes. Zhao Zhao, are you done? Yu Zhao replied, and Zhao Yuhui stood up from her chair, taking Yu Zhao's hand as they walked to her room. Yu Zhao noticed the chair left forgotten in the courtyard and inquired, Mom, is it really all right to leave this chair out here? It's fine. I know you've had a long day, and besides, you mentioned wanting to hear a story. I must oblige, right? Zhao Yuhui's tone was light-hearted, which indeed helped Yu Zhao to relax. Would she once again enter the dream realm to encounter him? Chapter 80. The medium. The two soon returned to the room, and after a light cough, Zhao Yuhui began to ponder where she had left off in the tale from the previous night. Let me think. Last night, I was telling the story about a young man I encountered who spoke of prophecies. Yu Zhao remembered it clearly and recounted it for Zhao Yuhui. Zhao Yuhui smacked her forehead, nodding, yes, that's it. As the memories flowed back, she continued narrating, and Yu Zhao pulled her blanket tightly around herself, listening intently. Upon meeting that young man, she had not heard the full prophecy before being whisked away by her brother, who had arrived just in time. Zhao Yuhui's face reflected confusion as she pleaded with her brother. Brother, let me finish listening before you take me away. I only want to hear. I want to do anything else. As she spoke, her voice softened, and she rubbed her hands together, her expression turning pitiful. Her brother, noticing her demeanor, bluntly replied, What else do you want to do? As a member of the Zhao family, do you understand how much embarrassment you bring us in public? How do you think others perceive the Zhao family? If you're aware of your shame, you should return with me to the Zhao household now. Thus, Zhao Yuhui was taken away, and as the figure of the young man disappeared from her sight, she felt despondent, lamenting the missed opportunity to converse with someone so intriguing. Subsequently, she was confined within the Zhao household, burdened with family obligations, and it was until a year later that she was released back onto the streets. But the young man remained elusive. Ugh, my father and brother are really something. I haven't done anything to tarnish the Zhao family's reputation. I genuinely wish to contribute positively. It's not just mere curiosity. Will I be free to do what I desire? Zhao Yuhui pouted as she strolled through the streets, noticing a crowd gathered around something, seemingly captivated by an intriguing event. Divination? Prayer? Is this really a thing? Listen here. If you fail to prove accurate, I'll smash your stall. This was the first time she had heard of such practices. Zhao Yuhui squeezed her way through the throng and spotted the young man she had encountered a year prior, now setting up a table displaying items related to prayer and divination, with several small groups gathered around. Reflecting on the past, there were indeed 6 small figures present. Whether genuine or mere decorations remains uncertain. As Zhao Yuhua contemplated continuing her tale, she noticed that Yu Zhao had already succumbed to slumber, a radiant smile gracing her face. It seemed she was quite fatigued from the day's events, leading her to drift into a deep sleep after only a brief period of listening. Zhao Yuhua affectionately ruffled Yu Zhao's hair before retreating to her own chamber, where she reclined on her bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. Have you returned? Upon opening her eyes, Yu Zhao was greeted by the sight of Mu Mu's large face alongside the small figures nearby, who were joyfully bouncing on a pile of straw. Yu Zhao sat up, and Mu Mu shifted his face aside, while the little figures chirped excitedly. Beautiful sister, you're back. We were so frightened when you vanished. We thought when we placed you in the straw, your body just disappeared. We were worried. One small figure started to sob, fearing it had done something wrong to cause Yu Zhao's disappearance. It's all right, it's all right. Instinctively, Yu Zhao reached out to pat the little figure's head. Yet, recalling their previous unfamiliarity, she hesitated momentarily. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Mu Mu grasped it gently and placed it on the little figure's head. With Mu Mu's hand released, Yu Zhao began to stroke the little figure's soft hair, and her initial tension dissipated. The small figure seemed to relish the affection, emitting contented sounds. After a while, Yu Zhao withdrew her hand and exchanged glances with Mu Mu. I was gone for merely a quarter of an hour. I imagine it felt like an entire day to you, didn't it? Yu Zhao was surprised that Mu Mu could perceive her thoughts, prompting her to reflect on the stories Zhao Yuhua had recounted. The tales shared by Zhao Yuhua bore no resemblance to her current experiences. Thus, it seemed she was merely inhabiting the identity of Zhao Yuhua without traversing the very path Zhao Yuhua had walked. Please tell me about the outside world. They are eager to hear your stories. Moo settled comfortably, and the little figures positioned themselves, waiting for Yú Zhāo to begin. Observing their enthusiasm, Yú Zhāo gradually shared her experiences from the day. The narrative was succinct, and she concluded swiftly. Upon finishing, the little figures erupted into chatter. That person outside is truly inconsiderate. They only make the beautiful sister do the chores. If it were me, I would do it myself. I wouldn't let the beautiful sister work. I just want the beautiful sister to keep me company. Indeed, how could the beautiful sister be made to sweep? If it were up to me, I would never allow the beautiful sister to do such things. The little figures voiced their opinions loudly, expressing a sense of injustice on Yú Zhāo's behalf. Yú Zhāo shook her head, believing it to be quite fair. Moo provided her with a sanctuary. Thus, her assistance in his tasks was merely a reasonable exchange. No, it is quite fair. He has granted me a safe place, and by helping him, I can continue to live securely. Wah, beautiful sister, you've worked so hard. You've gone through so much. The little figures began to weep, prompting Moo to gently pat their heads until their emotions calmed. He turned to Yú Zhāo, slightly parting his lips. Do you mind if I introduce you to them? Of course. This beautiful sister before you is named Yú Zhāo. Moo introduced her to the little figures, who nodded enthusiastically and began to murmur her name. Filled with joy, the names you hear are those that you have bestowed upon them, Moo remarked, as he pointed at each small figure with utmost seriousness. This particularly tearful one is Lin Yi. Huh? Is that Lin Yi? Was Lin Yi such a crybaby as a child? That is completely different from the Lin Yi I've encountered. This one is Lin Air. He appears rather serious. As he spoke, Moo playfully pinched the small figure, who immediately yelped, Father, how can you pinch like that? It hurts. Upon hearing Lin Air's protest, Moo released his grip and turned his gaze to the third small figure. This one is Lin San, and he is also Lin Si. Yú Zhāo was taken aback. Lin San and Lin Si? She counted the figures present and suddenly realized that the initial 6 had become 5. She cast a perplexed glance at Moo, who seemed oblivious and continued his introductions. This one is Lin Wu, and this one is Lin Lu. They are very good brothers. Lin Wu and Lin Lu, upon being pointed out, chuckled shyly, their faces turning a rosy hue. Yú Zhāo nodded with a smile, complimenting them. You two look so adorable. At this, Lin Wu and Lin Lu squealed in excitement, their youthful exuberance shining through. After all, they were still children. Moo stretched lazily, having patted each small figure, then called out, Time for bed, it is getting late. The little figures obediently returned to the straw pile and promptly fell asleep, emitting soft snoring sounds. Are you pondering the differences between the Lin San and Lin Si outside and those here? Yes. Yú Zhāo was indeed curious whether Moo could hear her thoughts, but his expression seemed indifferent, exuding an air of calmness. If I were to echo Moo's words from outside, it would be that one can discern another's thoughts through their demeanor. Lin San is Lin Si, and Lin Si is Lin San. Moo spoke with an unruffled demeanor. You must have seen them separated outside. If they were to be apart, would Lin Si's state become unstable? Yes. Yú Zhāo nodded. Moo continued. Lin Si is merely an illusion of Lin San. I cannot speak to what occurs outside. Here, Lin San remains Lin San, and Lin Si is simply another facet of him. As he spoke, Moo fell into a moment of introspection, lost in thought. Yú Zhāo refrained from interrupting. Similarly absorbed in contemplating Moo's insights and reflecting on Lin San's words earlier that day. Time passed, and eventually, both Moo and Yú Zhāo emerged from their reveries, exchanging glances. Moo slowly began. If I'm not mistaken, your return to the outside world stems from fatigue. However, I remain unaware of how you entered this place. I arrived here through the stories my mother told. When I felt drowsy, I simply found myself here. With Moo's analysis combined with her recent experiences, Yú Zhāo quickly responded. Moo scrutinized her from head to toe, his expression shifting slightly. Everything comes at a price. Since you are able to enter this realm and experience the life of Zhao Yuhua, along with encountering someone like me, do you not sense that something is slipping away? Or perhaps, when you were outside, did you sense anything unusual? Yu Zhao shook her head. It appeared she did not perceive anything amiss while outside. If there was anything peculiar, it would merely be the presence of Xiao Hua and the blue flame that claimed it would not harm her. It had been quite some time since she had last encountered them. Observing Yu Zhao deep in thought, Mu speculated that she might be on the verge of a revelation and patiently awaited her words. Within my body, there exist two flames. The first, named Xiao Hua, was bestowed upon me by my senior brother, your first disciple. It has the power to protect me for 200 years, after which I am uncertain of its fate. Subsequently, a second flame emerged. This flame is said to be innate, awakened within me, desiring merely to coexist without any intent to cause harm. Xiao Hua mentioned it could offer me assistance. From Yu Zhao's narrative, Mu had gleaned a fair understanding and nodded thoughtfully. The guardian appears to be genuinely intriguing. Yet it seems you have yet to receive guidance regarding your current predicament. As for the flames, I cannot be of much assistance, as I lack knowledge in that domain. However, I can certainly provide information on other relevant matters if I possess the knowledge. Mu reclined on the pile of straw behind her, lazily yawning. At this point, I can only assist you to this extent. The rest requires your own exploration. Should you feel weary, you may return here at any time. For this serves as a conduit to the outside world. A smile graced Mu's face as she tilted her head. It is daylight. You ought to venture forth and explore, should you not? In the next moment, the environment surrounding Yu Zhao transformed abruptly. She should have been within the dilapidated temple, yet now she found herself outside it. She attempted to push the door, which remained stubbornly immobile, clearly indicating one thing. She could only return when fatigued. Chapter 81. The clue delivered to the doorstep indeed. This Mu's temperament is remarkably akin to the one outside. Yu Zhao mused gloomily within herself. However, this Mu seemed slightly less enigmatic than her exterior counterpart. Otherwise, she was relatively straightforward. Being unceremoniously expelled and compelled to search felt strikingly reminiscent of characters in the novel she had read, who, after accepting quests from NPCs, wandered about the novice village. Yet, this hardly resembled a novice village, particularly not the Zhao family. Contemplating the name Zhao, Yu Zhao felt a dull ache in her head. She pressed her lips together and cast a glance back at the temple before resolutely departing. As long as she could return when fatigued, it was acceptable. While walking and pondering, Yu Zhao recalled Mu's words, which indicated that only through exhaustion could she return to her original world. Thus, in this realm, what should she investigate first? Moreover, it seemed Mu had not provided her with any clear direction. Upon reflection, Yu Zhao came to a halt. Meticulously cataloging the conversations she had encountered since arriving in this world, it appeared that the inhabitants were largely unaware of the concepts of divination and prayer, a fact she had not inquired about. The Zhao family's mission, their business, and the entity known as Zhao Yuhui were shrouded in profound mystery. Considering this, she could commence her inquiries from this point, albeit at the cost of returning to the Zhao family first. Would she encounter Zhao Ming, Zhao Jun, and that white-haired elder? To her, they were the most cautious individuals during her investigative journey. Thus, she decided to first inquire about divination and prayer, for perhaps this would lead her to resolve the matter concerning the blue flame within her, or even allow her to encounter that person, the one who instilled fear in both her and her mother. With this thought, Yu Zhao resumed her stride, humming a gentle tune as she approached the marketplace. She scanned her surroundings for amiable stall owners and made her way toward them. Ah, it is the young lady from the Zhao family. What brings you here today? The stall owner's greeting momentarily left Yu Zhao at a loss for words, as she contemplated how to respond. Meanwhile, the stall owner, familiar with the routine, eagerly presented an array of goods to her. Here, these are new products. Miss Zhao Yuhui, look at this necklace. How lustrous and beautiful it is. It will be perfect for your family's business endeavors. Business? This aspect might indeed provide an entry point. It is quite lovely. Yu Zhao took the necklace from the stall owner's hands, scrutinizing it closely. However, the color seemed rather ordinary. Afterward, Yu Zhao returned the necklace and inquired of the stall owner, I have heard that a divination and prayer service has recently emerged here. She noticed the stall owner fell silent momentarily, followed by an awkward smile on his face. What are you talking about, Miss Zhao? If such a service existed, it would have already spread throughout the streets. Just then, a man's voice echoed from the street corner, announcing free divination, free prayer. Come and take a look. Only 10 slots available each day. Don't miss out. Is this a coincidence? It seems that a clue has fortuitously presented itself to her. How splendid. Miss Zhao, it is indeed remarkable. You mentioned it, and immediately someone appeared. I must go see for myself. I shall return another day. Certainly, Miss Zhao. You are always welcome to return. The stall owner bid her farewell with a smile, and Yú Zhāo reciprocated with her own. She then walked with a steady gait toward the man, shouting about free divination and prayer. Are you saying you can provide free divination and prayer? Yú Zhāo stood before him, momentarily entranced, as the man before her was none other than her father from the real world, Yu Lian, the very person who sought her life to alter their tragic fate. Miss, you are here for divination and prayer, correct? The man, no. She should say Yu Lian, noticed that his shout had drawn a crowd, and although he did not know what kind of person Yú Zhāo was, he realized he had called out to the right audience when he saw her approach. So, you are indeed capable of divination and prayer? Yú Zhāo inquired of Yu Lian, who nodded and gestured toward an unoccupied stall. Yes, yes. Please come and take a seat, extend your hand, and I shall perform the divination and prayer for you. Yú Zhāo approached, seated herself on a stool, and as Yu Lian placed his belongings down and joined her, he gazed intently at her. Yú Zhāo extended her hand, placing it on the table, eager to see if this dreamlike Yu Lian could reveal something significant to her. Yu Lian gently placed his hand upon Yú Zhāo's, closing his eyes to begin a slow, contemplative sensing. Observing his demeanor as he commenced his divination, Yú Zhāo patiently awaited the moment he would open his eyes and articulate his insights. Before long, Yu Lian opened his eyes, revealing a sense of bewilderment within them. From his expression of confusion, Yú Zhāo gleaned something, instinctively realizing that perhaps he could discern nothing at all. With the divination complete, Yu Lian inquired, Miss, do you harbor any hopes or wishes you wish to express? I may offer a prayer on your behalf. A wish? Her greatest desire at present was merely for Zhao Yuhuai, Mumu, and the others to live safely and soundly. Her own existence felt inconsequential. Life or death? What did it truly matter? When did she begin to hold such thoughts in her heart? As this notion crossed her mind, a hint of a resigned smile graced Yú Zhāo's lips, which Yu Lian interpreted as a reflection of her struggles. It appeared that life had been challenging for her. Coupled with his earlier divination, where he had perceived nothing but darkness, he recalled seeing a woman in his own future, someone with whom he would fall hopelessly in love, a lady of a prestigious family who would forsake her lineage to embark on a venture alongside him, and they would bear a delightful child together. Yet, the girl before him remained shrouded in obscurity, her past and future indistinguishable, engulfed in darkness. He pondered whether he could offer a prayer that might illuminate her path, thus enhancing the prospects of his first business endeavor. Perhaps the one who granted him this capacity would not hold it against him. I wish for my family and friends to be safe. Is that within your power, sir? Yú Zhāo withdrew her hand, and upon hearing her words, Yu Lian nodded, contemplating how such a modest prayer would be a simple task for him. It might only require some time to safeguard, with the rest relying on fate. This is certainly feasible, but a prayer remains merely a prayer. The timing of fate is uncertain. When the moment is ripe, it shall suffice. Thank you. After receiving his affirmation, Yu Lian closed his eyes once more, his hands coming together, a radiant sphere of golden light emerging above them, ascending gradually while the surrounding crowd expressed their astonishment. Goodness, how commendable is the young lady from the Zhao family. I wish I had a daughter like her. In your dreams, if you had such a daughter, you would first need to nurture her. It would take a fortune to raise her, to possess the grace of the Zhao family. Indeed, indeed, the young lady from the Zhao family is truly remarkable. The chatter among the crowd revolved around Yú Zhāo's earlier words. Yú Zhāo, however, understood that her prayer was not intended for those of the Zhao family, but rather for those in the outside world whom she wished to see safe. That was all she hoped for. As the golden light ascended, Yu Lian concluded his prayer, opening his eyes to address Yú Zhāo. So, you are indeed from the Zhao family? My apologies. Your prayer has been conveyed above, and I wish for your desires to be fulfilled. It appeared that Yu Lian was well aware of the Zhao family. Then, what my divination results? Yu Zhao did not depart, but instead fixed her gaze on him, prompting his response. Yu Lian, seemingly prepared for her inquiry, immediately displayed a regretful expression. Your fate is somewhat unique. The heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. Very well. It is as it is. At this point, Yu Zhao, unfazed, nodded and began to leave. Observing her trust in him, the onlookers promptly formed a line, eager for Yu Lian to perform their divinations. Yu Lian mused inwardly that if it weren't for this young lady's perceptiveness, his stall would likely attract no patrons. Zhao Yuhui. A male voice called out to Yu Zhao. She turned to see Zhao Jun approaching her. Elder brother. Yu Zhao hesitated before addressing him, and Zhao Jun's expression revealed a flicker of surprise, which he quickly masked. Sister. If she referred to him as elder brother, it was only fitting for him to adopt the title of sister for her. Elder brother, what a coincidence to find you here. Yes, sister. Have you discovered any intriguing individuals or events? The phrasing was rather astute, and Yu Zhao felt a vague curiosity arise within her. She needed to return to the outside to extract more information from Zhao Yuhui. Indeed, elder brother, I was just engaged in divination. This individual possesses the ability to divine and offer prayers, which is quite remarkable. Remarkable indeed. But what of the little beggar you encountered? Do you not wish to pursue contact with him further? The beggar. Surely he met Mumu? I lost track of him. I found him rather uninteresting and chose to abandon the matter. Yu Zhao replied nonchalantly. Zhao Jun nodded, gradually parting from her presence. Yu Zhao felt a tinge of curiosity about why he had only inquired about her, and nothing more. With each passing moment, her intrigue grew, and as fatigue began to settle in, she felt an intangible pull beckoning her to return to the dilapidated temple. With that thought in mind, Yu Zhao quickened her pace. Arriving at the temple's entrance, where she gently pushed the door open, which creaked slowly as if welcoming her return. You've returned? Mumu's voice greeted her. Yu Zhao nodded, stifling a long yawn, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The pile of straw has been prepared for you, Mumu indicated, and Yu Zhao eagerly collapsed onto the makeshift bed. In the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she waved her hand at Mumu, as though bidding farewell. Sleep well. I hope you do not confuse this realm with reality. Should you become disoriented, you may find yourself lost between these two worlds. Although I cannot fathom why you have come here, I sincerely wish for your safety, just as you have prayed. Chapter 82. Heart-wrenching words. Yu Zhao seemed to hear nothing, yet everything at once, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a familiar room, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. Outside, someone seemed to sense her awakening. After a gentle knock, the door opened to reveal Zhao Yuhui, who entered with food in hand. Zhao, it's time to eat. Yu Zhao's face was clearly marked by a look of confusion, and she scratched her head as she inquired. Mama, it is already noon. I have been calling you for quite some time, yet you have not risen. I wonder what you're dreaming about, sleeping so soundly. I called for you this morning for ages, but you showed no sign of waking. After I spoke with Mumu, he simply replied affirmatively and had someone prepare your lunch for me. Of course, Mama has already eaten. Here, I have placed it for you. I will feel at ease once I see you awake. Zhao Yuhui said this, nodding to herself, her expression filled with satisfaction. I have already taken a leave of absence from Mumu's side, so you need not worry. Today, you should rest well. Zhao Yuhui added, glancing at the meal she had arranged for her, and reiterated her advice. You must have been quite exhausted from what you did yesterday. This has already been warmed. Once you finish eating, just leave the dishes on the table. Call for me when you are done. Thank you, Mama. Upon hearing this expression of gratitude from Yu Zhao, Zhao Yuhui's face turned slightly red. She even scratched her head, bashfully responding, what need is there for thanks between mother and daughter? That is truly too polite. After saying this, Zhao Yuhui stepped outside, leaving Yu Zhao alone. At that moment, Yu Zhao's stomach began to grumble. She promptly got out of bed, moved her small chair over, sat down, and picked up the chopsticks placed on the table, preparing to eat the meal. Fortunately, Zhao Yuhui had taken a leave for her, otherwise, having just awakened from her dreams, she would have been abruptly pulled from her thoughts. As she contemplated, she recalled her encounter with Yu Lian in her dream. Indeed, her father. The premise seemed to revolve around him engaging in divination and prayers. The residents thereafter were utterly unaware of this, which diverged from the reality of the residents and the ancestral lineage Zhao Yuhui spoke of. Moreover, the Moo in the dream also appeared not to have received any divine guidance. Thus, could dreams truly intersect with the realm of reality? Could the truths obscured from sight in the waking world be unearthed within dreams? As these thoughts swirled, Yú Zhāo picked up another utensil, a fork, and stabbed a piece of food, bringing it to her mouth to chew. As she munched, her thoughts remained immersed in the dream, striving to weave together the threads of her memories. The contemplation was but a fleeting matter. Within the dream, the Zhao family indeed took center stage. They inquired about those whom they held dear, asking whether there was interest or disinterest. How should one articulate this? Her sixth sense hinted that it might somehow relate to her mother's second brother regarding business matters. Yet, her mother's elder brother was entirely inscrutable. It was merely he who posed questions. If he were to ask, would her mother's second brother be responsible for such matters? This line of thought sent a chill down Luola's spine, and the food she was eating lost its flavor. Fortunately, she had consumed a considerable portion, leaving only a small amount. Yet, even this tiny remnant seemed to hold little appeal. Manga. With this call, she summoned Zhao Yuhui, who entered upon hearing her. Seeing the remnants of a meal, she said nothing, instead gazing tenderly at her daughter and gently ruffling her hair. As she was about to leave, Yú Zhāo inquired, "Mama, will you return?" "Return?" Zhao Yuhui appeared taken aback by the question. She replied, "I will not be back. You can head to the cabin in the woods tonight. I plan to research that matter with Moo." Speaking of that matter, it seemed she had not encountered it in her dream as she occupied Zhao Yuhui's body, which belonged to her mother's indistinct youth. Zhao, is something the matter?" Zhao Yuhui noticed Yú Zhāo's dazed expression and kindly asked. Yú Zhāo shook her head. "It's nothing, Mama. Just, when you return tonight, could you continue telling me stories?" "Stories? Well, I suppose I will pick up where I left off. Yesterday, I saw you dozing off while listening, so I hesitated to disturb your sleep." "Mama, I love listening. It means your stories have a soothing effect." Flattered by the compliment, Zhao Yuhui blushed slightly, scratching her head before quickly suppressing her embarrassment. "You silly child. Very well, I will come back tonight and tell your story. I shall take my leave now. You should be able to take good care of yourself, right?" "Yes." With her affirmation, Zhao Yuhui departed, feeling reassured. Yú Zhāo rose from her chair, seated herself on the bed, and calculated the time until Zhao Yuhui's return. She then bounced out of her room and headed towards the study. The study was previously her place for learning divination and prayers. Now, within Moo's territory, she believed that the deities would not sense her presence, which is why she had not visited recently. Her intention this time was to seek out some history from before her birth. Yú Zhāo rummaged through the study, searching for ancient texts pertaining to her origins. Strangely, she found no books related to her birth. It seemed the study contained only materials concerning divination and prayers, with nothing else available. Yú Zhāo was undeterred and continued her search, determined to uncover something within the study. Yet time and again, she was met with the realization that the desired texts were absent. Could it be that I truly sought in vain? She pondered. She had assumed the books would be in the study, but perhaps she had overthought it. If there were any books, might they be found in the cabin or down the mountain? The cabin posed a considerable challenge, especially since she had not seen Moo leave, and there were still a few people present there. Furthermore, if she expressed a desire to read, it was uncertain whether there were any books available. As for the mountain below, she had previously accompanied Linny there and had been caught, although Moo mentioned that she could apply to go down the mountain. What reasoning could she provide? Moreover, Zhao Yuhui would undoubtedly question her sudden wish to descend. In the study, Yú Zhāo let out a frustrated groan, clutching her hair as she wrestled with her thoughts, feeling utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Yuhui had arrived. "You are here. Please place those items in the kitchen. Moo has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Wu, lounging on the sofa, glanced towards the door as it opened, and upon recognizing Zhao Yuhui, he relayed Moo's instructions. "All right." Zhao Yuhui nodded in gratitude to Lin Wu, placing her items in the kitchen sink before exiting and approaching Moo's room. After gently knocking on the door, she received a response from within. Kumin. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, Zhao Yuhai confidently stepped inside, ensuring the door was securely shut behind her. Zhao has awakened? Muumu's first words were this, and Zhao Yuhai felt a slight surprise. However, she recalled that she had entrusted Muumu with the role of mentor to Yu Zhao, and given Muumu's attentive care towards them, such concern was indeed natural. I fed her a bit. After she finished, I brought those things over. Lin Wu opened the door for me, saying he would take care of the washing. He is quite considerate. Muumu rose and walked to the door, turning on the light, instantly brightening the previously dim room. Zhao Yuhai was now able to observe everything within the room more clearly. The room contained a bed, a chair, and a table, but was mostly cluttered with various items. Some appeared bulky, while others were diminutive, and there were even a few precariously stacked items that seemed on the verge of toppling over. Noticing Zhao Yuhai's gaze surveying the room, Muumu gently cleared her throat, bringing Zhao Yuhai's thoughts back to the present. I apologize, I should have looked. The object implanted within you seems to be the work of an evil deity. I can only surmise that Yu Lion has likely already made contact with that malevolent being. Thus you, as his closest relative, have been subjected to experimentation. From Muu's reasoning, a flicker of regret crossed Zhao Yuhai's face. It was not merely regret, but a sense of confusion. Why? Even though she had buried the love in her heart for Yu Lion, upon learning the truth from Muumu, her heart felt even more shattered. Perhaps it was a desperate desire to escape that situation. After being experimented on, it felt as if there was a deliberate attempt to lead her to kill Yu Zhao without the evil deity directly intervening. What Muumu spoke of was, of course, the guardian's confinement. Instead of acting through his own hands, he sought to manipulate her into eliminating Yu Zhao. This statement struck Zhao Yuhai deeply, awakening within her a realization. She scoffed softly. Indeed, with the implant in her, her expression had been clouded, rendering her oblivious to everything. Moreover, as Muumu had pointedly indicated, Zhao Yuhai managed to wrest herself from her thoughts. At this moment, her gaze was devoid of affection, replaced by indignation. This indignation seemed capable of shattering the entity contained within the bottle. However, while her imagination was filled with beautiful possibilities, the harsh reality left her merely a spectator, unable to take any action. I have examined this object thoroughly. It is of no use. I merely want to inquire how you intend to handle it. Considering it was Yu Lion who affixed it to you, I would also like to affix it to him. Zhao Yuhai's voice was light and airy. After Muumu acknowledged this, her gaze fell upon the object in the bottle and clicked her tongue. If it were to be affixed to Yu Lion in its current state, it would fall under the control of that evil deity. It would serve no purpose for revenge. Give me some time. I will contemplate how to deal with this, and then we can affix it to Yu Lion. After Muumu spoke, her gaze turned to Zhao Yuhai. Noticing her eyes becoming cold and sharp, she nodded in appreciation. When I first met you, you possessed this same fierce spirit. You truly are the Zhao Yuhai I have come to know. How can I take such credit? Zhao Yuhai's gaze softened, as if she reminisced about the time when she first met Muumu. This place feels relatively safe. Are you planning to return to the Zhao family and reclaim what was lost, only to be interrupted? Indeed, Muumu did not press further, but comforted Zhao Yuhai. You and Yu Zhao can consider this your home. We will take good care of you, and in return, you should contribute a little to this family. Surely, that is not too difficult? Not difficult, but if I resolve this matter during this period, what should my next step be? Chapter 83 Similar Experiences Upon returning in the evening, Zhao Yuhai appeared relaxed. She stretched her arms and gently knocked on Yu Zhao's door. After receiving a voice from within, she chuckled. Hearing Zhao Yuhai's laughter, Yu Zhao became puzzled, rolling around on her bed before calling out to Zhao Yuhai. Mom, I know it's you. It's so cold outside. Please come in so you don't catch a chill. Zhao Yuhai entered, glancing at Yu Zhao still lounging on the bed. She playfully poked Yu Zhao's cheek. Why are you still sleeping, little lazy pig? What little lazy pig? Mom, I'm not a lazy pig. At this moment, Yu Zhao huffed, her pouty expression cementing a cute image in Zhao Yuhai's heart. It's time for dinner. Get up. We're going to the cabin in the woods to eat, and afterward, I'll tell you some other stories, all right? Other stories? Aren't you going to tell the original story? Upon hearing that Zhao Yuhai intended to narrate a different tale, Yu Zhao became anxious. If Zhao Yuhai told another story, would she be unable to enter her dream, or would her intended dream transform into something else? Would that mean she could no longer explore? Thinking this, Yu Zhao shook her head, her expression turning pitiful. Mom, please. I just want to hear yesterday's story. Please. You are the best mom, right? She grasped Zhao Yuhai's hand, shaking it earnestly. Zhao Yuhai looked at her and smiled helplessly. All right, we'll stick to the old story when we return. Now, doesn't T, our little princess Yu Zhao, need to get up for dinner? Yay. Thank you, Mom. After receiving affirmation from Yu Zhao, she immediately bounced up on the bed, her face radiating joy, as if she could leap through the roof. You little rascal. Zhao Yuhai ruffled her hair a few times before stepping away. I'll be waiting for you outside. Once Zhao Yuhai opened the door and left, the excitement on Yu Zhao's face quickly faded, replaced by waves of fatigue. After spending so long in the study searching for useful books, she had rummaged through everything but found nothing, and had to painstakingly return the disarranged books to their original places. When she emerged from the study, the sun was already beginning to set, and she had not anticipated Zhao Yuhai's return just as she was about to lie down and rest her eyes. How annoying. As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Zhao's face displayed impatience. Remembering it was her mother, she quickly suppressed her annoyance, letting out a soft sigh. After all, this was her mother. She shouldn't be too angry. Zhao Yuhai had merely returned to check on her and invite her for dinner. What was there to be upset about? Why has she been feeling a bit irritable lately? I wish for my family and dear friends to remain safe and sound. As soon as these words escaped from Zhao Yuhuai's lips, the surrounding voices began to murmur about her. Truly, Ms. Zhao Yuhuai embodies such grace. The Zhao family has certainly not raised her in vain. It is evident that she possesses great merit. Everyone is well aware of the esteemed nature of the Zhao family. Are they not? It feels as though the words spoken by Zhao Yuhuai resonate with experiences I had in a dream, though some individuals and events have been altered. As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Zhao shuddered slightly, and then closed her eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Oh, dear child, is my story truly so hypnotic? Upon seeing Yu Zhao's immediate descent into slumber, Zhao Yuhuai pouted slightly, reflecting on the situation before tiptoeing to gently close the door of the room for Yu Zhao, then returning to her own quarters to rest as well. With a hiss, she found herself back in the familiar temple. This was the first sensation Yu Zhao experienced upon opening her eyes. However, this time, she did not see Moo or the little balls of fluff. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a piece of paper on the ground. The handwriting was somewhat crooked, and it took her a while to decipher its meaning. Moo and the little ones have stepped out for a moment. If you come by, do not worry about us. We are merely going out. After reading the note, Yu Zhao suddenly recalled the story told by Zhao Yuhuai before she fell asleep. Would they be present there, engaged in their own affairs? Chapter 84. The alarm sounds loudly. With this thought, Yu Zhao rose, coughed gently, and made a feeble attempt to tidy her appearance before swiftly exiting the dilapidated temple and hurrying to the marketplace. Come and take a look. Familiar voices reached Yu Zhao's ears, and she soon spotted two stalls in the marketplace. One was run by Yu Lion, who already had a long line of people before his stall, each face reflecting a devout demeanor. The other stall belonged to Moo, which was quite simple, featuring 5 little fluffy balls that remained still. One of the little ones seemed to notice Yu Zhao approaching and wished to move, but fearing it might frighten the surrounding people, it merely exchanged a subtle glance before resuming its immobile state. Moo himself appeared relaxed, quietly seated on his chair with his eyes half closed. Anyone unfamiliar with him might mistake him for sleeping, but Yu Zhao, who had interacted with him for some time, suspected he was merely observing with his eyes narrowed. Yu Zhao walked towards Moo's stall, drawing the attention of those in line at Yu Lian's stall. All eyes were suddenly fixated on her, and Yu Lian felt an unsettling sensation stir within him, a deep-seated anxiety. His hands trembled slightly, though he continued with his divination for the person before him. What brings you here? Moo did not speak aloud, but conveyed his voice directly into Yu Zhao's mind. Yu Zhao realized that such communication left her unable to respond mentally, which made her expression grow anxious. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Yu Zhao was in a foul mood, perhaps intending to stir trouble for the stall owner. Yú Zhāo plopped down onto a seat. Mumu's voice once again resonated in her mind. All right, since you're here, please help me maintain the atmosphere. Yú Zhao's face flushed with indignation, and she placed her hands on the table, causing it to tremble slightly, which also made the little ones quiver momentarily before returning to their usual stillness. Observing her display of frustration, Mumu leisurely opened his eyes and lifted his chair slightly, regarding Yú Zhāo with a languid expression. What type of stall do you run? Is it similar to that of the one across? Yú Zhāo pointed towards Yu Lian's stall, and Mumu nodded slowly, his speech becoming deliberately drawn out. Yes. Just those two words caused the people in line to shake their heads, sensing unreliability. Yu Lian, who had been apprehensive, felt his tension ease and resumed his explanations. Yú Zhāo remained silent, casting a glance that appeared threatening to outsiders. Yet Mumu understood her intent, likely sensing her dissatisfaction. Mumu placed his hand over Yú Zhao's and began to attune himself, closing his eyes slowly to concentrate. After several moments, he opened his eyes again, maintaining a serious demeanor as he looked at Yú Zhāo. Miss Zhao Yuhui, your path ahead may be fraught with challenges, but in the present moment, it is favorable. As long as you follow your desires and remain unbound, you will not be ensnared by external forces. Was he referring to the original Zhao Yuhui? Or was he speaking of his own destiny under a name? This left Yú Zhāo perplexed, and she sat there, motionless, without hearing any further messages from Mumu. The individuals waiting in line began to murmur among themselves, questioning the accuracy of the divination. How could that be? Look at the contemplative expression on the Zhao family's young lady. It appears the divination is indeed correct, as she seems to be pondering something significant. They noted that the previous day, there had been no mention of divination regarding the young lady of the Zhao family, which seemed somewhat muddled. Just as Yu Lian finished with a resident and heard the whispers of the waiting crowd, a knot formed in his stomach. He turned to the resident, who was extending their hand, noticing that Yú Zhāo remained unmoving, calling out to her several times. It was only when the resident began to tap on the table that Yu Lian snapped back to attention, donning a gentle smile as he continued to assist the resident patiently. Miss Zhao, would you like me to pray for you? Yú Zhāo replied softly, showing no intention of withdrawing her hand. Mumu did not lay his hand over hers. Rather, his actions bore resemblance to Yu Lian's, but with a more earnest demeanor, his hands clasped in a manner that exuded a certain charm. Infused with an air of mystery, he murmured incantations, and a glowing aura began to rise, mesmerizing the onlookers, who gazed in awe at the spectacle, their words turning increasingly reverent. As Yú Zhāo watched the luminous orbs ascend, she noticed that several of the little ones had disappeared from the table. A slight suspicion arose in her heart, though she kept it to herself. The brilliance gradually soared, its intensity fading from view, while Mumu regarded Yú Zhāo with utmost respect. Miss Zhao, that which you yearn for has been carried aloft with those lights. May your wishes be fulfilled and your aspirations acknowledged. This sentiment resonated with Yú Zhāo and those around her, who nodded in agreement, suddenly finding Mumu more agreeable. Consequently, a significant portion of the crowd that had previously lined up at Yu Lian's stall shifted to stand behind Yú Zhāo. Let's hope so. A voice roused her from slumber, and as she hazily opened her eyes, she was met by the familiar sight of her bedroom. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she rejoiced in her escape from the realm of dreams. A fleeting glance revealed the anxious countenance of Zhao Yuhui. Mom? Yú Zhao's gaze shifted to Zhao Yuhui, whose eyes were red-rimmed, suggesting she had been weeping. Upon noticing Yú Zhao's awakening, Zhao Yuhui enveloped her in a tight embrace, unwilling to relent. You're squeezing me too tightly, Mom, Yú Zhāo gasped, struggling for breath. Realizing her grip, Zhao Yuhui loosened her hold. After a brief recovery, Yú Zhāo noticed another presence behind Zhao Yuhui, Mumu, who regarded her with an earnest expression. Yú Zhāo felt a flicker of reassurance from his steadfast gaze. She pinched her hand, and the pain grounded her further in reality. You've been asleep for a day. When I called you, your breathing was steady, and I initially thought you were merely enjoying a long slumber. However, by nightfall, when you remained unresponsive, I shook you and called your name, but to no avail. I noticed a change in your expression, a hint of discomfort. Zo, ainsi qu'ahat Mumu's assistance, Zhao Yuhui explained. Mumu stepped forward, continuing, I cannot ascertain the nature of your dreams, but given your physical condition and the expressions on your face, I sensed something was amiss. Yú Zhāo, lost in thought, pondered how Mumu had discerned her state. Perhaps his extensive experience allowed him to see through her facade. As Yú Zhāo was caught in her musings, Mumu took a seat beside her and resumed, I cannot fathom how you entered this dream state, but your current condition suggests that re-entering the dream could lead to adverse effects. Yú Zhāo merely stared at her reflection in the mirror handed to her by Mumu. The pallor of her face startled her, revealing a ghostly visage. She examined her hands, finding no issue, yet upon looking back in the mirror, she noticed a few strands of hair had transitioned from black to white. I'm uncertain about the dream you entered and whether you will share it, but observe your current state. Another foray into the dream could be perilous, Mumu advised patiently. After a few moments of introspection, Yú Zhāo raised her gaze to Mumu and confessed, I entered Zhao Yuhui's dream. I became her, encountering you and others. Is it permissible to speak of this? Yes, you should share. She gradually recounted her dream to Mumu, who listened attentively, nodding and understanding while his expression subtly shifted as he contemplated Yú Zhāo's inner thoughts. Suddenly, Zhao Yuhui burst through the door, balancing a tray with 2 glasses of water and some small dishes, placing them on the table. Here, Yú Zhāo and Mumu, have some water. Yú Zhāo, if you're hungry, please eat. You haven't had a meal in a day. Zhao Yuhui's face radiated maternal warmth, and Yú Zhāo, momentarily caught off guard, eagerly drank from a glass of water, then picked up chopsticks to sample the dishes. Witnessing Yú Zhāo's enjoyment, Zhao Yuhui beamed with satisfaction. Noticing the lack of chairs in the room, she remarked, I'll fetch a chair from my room. With that, she closed the door firmly behind her. Have you ventured into the realm of dreams? Such occurrences are rare. Many presume they have vanished from existence. Please continue. I shall share tales of dreams with you when time permits. Mumu inquired without delay. Yú Zhāo nodded in response, though she wondered how Mumu could perceive her state. Perhaps his experience enabled him to penetrate her thoughts. As Yú Zhāo pondered, Mumu seated himself at the edge of her bed and continued, I'm not sure how you arrived here, but your demeanor and the expressions on your face suggest something is amiss. Yú Zhāo quietly responded with an "oh," and Mumu, noticing her lackadaisical demeanor, handed her a mirror. Take a look. As Yú Zhāo gazed into the mirror, she was taken aback by her pale complexion. She set the mirror down, examining her hands once more, and then looked back in the mirror, lowering her head slightly to observe her hair. Some strands had turned white. I cannot discern the nature of your dream or whether you will disclose it, but given your current condition, another venture into the dream may yield repercussions, Mumu reiterated. Yú Zhāo remained transfixed by her reflection for several seconds before lifting her gaze to Mumu. I entered Zhao Yuhui's dream and became her, encountering you and others. Is it acceptable to share this? Yes, go ahead. She slowly relayed her dream experiences to Mumu, who listened intently, his expression reflecting a blend of curiosity and concern. With a sudden clatter, Zhao Yuhui re-entered the room, carrying a tray with 2 glasses of water and an assortment of small dishes. Here, Yú Zhāo and Mumu, drink some water. Yú Zhāo, if you're hungry, eat something you haven't eaten in a day. Zhao Yuhui's affectionate smile illuminated her face, and Yú Zhāo, feeling the warmth of her mother's care, immediately grabbed a glass and gulped down the water, followed by the dishes, savoring every bite. Seeing Yú Zhāo relish her meal, Zhao Yuhui's smile widened, and upon noticing the absence of chairs, she declared, I'll fetch a chair from my room. It seems my mother has returned to her previous self, though I cherish her current demeanor just as much, simply because she is my mother. Mumu, having caught a glimpse of Yú Zhāo's inner thoughts, couldn't suppress a quiet chuckle. Yú Zhāo, noticing his amusement, felt a frown cross her face. What are you laughing at, master? She queried. Nothing, Mumu replied, masking his smile and adopting a serious expression, focusing on Yú Zhāo. Master, could you wait until I finish eating? I've been hungry all day, Yú Zhāo exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed as she spoke. Mumu shrugged slightly, appearing unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Yú Zhāo, clearly intrigued to hear more about her dreams, particularly those involving himself. It seems the dream version of me is quite clever, Mu mused, puffing up with pride. Yú Zhāo shot a sideways glance at him while continuing to eat, internally muttering, the dream version of Mu is not nearly as conceited. Wait a moment. He sensed a shift in Yú Zhāo's emotions and wondered if she had come upon a revelation. Sure enough, he heard her next thought. I recall the dream version of Mu claimed to possess telepathy. I wonder if this Mu can hear my thoughts too? Mu clearly heard this inner monologue, yet his expression remained unchanged as he simply continued to observe Yú Zhāo. Why does he not show any reaction? According to the dream version of Mu, could it be that he is concealing his emotions? Some things are better left unsaid. Should they remain concealed? On the surface, Mu exhibited no significant emotional response, yet internally, he was chuckling to himself, appearing somewhat smug. Yú Zhāo was unnerved by his penetrating gaze. Quickly finishing her meal and placing her bowl back on the tray, Mu, maintaining an air of calm, patiently awaited Yú Zhāo's narrative to unfold. I'm back. Before the two had exchanged any words, Zhao Yuhua had already brought a chair from her room and settled down. Upon noticing that the bowl on the plate was empty and that the cup held no water, she stood up again, picked up the plate, and headed outside. Mama, Yú Zhāo weakly called out, prompting Zhao Yuhua to turn her head and smile at her before departing. Continue, Mu urged, looking at Yú Zhāo. She acknowledged with an "oh" and resumed her story. As she recounted the moment when Mu was setting up a stall and arguing with Yu Lion. Most eyes widened in surprise. Mu suddenly felt that the dream Yú Zhāo was experiencing was somewhat peculiar, even turning her head back to see if Zhao Yuhua had returned. To Mu's relief, Zhao Yuhua did come back, this time empty-handed, seemingly to avoid any trouble. What are you discussing? Zhao Yuhua panted, eager not to miss the dialogue between Mu and Yú Zhāo, and hurriedly took a seat. Yú Zhāo found herself immersed in a dream where she became Yu, reliving the experiences Yu once had. Did he really say that? If I don't say it, what can you do? Merely telling him is futile. His understanding is somewhat limited. Yet, in this dream, Yú Zhāo surprisingly assigned names to Lin, Yi, and others. Moreover, there are still some matters left unspoken. If intertwined with Zhao Yuhua's experiences, surely something more could be gleaned. Mu cast a fleeting glance at Yú Zhāo, noticing the astonishment etched on Zhao Yuhua's face. It then dawned on her that there had been a few nights when Yú Zhāo insisted she recount past events. Those were stories I could recall and narrate. I never anticipated that sharing such a tale would allow Yú Zhāo to enter the dream. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Yuhua's face. This dream, I shouldn't have been sharing stories with you. A dream is always just a dream, Zhao. That is not a dream. It truly exists. Mama, I'm merely experiencing your past and altering those events from a dream. Before Yú Zhāo could finish, Zhao Yuhua, with a grave expression, interrupted her. The past is already behind us. Yú Zhāo, do you truly wish to alter my fate? That dream is merely a dream. Do not delve into it further, or I shall cease my storytelling. I initially believed I was simply a storyteller, yet I did not expect to encounter this notion of dreams. The more you comprehend, the deeper it becomes. Zhao Yuhua's sentence trailed off as she furrowed her brow. Looking earnestly at Yú Zhāo, Zhao, if possible, I hope you refrain from immersing yourself in the dream. I truly did not foresee that you were experiencing my past. Yet, the events within often stand in stark contrast to reality. Do not become too absorbed, Yú Zhāo. Zhao Yuhua's expression turned serious. Yú Zhāo, observing this demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly promising compliance. Seeing Yú Zhāo's submissive demeanor, Zhao Yuhua let out a gentle sigh of relief and shifted the topic away from dreams. In the coming days, Zhao, take some time to rest and recuperate. I have matters to attend to with your master down the mountain. You will be fine alone up here. Should you encounter anything unclear, feel free to consult Lin and the others. Oh, Yú Zhāo responded, seemingly grasping the essence of the conversation. Going down the mountain? They are heading down? Chapter 86. His narration, why hasn't Yú Zhāo come today? Lin Si languidly rested her head on the table, while Lin San sat beside her, pondering momentarily before stating she must be sleeping soundly. Lin Si sprang up, her eyes wide in disbelief. Who can sleep for an entire day? Without Yú Zhāo, these days feel so dull. No one is here to play with me. It's so lonely. All you think about is playing Lin C. Lin E, seated across from her, scoffed at Lin C's statement, waving her hand dismissively. Moreover, I've never seen Yú Zhāo playing with you. It's mostly Lin Sin keeping you company. Isn't it? Caught off guard by Lin E's critique, Lin C fell silent, pouting in resignation, her head resting on the table. Lin Sin observed her with an amused smile. But, Lin Sun comforted Lin C. And her mood began to lift, though her expression still bore a hint of displeasure. Lin Er, on the other hand, yawned disinterestedly, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, eventually closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. I say, with Mumu gone, are we just going to sit here? Lin Wu sighed, casting a glance at the sleeping Lin Er. Lin C took the opportunity to voice her thoughts. What else can we do? The tasks are all complete. And with Yú Zhāo absent, it all feels so uninteresting. I want to see her. Just seeing her brings a bit of brightness. I didn't expect you, Lin C, to be a cultured individual. Lin Lu, who had been quiet, chimed in, shaking his shoulders. How polite, Lin C replied with a grin, pulling a funny face. Just as Lin Lu was about to say something, the door to the small room swung open abruptly, revealing Mu Mu and Zhao Yuhua entering. Oh, you're back? Lin E was the first to respond, greeting them. Mu Mu replied nonchalantly before heading straight into her room, while Zhao Yuhua lingered outside. Are you preparing to descend the mountain? It seems you are quite well prepared, Lin Lu remarked, observing Mu Mu's composed demeanor. Lin Wu nodded in agreement, shifting his gaze to Zhao Yuhua. Zhao Yuhua, sometimes I feel that you are merely regaining your former aura, yet you still appear so submissive on the surface, which is somewhat displeasing to behold. Upon hearing Lin Wu's words, Zhao Yuhua tilted her head and politely responded, "Well, appearing submissive, Lin Wu, people change. I fear I may never return to my former self." Quite sincere, Lin Wu silently mused, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment, sealing his lips. He was perceptive yet contemplative. When Mumu emerged from her room, she glanced around at everyone, signaling Zhao Yuhua. "Let us go, Zhao Yuhua." Zhao Yuhua affirmed, stepping out first, while Mumu instructed Lin E, Lin Er, Lin San, Lin C, Lin Wu, and Lin Lu. "While I'm away, keep an eye on Yú Zhāo. She should continue her usual routine. Lin E, you are more composed. Later, introduce Yú Zhāo to the ancient concept of dreams, and do not let her delve into it further." As Mumu mentioned dreams, a flicker of interest sparked in Lin San's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "I understand. Just ensure she doesn't descend the mountain. If I find out any of you have allowed her to venture down, there will be repercussions." After reiterating her instructions, Mumu departed, leaving them in curiosity about what their journey down the mountain entailed, shrouded in mystery. Lin C slightly pursed her lips, unabashedly voicing her thoughts with a casual boldness. There were matters between them that simply existed, and there was no need for further inquiry. Lin San gently patted Lin C's head, to which Lin C responded with a nonchalant "oh," proceeding to rest her head on the table with an air of indifference. It was no wonder that Zhao Zhao appeared so enigmatic. It seemed she had encountered that peculiar situation. "Ah, I shall go and check on Yú Zhāo, and as per Mu's instructions, I will explain that matter. You all should carry on as usual with your tasks," Lin E declared before rising and departing from their sight. Once Lin E left, the others naturally found little amusement in the situation and busied themselves with their respective duties. Lin San's gaze met Lin C's, who was sprawled on the table, and a spark ignited between them, prompting Lin San to chuckle. However, Lin C did not mirror his laughter. Instead, she wore a look of confusion, continuing to lay lazily on the table, her eyes wandering as if lost in thought, her expression shifting to one of distress. As Lin E walked at a leisurely pace towards Yú Zhāo, memories of a previous conversation with Yú Zhāo surfaced in her mind, as if providing her with answers, allowing her to exhale softly as her thoughts began to drift. No wonder she could pose that question. It was a matter known solely between them, and who could have anticipated that an outsider would be privy to it? It was truly absurd. With such thoughts, Lin E arrived at the entrance, glancing at the sign before pursing her lips and stepping inside. observing the quietude of the courtyard. Lin Yi felt a momentary sense of discomfort. She peeked around, sensing that something was amiss. Zhao Zhao, Yú Zhāo. Lin Yi called out several times without eliciting any response from Yú Zhāo, prompting her to stride directly towards Yú Zhāo's room. She had visited Yú Zhāo's chamber a few times before, and upon reaching the door, she attempted to call out Yú Zhāo's name again. When no response came, Lin Yi kicked the door open, only to find Yú Zhāo peacefully asleep on the bed, emitting soft snores. Initially taken aback by Yú Zhāo's slumbering state, Lin Yi's mind began to race with thoughts. Had Yú Zhāo succumbed to sleep after a reprimand, or was she merely lost in another dream? To ascertain Yú Zhāo's current condition, Lin Yi felt the need to contact Mu to clarify matters, enabling her to make a sound judgment. Thus, she stepped outside and retrieved her unique communication device to reach out to Mu. As the device rested in her palm, Lin Yi cleared her throat and inquired, Mu, Yú Zhāo is currently in this state of deep slumber. I am uncertain if she fell asleep due to your teachings or if she has entered another dream. After deliberately reiterating her concern, it was evident that Mu on the other end had fallen silent, uttering not a word. Just when Lin Yi thought he might not respond, or perhaps that the device had malfunctioned, she finally heard Mu's voice. I'm not there, so I cannot know. Please keep watch. Huh? A look of confusion crossed Lin Yi's face, and before she could articulate her thoughts, Mu had already terminated the call. Without my storytelling, could she still drift into dreams? Zhao Yuhui lifted the curtain to glance at Mu, who had already stowed the communication device in his pocket, shaking his head before nodding in acknowledgement. This left Zhao Yuhui perplexed. Let fate decide, Mu replied succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further, and resumed his journey. A flicker of something passed through Zhao Yuhui's gaze, but he chose to remain silent and return to his previous station. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found herself somewhat exasperated. Mu had entirely failed to clarify whether Yú Zhāo's condition indicated a state of unconsciousness or mere dreaming. Zhao, she sighed, appearing torn between speaking and remaining silent. She pulled a chair closer and sat beside Yú Zhāo's bed. Having eaten earlier, Lin Yi felt that if Yú Zhāo had indeed entered a dream, there was little she could say. She would simply let things unfold as they may. A dull ache persisted as Yú Zhāo gradually opened her eyes, revealing a dilapidated temple, within which she recognized Mu and the little groups gathered around her. Upon noticing Yú Zhāo's awakening, the little ones began to shout, Are you all right, Yú Zhāo? We hurried back and found you collapsed here. Mu, too, gazed at her, momentarily pausing in his speech, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he contemplated whether to speak or remain silent. What happened to me? Yú Zhāo inquired, feeling her strength gradually returning, though some numbness still lingered, prompting her to gently cradle her head in discomfort. Reality and dreams. You will face repercussions. This is the price of traversing between worlds. Mu sighed, while the little ones, seemingly oblivious to his words, clustered around Yú Zhāo in hopes of alleviating her suffering with their diminutive forms. However, their efforts proved futile, and Mu gently removed them from her side, channeling energy into his hand and directing it towards Yú Zhāo's body, prompting her to feel the numbness dissipate almost instantaneously. Yet the relief was fleeting. For now, this will ease your pain and numbness, but it is quite troublesome, Mu remarked with a smile, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he wiped them away. What about the outside world? Yú Zhāo, taken aback by his inquiry regarding matters beyond, responded, Well, he is already aware. I have shared everything here with him. Oh, I see. Mu's expression shifted to one of understanding as he nodded. He then continued to question Yú Zhāo. Has he mentioned anything about the realm of dreams? No, not at all, Yú Zhāo replied, shaking her head. Observing her confusion, Mu slowly began to explain. Initially, he was unaware, merely sensing something peculiar about the owner of this body. Beyond that, he knew nothing else. It was only through your own words that he learned of your origins from another world, thus gaining insight into your external self. When I first became aware of your identity, I should have informed you, but I simply forgot. Mu patted his head, pursing his lips as he continued. This place is essentially a dream. As the original inhabitant of the outside world, you cannot access its core. Perhaps upon triggering a certain opportunity, you entered here, experiencing everything that Zhao Yuhui has encountered. Naturally, along with this experience comes the possibility of discovery. You can glimpse the past and make slight alterations. Ultimately, it remains a dream. What has transpired is irreversible, and the dichotomy between dreams and reality is stark. Naturally, it is not entirely improbable that certain events may usher in a twist of fate. Mu endeavored to articulate the circumstances surrounding Yú Zhāo's entrance into this realm using his own words. Yú Zhāo scratched her head, a look of bewilderment adorning her face, as if she were utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Observing her apparent confusion, Mu, after considerable contemplation, managed to utter a phrase that might be somewhat comprehensible to her. In essence, what he conveyed was that she had entered this serendipitous dream as the embodiment of Zhao Yuhui. Any alterations made within this dream could potentially deplete a facet of her being. Yet in the realm of reality, these so-called changes may or may not materialize. Do you grasp this notion? He inquired. Yú Zhāo responded with a simple acknowledgement. Yet Mu remained uncertain whether she truly comprehended the implications of his words. The thought of this perplexed him further. Regardless of the existence of transformative factors, it is evident that she would be affected in some manner. The most prudent course of action would be to adhere to her initial trajectory. However, given her current demeanor, Mu genuinely began to contemplate her situation. As he spoke, a faint intuition began to take shape within him, prompting him to bite his lip and refrain from further elaboration. Judging by Yú Zhāo's expression, he surmised that she might not fully grasp the situation. Was her journey in this world not entirely dictated by her own consciousness since her arrival? This realization expanded Mu's mental burden, leaving him at a loss for words, as he feared that expressing his thoughts might render them inadequate. Thus, whether Yú Zhāo could truly comprehend the intricacies of her predicament remained uncertain. In essence, if I had followed the actions expected of Zhao Yuhui in the original world, would I have avoided this current state? The sense of backlash I now experience serves as a reminder to refrain from pursuing contrary actions, does it not? Upon witnessing Yú Zhāo's dawning understanding, Mu nodded in affirmation. The small portion of yourself that manifests in the external world is likely an act of benevolence, guiding you toward the correct path. You ought to possess some clarity regarding your choices. However, the issue lies in her own ignorance of the fact that after hearing the tale from Zhao Yuhui, she would inevitably fall into a deep slumber, thereby entering this world to embark on her exploration. Based on Zhao Yuhui's previous narrative, she had approached Mu's stall, observing him and the small groups around him. Yet, in truth, Yu Lion had not made an appearance at that time. Hence, there would inevitably be discrepancies within this dream. It seems she is indeed traversing a similar path. Dreams, after all, carry their own deviations. Yu Lion should not have been present at your stall, as your stall predates Yu Lion's existence, according to Zhao Yuhui's account. As Yú Zhāo articulated this realization, her confidence grew, and gradually, she felt a surge of vitality, dispelling the fatigue that had previously clouded her mind. Is that so? Mu's expression took on a hint of confusion. After grappling internally with his thoughts, he stroked his chin and began to speak. In truth, my divination was influenced by the guidance within my mind, which compelled me to set up this stall with my companions. Otherwise, what reason would I have to engage in such a venture? As Mu spoke, he pouted slightly, and the nearby groups of companions began to bounce in discontent, indicating their desire to remain undisturbed within the dilapidated temple. I don't harbor any particularly grand aspirations. My wish is merely to live a stable life. Yet, a voice in my mind urged me to venture forth and set up a stall, instilling me with a sense of purpose. Hence, that is how it came to pass. At this point, Mu's expression conveyed a sense of resignation, mirrored by the animated reactions of his companions, who grew increasingly agitated, their forms swelling with excitement. If I had chosen not to go, I could have faced dire consequences from this world, so I proceeded, bringing my little companions along. He gazed upward at the temple's roof, expressing heartfelt musings. As it stands, if I receive no new directives, I should not be in any mortal peril. Noticing Yú Zhāo's peculiar gaze, Mu recalled his previous statements regarding guidance. After clearing his throat, he elaborated, "What I meant was not conveyed through my mind, but rather through an instinctive feeling that advised me on the appropriate course of action. Furthermore, when I sensed that you were not that person, I felt a certain familiarity toward you. Moreover, you had also informed me about the outside world, which enlightened me on the matter." Mu hastily clarified, and Yú Zhāo nodded in understanding. She playfully stuck out her tongue at him, observing that he appeared quite different from yesterday. Well, perhaps it was more accurate to say today. She detected a hint of reluctance on Mu's face regarding his business endeavors. Yet she remained uncertain of his thoughts. "Did you bring food with you?" she inquired. As Mu spoke, he glanced at the small companions beside him, patting them gently. They immediately assumed a reluctant posture, and only upon receiving his stern glance did they resume their movements, bouncing toward the entrance. As Yú Zhāo watched the small companions hop energetically, disappearing from her line of sight for a brief moment before returning with something atop their heads. They approached her with sweet voices. "Pretty sister, please eat." This sudden gesture left Yú Zhāo feeling flustered, unsure of how to respond. Although Mu had conveyed thoughts to her mind, she had not anticipated that he would use the money from his divination and prayers to buy her snacks. She was uncertain whether she could consume anything in this world, as her stomach had not grumbled since her arrival, and all she felt was mental fatigue. The concept of hunger was entirely foreign to her. Eat, don't let yourself go hungry," Mu urged, and Yú Zhāo smiled, nodding in agreement. She picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in her mouth, savoring its delightful flavor as it enveloped her senses. Moments after swallowing, her previously silent stomach suddenly growled audibly, prompting her to glance at Mu, who appeared nonchalant. "It was bought for you to enjoy," he stated. "Aren't the little ones hungry too? They should eat as well." Before she could finish her sentence, the small companions perched atop her head began to speak louder. "Pretty sister, go ahead and eat. We don't eat this. We sustain ourselves through sleep." This revelation rendered Yú Zhāo increasingly embarrassed, her face betraying her discomfort. Yet the undeniable growl of her stomach could not be concealed. Acknowledging her hunger, she took another piece of pastry and continued to chew, relishing the taste. After the Tuanchuan had finished sending off the pastries atop their heads one by one, they followed the same manner as before and returned after stepping outside, only to find that they now had additional bowls filled with water atop their heads. Noticing that Yú Zhāo was still enjoying the pastries that Mu had just bought, they prudently placed the bowls beside her and then leapt back to their straw piles, exuding an air of satisfaction. "Pretty sister, if you're thirsty, you can drink the water. Hee. Who would have thought we would be so considerate?" Once Yú Zhāo finished her pastries, she let out a contented burp, casually picked up a bowl, and began to drink. After quenching her thirst, she expressed her gratitude with a grateful look directed at Mu and the Tuanchuan on the straw pile. The Tuan, well aware of her gaze, began to explain, "It is mainly because our father is quite thoughtful. If you wish to express your gratitude, you should thank him. Gulu. Pretty sister, it is time for us to rest now. You can feel free to talk to our father, right?" After saying this, the Tuanchuan fell into a gentle slumber, while Yú Zhāo turned her attention to Mu, who wore a faint smile upon his face. "Do you feel better this way? Better?" The oppressive pain and numbness that had once engulfed her suddenly vanished, no longer merely a temporary relief from discomfort. Yú Zhao's eyes brightened, though a flicker of confusion crossed her expression as she looked at Mu. Perhaps consuming something from this world might alleviate the effects of the pain? As Mu spoke, he blinked and maintained a radiant smile. "This is merely my conjecture, but if it can assist you, that would be splendid. After all, you have shared with me so many fascinating tales of the outside world, and I am truly grateful to you, Yú Zhāo. Without you, I might never have encountered such wondrous experiences." Yú Zhāo felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words, realizing that if Mu wished to know more, she could certainly divulge the truth without reservation. Her face flushed further, perhaps due to never having experienced such sentiments before. "Are you planning to return?" Mu suddenly inquired. "Well, I don't feel tired right now, so I cannot go back for the time being." Yú Zhāo noticed a flicker of surprise in Mu's eyes, quickly replaced by a look of delight, though it soon faded into his usual reserved demeanor. "What are your plans now? Are you considering leaving this place?" Yú Zhāo resolutely shook her head, avoiding any reckless actions. Moreover, it was evident that in this dream world, Zhao Juan could perceive that she was not the true owner of this body. There was also an underlying indication in his words regarding the existence of her original self, Zhao Yuhuai. She pondered when the original Zhao Yuhuai within her might awaken, or if she would remain dormant, allowing Yu Zhao to occupy her body indefinitely. What would the exterior version of herself be like? Perhaps still in slumber? She had no intention of leaving this place. After all, there was someone named Zhao Juan, who appeared to be her mother's elder brother, and had noticed that she was not the rightful owner of this body. He had pointed her towards the original owner of this body. As Yu Zhao spoke, Mumu's expression darkened, instinctively biting his lip, revealing a hint of emotion in his eyes. I truly hope she does not awaken. It is you who should remain here. Mumu was uncertain how those words had escaped his lips. Upon uttering them, both he and Yu Zhao were momentarily taken aback, followed by a flash of surprise in their gazes. Soon after, Mumu began to stammer. What I meant to say was, the first time he saw Mumu, it should be the Mumu in her dream, he became flustered, causing Yu Zhao to feel a strange sense of pleasure in her heart. Yet, she also realized something, standing up and leaning toward Mumu. Upon noticing Yu Zhao approaching, Mumu instinctively covered his head with his hands, fearing she might laugh at him. Yu Zhao said nothing, simply ruffling Mumu's hair. The moment he felt her touch, a sense of comfort washed over him. Truly, no one has ever patted my head like this before. Yu Zhao, you are the first. As Mumu's hands fell, Yu Zhao withdrew her own, observing his serious demeanor with a hint of a blush on her cheeks. The Mumu outside is rather serious, and I never got the chance to enjoy this. Would you mind if I continue to pat your head? Mumu was taken aback by Yu Zhao's audacity, his face reddening as he stammered, if you wish to pat, then go ahead. Seeing Mumu's earnestness, Yu Zhao felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Hesitantly, she reached out her hand, contemplating for a moment before withdrawing it, only to have Mumu seize her hand and smoothly guide it back to his head. Oh my! The texture is simply exquisite. Chapter 88. Have they been discovered? Yu Zhao extended her hand, thoroughly rubbing Mumu's head, and her sense of fulfillment surged. After a while, Mumu gently moved her hand away and pointed to his face, saying, "No more of this. If you continue, I'll have to charge you." Upon hearing the phrase charge you, Yu Zhao immediately withdrew her hand, casting a silent glance at Mumu, wondering if their previous interaction had been free of charge. Yes. It seems one dares to ask while the other dares to respond. By the way, Mumu, if I consume the pastry from this place, will the pain and scars on my body be eradicated? Yu Zhao posed the question, prompting Mumu to stroke his chin thoughtfully before providing an answer. Yes, I believe so. From my analysis and the energy I sense, it seems that what resides within your body has been expelled. When you return to the outside, you can feel for yourself. Mumu offered an excellent suggestion, yet for Yu Zhao, it bore little significance. Her spirit was currently invigorated, and she felt no trace of fatigue. This implied that when she expressed her lack of weariness, she was essentially bound to remain in this realm. Well, it appears you are completely wide awake, Mumu remarked, observing Yu Zhao's alert demeanor as he gazed towards the outside of the dilapidated temple. Despite the door being closed, a sudden gust of wind howled outside, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Mumu dismissed the thought of taking Yu Zhao outside, for no other reason than to believe that Yu Zhao should observe more of this world, as there was a chance she might not return. Mumu's mind was clear. He understood what he ought to do, or rather, there was an instinctive urge within him to prevent her from lingering in this world, as she did not truly belong here. She belongs to the outside world. Upon this reflection, Mumu's eyes brimmed with tears. As soon as Yu Zhao caught sight of his tear-streaked face, her gaze transformed into one of confusion. Almost immediately, she heard Mumu start to sob, and he did so right in front of her. In contrast to the Mumu from the outside world, this Mumu appeared more endearing and manageable. Though he seemed serious on the surface, in reality, he possessed a charming demeanor upon closer interaction. "Why are you crying?" Yu Zhao inquired, crouching down to address Mumu. Noticing her gaze upon him, Mumu wiped his tears, which only made them fall more profusely to the ground, and he rubbed his little fingers together. I'm not. It's nothing. I'm just sleepy. I want to go to bed. Mumu huffed, and then flopped onto a pile of straw, falling asleep. At the moment he closed his eyes, he suddenly remembered something and said to Yú Zhāo, "It's going to rain outside. You can wander around this temple, but make sure not to stray too far." The next moment, Mumu slipped into a deep slumber. Yú Zhāo noted that he had not finished his sentence before collapsing into sleep. His silly appearance left her momentarily at a loss for words. "Thank you for being able to tolerate me in this world. Otherwise, I surely would struggle to find my place here." Yú Zhāo crouched down and spoke to Mumu, regardless of whether he could hear her. In any case, she expressed her gratitude, and if Mumu did not hear her, that was truly of no concern to her. "You're truly a good person." Meanwhile, the nature of the other party was hardly reminiscent of a younger sister. Typically, she did not exhibit such a temperament. However, based on my intuition, father, it seemed that the younger sister had succumbed to slumber, leaving her body under the control of an outsider. This outsider felt strangely familiar to me, but I could not ascertain whether this sense of familiarity stemmed from the sleeping younger sister or this newcomer. Zhao Jun had begun to converse with the elderly man before her, the white-haired figure being Zhao Jia Senxiong Mei's father, Zhao Yanqing. He was seated in a designated chair, softly humming, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "It seems this outsider may prove beneficial to us." Perhaps. Before Zhao Yanqing could complete his thought, the door to the room was flung open, and in rushed Zhao Ming. "Zhao Yuhai, she just dashed past me. She has shown me no respect as her second brother. Doesn't she care about Zhao Jia at all? Are we to see all our plans unravel because of Zhao Yuhai?" Zhao Ming's expression grew increasingly vexed as he recalled the plans they had been preparing. The usually composed Zhao Jun found himself momentarily silenced by Zhao Ming's outburst, his thoughts abruptly interrupted. Zhao Yanqing also fell silent, allowing Zhao Ming to rant in their presence. "What can Zhao Yuhai, just a girl, possibly accomplish? Look, it's all falling apart. We cannot find the individuals we seek, and the plants in this household are nearly withered. Speaking of which, had Zhao Yuhai previously abandoned one of the two individuals she had been interested in? When I arrived, I noticed she had drawn closer to the other one, whom she had not previously pursued. Perhaps we could still secure that person." "Enough," Zhao Jun interjected, prompting Zhao Ming to immediately shut his mouth, bow his head, and remain silent, clearly too intimidated to speak. "Zhao Ming, your approach is far too lacking. The two individuals Zhao Yuhai has set her sights on are already attracting the attention of the residents. If you truly select one of them, shouldn't they, if clever enough, realize our intentions? Where's the lack of action?" Zhao Ming's face reflected his unwillingness to accept this critique. He made a gesture with his hand in front of his face, as if to dismiss the matter. "Zhao Ming, your eldest brother is correct. It appears you have not truly reflected on my counsel to you." Noticing Zhao Yanqing's gaze upon him, Zhao Ming quickly chose to silence himself, attempting to diminish his presence, which appeared somewhat comical. "Father, I realize my mistake. I should not have spoken so carelessly. I hope you can forgive me." Zhao Yanqing replied lazily, and at that moment, Zhao Ming's mind began to race. He hastily expressed his intention to take his leave before vanishing from the sight of the two. As Zhao Ming's figure faded from view, Zhao Yanqing and Zhao Jun exchanged glances. Zhao Yanqing was the first to speak, his tone tinged with regret. "Zhao Ming is far too impatient. If he were to undertake significant responsibilities, it would be quite unwise. Thankfully, Zhao Jun, you provide us with great reassurance." Zhao Yanqing shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, appearing as though he was merely echoing Zhao Yanqing's sentiments. "Thus, father, your discernment is indeed remarkable. You have chosen wisely in me. The Zhao family flourishes because of you." Just moments ago, Zhao Ming had lavish praise upon Zhao Yanqing, but he swiftly redirected the conversation back to the earlier topic. "Were we not discussing the outsider, father?" "Indeed." The interrupted thoughts returned to Zhao Yanqing as he stroked his chin and slightly adjusted his wheelchair. "Based on your understanding of the outsider, what is their nature? Can they be of use to us?" Upon hearing the mention of the outsider, Zhao Ming, eavesdropping outside the window, widened his eyes in surprise. He stifled the urge to voice his thoughts, quietly listening to the exchange between Zhao Jun and his father. He had not left immediately. Rather, he lingered outside, initially intending to confront Zhao Jun after their discussion, as his father was not fond of hearing his opinions, but perhaps his elder brother would be more receptive. Zhao Ming pondered the implications of the term outsider. No wonder, he thought, that Zhao Yuhua had seemed disinterested in him lately. She typically exhibited a submissive demeanor. It turned out she had adopted a different facade. No wonder she possessed such a distinctive character, akin to the younger sister. Yet her awareness surpassed that of the younger sister. If we were to engage her in conversation, she would likely absorb our words. Yet, the outsider remained perpetually cautious of us. This presents a challenge. Sao Yun articulated hell holds, prompting Sao Yen King to not gravely. If they cannot be of service to us, devise a means to recall the original Zhao Yuhua. If that proves impossible, you should know how to proceed. Zhao Jun stealing a glance. And sensing that the conversation was nearing its conclusion, Zhao Ming departed, contemplating as he walked, occasionally kicking small stones along the path. Considering the demeanor of Zhao Yuhua, it is evident that she is unwilling to confront you. If she truly wished to see you, she would have made her presence known. As Yu Zhao articulated this thought, her tone exuded newfound confidence, showing no apprehension towards the figure of Zhao Ming before her. The phrase made her presence known left Zhao Ming momentarily speechless, prompting him to clench his fists and strike at Yu Zhao, who had not anticipated his sudden aggression. Swiftly, she evaded the blow, leaving a mark on the wall that transformed the dilapidated temple's exterior into a scene of interior ruin. Yu Zhao's expression darkened, and similarly, Mumu's gaze soured, as he was taken aback by Zhao Ming's audacity to resort to violence in that place. Zhao Ming feigned ignorance, observing Yu Zhao's troubled expression, and instinctively reached into his pocket to retrieve a few small trinkets, intending to show them to Yu Zhao as stress relief objects, believing this would facilitate communication with the outsider. After rummaging for some time, he realized his pockets were empty. His agitation escalated, and he cried out, "Where are my trinkets? Where have they gone? Are you referring to those?" Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Ming turned to see the small balls in Mumu's possession and exclaimed, "Yes, those are my trinkets. Return them to me." At this point, Zhao Ming's confidence surged. For Mumu, it was the most amusing joke he had ever heard, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Your trinkets? Are you certain they are mine?" Mumu playfully tapped the balls, awakening those that had been napping. They opened their eyes groggily, only to be met by the sight of a peculiar person. What made the situation more unsettling was the lewd gaze cast upon them by this stranger, causing them to tremble in fear until Mumu's voice cut through the tension. "Who is their father? You or me?" The small creatures quickly regained their wits and eagerly called out to Mumu, "Father." A pleased expression appeared on Mumu's face as he praised them. "It seems my efforts in raising you are not in vain. What nonsense are you spouting, father? If you don't want us, it's fine. At least there's a beautiful sister here." The conversation shifted to Yu Zhao, who felt overwhelmed with emotion, while the small creatures joyfully chanted, beautiful sister, we're right here. Take us back. We don't want to go with that mysterious person." "Who are you calling mysterious?" Zhao Ming's voice grew loud, prompting the small creatures to whimper. "You captured us. You intend to take us away. What are your intentions? You mean to separate us from our father?" Their voices rose in volume, and Zhao Ming scratched his head, his expression shifting. The small creatures, however, were oblivious to his turmoil. They only wished to remain by Mumu's side, dismissing everything else. "Father! Father!" They rushed back to Mumu, calling out, as he affectionately ruffled their heads. "You shouldn't be here, Zhao Ming." Mumu suddenly called out Zhao Ming's name, catching him off guard. Zhao Ming widened his eyes in surprise. Glancing at Yu Zhao, "Outsider, did you tell him? Is that how he knows my name?" Yu Zhao merely smirked, while she was aware of the names of the Zhao family. She had not disclosed anything to Mumu. Given Mumu's abilities, it was likely he had divined it somehow. Seeing Yu Zhao's silence, Zhao Ming became increasingly convinced she had informed Mumu. "Indeed. What do you mean by that? How much longer will you linger here?" Mumu's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he clenched his fists and delivered a punch to Zhao Ming. When Zhao Ming remained standing after the blow, he looked at Mumu in disbelief, stammering, "You dare strike me?" As he regained his composure, Zhao prepared to retaliate, but Mumu swiftly caught his fist, his expression brimming with disdain. In the next moment, Zhao found himself forcefully pinned to the ground. Mumu slapped his face fiercely, then leapt upon him, expressing his dominance with a sense of arrogance. You, Zhao, unable to articulate further, succumbed to Mumu's whims. After a brief moment, Mumu released his foot and nonchalantly sat atop a pile of straw. I've already trampled you. What more is there to say? Mumu boasted, hands on his hips, and spat in Zhao direction. You were the one who intruded into my territory. I was merely educating you, ha man. Upon hearing Mumu's words, Yú Zhao's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, particularly at the last remark, which left her utterly speechless. Let us go, Zhao. Mumu glanced at the small creatures and then at Yú Zhāo. Initially intending to address her, he reconsidered given the current circumstances and instead called out to Zhao Yuhuai. Zhao Yuhuai, let us depart. All right, Yú Zhāo replied, following Mumu closely, who felt a sense of satisfaction as he gathered the small creatures. You are well aware she is an outsider. She is not Zhao Yuhuai. What does it matter to me whether she is Zhao Yuhuai or not? Mumu retorted dismissively as he continued walking ahead. Although Yú Zhāo was uncertain of Mumu's destination, she followed him earnestly, her steps light. Zhao watched as Yú Zhāo and Mumu vanished from his sight, unleashing a roar of frustration as his feeble hands dropped to his sides. You two are doing splendidly. His words faded into the distance, lost in the minds of Mumu and Yú Zhāo. Yú Zhāo turned to Mumu, blinking her eyes and asking, Master, where are we headed? Upon hearing her refer to him as Master, he instinctively composed himself, attempting to mask the joy swelling within him. This title was meant for the Mumu of the outside world, not for the Mumu within. He dared not crave even a modicum of warmth. He was destined to exist merely in Yú Zhao's dreams. After a moment's hesitation, Mumu shook his head. You should not call me Master. That title is reserved for your master outside. Both Mumus are indeed the same Mumu. Why can't I call you Mumu? Fine, he conceded, realizing she had a valid point. Mumu fell silent and led her onward, a flicker of delight crossing his gaze. Let him indulge in this fantasy. If only this dream could last forever. Why did such thoughts arise? They were not meant to be entertained. Chapter 90. She has disappeared if we cannot remain in the dilapidated temple. Where shall we go next? Here, can one truly perceive the world of dreams? She yearns to see Mumu, to converse with him. Deep within her heart, there lingers a faint sensation. If she were to emerge from the dream, perhaps she might never re-enter it again. She longs to exchange words with Mumu in that dream realm, even if it is merely to utter a farewell, as long as she could behold him for just a fleeting moment. If so, then the words from her heart could finally be spoken. Mumu, can you sense my calls? In the dream, are you aware of my existence in reality? Yú Zhāo clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to pray silently. Chapter 92. Everything comes at a cost with each fervent wish. It seemed as if they transformed into radiant beams of light, traversing into that world and reaching Mumu's side. Is it her? Mumu's expression became somewhat dazed as he quietly felt the warmth of those lights enveloping him. The small spheres around him appeared to be influenced by Mumu's demeanor, bouncing energetically. Go find her. Find her? How could that be possible? We do not inhabit the same world. Moreover, if I were to appear in her realm, what would become of the original Mumu? How could two similar souls coexist in that world? Mumu understood this all too well. He gently patted the little spheres, convincing himself that her arrival was merely a dream, urging himself to forget. How could one forget? Father. Her presence evidently bestowed upon them a name, and Father. Why do you not smile? Yet because of her arrival, you laugh so heartily. One of the spheres exclaimed, tears cascading down its form. Mumu quickly comforted it, assuring, It's all right, it's all right. Let us consider it all a dream, shall we? Though he spoke these words outwardly, inwardly he felt a profound ache, not wanting the moments spent with Yú Zhāo to be lost forever. Yet, the already returned Zhao Yu had stated that such departures are irreversible. Perhaps, upon gaining a new home, one must relinquish those nearby. This price, however, was too steep for him to bear. The sphere seemed to sense Mumu's thoughts and began to clamor loudly, declaring, We don't want a new home, we want sister. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yú Zhāo prayed repeatedly. Whenever she opened her eyes, all she beheld was darkness, with no sign of Muumu's presence. Her mind was filled with thoughts of prayer, yet she had no time to process them. All she could do was pray. For any thoughts beyond prayer seemed unattainable, and tears streamed down her face. Drip drop. At that moment, something enveloped Yú Zhāo, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a vast space, catching sight of Muumu lost in thought on the grass, accompanied by the little spheres. She had no time for sentiment. She rushed towards them, aware that this might be a divine gift, allowing her a moment to bid a brief farewell. That sufficed. The hurried footsteps echoed, and the spheres turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Upon realizing it was Yú Zhāo, their voices trembled. Father! Father! It's Yú Zhāo! Muumu remained unresponsive until Yú Zhāo softly expressed her gratitude to the spheres. Only then did he muster a faint reaction, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Thank you for your care, Muumu. Yú Zhāo gazed at his face, her intended words caught in her throat. It was not that she could not articulate her thoughts. They were premeditated, yet remained unvoiced. You've come. It's wonderful to be with you. I truly cherish this time spent in companionship. Muumu smiled at Yú Zhāo, yet he knew there were others who needed her. Thank you for this encounter. I feel honored. Although I cannot discern the difference between dreams and reality, at least I occupy a small place within your heart. As he spoke, his face, which should have been adorned with a smile, betrayed the tears welling in his eyes, which he struggled to suppress, not wanting to appear disheveled. At that moment, Yú Zhāo's form began to grow increasingly translucent, and Muumu seemed to comprehend the reality of their situation. He conjured a delicate bracelet from his palm and placed it on Yú Zhāo's wrist. I apologize if this seems abrupt, but it is a gift I wish to bestow upon you, even though I am uncertain if it can accompany you. His voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that he seemed on the verge of drifting away. In truth, it was Yú Zhāo whose essence was fading, her entire being becoming transparent. Muumu, Chapter 93. The nature of love. Before she could finish her plea, she found herself once more enveloped in the darkness of the cave, tears cascading down her cheeks. Why? Why was she unable to express her thoughts? Yú Zhāo murmured to herself, having previously resolved to speak, yet upon returning to the realm of reality, she found herself unable to voice her feelings before Muumu. Zhao Zhao, whose voice is that? A pair of hands grasped Yú Zhāo, pulling her from the abyss of darkness. It was Lin Yi, whose expression remained inscrutable as she led Yú Zhāo back to the place she was meant to reside. Lin Yi gently but firmly placed Yú Zhāo upon the bed, urging her to lie down obediently. Lin Yi, appearing anxious to prevent any recurrence of past events, murmured a few words, and Yú Zhāo felt her entire being bound by the essence of Lin Yi's speech. Sister Lin Yi, what are you doing? In order to prevent any foolishness, this is the only course of action. Your master and mother entrusted me with this responsibility before their departure, and I must ensure it is upheld. Otherwise, this burden placed upon me would be insurmountable. Oh, by the way, if you wish to engage in any non-hazardous activities, my presence should pose no threat to you. Simply continue as you have always done. Having said her piece, Lin Yi regarded Yú Zhāo with a look of compassion. Do not act recklessly, Zhao Zhao. Such actions are undesirable for both of us. What reckless actions? I'm not doing anything, Sister Lin Yi. Food will continue to be delivered to you. Simply focus on eating. Beyond that, there is no need for you to do anything. Yú Zhāo, do not engage in actions that would bring sorrow to others. Lin Yi's words concluded there, and without further ado, she vanished from Yú Zhāo's sight. Despite Yú Zhāo's repeated calls of Sister Lin Yi, there was no response. Sister Lin Yi, realizing her cries were in vain, Yú Zhāo suppressed her emotions. Acutely aware of the lingering sensation left by Lin Yi's slight ache. At this point, there was no need to ponder her next steps. She was entirely ensnared by that binding force, rendering any thoughts futile. As the thought emerged in her mind, Yú Zhāo felt the shackles binding her begin to loosen considerably. She sprang from her bed and made her way to the small courtyard, where she gazed at the rocking chair. Sitting down, she gently swayed it with her hands, as if this motion would allow her to unwind. Rocking back and forth, she began to murmur to herself, quickly drifting into slumber. What dreams awaited her in that realm was left to the imagination. Meanwhile, Mumu and Zhao Yuhai had returned to the inn, engaging in conversation with Bern about the current state of the mountains. It appeared that the townsfolk were gradually acclimating to the events surrounding the mountains, as if they had grown accustomed to the notion of divination and prayer. Bern poured them both a glass of water and spoke leisurely. Is that so? Indeed, I have noticed the ebbing fervor in the crowd's obsession with those matters, Mumu remarked, taking a sip from his cup. As for your husband, they seem to regard him as a madman. Zhao Yuhai subtly gestured with her head, indicating Mumu should refrain from elaborating further, as her feelings towards him seemed to have waned significantly. I understand, she replied. If the people on this planet are gradually losing interest in such concepts, might the constraints on the guardian family also begin to ease? This was the question that lingered in Zhao Yuhai's mind, as she yearned for the guardians of the future to attain forgiveness and liberation. Although she was but a human, married to an elf, she sought a path to emancipation. It was only later that she realized she was but a jester betrayed by the one she loved. Love, it seemed, demanded her sacrifice, granting happiness to others in return. Yet, for the elf who deceived her, she wished for no redemption. She desired his suffering, preferably to the extent of unbearable anguish. Only then would she find solace, alleviating the torment within her heart. The word hate etched itself deeply in Zhao Yuhai's mind. Just as Mumu was about to respond, a faint glow emanated from the device on his wrist. Apologizing to the two, he excused himself to attend to urgent matters. I have a situation to handle. You two carry on. Mumu retreated to a quiet corner, setting up a barrier before activating the device. The image of Lin Yi appeared, who bowed respectfully before discussing Yú Zhāo's situation. After listening intently, Mumu's brow furrowed, and a complex expression overtook his features. You're quite lenient with her. It hardly seems appropriate. Unremarkable. Silence. Mumu's sharp retort silenced Lin Yi, whose eyes reflected apprehension. Ensure her well-being. Avoid any mishaps. Understood, Lin Yi replied. Is there anything else to discuss? Mumu returned to his gentle demeanor, inquiring further. After Lin Yi provided a routine report, Mumu merely acknowledged it with a simple HM, refraining from further comment. I see. Some matters you should know how to handle. No need for me to elaborate, he stated. Understood. Is there anything else? None for now. I have other communications to attend to. With that, Mumu promptly ended the call, and as he hung up, he noticed Lin Yi appeared particularly worn, rubbing his temples in a bid for relief. How could one manage that? Yú Zhāo's attitude is clearly one of rejection, and my initial fondness has entirely dissipated. She seems utterly oblivious to Mumu's struggles, Lin Yi lamented, feigning indifference. Best not to stir up anything that would trouble Mumu. Mumu remained oblivious to Lin Yi's thoughts and soon returned to the original room, greeting Bern and Zhao Yuhai before taking a seat. Back already? Bern greeted him with familiarity. Mumu nodded, omitting unnecessary details, and resumed the previous discussion with Zhao Yuhai, explaining, This is a delicate matter, Zhao Yuhai. We must be cautious. We cannot allow those in the skies to overhear us. Zhao Yuhai's expression conveyed an air of tranquility, as if time could render Mumu suspicious of her being transcended. It felt as though she had seen through the essence of life itself. No, I assure you, that is not my intention, Zhao Yuhai insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Observing her reaction, Mumu chose not to comment further. Very well, I comprehend your sentiments, he responded. Master, do you and Zhao Yuhai plan to stay here? If so, I can arrange accommodations for you both. Mumu had initially intended to linger a while, but given Lin Yi's earlier report, such plans seemed impractical. I have a task for you, Bern, one I hope you can accomplish flawlessly. Anything you assign, I shall see to it, Bern promised earnestly.